Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
The starlit view. Where are we now? This galaxy is breathtaking. The vast expanse of space stretched before them, seen through an enormous, seamless porthole that spanned over 1,000 square meters. Stars glittered like scattered pearls against the velvet-black sky, their radiance reflected in Gwen's wide, mesmerized eyes. Kneeling by the window, she leaned forward, resting her hands against the smooth one-way glass. The reflection of her bare silhouette blended with the cosmic view, making it seem as if she were floating among the stars. "It's Asgard," Yili answered, gazing out at the celestial spectacle. His voice carried the weight of exhaustion, yet a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. "Thor still owes me a bet. I figured this was a good time to collect." The endless abyss of space had always held a mystical allure, mysterious, boundless, and captivating. Skye, leaning lazily against the crystal-like porthole, chuckled softly. "Funny. The first time my teacher bullied me, we were admiring a sky just as beautiful as this." Her body, draped in nothing but the faint shimmer of condensation, gleamed under the soft glow of the stars. "Wow! It's even more stunning than flying through the clouds," Jessie murmured, stretching out her sore legs, massaging them gently. Her small, delicate feet playfully pointed in Yi Li's direction, her toes curling and uncurling in the air like she was trying to hook him in. Sif stretched her arms above her head, her supple form arching gracefully against the window. "I prefer the beach. Covered in sand, forced to wash it off in the ocean. And yet..." Barbara smirked, bending forward into an elegant yoga pose, effortlessly balancing her movements. "The ocean, huh? I've only tried it in the bathroom before. Scared Skye half to death." Skye rolled her eyes. "Oh, now you bring that up?" Iridia lay sprawled on the sofa, her delicate wings fluttering idly. Bathrooms have their charms. Beside her, Felicia stretched like a feline, her soft white cat tail swaying lazily. She licked her lips, amusement dancing in her eyes. "How about mixing chocolate in the kitchen instead?" Natasha flipped idly through a file, not even looking up. That time in the office was unforgettable. Kate, draped over an armchair, sighed. "Office works for me too. Convenient." In the corner, Wanda sat curled up, her arms wrapped around herself. Her voice was soft as she mumbled, "Being caught in a web is troublesome." Crystal tugged at the sheer veil she wore, sighing. "Am I the only one stuck in a tattered tent?" Sharon, casually manipulating the strands of her web-like attire, shifted her outfit into a sleek blue jumpsuit. She shot Yi Li a teasing glance. "Ever tried drinking while at it?" Felicia chuckled. "Tempting, but my body's so well-tuned, I doubt I could get drunk even if I wanted to." Cindy, sitting quietly nearby, sighed. "You guys really have no shame, do you?" Hill coughed into her hand, looking away. "I, for one, agree with Cindy. There's something to be said for tradition." Yi Li exhaled. "All right, enough chatter." With a flick of his wrist, the dome-like porthole of cabin 1 slowly darkened, sealing off the starry view. "Go back and rest." The girls let out a series of drawn-out, playful farewells. Good night. Teacher, sweet dreams." "Boss, don't forget the overtime page." "Mr. Yi, I'm in the side room. Call if you need me." "Master, take care of yourself too." "President Yi, see yous." One by one, the voices faded as they filed out. Except one. Jessica lingered, clutching a large pillow to her chest. She pouted dramatically. "Tisk, so heartless. Using me and then tossing me aside like that." Yi Li shot her an unimpressed look. "Do you want to stay and sleep?" Jessica blinked. No, not at all." Before he could say another word, she swiftly opened a portal with her fate cobwebs, letting herself fall backward into her own bed. "Hey! Jessica, that's my pillow." The portal snapped shut before he could finish. Yi Li let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. He turned to the last remaining figure in the room. The butterfly-winged maid Iridia still stood there. "You've worked hard too," Yi Li said. "Go rest. If Rachel's still awake, send her to me." Iridia gave a polite nod before retreating, her footsteps soft against the polished floor. A late-night conversation. The room was silent once more. Yi Li settled into the armchair Kate had occupied earlier, waiting. Soon, the familiar sound of quiet footsteps echoed through the chamber. Rachel entered, her figure framed by the dim lighting. The click of her polished-made shoes was barely audible against the smooth floor. "Mr. Yi, you were looking for me?" Yi glanced up, nodding slightly. "You're still awake." Rachel offered a small smile. "A bit of work left me restless." Her sharp cat-like eyes flicked over the room, noting the faint remnants of chaos left behind. "Shall I clean up?" Yi raised a hand, and with a mere thought, the entire cabin was instantly immaculate. "No need." Rachel blinked, immediately understanding. A quiet hum of approval escaped her lips. The next moment, she stepped forward. Her long, delicate legs, wrapped in sheer stockings, bent gracefully as she knelt before him. And the night continued. The web of power. She had already mastered it, her precise, fluid movements as natural as a serpent guiding its prey deeper into the dark. Meanwhile, the core members of the club had long since departed Earth. The Water Corporation meeting. The name of the world knitter spreads far and wide, a man in round glasses said calmly, his deep voice resonating through the conference room. The superhero craze is at its peak. Now is the time to act. He leaned forward, adjusting his glasses as he surveyed the executives gathered around the polished table. Before this, both the club and S.H.I.E.L.D. planned to jointly acquire our company. Fortunately, they didn't seem to see us as a priority. I leveraged all my connections to retain most of our shares. Now, his fingers tapped lightly against the mahogany surface. But with the new progress on Compound No. 5, we have an opportunity. It's time for us to launch our own superheroes. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. If we succeed, we won't just be a supporting player, we'll control the narrative. He turned his gaze toward a female executive seated across from him. And what about our push to establish a superpower administration through our government contacts? The woman sighed, shaking her head. The resistance has been strong. Even with S.H.I.E.L.D. weakened, the club has been keeping a close eye on things. The officials we placed in key positions are too cautious to act boldly. A moment of silence. Then, the man nodded slowly. Set it aside for now. No point in creating an opportunity for someone else to benefit from our work. Aboard the Ghost Spider, Cabin 1. The soft hum of the ship filled the cabin. Ooh. Yi leaned back, pulling the exhausted little maid into his embrace. "Ah, Mr. Yi." Rachel's soft gasp escaped her lips as he effortlessly tossed her onto the plush couch, granting her a small reward for her efforts. A rhythmic thump-thump filled the air, echoing through the room. Yet, even as he indulged in the moment, his mind was already elsewhere, planning his next move. The next destination. With Asgard in the rearview, where to next? Originally, this space voyage was just for fun, he hadn't given much thought to where he'd go. But now, maybe I should start collecting the Power Gem and Soul Gem first. With the space, mind and reality gems already in his possession, that left only a few pieces of the puzzle. The Power Gem was on Morag, and the Soul Gem, hidden away on Vormir. Both planets were within reach. Yes, that would be his next objective. A moment of rest. There was no true night in space, only the passing of hours measured by the ship's internal timer. 7 hours had gone by, roughly the time from midnight to early morning. Yi lazily opened his eyes, his fingers tracing idle patterns along Rachel's bare back, her skin smooth as silk beneath his touch. The sensation was addictive. The cat-eyed girl stirred, her long lashes fluttering as she slowly awoke. "MMMH. Is it morning already?" "You're really such a dedicated little maid," Yi chuckled, giving her a light tap. "Trying to start work so early?" "Ah." Rachel let out a soft cry before remembering where she was. Her cheeks flushed as she pulled the sheets over herself. "Mr. Yi, you are. This is just part of your personal maid duty," he teased. Rachel pouted. "I'm not a fool. If I wasn't willing, there's no way I'd have let you." She trailed off, glancing away. Yi smirked. All right. I get it." Rachel let out a small huff before reaching for her hair. She gathered the tangled strands with delicate fingers, tying them up in a loose style. "You're making something?" Yi asked, watching curiously. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye. "I was thinking of making a maid's badge, something to symbolize that I belong to Mr. Yi." He scoffed. "Why would I give you something so ordinary?" With a flick of his fingers, an exquisite opal pendant materialized in his palm. The gemstone shimmered under the soft starlight filtering through the ship's viewport, its sunflower yellow luster matching the golden hue of Rachel's pupils. Rachel stared at it, mesmerized. Slowly she reached out, her thumb running over its smooth surface. "Mr. Yi took me in, Treated me so well. And now you're giving me something this beautiful," she murmured. "I don't even know how to thank you." Yeely smirked, twirling a white pearl between his fingers. "Haven't you already thanked me?" Rachel's face turned bright red.
That doesn't count.
After all, we both enjoyed it, didn't we? Such an understanding little maid. She wasn't the type to play the victim, nor did she make it seem like she had been forced into anything.
So sensible. So cute.
Yeely reached out, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear.
"You don't need to repay me," he murmured.
"Just keep doing what you always do." Rachel hesitated for a moment before giving him a small, genuine smile.
"Then,
"I'll keep serving as usual," she said softly. "I used to clean for others. Now I can clean up for myself."
Yeely chuckled.
She really was a good little maid.
Rachel understood and started to work with ease. The galaxy shifted. Light and shadow are like shuttles. A long time passed. Only then did Yeely send the tired cat-eyed girl back to the side room to rest. After come back, he sat cross-legged on the big bed alone, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. But, not long, the system reminded him. Trigger Queen of Inhumans Medusa Amakai Line Relationship Mission, -0 Retrieve the Turigen Crystal of Italan City. The task is completed, you can thicken the Queen of the Human Race Medusa Amarin template. Tuck tuck. The door of the room was also knocked lightly at this time, and Medusa's charming voice came in from outside. "Yeah, are you awake? Can I go in?" "Already awake, come in. Then bother you." Medusa reached out and pushed the door, only to find that the vibranium door was still motionless despite her inhuman queen physique. She asked inside again, "Did you forget to open the door?" "You can teleport indirectly by using the teleportation function of the cobweb suit." "Oh, let me try." Only then did Medusa remember what she was wearing, and began to try to sense the power of the fate cobweb on her body. She is originally a foreigner who controls the hair, so she has a quick understanding of this aspect, and she has a reaction in a short while. When Yeely felt his arms go soft, and the beauty in light gauze pajamas fell into his arms, her long wine-red hair spreading like a waterfall, covering the boat bed. "Sorry, I'm not very skilled yet." Medusa brushed away the hair that fell on her face, looked at Yeely with her ruby eyes, and asked him, "Do you need me to get up? What do you think?" Faced with temptation, Yeely has always chosen to attack directly, pinched her and said, "Do you need to find me? You can read minds." Her Majesty the Queen blushed slightly, brushed her cheeks with peach blush, and the dimples of her smile were rippling. "Then guess, do I want to do something interesting with you?" Talking. She lifted up a pair of beautiful and round slender jade legs, and gently threw the shoes to the ground. The two calves rested on Yeely's shoulders, and her beautiful feet interlocked behind the shoulders to hook his neck. The wine-red hair scattered around also began to move like a living thing, gently wrapping around his hands, feet, and whole body. Yeely said a little uncomfortably, "I guess maybe not. Do you have something else to do? You discovered all of this, good husband, can you help me with that?" Medusa intentionally has a charming voice, and her already full and mellow voice sounds even more alluring. Yeely felt the quiet movement of the hair, and couldn't help but speak quickly. "You can tell. Also, call me good brother and listen. It's like this, good brother, when we left the moon 2 days ago, we were the treasure of the human race. The Turigen crystal was forgotten on the moon." Medusa rubbed the back of his neck with the rosy and smooth skin of the instep, and begged with watery eyes, "Good brother, can you help to get it back? It is very important to us Inhumans. Maybe we can rely on it to regain our lives in the future. Vibrate the human race." She has already heard from Skye that although the moon Inhumans are destroyed, there are still many hidden Inhumans on Earth. As long as there are Turigen crystals, sooner or later, a new Italan will be rebuilt. As expected of Her Majesty, she always thinks about reviving the race. Yeely suggested to her, "I also have a way to have more children here, which can help you revitalize the ethnic group. Why don't you try it?" "Fuck you." Medusa spat at him coquettishly, "Can you help me? Is there a pay?" "Definitely have." The beauty straightened her waist, almost touching her legs. Her delicate face approached him and whispered, "What do you think of me? It could not be better." Yeely couldn't bear 5.2 anymore, bit her red lip with one bite, and turned around at the same time, causing her to fall down. "What you promised, don't forget." Medusa also moved vigorously, but she didn't forget to remind him that she would break her promise. After all, Her Majesty is in a weak position. If Yeely reneges on her debts, there is nothing she can do about it. "Don't worry, I'll do it for you right away. It's just a Turigen crystal. Yeely doesn't have to go there himself." He randomly sent a few summons to the moon to do this. After summoning things to go to the moon to do business, Yeely started her own business. This posture is still very good. The only downside is that the back of the neck is scratched by the toenails from time to time. Moon. The ruins of Italan. 3 purple gold beams of light opened. Electro, Sandman, and even Dormammu stepped out of the light gate. All 3 of them started to search for the whereabouts of the Turigen crystal through their own means. Sandman transforms into sand form, absorbs the surrounding dust, and senses the position of the Turigen crystal in the process. The electro-optical man also transformed into an electric current form, and shuttled between the collapsed buildings at an extremely fast speed. Dormammu uses spells, and a part of the remaining dark energy, to find the whereabouts of the target. Yeli shared the perspective of the summoned creatures, and while moving, he thought in his heart. Atalan was completely smashed to pieces. Is Black Bat King really mad? Couldn't be. Isn't it because his wife left him and ran away? Anyway, it's just an engaged fiancé who is not yet married, so I can't find another one. Feelings are so important that they are pleasing to each other. Why does a man have to worry about not having a wife? Oh, yes, forget that he is half dumb and doesn't have a smooth mouth. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to chase girls. Thinking of this, Yeli expressed deep sympathy for Black Bat King, and pushed hard again. Touch? Sandman lifted a section of the ceiling, revealing a chest engraved with inhuman runes underneath. Dormammu stepped forward and opened the cover, and there were pieces of blue crystals inside. Apparently these are Turigen crystals. With the general area given by Medusa, Yeli's summons were relatively easy to find, and it didn't take long to find this thing. With one move, Dormammu swallowed the box containing the Turigen crystal together with a space door connecting the Weaver Kingdom. And at the moment when the box was swallowed, an angry voice came over. That thing doesn't belong to you? Take it back. It was the voice of Black Bolt King. His onomatopoeic wave is full of lethality, sweeping past, whether it is Sandman, Electric Man, or the weakened version of Dormammu, they are all instantly annihilated. Sandman's huge body after absorbing the dust was the first to suffer, and every grain of sand that made up his body was turned into fly ash. And because the electro-optical man is made of pure energy, he escaped some free electrons by chance, and rebuilt a weak body. The same is true for Dormammu, which was reconstructed by the remaining dark energy. Black Bolt King was slightly surprised when he saw this, except for the time when Yeli blocked it. This was the first time he saw someone survived his attack. But one voice is not enough, then another voice? Black Bat King, who had some mental problems, was very emotionally unstable. He stared at Electron and Dormammu fiercely, and was about to speak again. The other side. Sandman is dead, enter the call cooldown time. Yeli was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt. It was also the first time for him to have a summoned creature killed. Black Bolt King is still on the moon. He stood up hard, and went deep again, thinking. Sandman was killed instantly with one voice. Tian abolished Electron and Dormammu. What is the level of this guy's strength? I'll have to try him. 1850. Moon. Black Bolt is about to shout again, and kill the remaining two thieves. The void above the ruins of Atalan was suddenly torn open with huge amounts of void. In the void is the magic dimension with a purple gold tone as its base tone, with galaxy ribbons of different file sizes interspersed in it. And at the moment when the dimension of weaving the kingdom of God descends, a large amount of purple gold divine power was controlled by Yeli to pour out of it, injecting it into the bodies of Electroman and Dormammu, making their strength levels leap forward. This kind of crude injection method must be very large, and one room will die. But if it is used for summoned objects, there is no need to worry about any side effects. 14. Electron Man's originally weak blue body was filled with purple gold energy in an instant, and his power rose to a higher level. Boom! Violet gold fury electric current was hacked out by it. A thick lightning bolt, accompanied by dozens of small lightning bolts, smashed down on the Black Bat King. Bring it on. The Black Bat King also roared, and the onomatopoeic wave energy engulfed the free particles of the universe and rushed towards the Zygen electric current. But the surprise is, the two energies did not collide, but crossed, as if they were not on the same spatial level. What? Black Cadbert just looked at the lightning that penetrated and was terrified. How could he not be able to stop it? He does not know. Electron's lightning, after injecting the energy of the Weaver dimension, also has the characteristics of space power, so it can directly ignore his interception. When, with a slight flash, the electro-optical man with the power of space easily avoided the attack range of the onomatopoeia. Whoosh! And the Zygen electric current pierces through the void, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and it is already very close to Blackcard. If he got hit this time, he would probably be seriously injured if he didn't die. On the nick of time, the Black Bolt King didn't care too much, and used all his strength to roar out the strongest attack. Fian, the ruins of Atalan turned into a cloud of flying dust in an instant, and there was no trace of the prosperity of the past. Within the coverage of Black Bat King's onomatopoeic waves, even the surface of the moon was scraped off abruptly, and his desperate blow was actually a crooked hit, twisting the space barrier and obliterating the lightning that was about to pierce his body. Successful. Just when Black Cadbert was rejoicing, a figure wrapped in magical flames quietly appeared behind him. It was Dormammu who had not moved. It seized the opportunity and slapped Black Bolt King on the back with one palm. Pang! A burst of purple gold energy. Blackcard immediately flew straight out, fell to the extreme distance, and lying on the ground, vomited a big mouthful of blood. He lost. Ghost Spider. Black Bat King, that's all. Yeli shook his head in disappointment, stopped testing Black Bolt King, and took back the remaining two summoners. And at this moment, the red-haired beauty swayed her body for a while, retreated Xuanjiao, and stopped competing with him in martial arts. She also lost. The room fell into silence for a moment, only the slight gasp after the competition. I got the things back for you. Yeli took back her weapon first, and with a wave of her hand, the box containing the Turigen crystal was placed in front of her. So fast. Medusa was overwhelmed with surprise, secretly feeling that she had found the right one, and this ability is too strong. Yeah, thank you so much. Shall I let you keep these Turigen crystals? Medusa smiled happily, and slowly bent her waist. Let me help you maintain your weapon too. We just sparred, so we still need to maintain it well. After saying that, she lowered her head and polished the weapon carefully. No problem. Seeing Medusa carefully maintaining her weapon, Yeli readily agreed. This scenery is pleasing to watch, let alone feel. And on the dark side of the moon with a layer of skin scraped, Black Godbert just staggered up from the big pit he roared out, and wiped the freshness from the corner of his mouth, to make it ugly. Look at Italan who has completely disappeared. Black Bat King no longer misses it, quickly flew to the front of the moon, and stared at the blue planet. According to historical records, that is the real hometown of the Inhumans, 0128064001 Fila 2215823110. Medusa, I'm coming to you, let's revitalize the race together. Bird's eyes were full of obsession. He raised his arms, unfolded the two small bat wings under the armpit of the battle suit, and then fell towards the earth. Life. The scenery outside, is it the Asgard you mentioned? Outside the porthole of the number 1 cabin, there is no longer a view of the starry sky, but white clouds and mist lingering, and the mothership is in a sea of clouds. Medusa raised her head, admiring the pleasant scenery outside with her beautiful eyes. This is just the entrance to Asgard, the outer plane, and the inner plane is under the sea of clouds. Yeli stroked her wine-red hair and said, What? Are you tired? Go and rest when you're tired. Now you know how to take pity on me? You were trying so hard just now. Medusa gave Yeli a white look, and moved closer to give him a farewell kiss. Yeli quickly avoided her head and pressed her forehead. Don't hit me. Hee good brother, you even despise yourself. Medusa spread out her thin fingers, put them on her lips, and smiled slyly. Cough cough. Yeli coughed in embarrassment. There is an old saying in our dragon kingdom, it is called 997. Medusa was taken aback by what he said. After Her Majesty left to wash up, Yeli began to prepare to visit Asgard. But before that, he took another look at the system rewards. Queen of the Inhumans Medusa Amakline's relationship mission has been completed. Superimposed Inhuman Queen, Medusa Amakline template. Except for the superposition of basic physique, there is nothing to say about a hair control template. Yeli tried it and found that this ability not only allows him to freely change between short hair and long hair, but also controls the beard. I don't know if it's because of his male hormones, and something has changed. Anyway, if Steven and Tony show off their sexy mustaches, to him in the future, he can show them well. Magnesium men still like to grow beards. Thinking about it this way, this ability is quite. What the hell, he doesn't like beards. Yeli looked at the mirror formed by the water surface, and wiped off the beard on his face with a wave of his hand. This seat is following the elegant and unrestrained route, not the vicissitudes of life. Yeli is visiting. Please inform Thor, I'm here to ask for a debt. Over the sky of Asgard, the vast divine sound spread, which surprised all Asgard people. Heimdall raised his golden eyes vigilantly, trying to find the person who made the sound, but found nothing. Frigga looked worried, and told the maid, quickly ask Thor, has he gotten into some trouble again? The giants of Jotunheim invasion led by Thor and Loki last time frightened her a lot, don't make any trouble this time. In the cell, Loki tossed an apple boredly, and heard the voice pause for a while. Then he continued to throw it up again, but a little smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My elder brother is indeed a careless master. Odin, my father king, you will soon see that he is not worthy to be king of Asgard. Because of the butterfly effect caused by Yeli, the Dark Elves did not invade Asgard. So Loki is still here locked up. On the throne, Odin, who was discussing matters with the ministers, suddenly looked at the sky outside the hall, and smiled politely in one direction. Cough? Is that guy here? Thor and the 3 warriors of Asgard were drinking and eating meat, and they were almost choked by Yeli's voice. After he took a sip of wine to moisten his throat, he complained, why didn't you notify me in advance? You have to let everyone hear it. I don't know what kind of enemy I thought I provoked. Sitting at the corner of the table, Sif chuckled and said, Mr. Ye is still so high profile. Even the Duroc pig, who was buried in cooking, raised his head and yelled twice, and seemed to recognize Yeli's voice. Asgard was a bit uproar because of the sudden announcement. Ghost Spider here. Yeli was preparing to enter Asgard, and gave instructions to the vibranium mothership, Vinica, activate the gravity balance system, and start sinking through the space barrier. Remember to turn the ship's bow down. Unlike the people on Earth who live on the surface of the planet, Asgard is built in another layer of space on this planet. Master, the gravity balance system has been maintained, and I need your energy support to cross the space barrier. Please inject energy into me. Vinica's crisp and sweet voice sounded around him, and her tone was a bit weird. Zola's algorithm is decomposed after completion. Yeli used the Zola algorithm and the power of Mind Gem to copy the consciousness of a motorcycle Vinica, injected it into the vibranium mothership, and created a strong artificial intelligence life. Okay, Master, please insert. Vinica opened the vibranium wall obediently, and stretched out a long metal strip in front of Yeli. There was an obvious groove on the cuboid. Yeli buckled the space gem off the bracelet and inserted it directly into the groove. With his current spatial attainments, he doesn't need to carry this thing all the time. Wow, a lot WN? The master stuffed in a lot of energy. It's almost filling me up. Vinica called out happily, her voice so charming that it made people daydream. Pay attention to your wording, Vinica, you are just a mothership now, don't let people think that I have done anything to you. Okay master? Then when will you build me a mechanical body like Alita? I don't want to be ridden by someone all the time. You have a motorcycle, if you don't let people ride it, do you still want to ride it? Yeli was speechless. After finishing, he explained again, also, I didn't make Alita, but she said you made it. Don't listen to her nonsense. I want it. Vinica acted like a baby. What do you want a mechanical body for? Yeli couldn't stop the black line from his forehead. Hurry up, start the spaceship and enter Asgard. Oh, Vinica had to start to move, her voice sounded pitiful. When the majestic ghost spider quickly turned the bow of the ship, plunged into the sea of clouds at a 90-degree angle, and the huge ship was submerged little by little. And because of the gravity balance system, Gwen and the others, who were exhausted and sleeping soundly, did not feel the slightest tremor, shaking, or sense of imbalance. Boo! A long sound of water ripples came out. This is the beginning of penetrating the space barrier. And in Asgard, the endlessly vast lake that was always calm suddenly became choppy. The clear lake water seemed to be boiling, and spray was constantly dripping onto the water surface. It attracted the people of Asgard to watch on the shore, and even Thor brought Sif and others to observe. Wouldn't it be him who made it? Watching the waves getting bigger and bigger, and the water level constantly rising, Thor adjusted Fujing's crooked helmet. Isn't it just a bet? It's necessary to engage in such a big battle, and it's not like I won't give it. Thor, look. Something is coming out of the lake. Is it an enemy? Vorstag the Beard pointed with his axe to the water in the center of the lake. Zero. Accompanied by the sound of huge amounts of water, a black and silver pyramids-like pointed object rushed out of the water. Wow, run, it's flooding. The Asgard people on the shore fled in panic. The moment the ghost spider, like a continuous mountain range, came out of the water, it almost filled the entire Great Lake and squeezed out the water flow. Although with the body density of the Asgard people, it is unlikely to be swept over by big waves, but it is also very embarrassing to be shot flying. What the hell? Thor also hurriedly led the people away. It's a pity that it's too late. If the monstrous waves of nearly a kilometer were placed on the earth, it would be at the level of the end of the world. Thor and the others could not escape at all, and were directly submerged in it, waiting for Yeli to bring people down from the ghost spider. Seeing the wet Thor, looking at him with resentment, silently gave him the middle finger. You, poof. Thor wanted to say something else, spit out a mouthful of clear water, and there was a small fish special in the lake of Asgard. Hi Thor. Yeli smiled lightly, greeted politely, and said, is it time for our bet to be fulfilled? Puff. Zero asking for flowers. After Thor vomited cleanly, he pointed at the submerged shore of the lake, and cursed, look what you did. You probably won't be able to pay off your bet. Is that an exaggeration? That's Odin's treasury. Yeli used the reality gem together with the origin magic power, and all his effects were erased in the blink of an eye. Are you satisfied now? Don't lie. Your magic attainments are so high. Thor looked at everything around him in amazement. If it wasn't for the lake water in his stomach, he would have thought that everything just now was an illusion. The surrounding Asgard soldiers and people who were staring at Yeli all looked at him with admiration. In Asgard, warriors are more respected than magicians, resulting in fewer magicians than warriors. Therefore, Asgard, the gods in the eyes of the Nordic people, is really the first time to see such powerful magic. It's so powerful that even Zion Javodka's attainments can't be compared. 0128064001 Fila 2215825880. After Yeli filled the cup, he said to Thor, can you take me to Odin's treasury? Man, don't worry, how about I take you to ask your father for instructions first, and then take you to the banquet? Thor glanced at the Matilda he knew, and suggested. Sif also looked at the women around Yeli, and smiled warmly. If you are interested in playing Asgard, I can also make a question for Mr. Ya and your girlfriends. Also, Yeli watched the scenery of Asgard for a while, and it was indeed not bad, so he nodded in agreement. Oh, where did you get this thing? It's really big. At this time, Thor turned his attention to the ghost spider, which covered the sky and the sun, and was filled with emotion. In front of such a majestic space carrier, the spaceships of Chidori and the Dark Elves can only be regarded as farts. King's Hall of Asgard. Ascend. Odin came down from the throne, walked with Gungnir Eternal Spear in his hand, with a gentle smile on his face. You are Yeli. Lord Odin. Yeli nodded to indicate that he also put on the black-toned World Weaver's robe, which looked more formal. You should be aware of the bet your son Thor owes me, and I'm here to pick it up by the way, and I don't want to cause trouble. His implication is that 1. You'd better not favor your son. I'm too lazy to do anything. It's best if everyone is kind. 680. But God King Odin's attitude is a bit surprising. Don't worry, ye magician, we Asgard will naturally keep our promise. And he continued, and you helped Asgard eliminate the Dark Elves, the deadly enemy. I can make the decision and let you pick another treasure from my treasury. Oh, so good. Yeli asked, no conditions. Definitely not? Odin shook his head and smiled. However, if you are willing to try your hands with me, I can let you choose another one. How about it? As expected of a person who commands the 9 realms, he is quite smart. Yeli thought to himself. Odin wanted to test his true skills. If he beat Odin, it would be worthwhile for Odin to take out 3 treasures to win over a strong man like him. If he loses, it's hard to say. It all depends on the level of Odin's divine quality. Definitely. With Yeli's current strength, he can't lose no matter how he fights. After all, Odin's strength is not as good as its peak, and the destroyer armor is also in Yeli's hands. Seeing Yeli's hesitation, Odin proposed again, if you don't want to work hard, how about we do it when we are young? There is nothing wrong with Yeli, no problem. Father, do you really want to compete? Thor's eyes widened. Although he is a rebellious and disobedient child, Odin has always been the authority of the Emperor of Power in his eyes. This can be seen from the fact that Odin added a powerful sealing spell to his hammer with one hand. But now the father condescended to ask for a contest with such a young Midgard magician, which really shattered his 3 views. But the next scene. But it made him dumbfounded. I see. Yeli and Odin shot out a small burst of divine power from their nails at the same time. The bow. The collision between the purple gold divine power and the platinum gold divine power did not produce much power. Instead, there was only a slight sound. If you want to describe it, it is not an exaggeration to compare it to children playing. Odin felt carefully through this collision, and then nodded with a smile on his face. I lost. Thor, take this young man to my vault, and let him pick 3 at will. What? Thor's jaw was stunned, his expression couldn't believe it, and he suspected that he had heard it wrong. Young master, how could you lose? I'm not invincible. Odin patted his son on the shoulder and encouraged, Thor, one day, you will surpass me too. I can too. Thor was puzzled and asked again. But Odin waved to him and said, go ahead. Father, tell me. Thor didn't listen to his father that much, and continued to ask questions. Only, Yeli is also not interested in listening to Thor's obsession. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the meow hammer that Thor was holding, took it in his hand and flew out of the hall. I'm going first, Thor, follow me if you want the hammer. Hey, give me back Mjolnir. Thor is dumbfounded. You snatched my hammer in front of my dad? Thor, father, look at him. Odin said, don't look at it, I can't beat it either. Thor hurriedly pulled his legs and chased after Yeli. So that's what you said, the child who saved me. I thought some enemy came to attack him again. Frigga walked to Odin, looked at the entrance of the main hall and smiled, young man, you are still alive. As a relatively comprehensive level godfather, Odin can see the future to a certain extent. Although I couldn't see exactly what I wanted, I accidentally foresaw the 1.2 screen where Frigga was killed by the cursed warrior. When he was about to make a move, he found that the dark elves were almost slaughtered by Yeli. So the couple knew that Yeli had saved Frigga's life. It's always good to make more friends. When I was young, I was too arrogant, which resulted in more enemies than friends. Although most of them have already died. Odin also laughed, I hope he can become friends with Thor. This will be of great benefit to Asgard, Midgard, and even the 9 realms. Here it is, here it is. Thor pushed open the towering door of Odin's treasury, and there was a dazzling array of things inside, all kinds of treasures neatly displayed. Most of them, Yeli just glanced at them, then skipped over and walked inside gradually. Watched for a while. What caught his attention was a glove on a high platform, a cold box of ice, a cluster of burning flames. The glove is apparently an infinity gauntlet studded with infinite gems, with several fake gems embedded in it. He already had a bracelet, and the glove was useless, so he passed it off. The ice box and the flame are naturally the ancient winter coffin and the eternal fire respectively. Both of these were accepted by Yeli. It's not that these 2 things are useful to him, it's just that the short one is taller. In fact, in the entire treasure house, there is nothing that has a great effect on him, and he didn't use it for himself. 2 things are picked. The third one makes it a bit difficult for Yeli to choose. 03 last. He simply picked a piece of parchment. This parchment can show all the magical records of Asgard, at least more useful than other things. PA. Yeli walked out of the treasure house with a very cool posture, with flame in one hand and ice in the other. Thor raised his eyebrows when he saw it. Have you picked it? You are quite discerning. These 2 are the treasures of the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant. Actually, there aren't many things to choose from. Yeli pinched his hands and put the 2 things away. Just kidding, this is the treasure trove of Odin. Thor only thought that Yeli was being cheap and acting good, and invited him. The banquet is about to begin. Sif has brought Matilda and the others there. Let's hurry there too. Then let me taste the food and wine of Asgard. Yeli smiled. Since the Odin family is so enthusiastic, so reciprocity is always necessary. If something really happens to Asgard in the future, for example, Ragnarok or something, he can also help out as appropriate. Come on, drink. Fondrel, why are you only in this wine area? The bearded Volstagg pointed his wine glass in Hogun's direction. You see, Hogun drinks more than you. Rude. Fondrel ignored him, and continued to follow an Asgard maid, laughing in a humorous way. Yeli, on the other hand, was tasting some rare food that doesn't exist on Earth, and the taste was pretty good. As for his girlfriends, in fact, he didn't bring much from the spaceship, only Jane, Susan, Alida, and Matilda accompanied him. The rest of the people are too tired. At least they need to rest for a few days, so they can only miss this trip to Asgard. Jane and Susan are both studying cosmology. The more they talked, the more they became more involved. They slowly left Yeli aside and discussed academic issues enthusiastically. And Alita and Matilda, these two little girls, have nothing to say, they are already having a good time. Look at mine. Alita was drunk with alcohol, her face was rosy, and she actually stood directly on a banquet table. With a flick of her finger, a cluster of blue flames burst out, and she signaled to an Asgard goddess, "Try using that court trick just now, can you extinguish it?" Okay. The goddess of Asgard obviously liked children, she smiled and used the court trick she just performed, which was actually a small spell of the water system. Rustling. Naturally, water can't extinguish the plasma flame, and it can even be blown away as soon as it is poured on it. Hey, Alita, who was drunk, smiled triumphantly, "I'm still the best." Yes. The Asgard goddess who performed the trick said kindly, "Alita is the best." Even the bold Asgard men who sat at the banquet table gave a few rounds of applause. Alita. Alita. Judging by their interesting expressions, it is obvious that they are also coaxing the little girl. Matilda curled her lips when she saw it, took an Asgard candy that looked like a lollipop, stuffed it into her mouth, and muttered, "Spraying Alita is so childish." Being precocious, she is not interested in this kind of childish publicity. Pong An. At this moment, a heavy muffled sound attracted the attention of everyone present. Thor was also a little drunk, put his love hammer on the table, looked around and smiled. "Everyone, the banquet repertoire is here? Let's see who can lift this hammer." Neither Odin nor Frigga were present at the banquet, so he let loose and yelled at the gods of Asgard everywhere in the country. Definitely. He didn't forget to point to Yeli, and gave a hint with his eyes, "Dude, do me a favor." Yeli understood, nodded amusedly, and did not speak. If the scene of Hela crushing the hammer happens again, I guess Thor won't be able to laugh. "And you, Matilda?" Thor thought again of the girl eating candy. "This lord can lift up Mjolnir inexplicably." "Ah, why did you call me?" Matilda didn't understand Brother Sledgehammer's meaning so quickly, but stood up with a little joy on her face and said, "Do you want me to take meow meow?" Yeli grabbed her with one hand. "I didn't ask you to take it, just sit quietly by my side and watch." "Oh." Matilda sat back obediently. "Brother asked me to watch it, then I will watch it." Thor secretly gave Yeli a thumbs up, and without Matilda messing around, the Asgard men stepped forward one by one, but all returned in vain. Even though Thor often does this at banquets, the warriors still enjoy it. After all, it's just a game for fun, and no one really thinks they can lift it. If someone from Asgard really raised Mjolnir, then things might be a big deal. Look, this is not a 680 that anyone can lift. Looking at his hammer, despite being tried again and again, it still remained motionless. Thor smiled eloquently, and he felt relieved a lot from the aggrieved Yeli snatched the hammer and hit him. "Is it that powerful?" At this time, Alita came over, twisted her mechanical arm and said, "Let it go, let me try." Seeing this, Yeli also became interested and became more focused. He wants to see what the mechanism of Mjolnir is. Alita, who is almost covered in mechanical structures, can lift it up. Alita is going to fuck. Matilda also tiptoed to see, but there were too many people watching, and Asgard was tall, so she couldn't see anything at all. "Brother." She immediately winked at Yeli for help. Seeing her cute appearance, Yeli smiled helplessly and said, "Sit on my shoulder and watch." "Okay." Matilda happily climbed onto his shoulders. "It's so good." The half-grown girl's buttocks are pressed on Yeli's back shoulders like this, and two gleaming white lamb legs hang down from his body, gently clamping his neck. The delicate skin of the thigh rubs against the neck, it feels cool and smooth to the touch, and it also smells of virginity, which really makes people feel a little bit out of their minds on Thor's side. Seeing Alita stretching the mechanical arm towards the hammer, he immediately became vigilant. Those next to Yeli are all weirdos, this one won't. It turns out. Yeah. Alita's metal arm tugged on the handle of the hammer vigorously, all the force of breastfeeding came out, and her wine-red face became even redder, but she couldn't shake Mjolnir a little. Thor breathes a sigh of relief. Yeli also understood that it must be a completely inanimate body in order to ignore the spell of the hammer and lift it up directly. As for the recognition of the quality of the spell, it is estimated that it must have the quality of a leader. Alita can be regarded as an excellent fighter at best. So Matilda still has the qualities of a leader. Yeli raised his eyes strangely, and looked at the second sister who was sitting on his shoulder. "I can't tell." Alita can't pick it up. Matilda is watching happily, Kinmiai's legs are swaying, and the tender skin of her thighs is very close to Yeli. "Are you trying to strangle me? Matilda, have you forgotten that you are sitting on my shoulder?" Yeli reminded her, and flicked the tender flesh of her thigh. "Not to mention, this feel is really Q-bomb. Brother is in such good health, it's okay." Matilda twitched her legs mischievously. "Sister Jessica and the others together are no match for you." Thinking of that scene, her little face turned a little red, and she rubbed her legs slightly. This action made Yeli's stomach angry. He couldn't help turning his head to the side, glanced at the inner thighs under the shorts, and sucked down on the icy skin. WWW. Just when Asgard was singing and dancing, it was very lively. In the dark gray space on the other side of the universe, the huge interstellar mothership hovered quietly. Thanos flagship, Holy Place 3. Ancient One is gone, one more Odin. Thanos' tall body sat on a metal floating throne, and his eyes fell on an eyeball-shaped artifact. This thing is called Eye of Necromancer, which is a bit similar to Eye of Agamotto. Although it does not have the powerful predictive effect of Time Gem, it can also allow Thanos to easily understand the status of some strong people he cares about. I remember that he seems to have a daughter who is not very obedient. Thanos tapped his thick purple fingers. I have some sympathy for this. Boneyard, you know what to do. Yes, my life. Ebony Maw stood at the bottom, put one hand on his chest, bowed gracefully and said, I will send people to Asgard and find a way to release Hela. She's also a threat. Thanos closed his eyes, and said slowly, when they are both defeated in the battle, let's get rid of Asgard together. 11. Thanos is not the kind of big villain with a tough head. On the contrary, his strength is that he is very good at finding and grasping opportunities. Look at the timing of purple sweet potato essence in the original trajectory. Not only Odin passed away, Ancient One fell to his death, and the life planet Ego was blown up, and the Star-Lord lost his divine power. Surti is destroying Asgard, disappearing with Hela. Lauf is assassinated and Jotunheim is extensively destroyed. The spicy chicken shreds and the remaining dark elves are gone. Dormammu was forced to retreat. Ronan also hung up. Captain Marvel travel. Avengers alliance split. Wakanda civil war. The Marauders fought among themselves, and Brave sacrificed. Ultron is all used up. Mjolnir is broken. Almost all strong characters have been banned or cut. It can be said that this is the best time for Thanos to make a move, and he also seized this opportunity. Just a pity. Unexpectedly, there is an Ant-Man hidden in the quantum realm. Court of Asgard. Ah brother, what are you doing? Matilda whispered softly and was blushed by Yeli's ghostly actions. 01280640 Philo 2110322170. Don't mess around with kissing, I'll give you this to eat. She took out the banquet candy from her small mouth, pulled a piece of silver and pushed it to Yeli's mouth, trying to stuff it into his mouth. Take it away, it's all your saliva. Yeli pretended to be disgusted and turned his head away, avoiding it. Matilda was a little speechless. You're already leaning over, you still hate drool. She rolled her eyes, and suddenly whispered to him, Lee, can you turn around? Turn your back to other people. What? You stopped watching Alita. Stop looking at her. Okay, just turn around. Yeli readily agreed, and turned around. Only, after turning around, Matilda was dangling her 2 little boots, and said to him, good brother, help me take off my shoes again. Although she is far less tall than Yeli, her legs are relatively slender, Lihao, so she just reached his waist, allowing him to reach out and hold his feet. What you up to? Yeli was a little puzzled, but his hands helped her take off her boots, revealing a pair of snowy feet wrapped in translucent short stockings. And after the shoes are taken off, the girl shook her 2 feet, controlling the fate of the white socks. The cobweb decomposed and turned into 2 circles of ankle ropes hanging on the ankles, so that 10 pairs of white feet were clearly displayed in front of Yeli. And because of her good health, plus the space attribute of Destiny cobweb, there is no sweat stain or smell on the pair of snow feet. Under the light, it looks like it is glowing white, which is really beautiful. I see that my brother doesn't seem to be feeling well, so I'll give you a foot massage. Matilda smiled lightly, and slid a pair of jade feet down Ziofu's toes, which were as smooth as fat. Clamp the tooth in ropes with a hook and untie them. Then, she poked and raised her tip, and Miaiza broke through the last obstacle and got in, reaching the destination all the way, fully covering the target. Phew, you are naughty again. Yeli let out a slight breath, feeling the silky touch that sometimes disturbed his heart and sometimes his back, and began to close his eyes and rest in the noisy banquet. But Matilda didn't seem to want him to enjoy it so much. She tapped her vitals lightly with her toes, and when he opened his mouth slightly to relax, she stuffed the candy into his mouth and fiddled hard. Ugh, what are you doing? This lollipop-like candy pokes in the mouth. Yeli only felt that the layer Matilda left on it was completely scraped off. How about making nucleic acid here? Okay. After fiddling for a while, Matilda took out the candy with satisfaction and put it back into her little mouth to taste. Delicious? I can taste my brother's taste. Yeli pouted, and complained, are you disgusting? The girl exuded a different kind of sexy aura, stopped her foot movements, and said unhappily, the pedicure is very sore, brother, you can't be too selfish. Fine. Yeli understood what she meant, and turned her head to suck again. Enning. After a while, an Asgard beauty at a banquet, passing by with a glass of wine, saw Matilda sitting on Yeli's shoulder, and greeted her with interest. You two have a really good relationship, are all Zedgard people like this? Oh. Yeli pulled away Matilda's little hand that was about to stuff candy into his mouth, turned her head to fool the beauty of Asgard and said, my younger sister is more naughty, so let her be. Matilda pursed her lips, didn't say anything, just rubbed it secretly again. Yeli shook his hand, and was about to toast the beautiful woman's glass, when he spilled some wine. Sorry. Hihi, it's okay. The Asgard beauty saw that Yeli seemed inconvenient, so she gave up chatting with him and walked away. And not long after she left, Yeli felt a little moist on the back of her neck. It seemed that the second sister also felt that it was very irritating. At this time, another person came over, the goddess Sif, and she sat down directly beside her. This made Yeli quickly wipe the corner of his clothes to cover up the situation in front of his waist. What's wrong? Sif saw his slightly hurried movements, and said a little funny, don't tell me, you'll still be shy because I sat here. I don't think it should be possible, right? The great lover. Cough, don't bark, I'm no lover. Yelly straightened his expression, making it difficult to see the clue. Ms. Sif, don't underestimate yourself. Maybe I'm really flustered because of your beauty. Hey, I don't have that kind of charm. If I could attract you like this, Thor would have already. Sif said for a while, with a self-deprecating smile on the corner of his mouth. Forget it. Let's stop wearing high hats to each other. I don't think you're putting a hat on me. It was only at the moment that Yelly realized that her face was rosy, and it was obvious that she was also a little drunk. Sif glanced at Matilda on Yelly's shoulder, thought his appearance was a little funny, and smiled slightly. The appearance of Matilda sitting on your shoulders really looks like she is wearing a tall hat. Are you going to talk to me behind her back like this? Why not? From the banquet table, Yelly poked a crystal bead-like dish with a fork, raised his hand and fed it to Maddie, Adj, Erda. We can still chat while eating. Earthlings are really interesting. Sif's smile became more real, and while pushing glasses with him, he chatted. I saw that beauty just stopped for a while and left. Why, don't you like it? You don't want to tell me this, do you? Yelly's eyes were full of interest. There's no need to find a topic to cut into, just talk about it directly. Hill was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Subsequently, she smiled and nodded and said, okay, then I'll just say it directly. In fact, I see that you seem to be very familiar with the emotions of men and women, so I want to ask you for advice. Good guy, is this treating me as a master of emotional counseling? Yelly said with a strange expression. You don't know, you want me to teach you how to defeat Thor. If it is like this, then he will definitely choose to be ugly. Pulling the red line, building a magpie bridge. To put it bluntly, isn't it just sending off a girl? He would never do such a thing. If someone didn't pry Sif away, it's not bad. No. Sif quickly waved his hand. I just have a good impression of him, and I didn't go to the extent of actively chasing men. Then you are. I'm just a little lost on this aspect. As she said, there was a little confusion in Sif's eyes. Should I give up my feelings for him? If I give up, what kind of man will I look for in the future? Like Fondrel, I don't like them at all. As she said that, she unconsciously glanced over Yelly's face, and her eyes became more concentrated. Yelly was inexplicably a little perverted, so he quickly enlightened her. Sif, there is no need for you to find a man. I don't mean to ask you to find a woman. Actually, you are single as you are now, pursuing your own ideals. Isn't it good? Huh? Seems like this. Sif's eyes gradually brightened, and he said suddenly, I have always wanted to prove that women can also become the strongest fighters in Asgard. It's really useless to think about those who have and don't. The ideal is good, but you are like oil. Yelly thought silently, your ideal has already been realized by Hela. I didn't expect that a person like you could say that it's good to be single. Sif looked at Yelly with a lot of eager eyes. Obviously, after being enlightened, he really became his friend. Who failed to lift the hammer, was mocked casually by the carefree Thor. Then, she insisted on fighting Thor. Result. Of course I lost. But, Alita holds a vibranium knife attached to ion flames, and she competes vigorously with Thor, fighting for a long time, and occasionally gaining the upper hand. This drew sincere applause from the people around her, which made her feel better. Alita walked towards Yelly, sat down and said, Dad, I almost won. What a pity. I see it. Yelly held up a cluster of flames in his palm. I'll give you strengthening. You try again, you should be able to draw with him. What is this? Alita asked curiously, looking at his palm. Part of the eternal fire. As Yelly said, he threw this small cluster of flames into Alita's body. The flames went in instantly. Bizarrely, the eternal fire, which contained great power, did not cause any damage to her body. Asgard is an earth-sweeping god who can enchant 2 earth guns to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. With Yelly's current level, using part of the eternal fire to enchant Alita's mechanical body is naturally no problem. After Yelly finished enchanting, he asked Alita, how does it feel? Try to control it. I'll give it a try. Alita tried, took her hand. A stream of plasma flames that integrated the eternal fire immediately wrapped her little fist, showing a green appearance. Here we come? It's just that the color is a bit ugly. Yelly scratched his face, and it turned green. Double cultivation of technology and magic, with some green. He unconsciously thinks of a certain Dr. Doom, who is one of the villains on Earth. That, looks are not important, strength is the essence. Feeling Matilda's pinched little horn, secretly moving faster and faster. Yelly was also about to reach the limit, so he dismissed Alita and said, hurry up and try the new ability again. Lee, I'm sorry, I was too involved in chatting with Jane, and I left you out in the cold. After finishing their academic chat, Susan and Jane came over drunk, toasted Yelly and said, I'll punish myself with a drink. Your family can get so drunk when discussing academics. Yelly murmured inwardly, but she still had a smile on her face. It's a good thing that you hit it off so well. It's fine if you don't mind. Susan smiled coquettishly, and after finishing drinking, she put her wrist around Yelly's arm again, and exchanged glasses with him once more. From the cup she placed near her pink lips, intentionally or unintentionally, a drop of light red wine flowed out to her mouth, slipped from the gooseneck into the collarbone fossa, then slipped into the collar, and fell into the plump ditch. Yelly's eyes were a little straight when he saw it. Seeing him like this, Matilda moved her sticky little feet unhappily, and was very unhappy with his loving the new and loathing the old. The banquet is drawing to a close. Alita also returned happily, apparently finding her way back. According to her narration, it was a tie with Thor, and I don't know if Thor is serious. And Susan here. Although Yeli moved her index finger, but Asgard's wine was too strong, and she was so drunk that she almost fell down. There is no way, motionless is boring. Yeli can only ask Alita to take her back to the ghost spider first. But he carried Matilda behind his back and invited Jane to swim in the lake together. 0. Ask for flowers. A sparsely populated lake. Clatter. Matilda was sitting on the big rock on the bank, her beautiful little feet slapping happily in the clear water of the lake. Splashed water, and circles of white ripples. Jane was shooting around with a video camera, and when she saw a few touches of pure white wrapped on her cousin's jade feet, she couldn't help asking, Matilda, did you spill yogurt on your feet? It seems that Asgard's yogurt is a little different. Matilda raised her unclean feet, rubbed them with her hands, glanced innocently at Yeli, and answered her cousin. 0. Yeah, it's a little bit the same. It's too sticky. I won't eat it next time. Yeli didn't respond to the eyes of the second sister. Instead, he straightened his fishing rod and taught, Matilda, your feet are dangling in the water, and my fish are scared away. I want to try again. What to fish in Lake Asgard? Slightly. Matilda stuck out her tongue and made a grimace at her brother. I'm adding food to make a nest for you, and I'll attract all the fish to you. Yeli's face has black lines. It's okay if this little girl doesn't say anything. With that said, if he really caught a fish later, he probably wouldn't be able to look directly at that fish. The fish attracted by yogurt, that's still a serious fish. I don't know if there are any mermaids in Lake Asgard. Cough cough, don't think about it. The more Yeli thought about it, the more he went against the Skye, and quickly stopped his thoughts. Sure enough, the greater the ability, the more free the thoughts. He somewhat understands why those Superman types in black robe pickets in his previous life were so indulgent. By the way, the number 5 compound of water company seems to have been perfected. When you return to Earth, you can go and have a look. Matilda, is it hard to wash? Let me help you. Thinking that I haven't gotten along well with my cousin yet. Jian put down the camera, came to Matilda's side, smiled and grabbed her ankles, helping to rub her little feet. Why is this slippery and sticky? After rubbing, Jane pulled the thing on her hand with 2 fingers, and sniffed it strangely. This is. Don't smell it, Jane, just wash it off. Matilda was afraid that she would really smell it, so she hurriedly pressed her hand into the water, and said, this is not clean. Cough. Yeli also helped to change the subject. Jane, how is your research data collection going? The video data is very complete. Speaking of scientific research, Jane really attracted attention. Susan wants to take some blood samples from aliens to study how they are different from us humans, but none of those Asgardians are willing to cooperate. Genetics. Yeli nodded. I'll get some for her, and by the way, I can also get some giants of Jotunheim's blood for her to study. Unlike Jane, who tends to specialize in astronomy, Susan's previous project was about the impact of cosmic radiation on biological evolution, which belongs to the category of biology. Then I will thank you for her 603. Jane showed him an intellectual smile, then picked up the camera, and continued to record the surrounding environment and creatures. Yeli also smiled gently, hugged Matilda who had crawled into his arms, and looked at the lake to fish quietly. It's kind of awkward. Matilda twisted her hips and moved in his arms. Seems to be feeling a bit bored. She raised her hand lightly, concentrating on spreading her thoughts. Following her thoughts, several cobwebs of fate, which were so thin that they were almost undetectable, protruded from her clothes. The radiant cobweb danced in front of her like a living thing, quickly forming a small circle. The scene in the circle is her room. The effect looks somewhat similar to Kamartaj's portal. Matilda reached in with her small hand and fumbled a few times, and soon came out with a bunch of snacks and a game console. How are you going on a picnic? Yeli straightened her waist teasingly, and said amusedly, didn't you get full from the banquet just now? Are you quite proficient in teleportation abilities? Oh. Matilda was knocked upside down. Her body was a few centimeters in the air, and a few packets of snacks rolled aside. Lee, what are you doing? Matilda, who was teased, turned her head and looked displeased. Would you like to push a girl when she is sitting in her arms? Forward. Yeli was stunned by her words, and his old face rarely turned red. It seems to be the general situation. It is indeed the case. Jane also chuckled amusedly. The 3 of them were just playing around by the lake. At first glance, it really looks like a harmonious family. All good things come to an end. After Yeli played for a while, he took people away from Asgard. Before leaving, Thor and Loki in prison feel inexplicably stabbed in the back. Ghost Spider. Yeli looked at Susan who was sitting across the table from him, and smiled. Are you almost sober? Susan's hair is slightly loose, she just sobered up, her expression is charming and tired, and she has a different kind of seductive and blurred style. Holding a cup of hot water, she gently licked her soft lips, and said, the effect of your magic is really good, it won't hurt your head anymore. It's what you want. Yeli put a tube of red blood and a tube of light blue blood on the table, and slid them over. The blood of the Asgards and the blood of the giants of Jotunheim are alien races with relatively strong genes. You should know interested. You have a heart. Susan readily accepted the 2 tubes of blood, and teased, but if you give a girl a gift, shouldn't it be a bouquet of jewelry? This can be. Yeli said that this is a small case. He spread out his hands, and an open jewelry box was sent to Susan. I think it must look beautiful on your chest. Inside the jewelry box lay a sapphire necklace quietly. The cornflower sapphire inlaid on it has an exceptionally pure color, enough to have the head of a newborn baby. Susan's beautiful eyes are shining brightly, and the pupils of her eyes will be reflected blue by this luster. They are all exhausted. You should have no one to accompany you tonight. Susan cast an ambiguous look at Yeli. Yeli also smiled. If you have the courage, you can come alone. I'm so hungry, so hungry. In a vast and empty starfield, the graceful figure in purple battle armor shook his head slightly from hunger. The top hat on his head was tilted to one side, and he looked listless. This starfield is too barren. There are not even a few Death Stars. I knew I wouldn't come here. Janata picked up a bunch of her long black hair, thinking about whether to take a sip. Anyway, it will grow out in the future, won't it? The girl who was dizzy from hunger finally stuffed her long hair into her beautiful lips, and chewed it time after time. Others are so hungry that they eat dirt, but now she doesn't even have to eat dirt. Fortunately, floated not long ago, there was a small dead and silent planet that appeared in front of her. Food. Janata saw her purple pupils glowing, and didn't even bother to use the energy siphon floating beside her, so she opened her ruddy mouth lightly and took a breath. A whole dead planet was sucked into pieces in an instant, turned into strands of cosmic dust, absorbed by the hungry girl, and quickly swallowed into her stomach for digestion. This is the power of the secondary cosmic entity. As the daughter of Galan, the devourer of planets, Janata can cause great destructive power with every move, and destroying a planet is just a trivial matter. Janata let out a breath, and the hunger finally eased a little. There was still a frown on her beautiful face. Just a little bit, it's not enough to fit between the teeth, and it doesn't taste good. I can't do it, I'm so pitiful. Something seems to be coming. Tunmei, who was complaining, suddenly had a strong sense of energy, and it was more than one. There are 3 sources of energy, which seem to be endless, which makes her somewhat incomprehensible. However, this does not prevent her from getting excited. Wow, so many, so many. Even if my dad meets this, he will pass out with joy. Janata's beautiful purple eyes seemed to burst out with love, and the 4 mechanical suspension wings behind her were all excitedly moving. On the ghost spider, the time indicator is up 19 hours 29 minutes and 21 seconds. The simulated dome of the spaceship also projects a 3-dimensional image of the starry sky, symbolizing the coming of night. In Susan's room, there is a mirror that is taller than a full-length mirror, which is more than 4 meters high. This is what she brought on the mothership. She likes to look in the mirror. How should I wear it? In the tall mirror, a beautiful female body with a graceful figure is reflected. The beauty has a light chocolate complexion and wears a dazzling sapphire necklace around her neck. She stood in front of the changing mirror, and the silk thread on her body changed, changing from one set to another. But she was not very satisfied. Susan raised her beautiful dark chocolate eyes, pointed her slender fingers on her lips, and said with an idea, should we not wear them at all? How can this be? Jane was also changing clothes beside her, and when she heard her various ideas, she felt ashamed and said, it's inappropriate not to wear it. We're going on a tryst, it's not a banquet like during the day. Susan leaned close to her ear, her red lips twitched, and she urged, Jane, you've been dating him for a while, right? It's time to make some progress. Look at them. Listen, Kate said she was determined to commit herself from the first meeting. Actually, it's not too long. Jane's tone was a bit bitter. It's just, I didn't expect other people to be so fast. Originally, I wanted to get along with Lee slowly. Look, women should be bold and take the initiative. Susan chuckled and tilted her head. The lines on her body fell apart in the blink of an eye. It's such a pleasant decision. Don't be too shy. Anyway, I will take you to hide together. I'm counting on you to help share the pressure on 2.4. You can't retreat halfway. Then, that's fine. Jane suppressed her sense of shame, and like Susan, she loosened the threads of her clothes, revealing a well-trained and well-proportioned body. Gone. Susan pressed her smooth shoulder with one hand in satisfaction, and the two disappeared together. It didn't come here. It seems that I'm still too shy. I'm just trying to be brave. According to the past practice, Yeli deliberately used the divine position to control the physique and sense of body used by him to a very low standard in advance. But I didn't expect that the expected person seemed to have retreated before the battle, and didn't come to the appointment. If you didn't come, and you slept. Because of the mediation of the body sensation, he felt a little drowsy, so he just fell asleep like this. I slept for a while. Yeli suddenly felt a warm wrap, which made him tremble all over, and he quickly opened his eyes and sat up to check. But when the quilt was lifted, there was nothing inside, and there was no slim figurites, just that the real comfortable touch, and the radiant moisture that suddenly adheres to the skin of the chicken. Can't be done. This is not a mushroom that breaks out of the forest, and it will naturally condense dew at night. Boji. Spit out. Susan panted slightly, rolled her beautiful eyes, and glanced at Yeli slyly. Seeing his expression seemed to be confused. She glanced proudly at Jane next to her, mouthing silently, it's your turn. Jane hesitated, and slowly moved closer to the red lips, but only touched lightly, and then retracted her neck. She looked at Susan with an embarrassed expression, learned to lip synthesize and said, I dare not. The two beauties are scientists with high IQs, so communication is not a problem. Seeing her flinching, Susan supported her head and encouraged her, don't be afraid, he can't see it. Jane made a speechless expression. Isn't this deception? Jane, I want to kiss you. I'll watch and learn from the side for a while. What to learn? 06, I am self-taught. Susan kissed Yelly after lip-syncing to Jane. Jane was secretly dumbfounded. This is no teacher direct. This is the extraordinary ability that. Let me see if Susan is playing tricks. Naturally, Yelly would not just sit still and directly activate the god's telekinesis a bit. And at the same time, Susan also gave him a little hint, revealing the necklace worn on the gooseneck. I see. A dazzling sapphire necklace seems to be hanging alone in the air, swaying around. If you are an ignorant person, you will definitely be frightened when you see this scene, thinking it is haunted. But Yelly, who is knowledgeable, understood at a glance that it was indeed Susan who was playing tricks on him. He was about to expose it, but suddenly felt another soft touch. Huh? There are two people. Yelly opened up the god's telekinesis with some doubts. Suddenly, I saw Susan and Jane in front of me. Okay, Susan, the one-on-one you agreed, you actually secretly brought a foreign aid, trying to bully the few with more, someone secretly slandered. At this time, the purple figure shoots at extreme speed from the distance of the starry sky. Hey, oops, flying too fast Pong, and the girl bumped into the glass porthole of number 1 cabin. Although she braked in time to restrain her force, there was still a muffled sound. Fortunately, the windows made of crystal-like materials are of excellent quality and have not been smashed. But the 3 people in the room were all startled by her. Jane, especially, stared wide in her pale blue eyes, because Yelly couldn't control it all at once. So, wow, what are you guys doing? After shaking her head, Janata put her hands on the transparent porthole curiously. Are you eating? What a unique eating habit. Which planet are you from? Yelly got bored by Nada's actions, couldn't help being entangled by Cobweb, went to the window and beat her. Only took a few glances. He recognized it. Isn't this Tunmi? The perfect little nose, the charming purple eyes, and the slim waist, long legs and crisp breasts are all good points. As expected of Marvel's rare cute girl goddess, she is really good looking and pretty. And when Yelly looked at Janata, Janata is also looking at him. Dang, I'm Janata, what's your name? Tunmi knocked on the glass window and asked, I can feel that there are many powerful energies in your body, can you let me have a look? Yelly raised his eyebrows, I'm afraid that once I take it out, you will swallow it in one gulp. Huh. The girl looked suspicious. You know me. Introduce yourself. Yelly crossed his arms. You're humble Yelly, you can be regarded as a god on Earth, let's just have a little foresight ability. Earth. Janata had never heard of this name. She hasn't traveled to Earth at this time, but she understood the name of God, and she didn't care much about it. I have seen quite a few guys who claim to be gods, and many of them are evil gods that I have not eaten. Tunmi turned her face sideways, put a purple pupil close to the window, observed Yelly curiously, and said, but none of them have the special energy that you have. Let me take a look, I promise not to steal it. Okay, let me take a look. Seeing her cute appearance, Yelly softened his heart, and took out 2 infinite gems to show her. Janata's character is still guaranteed. This is a kind-hearted little loli who can endure the hunger of the level universe. And with his strength, he is not afraid of her doing it. What a powerful energy. Gonita stared straight at the reality gem and mind gem, after a while. However, she reluctantly moved her eyes away again, and turned her gaze back to Yelly. No, you have something more special about you. Anything more special? Yelly spread out both hands, Zygen divine power in one hand, and origin magic power in the other hand, and showed her, you mean these 2 things? It's such a powerful force again, why are there so many messy things on your body? Tunmi was shocked again. But she still shook her head and denied, but it's not that these special ones are still on you, still on me. Yelly was also a little confused. He put away his hands, and showed Janata a series of things such as the 12 talismans, the eternal fire, and the ancient winter coffin. But she denied it all. What else is there? That's right, there's something like that. Yelly remembered the same system reward from long ago, and took it out. Constant source quality x3. Constant state source quality. After use, the body does not need to replenish energy and any required substances to maintain a normal state. I've always forgotten about this thing before, but now that I think about it, isn't the constant source quality just right for the type of Janata? To her 800, this is simply an artifact among artifacts, it can reach the sky in one step, no wonder she is so eager. As expected. Seeing the golden substance suspended in Yelly's palm, Tunmi put her face directly on the porthole, with tears shed from the corners of her mouth, and said eagerly, yes, that's it, give it to me, give it to me. Yelly shook his hand and took the things back, sorry, this is mine. He is not familiar with Janata now, it can even be said that he has nothing to do with it. How could he give her such a valuable thing as soon as they meet? Don't be like this. You have so many, just give me one, it's really important to me. Gonita begged pitifully. Yelly shook his head, there are only 3 of these items, and they will be given after triggering Janata's relationship task. At that point, he can load a planet devourer template. I want. Kaka. Janata seemed unable to see Yelly's refusal, her purple pupils were full of longing, and her fingers on the porthole unconsciously exerted a little force, causing a little crack to appear on it. Although she has principles, she just doesn't want to devour innocent lives. It is impossible to say that she doesn't want to snatch something that can change her fate, such as constant source matter. Yeli saw that she was about to move around, as if she was about to lose control, so she quickly comforted her and said, "It's not that I won't give it to you, but not now, not now." When Tunmei heard that Yeli was willing to give it to her, she came back to her senses and asked eagerly, "When was that? Why don't you just stay with me for a while?" Yeli held up the galaxy-like purple light in his palm. "Although I can't give you the constant source of energy immediately, I can feed you this every day. Let me follow you and feed me every day." When Janata heard this, she looked a little displeased. Why does it seem like you want to keep her as a pet? It's fine if you don't want to." Seeing her expression, Yeli made a gesture to put away the seeds of divine power. "Hey, don't. With a flicker, Tunmei came to Yeli from the porthole, opened her mouth and bit his hand. Although this group of energy is not as good as the constant source quality, the quality is also very good, and it is very attractive to her. "You are a dog." Yeli withdrew his hand. "Tell me first if you agreed, and then I will eat it for you." I promise. Give it to me." Janata looked at him eagerly. The special beauty of violets was very attractive. If the eyes of other beauties are described as a stream of spring water, the beautiful eyes of Tunmei seem to contain the mysterious deep space of the universe. Seeing Yeli's heart skip a beat, she couldn't help turning her divine power into a lollipop with star rings wrapped around it, and stuffed it into her mouth. "Here, eat. Stay here when you're full. My spaceship is quite big. Good." Nada put the star ring lollipop in her mouth happily, and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. And aside, Jane is also trying to swallow. It turns out that Matilda is dipped in this brand of yogurt. The smell was a bit familiar, and she quickly recalled the time when she helped her cousin wash her feet. Unfortunately, it is too late to understand now. Such a precious and cherished brand, definitely not a single drop can be wasted. The intellectual beauty put one hand under her soft lips, caught the yogurt overflowing from the corner of her mouth, and sent it back to the king of mouth. After licking the lollipop for a while, Janata looked at Jane, who was also eating, and asked curiously, "What is she eating? It contains such a powerful life energy. Can you let me taste it too?" Yeli glanced sideways at Jane, raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, a rare dairy product. It is indeed very nutritious, and it also nourishes and beautifies the skin. Your name is Nada." Seeing an outsider coming, Susan already put on her clothes with fate cobweb and walked over here. After she gave Yeli a wink, she looked at Janata and said, "A life form that devours matter and energy is really strange. Where are you from? What is a strange life form?" Janata was a little unhappy when she heard her description, and said proudly, "I am a dignified secondary cosmic entity, a real god." Yeli was also a little displeased with Susan. Seeing that Tunmei was about to be fooled by him, she was interrupted again. But he saw it. The winking eyes cast by Susan were slightly sly, and it seemed that she was deliberately mischievous. Don't let Janata eat. I'll let you eat your fill later. Don't waste such a good ability." Ye recalls the tone of Susan's invisibility teasing just now, and it's a little bit fire started. But Susan and Nada just chatted in his room. Let him have no way to start for a while. Although it's a good thing to have Susan, a long-sleeved and good at dancing, come to get acquainted with newcomers. But let Yeli stand neither, nor do. Under hesitation, he simply ignored these two, and said to Susan, "It's getting late, since you and Janata can chat, take her to find a room, and then go to rest by yourself." What he hinted to Susan was that today was messed up, and he had to wait for the next appointment. "Are you driving me away?" Susan snorted coquettishly, but still took Nada's little hand. "Let's go. Someone doesn't welcome us here. I'll take you to get familiar with other places." "Oh." Janata agreed, and then turned to look at Yeli. "Can you give me a room close to him?" I was careful when I first came here, but I think your condition is really good." His eyes were straight when he saw you just now. After Susan made fun of Janata, she agreed, "I don't have a question from the king. Just ask Vinica later." Before leaving, she also looked at Jane, and said, "Goodbye, Jane. I'll go first, and I'll leave it to you." Seeing that Susan was selling her teammate like this, Jane, who had just finished solving the problem, was stunned. She is obviously here to help Susan. Why does she seem to be the protagonist in the end? Seeing her in a daze, Susan felt amused, and clenched one hand to encourage her. "Come on. Say it." The invisible lady took Janata and left with great interest after the two of them left. Yeli also looked at Jane with interest, and said with a funny smile, "I didn't see it. Jane, you are usually generous, but you came to attack quietly with Susan." I was fooled by her." Jane Foster blushed. Although she has long controlled her fate and put on cobweb, her sticky throat still makes her head flat. "I'll go first too." Jane was dizzy and didn't know what to do, so she covered her face and ran away. Yeli shook his head and laughed, but did not stop him. Every woman is different. For women who are independent like Jane, they should respect each other and not be too strong. When she wants to go further, it's time to reap the fruits. Abandoned planet, Morag. Hupeng, Hua. The black rocks here are rugged, and the groundwater is constantly spraying out from the cracks on the surface. A figure wearing a dark red wine 320 suit walked through the water, and on the metal mechanical mask, there were two round mirrors glowing red. Huku. Special instruments scan the surroundings. The blue light emitted by the instrument forms a holographic stereoscopic image, and according to the environment, it successfully restores the once prosperous scene here. According to this holographic projection, he quickly determined which direction to go to find the target. When Xingju stepped on the water and came to a deserted temple, the mechanical mask quickly faded away like mercury. A pair of antique Walkman headphones were worn by him on his head. Then, the show begins. Hey, what's the matter? Your brain. EY. With your head, what's the problem? With the drum beat in the earphones. He swayed coquettishly, and began to walk deep into the temple with his head shaking. His movements were very smooth, and he often did this when he saw it. Hey, what's the matter with the our mind and door sign? What is the problem with your thoughts and gestures? Pudgy. 3 loving alien lizards. Being danced by Xingju, he was kicked out with one kick. He even grabbed one from the nearby rock as a microphone. Behind a big rock in the distance. Wow, is there something wrong with this person's brain? Alita looked confused. Yeli rubbed his chin and said, I think he actually dances quite emotionally. Hey, nothing saw matter with your head, baby. Find it. Your head is alright, baby. Find it. Come on and find it. Hurry up and find it. Hell, with it, baby, whatever baby. As the music came to an end, Xingju also came to a gate. Pry open the door lock, push the door and enter Tianhuyan. There is an energy column in the hall, and in the energy column, a metal ball with exquisite patterns is suspended. His goal is this cosmic spirit ball. Click sizzling. As a triangular device was placed on the ground, the cosmic spirit ball was slowly sucked out from the energy column. Pong, a sound. With a smile on his face, Xingju picked up the cosmic spirit ball and happily walked out of the hall. But just as he walked out the door, there was another bang sound. However, this time it was the voice coming from the back of his head. The small metal hand tossed the cosmic spirit ball in the palm of his hand, and Alita looked sideways at Yeli and asked, Here we go, Dad, shall we go now? Yeli didn't make a sound. Songshi stretched out his hand towards her. Alita understood, and obediently handed him the cosmic spirit orb. Kuka. There was a soft sound. Yeli unscrewed the cosmic spirit ball, and inside the remaining half of the spirit ball lay a purple gemstone quietly. He pinched his fingers and took out the power gem, then screwed on the silver cosmic spirit ball again, and threw it into Xingju's arms. He made a hard trip, so we should leave something behind. A plan to get rid of the shell. The old way. He did the same thing before, using a psychic scepter to fool the marinated egg. By doing this, you can avoid more unnecessary troubles. As for Star-Lord, didn't he want the cosmic spirit orb? Then give it to him. Although it's a bit barren here, the scenery is quite unique. Yeli looked up at the sky. Alita followed his gaze and looked at the past. It's probably sunset time. Under the radiance of fixed star, the clouds and mists of this planet showed a romantic light pink color, which was reflected in her big lake-like eyes. I watched for a while. She stared in one direction suddenly, and said, It seems that there is a voice approaching. A new guest is here. Yeli said flatly. He just finished speaking. Suddenly, 2 small oval-shaped spaceships pierced through the clouds and quickly landed not far away. Yeli turned his head sideways, and glanced at Xingju who was still unconscious. It doesn't seem too good to just knock people out here. Let's go first. Yeli placed his palm lightly on Alita's shoulder. Flickering with light, Ronan's men stepped out of the spaceship. The 2 disappeared without a trace. Something's in his arms. Who are you? When Peter Quill, Star-Lord, woke up, he saw a group of gunmen running towards him aggressively. At the moment, I don't want to think too much about how I fainted. He picked up the cosmic spirit ball, and hurried to the spaceship he drove. Catch him? Surround his spaceship. Several Kree soldiers moved quickly and intercepted Peter Quill's path. It's Kree, damn it. Xingju's head was knocked just now, and now he is much more awake. Agile action room. These soldiers couldn't stop him at all, and watched him board the spaceship for a while. Bastard! Get him down immediately. In the impotent and furious roar, and the sound of gunfire, Peter Quill's spaceship crossed the sky. In the spaceship, ***. Xingju rubbed the cosmic spirit ball happily. I got it. Now it's time to go to Xandar to hand in the mission. After a few days. Xandar Star. The Xandars are a bunch of losers. Everyone is either busy doing boring things or doing useless work, which is really sympathetic. Look at this man. He still calls us criminals, and it is a crime to scare the group with that hairstyle. Rocket scans the crowd with the equipment used to find wanted criminals, and at the same time does not forget to babble and venomously. When seeing a little boy with flowing blonde hair being led away by his parents, it continued to complain, What is this thing? You think it's so cool? How cool is it to ask for help? If you have the ability to go on your own, little monster. Look at Mr. Smile over there. Oh, where is your wife, old man? Hey, what is this? Rocket was muttering with relish, when suddenly he saw a smart face appearing in the lens of the scanner. There are a pair of big eyes on the girl's face, fluttering and blinking there, wondering curiously, what is it chirping about? Rocket added habitually, mechatronics? Oh, look at this gleaming silver shell, the taste is pretty good, maybe you can take it off and give it to me for collection. This seems to be. The girl with a silver body stood in front of the rocket, bending over to look at it. After a few glances, she suddenly realized that she pointed at the rocket, turned her head and said to her back, Dad, look. There are standing and walking raccoons on alien planets. What's the matter? Yeli raised his chin to the side and signaled, look, there is a moving tree there. Fountain direction. The tree man opened his mouth to drink water, and called out happily, I'm Groot. What did you say? On the rocket side, because the implanted translator in the body has an Earth language library, so hearing Alita's words immediately blows up. Ka ka ka. A firearm that didn't match its figure was taken from behind by it and aimed at Alita. I want you to know how powerful I am. 0. Only. The moment the rocket raised its gun, Alita also drew the vibranium knife behind her, and chopped it off extremely quickly. Hyun. The green flame attached to the blade flashed away in front of the rocket. Clang. Half of the gun body fell to the ground unexpectedly, making a crisp sound, and the remaining half is naturally held in the rocket's claws. The fracture is neat, braving yellow light and heat. No, God, do you know how much this gun cost me? Rocket looked at the half-length gun in his hand, grinning in pain. Can you still talk? Alita held a knife, flung away the green flame of the knife, and said, Little raccoon, but you pointed a gun at me. It's good that I didn't cut off your head directly, otherwise I can taste the raccoon today. What does the meat taste like? You still say? Rocket Raccoon has a brain bruise, immediately yells at the treant next to the fountain. Groot? You're still drinking water? Your boss and I are going to be slaughtered. I'm Groot. Groot's not so smart, Yazzie even confirmed to Rocket. That's right, let's do it quickly. Didn't you see that all the belongings were demolished? Rocket shook the half-gun in his hand. I'm Groot. Hearing what it said, the simple tree man immediately stretched out a few branches and vines, bound towards Alita. Too slow. Alita just kicked her feet on the ground, and jumped back lightly, avoiding Groot's vines. Look at mine. 167. She brushed her index finger over her thumb, and shot out a cluster of green flames. Wood should be afraid of fire, right? And I'm not a good fire. I'm Groot. When Groot saw the cluster of green flames, he immediately took 2 steps back in fear. No way, so timid. Seeing that its cowering eyes looked like a child's, Alita put away the knife in dismay. Forget it, I'm not as knowledgeable as you. Hey, what about my gun? Seeing that Groot was no match for the rockets, they became anxious immediately. You have to pay me. Alita rolled her eyelids at it, made a mischievous face and said, I don't have any money, I'm a pauper. No money? How is it possible? Pay me back that knife of yours. Rocket's vicious eyes immediately saw the extraordinariness of Alita's weapon. If you keep stalking me, be careful that I will pull out all your hair. Alita got a little impatient. She shook her small fist at Rocket Raccoon, and made a vicious expression. What more did the rockets say? Drip drip drip. Its scanner rang at this time. Come to live. Rocket didn't care about Alita anymore, so he quickly picked up the scanner to check. Peering through the scanner, it found a man with naturally curly hair. It was Star-Lord. 40,000 bounty? It's about to be issued now. After Rocket Raccoon saw the amount of reward offered by Star-Lord, his small eyes immediately turned green, and the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing his small fangs. Ha ha ha. I want to buy a small arsenal. Let's go quickly. Alita felt that the alien creatures were not normal, so she tugged at the corner of Yeli's clothes, wanting to go to another place to play. Yeli nodded. Although he knew Rocket Raccoon and Groot, 2 famous Guardians of Galaxy members, he had no interest in dealing with them. When I came to Xandar, Yeli's main purpose was to investigate the customs of the alien planet and see if there was any possibility of spreading the name of the gods. Definitely, he doesn't force it, he does it as he pleases. The other side. Xingju tossed the Cosmic Spirit Ball in a loud voice, and came to the broker who sent the mission. Cosmic Spirit Ball, mission completed. The Cosmic Spirit Ball was placed on the table in front of the broker by Xingju. The old broker with a small goatee asked him, where's Yondo? He wanted to come in person, but now he can only send greetings. Xingju was not guilty at all, and even joked with the broker. He also asked me to tell you that your eyebrows are the coolest in the industry. The goatee broker rolled his eyes speechlessly. He didn't bother to argue with him about his fashionable eyebrows, but picked up the Cosmic Spirit Ball for some strange fiddling. Xingju looked curiously and asked, what are you doing? A customer request. The goatee broker looked up. And I can't disclose customers and their requirements. In order to get it, I have almost died. Xingju nodded a little displeased, and said ironically, so I don't even know what it is used for, which is really good. 17. There are risks in your business. The goatee broker didn't mean to reveal anything. $70 billion. Xingju asked again, a woman with a mechanical head, who claims to be Ronan's subordinate, wants to snatch the spirit ball from me. Who are they? Ronan. The broker was shocked when he heard the words. I'm sorry Mr. Quail, I'm really sorry. The goatee broker hurried to the front of the stage and pushed Xingju out, but I won't get involved in any transactions involving Ronan. Wow. Xingju was pushed back again and asked in a daze, who is Ronan? A Carry fanatic, enraged by the peace treaty. Unless the Nova civilization is completely wiped out, he will not rest. The goatee broker spoke fearfully and urgently, and pushed Xingju out of the door. I can't afford to provoke someone like him. Hey, isn't it? Then can I provoke you? Xingju said angrily. The broker closed the door directly. See you soon, Mr. Quill. Standing at the door, Xingju tossed the Spirit 07 ball in his hand speechlessly, not knowing what to do now. When he turned his head inadvertently, he found a green-skinned woman eating by the door of the office, so he couldn't help but take a second look. Seeing that the target was attracted, Gamera smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" This guy turned his face and refused to accept his account. "What I hate the most are men who don't keep their promises." Star-Lord pointed to the office, complained about a broker, then looked at Gamera, and introduced himself, "Peter Quill, everyone calls me Star-Lord. It can be seen that you are a gentleman." Gamera smiled more and walked towards him. Xingqiu thought she was about to shake hands, and stretched out a hand to her. "I'm not so good, everyone says that about me, but I usually don't praise myself that much." Gamera did not speak, but directly grabbed the cosmic spirit ball in his other hand. Slap! Soon. She snatched the spirit ball, kicked Xingqiu to the ground, then turned and ran. After a scream, Xingqiu also hurriedly chased after him. "Hey, stop. It seems that the people on Xandar don't believe in gods, but the symbols of this country are hung everywhere." Yeli led Alita around, looking around, and found that the more common symbol of Xandar is a star with no rules. This is on the top of the administrative building, on the helmets of the Nova Corps, and even the patrol airship is in the shape of shining stars. Forget it, let's rush to the next stop. It seems like this is the case in this universe. Yeli found that his novelty of alien planets was not as strong as expected. It may be because his level is too high. Those alien technologies that are very powerful to ordinary people are insignificant in his eyes. Go to Vormir star to get the soul gem. Maybe you can consider returning to the mother planet of the Earth. And the main reason is that the appearance of this alien race is weird, and there are no pretty girls. Just when he was thinking this way, a green figure flashed past him. Gamera? Look at this appearance. It's not a movie version, it looks like a comic version. Yeli looked at Gamera's back and thought, the facial features are pretty good, but, unfortunately, he is still a green skin. Hoo. At this moment, a red light cable whizzed past, spun, and bound Gamera's feet. Xingqiu came running after her and rushed towards her. "Give it back to me." Boom! Gamera quickly untied the shackles, raised her leg, and kicked Xingqiu away. Seeing Xingqiu relentlessly chasing him, her eyes turned hard, and she drew out her sharp blade to stab him in the chest. Yeli raised his eyebrows watching from the sidelines. "For a gemstone shell, grab it like this, it's not possible." Whoosh! Suddenly a raccoon pounced on Gamera's hair and yelled, "The bounty is mine. Groot, hurry up. I'm Groot." Groot grew vines and was about to wind around Gamera. "Hey, not her, stupid, be gendered." Rocket quickly pointed at Xingqiu. "It's him, catch him." Xingqiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the spirit ball that had rolled aside, got up, and was about to leave. Just at this moment, Wuan, several traction rays shrouded in this direction, and Chest Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket, and Groot were all pulled and suspended. Experiment 89P13, put down your weapons, in the name of the Nova Corps, you are under arrest. The farce is over, let's go too. Yeli shook his head and laughed, took Alita's shoulder and prepared to leave. Wuan. Another 2 beams of light came. "And you 2 unidentified black households? Raise your hands too." "Yeli, hurry up, hands up." Seeing that Yeli didn't raise his hand, and wasn't even drawn by the light, the pilot of the patrol ship looked a little dignified. If you can ignore the light traction of Xingxing technology, the other party is likely to be someone from the 3 empires. Could it be the spy sent by the Kree? The Centurion of the Nova Corps headed by him couldn't help guessing like this. Nova Legion. Yeli pressed Alita's shoulders so that she would not be drawn by the light. Said, "Take me to meet your head of state, and I can forgive your offense." The crowd watching from a distance suddenly went into an uproar. How dare this person speak so arrogantly? This is Xandar Star, the heartland of the Nova Empire? Even people from the 3 great empires of the universe dare not be so high profile here? Rocket, Xingqiu, and the others also looked sideways. Unexpectedly, this little-known person would dare to resist the arrest of the Nova Corps. Still want to assassinate the Führer. The Centurion of the Nova Legion was very upset, and stared at him. "I have reason to suspect that you are the spies sent by Ronan. Come on, take them down for me." Several frigates immediately surrounded Yeli and the 2 of them. "Man, seeing that you are also a character, I advise you to go to bed obediently with your arms tied." Rocket Raccoon, who was pulled in the air by the light, quietly suggested to him, "A hero does not suffer from immediate losses, and the Nova Corps is not easy to mess with. Do as they say first, and when I go to prison. When I escape from prison, I can take you with me by the way. Don't worry, I'm very experienced, and I've crossed it more than 20 times. Speaking of which, its small raccoon eyes are not wearing a smug look." Yeli was a little speechless. "Over 20 times, how many times have you been arrested?" Moreover, Rocket Raccoon just had a conflict with Alita, and he still talks about the morals of the world like this. But then thought, in the original trajectory, the rocket just protected Xingqiu because he was going to jail with Xingqiu. Yeli suddenly realized, it's still a chivalrous raccoon. "Just say this to you and I will save together." With a wave of Yeli's hand, the divine position spread. Rocket and others immediately fell from the tractor beam. "Hey, I don't think that's a good idea." Rocket Raccoon was not very happy. He glanced at the staring Nova satellites around him, and said, "We are resisting arrest like this. Come on, whoever is afraid of whom." Xingqiu saw that the matter had come to an end, so he drew his 2 guns and prepared to start the war zone. Cheng? Naturally, Gamera drew both swords neatly, and glanced at Yeli and said, "What's your name? I owe you a favor. World Weaver." After Yeli finished speaking, he pointed his hands and 5 fingers together, and quickly made a magical gesture. Almost in the blink of an eye, the originally blue sky above the city has entered a scene. The purple-golden dimension covers the sky, interspersed with galaxy ribbons, bringing a sense of mysterious oppression. Just the coercion of the kingdom of God descended, so that everyone could not move or breathe. What is this? The heartbeat of the Centurion of the Nova Legion was a beat slower, and he couldn't understand how the world changed in the blink of an eye. After activating his own Nova helmet, he tried his best to say through the communicator, "Quick, quick, emergency, tell the headquarters, we need support." "Dude, what did you do?" Xingqiu and the others were also dumbfounded. Rocket glanced at Alita. If he had known that the person next to her was so awesome, he would have the guts to not provoke her. Rocket Raccoon is very lucky, he just said something nice to Yeli. Xingqiu looked at the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, and with a flash of inspiration, he motioned to Yeli, "It looks like a big shot to you, how about selling this cosmic spirit ball to you? This is what Ronan wants treasure." Yeli rolls her eyes, "Why do I need you as an empty shell?" Seeing that he didn't seem to want to buy it, Gamera also made a suggestion, "If you are not interested in this item, I can contact a buyer who is willing to pay 4 billion. You escort me there, and we can go to June 4th. Min, you 6'4". Hey. Before Yeli could speak, Xingqiu said reluctantly, "Beauty, this is mine, what do you mean? Do you want to leave me alone?" Gamera glanced at the spirit ball in his hand, and wanted to grab it directly, but because of Yeli's face, she gave up. Wuan, Wuan, Wuan. While a few people chatted for a few words, the densely packed Nova Corps fleet also arrived at this time. Because Yeli and the others were in the hinterland, an army was stationed in the capital of Xandar Star, and they rushed to the scene soon. Wang Zhaozhao. As soon as they arrived, the members of the Nova Corps in these fleets were also pushed to the ground by the coercion of the Kingdom of God. Quick, quick, activate the repelling protection position. Above the Centurion, activate the Nova helmet immediately. The equipment of the large army is much better. Under the command of the Legion commander, the Nova Legion barely resisted the coercion of the Kingdom of God. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A Centurion who was strengthened by the Nova helmet rushed out of the battleship and landed around Yeli. The leader of the Legion leader said with a serious expression, "No matter what method you use, provoking our Nova Legion is a mistake." "He Nova Legion, is it very strong?" Yeli waved his hand with great interest, and several black shadows appeared in the dimension of the Kingdom of God. The black shadow is enlarged a little bit, and it can be seen that there are nearly 20 silver and black interstellar warships. Since the vibranium mothership is called a mothership, it must have subships, and these are the vibranium subships of the Ghost Spider. Although it is a subship, the size of the ship is much larger than the spaceship of the Nova Corps. There are only about 20 ships, which suppress the momentum of the densely packed Nova Corps fleet. Click click click. The naval guns of the vibranium subship were opened, and the gun barrels containing space gem energy were aimed at the Nova Corps and their fleet. The Legion commander looked at the thick caliber, and couldn't help swallowing. So thick, after a round of washing, Xandar probably will be gone. How is it? Do you still think I'm Ronan's subordinate? Yeli spread his hands, behind him is the majestic vibranium fleet, and the background of the deep dimension of the Kingdom of God. Do you think he is worthy? The head of the Legion was sweating coldly, and his tone softened a little. "I think we might have some misunderstanding." As he spoke, he directly pulled the Centurion who reported to him and questioned him. Knowing that the cause of the incident turned out to be a black household issue, the Legion chief scolded the Centurion secretly in his heart. "Although the process is correct, but the result is not right. Since you know it's a misunderstanding, then take me to meet your head of state." Yeli said magnanimously, "I have a deal I want to talk to her about." This. Legion commander hesitation, "Let these 340 dangerous people go to see the head of state. Let him come. Xandar can't stop him." The communicator next to his ear suddenly rang. "Xandar, the capital, the chamber. It's pretty good, but I feel that the configuration is not very different from that on Earth." Yeli was seated at the conference table under the hospitality of the head of the Nova Empire. The head of the new star is a woman, but not a young beauty, but a steady middle-aged woman. When she heard what Yeli said, her expression suddenly changed. "Your Excellency is an Earth star, no wonder." The Nova Empire naturally also knows about the Earth, but because the Earth has not yet connected with the universe, it has not entered the data and information of the people on Earth. People who come to us from the Earth are so rare, it's no wonder the people below are misunderstood. The head of state slightly apologized to Yeli with the Nova Empire etiquette. "Please forgive me. There is no need to mention this matter again. I am here to talk to you about another matter." Yeli went straight to the subject and said, "I want to do a collaboration with you." "What cooperation?" The head of state was also a little curious about the cooperation he mentioned. Yeli talked with her in detail. The general content is, the Nova Empire proclaimed the name of God and spread believers for him, and he could provide some help for the Nova Empire. And it's not just that. He also plans to use the Space Gate to allow the Trifoliate Research Institute to conduct some technical exchanges with the Nova Empire. After listening to Yeli's narration, the head of state has considered for a long time. The terms Yeli proposed are quite fair, not overbearing terms, but a friendly and mutually beneficial cooperation. So after thinking about it, she finally nodded and agreed, these cooperation projects are really beneficial to both of us. I can get someone to contact you. I never thought there would be someone like your excellency on Earth. After talking about the business, the head of state looked at Yeli with some admiration. Are you free for a meal? Yeli shook his head, stood up and said, I'll go first, I will send someone to discuss matters. It's not a cute girl, so he doesn't want to stay for dinner. And although the alien food is novel, it will certainly be somewhat unpalatable. Dude, did you actually meet the Nova Führer? Rocket Raccoon and the others were waiting not far outside the capital. Seeing Yeli coming out of it, they all leaned together, showing more or less admiring expressions. Except Grote. The wooden head ran to a fountain again and drank water. It's just seeing a head of state, nothing to make a fuss about. Yeli filled a small cup and said goodbye to the Rockets. I just did you a little favor, don't be too grateful, see you later. Because of his face, the Rockets are now on Xandar. As long as they don't continue to break the law and discipline, they can go unimpeded. That's it. Xingja wants to climb the big guy's thigh. We are fellow villagers, after all, and we haven't gotten to know each other well yet, so don't be in such a hurry. What are you familiar with? Are you familiar with dancing? Yeli complained secretly, and said hello to several people for the last time, and then disappeared in a flash. Gamera wanted to say something, but Yeli left unexpectedly. Seeing her expression, Xingju asked suspiciously, hey, you don't like him, do you? But I don't think he's interested in you. It's normal, we Earthlings may not be suitable for your skin color. Gamera frowned, raised her leg and kicked him. Boom. Xingju's face twisted. Gamera definitely wasn't thinking about those things, but thinking about Yeli being so powerful, so can she ask him to help her with her adoptive father Thanos? Hugh. Yeli returned to cabin 1 of Ghost Spider. Mr. Yat, you are back, come take a bath. Rachel and Abingdia had already been waiting here, with only a bath towel wrapped around their white bodies. After they bowed slightly, they took Yeli's arms from left to right, and walked into an artificial hot spring pool with him. Rachel picked the water surface with her toes, splashed a little water, tested the water temperature, and then stepped in with Yeli. No wonder I liked to soak in hot springs when I was young, it is really comfortable. Yeli adjusted her senses and comfortably soaked in the clear and smoky hot spring water. In fact, with his current body structure, the effect of soaking in magma is similar. But that looks too weird, and Rachel and the others can't hang out together, it's a lot less fun. Is it okay to rub so hard? Is it too heavy? Not bad, this is very good. The cat-eyed girl and the butterfly wing girl began to help Yeli wipe his body. Instead of using a towel, they picked up the water with their smooth palms and stroked Yeli. And Yeli's 2 palms caressed their waists wrapped in bath towels. Not to mention, I have touched the naked one a lot, but now I feel quite different when I touch the one wrapped in a thin bath towel. Mr. Yat, can you raise your hand? Rachel whispered softly, let me wipe this for you. No problem. Yeli cooperatively raised his hand, put it on the back of her swollen neck, and caressed it teasingly. Rachel let out a soft cry, and she didn't even have to pause for a moment when she wiped. Even if she only touches her neck, Yeli's top-notch technique still makes her body feel like an electric shock. Seeing this, Iridia imitated her hand and said, the whole body must be washed clean, and one part cannot be missed. Let me wipe it here too. Soaking in hot springs is serious about soaking in hot springs, all these things are missing, it's really superfluous. Yeli expressed his disdain righteously in his heart, but his body sincerely separated his legs, letting the palm resting on his thigh, slip to the middle. After barely grasping it with both hands, Asadaya began to wash gently and carefully, the butterfly wings on her back were still flapping gently. Actually, Yeli is spotless. But the important thing is not the result, but the process. Let me help you. Seeing that Abingdia was a bit unsure, Rachel blinked, and also reached out to help. The 2 girls worked very hard. In order to clean it cleanly, their eyes were serious, and their heads lowered little by little, until it is submerged below the horizontal line, when the 2 curls of hair are rippling and scattered. Yeli also feels that from the hot springs, she has entered a warmer environment. While enjoying the warmth of the hot spring, he began to close his eyes and meditate, thinking about things. Xandar Star can be used as an experimental field. Wait for the effect to come out. You can move forward to the 3 empires of Kari, Skrull, and Shia, and then spread to the whole universe. Thinking, Yeli patted Rachel's jade back and said, help me to inform Barbara later that I have something for her. He decides. Hand over the contact and cooperation with Nova Empire to Barbara. In the name of the Ghost Spider Club. Rachel nodded her head up and down, and agreed with a muffled sound. This is good, don't stop. Yeli said while stroking her. The cat-eyed girl continued to nod obediently. Clatter. At the center of the hot spring, a cloud of water splashed suddenly, with purple ripples. Janata popped her head out of it, and a few drops of water slid down her pretty face, like a purple lotus flower out of water, which is very cute. Instead of wearing that high-tech armor, she put on a purple dress. Where is it? Where is it? Delicious. After Tunmiai came out of the water, she shook the water droplets on her hair, looking around inquisitively. What are you doing here? Yeli asked strangely. Susan told me that there are delicious food. Nada coquettishly said, so let me see if there is any hidden under the water. As she said that, she saw Rachel and Iridia who were moving, and her little nose wrinkled slightly. Okay, Feed it to others, not to me. I'll give you something to eat, I'll give you something to eat. A magical lollipop condensed in Yeli's palm, and he threw it to her with his open hand, saying, hurry up, don't get in the way here. Fooling me with this thing again. Although she said so, Gonita didn't put it in her mouth flatteringly, and she also flew close to the three of Yeli, and while licking the lollipop, she carefully observed their movements with her beautiful eyes. Interesting, do you want to eat like this? Tunmi found it interesting, and began to imitate, licking the magic lollipop back and forth in her mouth. The pink and tender tongue rolls and wraps around, fully wrapping the candy head, and mischievously swallowing it deep into the small mouth, and spit it out after holding it for a while. It seems that eating candy like this is quite fun. Look at what catches your eyes? Yeli picked up a little splash from the water and sprinkled it lightly on Janata. If you have nothing to do, go and call Barbara for me. Hurry up. If you don't look, stingy. With a lollipop in her ruddy mouth, Janata crossed her arms and said arrogantly, who is Taibara? I don't know. And I'm not running errands either. I'll give you another one. Yeli threw another magic lollipop to her. She's in cabin 10, and she probably hasn't gone to work yet. 0, seeking flowers 00. No problem. Gonita's attitude changed, and she happily put the two together in her cherry lips. Then I'm going first, you take it slow. Tunmi waved her hand to say goodbye, and teleported away happily. She can do this without even using Yeli's divine cobweb garment. I didn't see it. Susan looks sexy and stable, but she has a dark temper. Yeli complained about Susan's behavior of fooling Janata into his side. Where is my belly black? The soft and charming female voice suddenly rang in his ears. At the same time, Yeli sensed a soft oppressive feeling coming from her back. You're here too. Yes. A pair of invisible arms, from the back of Yeli's shoulders and neck, to the front of Yeli's body, slowly changing from transparent to translucent, and then to appearance. Susan knelt on the wall of the hot spring pool against which he was leaning, bent her slender waist, pouted her hips, rested her chin on his shoulder, and asked, I'm not welcome. You are an invisible woman, so naturally you can go wherever you want. Yeli raised his hand and stroked her smooth and tender face. Susan sniffed lightly at the tip of her nose, and teased, if I had a nose as sharp as Felicia's, I would definitely be able to smell the fragrance of many girls on your palm. Really? Not much. Yeli put it in front of his nose and sniffed it, and said, there are at most 20 kinds. How much more do you want? Susan gave him a slanted look, the compound perfume is only at your level. You put it that way. Yeli pressed Iridia's hair deeply with the other hand, and said, I seem to have a sense of accomplishment. Susan stroked the taro hand that fell on his lower abdomen, and said with a clever smile, you men have such stinky virtues 0. The look of being squeezed. The smooth touch combined with the visual effect is indeed a strange stimulus. Hua hua hua. Large water splashes continued to splash, and the water in the hot spring pool was lifted like a curtain of water. Your super ability is really not bad, let me show you mine. Yeli became interested, so she simply controlled the water flow and turned into butterflies with transparent thin wings. A group of water butterflies fluttered about, their wings reflected the crystal light, making them look very dreamy. After flying for a while, they gathered again and turned into longhorned deer composed of water masses, tapping their hooves lightly on the water surface, rippling the water. The water flow is manipulated in this way to keep changing. Sometimes it's a water ballet dancer. Sometimes it is a heart shape standing on the water. Sometimes it is a big tree that grows from a small bud. The water flow seems to be a paintbrush in his hand, depicting different scrolls. The same is that the pictures are very beautiful 07. This beautiful performance made Susan, who had blurred eyes and sore body, couldn't help being attracted. She looked at the more and more exquisite water scrolls, and said softly to Yeli, do you always like to do these things when you are tender with girls? My super ability can hardly be maintained, why don't you? It's amazing to have time to distract. Whether I am fierce or not, don't you feel it very clearly now? Yeli brings together the ever-changing currents. In fact, these are just a prelude to get you ready. What preparation? Susan was slightly puzzled when she saw streams of water stretched out from the spring, entangled like ropes. The touch of water flowing on the skin is like the gentle touch of the palm, which is lifelike. Wang wang wang. When Peter and the others came to the research institute under the yard, they saw a ground track-like instrument constantly rotating. And in the middle of the instrument, a mass of dark silver like mercury was suspended and twisted continuously. This is exactly the gravity OM they were looking for. On the console in front of the instrument, there is a thin old man with big ears, wearing a pair of round glasses. When he saw Peter and the others coming in, he was about to pick up a pistol from the table. Snapped. Pietro had quick eyes and quick hands, and after approaching him in the blink of an eye, he slapped his pistol off with a slap. What do you want to do? Johnny looked at the instrument and asked the skinny old man. Gravium is too dangerous, no one can get it. I want to sink it into the bottom of the sea together with this place. The eyes of the skinny old man were a little crazy and paranoid. Ian Quinn's mansion is located on an island. As long as the gravity is turned on, the whole mansion can be sunk into the bottom of the sea. It sounds like your reasons are justified. Human Torch ignited flames in both hands, and threatened, but you will die a lot of people if you do this. As a new superhero, I will naturally not sit idly by your actions, and quickly turn off your only value. Superhero. The skinny old man was slightly taken aback. Johnny's performance was a bit beyond his expectation. That's right, we are from the Ghost Spider Club, you must have heard of this name. Peter said, you said that gravitonium is too dangerous, how is it compared to our vice president who is known as the World Weaver? I think it is best to leave this thing to the club for safekeeping. The skinny old man looked at Pietro, who was capturing him, and sneered, do I still have a choice, but you guys are too naive, once this instrument starts, it won't stop. You don't have time to run, let's sink into the bottom of the sea together. What? Ned panicked, no, I don't want to die yet, take the things down. Peter helped scan the nose bridge of the eyes, said, I have a charging device, but I have to turn off the device first. If I take it directly, the gravity will lose control, and people here will still die. Time is running out. Pietro also ignored Peter's previous reminder, and ran to the instrument, trying to move it away. Well, he exerted all his strength, but found that it was too heavy to move. The thin old man smiled, remind 330, it will be fully activated in 7 seconds. Ned hurriedly said, Pietro, why don't you send us away first, and leave the others alone? I can't just leave like this. There is no other way. Peter narrowed his eyes and pressed a button on the emergency helper. This is provided by Yelly, and the line in it has a few fate cobwebs mixed in, able to contact him, even if he is on the other side of the galaxy. You are good or bad, don't control the water to go away. Susan felt warm and moist all over her body, and even some hot spring water flowed in from the thick noodles, which made her unbearable. Hehe, you know how good I am. Huh? Wait, this is. Yelly was feeling proud when he suddenly felt something. This feeling is like when the spider senses that the prey is caught in the net, the shaking triggers the induction. This is a warning cobweb wire that he arranged, which was touched. The look of being squeezed. The smooth touch combined with the visual effect is indeed a strange stimulus. Hua hua hua. Large water splashes continued to splash, and the water in the hot spring pool was lifted like a curtain of water. Your super ability is really not bad, let me show you mine. Yelly became interested, so she simply controlled the water flow and turned into butterflies with transparent thin wings. A group of water butterflies fluttered about, their wings reflected the crystal light, making them look very dreamy. After flying for a while, they gathered again and turned into longhorn deer composed of water masses, tapping their hooves lightly on the water surface, rippling the water. The water flow is manipulated in this way to keep changing. Sometimes it's a water ballet dancer. Sometimes it is a heart shape standing on the water. Sometimes it is a big tree that grows from a small bud. The water flow seems to be a paintbrush in his hand, depicting different scrolls. The same is that the pictures are very beautiful. 07. This beautiful performance made Susan, who had blurred eyes and sore body, couldn't help being attracted. She looked at the more and more exquisite water scrolls, and said softly to Yelly, do you always like to do these things when you are tender with girls? My super ability can hardly be maintained, how about you? It's amazing to have time to distract. Whether I am fierce or not, don't you feel it very clearly now? Yelly brings together the ever-changing currents, in fact, these are just a prelude to get you ready. What preparation? Susan was slightly puzzled when she saw streams of water stretched out from the spring, entangled like ropes. The touch of water flowing on the skin is like the gentle touch of the palm, which is lifelike. Wang wang wang. When Peter and the others came to the research institute under the yard, they saw a ground track-like instrument constantly rotating. And in the middle of the instrument, a mass of dark silver like mercury was suspended and twisted continuously. This is exactly the gravity OM they were looking for. On the console in front of the instrument, there is a thin old man with big ears, wearing a pair of round glasses. When he saw Peter and the others coming in, he was about to pick up a pistol from the table. Snapped. Pietro had quick eyes and quick hands, and after approaching him in the blink of an eye, he slapped his pistol off with a slap. What do you want to do? Johnny looked at the instrument and asked the skinny old man. Gravium is too dangerous, no one can get it. I want to sink it into the bottom of the sea together with this place. The eyes of the skinny old man were a little crazy and paranoid. Ian Quinn's mansion is located on an island. As long as the gravity is turned on, the whole mansion can be sunk into the bottom of the sea. It sounds like your reasons are justified. Human Torch ignited flames in both hands, and threatened, but you will die a lot of people if you do this. As a new superhero, I will naturally not sit idly by your actions. Hurry up and turn off your only value. Superhero. The skinny old man was slightly taken aback. Johnny's performance was a bit beyond his expectation. That's right, we are from the Ghost Spider Club, you must have heard of this name. Peter said, you said that gravitonium is too dangerous, how is it compared to our vice president who is known as the World Weaver? I think it is best to leave this thing to the club for safekeeping. The skinny old man looked at Pietro, who was capturing him, and said with a sneer, do I still have a choice, but you guys are too naive, once this instrument is started, it can't stop. You don't have time to run, let's sink into the bottom of the sea together. What? Ned panicked, no, I don't want to die yet, take the things down. Peter helped scan the nose bridge of the eyes, said, I have a charging device, but I have to turn off the device first. If I take it directly, the gravity will lose control, and people here will still die. Time is running out. Pietro also ignored Peter's previous reminder, and ran to the instrument, trying to move it away. Well, he exerted all his strength, but found that it was too heavy to move. The thin old man smiled, remind 330, it will be fully activated in 7 seconds. Ned hurriedly said, Pietro, why don't you send us away first, and leave the others alone? I can't just leave like this. There is no other way. Peter narrowed his eyes and pressed a button on the emergency helper. This is provided by Yeli, and the line in it has a few fate cobwebs mixed in, able to contact him, even if he is on the other side of the galaxy. You are good or bad, don't control the water to go away. Susan felt warm and moist all over her body, and even some hot spring water flowed in from the thick noodles, which made her unbearable. Hihi, you know how good I am. Huh? Wait, this is... Yeli was feeling proud when he suddenly felt something. This feeling is like when the spider senses that the prey is caught in the net, the shaking triggers the induction. This is a warning cobweb wire that he arranged, and it was touched. Boo. Yeli withdrew with the current. Enning. Susan couldn't help moaning, then glanced at him with a little doubt with her hazy brown eyes, and asked, What's wrong? Actually, I just said no. You can continue, don't pity me. There's something wrong with your brother. Yeli stroked her hair and said, Wait here for a while, I'll take care of it right away. Is something wrong with Johnny? Well then. I heard that there was something wrong with my brother. Susan didn't say any more, she just twisted her perfectly proportioned body restlessly, and said, Hurry up. Little goblin, I'm so obsessed with Dead Man. Before Yeli left, he pinched her enchanting slender waist. Then, it disappeared. With him here, Johnny should be fine. As an older sister, Susan is naturally concerned about her younger brother's safety, and she began to think about it after Yeli left. Lee, I'm coming. Barbara's figure suddenly flashed by the hot spring pool at this moment. After seeing Susan's posture, she said in surprise, Miss Susan, what are you? Susan soaked in the hot spring water, lazily whispering softly, It's just what you think. Okay, then congratulations, we will be sisters from now on, aye. Barbara didn't have much to say, she looked around and asked, What about Lee? Has he left? Something happened on the other side of the earth, and he went to deal with it. Susan winked at her charmingly, You can get ready first, we'll be together later. Oh. Barbara looked at her in admiration, You're not shy at all, it's the complete opposite of Cindy, she blushes when touched. Really? Susan said with a slight smile, Are Asian girls so timid? I must see it if I have the chance. Suhu. It was only a few seconds after Peter pressed the emergency button. Yeli appeared in front of him, What's going on? Lee, you're here. Peter quickly pointed to the instrument and said, This thing is about to start. Yeli followed his fingers, looked at the instrument composed of several rings, and suddenly said, It turned out to be gravitonium, I almost forgot about it. It seems that you can't solve it, let me do it. Yeli walked past Pietro, obviously walking slowly, and appeared in front of the instrument in the blink of an eye. The skinny old man who was caught by Pietro stared blankly, and said in surprise, He is. No matter how surprised the old man with glasses is. Yeli spread the purple gold divine power over gravitonium and started washing and refining. Gravitonium is a very special substance, it can even be absorbed by people, or absorb people, and those who are absorbed by it will have residual will in it. Yeli was among them, and felt a lot of painful howls. But, as soon as he charged with divine power, he washed away these impurities, leaving only the pure original gravity. Ka. The running instrument was also easily stopped by him, and slowly stopped turning. Gilyala. Gravitonium rushed to Yeli's palm like a stream of water, and was incorporated into his body, integrating as a part of the divine body. Try it. Yeli tried to use the power of gravitational onium, and when he held it, all kinds of experimental instruments, tables, and chairs in the laboratory fell towards a wall, as if that was the ground. The effect is similar to the chicken charm. It seems that the chicken charm can be used by other people. What did you do? You absorbed it. The skinny old man didn't expect that gravitonium could be used like this, and felt that he was wasting his research. Peter and John were also surprised. Can such a dangerous thing be absorbed into the body? Johnny and Pietro can't help but have a worrying association. If their sister communicates deeply with Yeli, will something happen? I'm back. Is there nothing to do with Johnny? Seeing Yeli reappear in neat clothes, Susan knew that nothing serious should have happened. It's okay, it's been taken care of. Yeli said, looking at Barbara, You're here too. Barbara sat, money, by the hot spring, her toes pointing to the water, and gave him a smile. What can I do for you? I have some cooperation matters with the Nova Empire, and I will leave it to you to deal with. Just ask Vinica about the specific matters. After Yeli told her about the matter, he threw the chicken charm to her. You can take this too. Snap. Barbara reached out to catch it accurately, and after looking at the spell in her palm, she smiled slightly at Yeli. Why don't you leave me here to do it? Yeli nodded happily. No problem, very welcome. Barbara's smile became stronger, and the two clusters of light spots behind her condensed into a pair of water-black mockingjay bird wings. Then now, the battle begins. Soft Barbara, you're good at fighting. Yeli grasped the two bird wings and continued to output damage to its owner. Thanks to your guidance all the time. Barbara smiled coquettishly with her legs tightly looped. After Mockingjay Bird, Invisible Woman again. The three of them kept exchanging ideas until the time indicator turned for 4 or 5 hours before they gradually calmed down. Master, it's mealtime. Veronica's voice sounded all around. Jessica said that she made a white mapo tofu for you. Please come and taste it. Huh? Isn't she going to start school? Still have time to do this. Yeli supported Susan and Barbara. You guys go eat first, I have to go back to the room to appease Rachel and the others. Susan covered her mouth and chuckled, you are so busy. Barbara also smiled knowingly, take your time, and I will save the delicious food for you. Yeli responded with a funny smile, thank you very much. 6:37. I went back to my room and fought for a while. Yeli came to Huangli's dining hall. It can be seen that there is an oversized long banquet table. The young and beautiful girls are already sitting there scattered, either chatting with smiles, or playing quietly with a mobile phone. But they did not start, but waited patiently for the arrival of the man. Except for a certain foodie who only knows how to bury his head and cook hard. Hey Janata, are you reincarnated as a starving ghost? Susan, who was sitting next to her, saw that Tunmei was about to wipe out a large piece of the table, so she couldn't help but gently pushed her to remind her. You don't care about me, you have not settled the score with you for lying to me to go to the hot spring. Janata continued to reach out to the table with one hand, tore off a large octopus leg from a large plate, and stuffed it into her mouth muttering, and I'm already very restrained, otherwise this I can finish it with one bite on the table. I said Janata. Yeli pulled the chair beside her and sat down. These things are not enough to moisten your mouth. If you are hungry, I will give you a lollipop. He said so. Tunmei hasn't answered yet. Alita raised her hand first and said, lollipop. I want it too, I want chocolate flavor. Matilda also looked at Yeli, blinked and said, brother, I also. Stop it, you can't eat the kind of lollipop I'm talking about. Yeli tapped the table with her index finger, and during the mealtime, what lollipops do you eat? Are there not enough for you on the table? Oh, the two little girls shrank their necks in education. Okay, let's eat quickly. Yeli picked up a piece of white mapo tofu that Jessica said, and said, you don't have to wait for me, this dish is completely cold. Jessica volunteered, brother, do you need me to warm it up? Don't bother. Yeli glanced at Scarlet Witch who was holding a magic booklet in the upper left corner of the table and said, Wanda, it's up to you. Wanda gently put down the book that blocked her pretty face, what's the matter? Heat all the dishes that should be hot. Okay. Wanda's fingertips wrapped around crimson energy with a wave. The hot dishes on the table are steaming hot again. Wow, amazing. Princess Crystal praised that Rush's fire control ability can't control it so well. All the girls gave Wanda a grateful look, and then started to move. The dishes on the table are all carefully selected and purchased by Vanika from Earth or Xandar, and then delivered directly through space transmission. Therefore, it can be regarded as a gluttonous feast of level universe, and everyone eats it with gusto, and there is no time to talk. Janata waited for the opportunity to speak, and asked Yeli, give me the lollipop. Yeli stretched out his hand and tugged at her face speechlessly. You eat and drink for nothing, don't you think you have a thick skin? It was you who asked me to stay. Tunmei's big purple eyes were shining, she narrowed her eyes and smiled with peace of mind, then you must support me. Yeli. Seeing him, Janata seemed to be a little reluctant, she pulled the arm of the meal ticket with her small hand and said, you promised me, you can't go back on it. You can't be like my father, think I eat too much, and drive me out gone. I think there is a good reason for the guinea pig to drive you out, don't think I can't hear you screaming in your heart. Yeli was complaining in her heart, but educated her in her mouth. White prostitution is not a good habit, you see you eat so much, do you have to do something for me? What do I do? Tunmei sucked the tentacles of the octopus into her stomach, and said principledly, I don't do bad things. What to do? Maybe it's a good idea for you to do to me what you are doing to the octopus tentacles now, Yeli muttered to himself. But when he was eating, it was impossible for him to say anything. I won't let you do bad things. But bad things, you can have them, Yeli said tactfully. But Janata didn't listen at all, opened her small mouth and swallowed another piece of cake, and said simply, is there any difference? Yeli feels that it is completely unacceptable to talk to her about that kind of thing, it is important for her not to eat. Okay, you can eat yours. Yeli picked up a piece of crispy dragon fish bone and stuffed it into her mouth. This girl is a bit clueless, so she can only take her time. After getting familiar with her, she should be able to become a related account judged by the system. Stingy, just give me a bone. As soon as Ganada finished speaking, her eyes sparkled, and she chewed on the Q-bomb fish bone and said, wow, what kind of bone is this? It's so delicious. Really? Yeli also took a piece and tasted it. It was really smooth and delicious. It's not bad, but it's not as exaggerated as you said. It seems that you have never eaten the food of our earth. What's this called? What's this called? Ganada ate happily and pulled him to ask. This is called, Yeli just wanted to serve the dishes of his hometown in front of the aliens, but found that he couldn't call out. He had no choice but to raise his chopsticks and asked Vinika, what's the dish? Vinika's voice immediately rang out in the dining room. This is glazed fish bone, made from the skull of sturgeon, and made of beef bone, sheep bone, deer bone, donkey bone, soft-shelled turtle bone, flying dragon bone, black bone chicken bone, and quail bone. 9 kinds of bones, including bone, are stewed in soup and simmered. It is a famous dish in the dragon kingdom of the earth. Oh, well. Yeli was a little ashamed, he didn't even know the famous dishes of his hometown. Brother, the one I made is also delicious. Jessica pointed to the white mapo tofu in front of him and suggested, try more. Is that so? It doesn't look like much. Yeli thinks that the red and spicy sauce of mapo tofu is the soul, it is completely white and impossible to taste. thinking. He put the piece that he had just put into the bowl and had no time to eat, and put it in his mouth. After chewing lightly a couple of times, Xia was a little surprised when looking at the Skye. Is this the same taste as red and spicy mapo tofu? How did you do it? What super ability did you use? Yeli asked the eldest sister. This is not some kind of super ability, it's something I've worked hard to research. Jessica proudly said, just remove the chlorophyll from the peppers used to make tofu. Amazing. Yeli gave her a thumbs up as a compliment, and then asked, it seems that you are not too busy recently. Yes. Jessica looked at Gwen, who was dealing with a plate of seafood fried rice on the left, and said with a playful smile, under the leadership of our ghost spider, we have let the crimes of super criminals and extraordinary disasters drop to a very low level. That's how it is, from. Gwen raised her head generously, and nodded slightly to Yeli, her small mouth stuffed with rice looked very cute. Yeli also gave her a gentle smile, and made a suggestion, in this case, why don't you come and do me a favor? Cindy, what's the matter? Felicia, as long as it is the master's request, I will try my best to fulfill it. Wanda, I also want to help Lee. The rest of the girls all agreed. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Yeli said with great relief, I have an idea to spread the name of gods in the universe to collect beliefs. God's name. Jessica interjected, laughing lightly, is that the title you shouted all over the world before, brother? Don't you think it sounds a bit secondary? What is it called? The world? World Weaver. Sylph also had an interesting smile on her face. Wanda also pursed her lips surprisingly, and complained, I think it's more appropriate to be called a bondage lover. Pissed. Christ, Ali couldn't help laughing. She spilled a little of the juice she was drinking on the sister next to her. I'm sorry, sister, I think this title is quite suitable for Yache. It's okay, I also find it quite interesting. Medusa looked at Yeli inexplicably. You guys are enough, don't bring questions. Yeli's face darkened. Hehe. Gwen was still more understanding, and smiled lightly. Lee, do you want us to help you with this? No problem, I also want to try the feeling of being a superhero in the universe. Actually, that's not what I meant. Yeli thought about it. Still didn't refute her. It's okay to continue being a superhero. At least Gwen has experience and is good at it. I feel good too. After Jessica finished being naughty, she saw her brother looked at her unkindly, so she quickly confessed, and, by the way, we can make the name of our Ghost Spider Club flourish in the universe. Yeli nodded in satisfaction. If everyone agrees, then this matter will be settled. Hill, Sharon, and other members of SHIELD were a little speechless. We are still in S.H.I.E.L.D anyway, why should we be in charge of the club? But they have been with Yeli until now, and they are already in Cao Ying and their hearts are in Han, so they didn't say anything more. And now that S.H.I.E.L.D is constrained by the club, the well-known backbone of Ludan's subordinates is almost being dug out, so there is no need to make such a clear distinction. As Yeli said, he looked at Skye and Barbara again, and said slowly, Skye, Ready Player One could do something about it. Let the selected top players to control the clone soldiers, although the cost performance is very high, but it is easy to be exposed after a long time on the Earth. Simply, we let the clone army controlled by them come to the universe to perform tasks, and let the players also come to help us. Barbara, the contact with the Nova Empire just needs manpower, so it is just right to let them be the coolies. Anyway, the players only need a little virtual game rewards. Zero looking for flowers. Skye, you are in charge of overseeing the game development side, launching a new version of StarCraft. In this way, players who no longer control clone soldiers will realize that they are manipulating real people to fight. After talking about it, he asked the two of them, do you understand? Barbara made an okay gesture with her slender hand, understood. Skye frowned slightly, and said worriedly, but, if you let the clone soldiers go into the universe, will there be a risk of alien technology stealing the control of the chip in the brain? You don't have to worry about that. Yeli didn't care. Yes. Vanika's voice sounded, and she continued, alien technology level is just like that. I invade Xandar's system casually. There was pride in her tone. And she also has proud capital. Zora's full consciousness uploading technology, plus mind gem power boosts, and even Yeli's consciousness shield can be added to her. With these conditions, Vanika can completely dominate the field of artificial intelligence. To put it bluntly, the Ultron and Friday made by Stark are all younger brothers in front of Veronica. Then it's no problem, I will give orders as soon as possible. Skye nodded. It's over. Everyone continued to eat happily. Time flies. The ghost spider is under the command of Yeli. We have come to the star field near Vormir star. However, Soul Gem occupies a special position in infinite gems, and the method of obtaining it is somewhat special. It can only be obtained by sacrificing a loved one and throwing him/her/it/him off the soul-breaking cliff guarded by Red Skull. Actually, Yeli is a little curious about the sacrifice rule of Soul Gem. In the MCU movie universe, Gamera was forcibly thrown down by Thanos, and Natasha Romanoff jumped down voluntarily. So what if the person who fell off the cliff didn't die? Even if it is the power of the Soul Gem, the person who falls off the cliff will surely die. So what if the person who falls into the blue sky is stronger than the Soul Gem? Or does the rule mean that you have to die, not jump off a cliff? But in that case, wouldn't Gamera's act of committing suicide fulfill Thanos? Maybe, she didn't know the rules at the time? Or was she thinking about offering a sacrifice before committing suicide? Although, Yeli imagined a lot. But, to talk about the plan that can be implemented, it is simple. 1. Just find a toolman to get the gems, and then grab them. 2. Let Gwen and the others wait on the cliff, and he jumps off by himself. Both of these options have certain risks. The first one, the toolman gets the powerful soul gem power, and it is very likely that he will be psychologically inflated, resist, and refuse to hand over the gem. 400 second, needless to say, it will definitely be directly attacked by the power of soul gem. To avoid the risks of these two solutions, the conditions they must have are the same, that is, their strength can suppress soul gem. After thinking about it, Yeli decided carefully. Choose the first option. If he does it himself, he doesn't say whether there will be any unknown risks. If the gem refuses to appear because he didn't die, wouldn't it be a waste of time? So there's no need to take that risk. Then where do you find tool people? Yeli stood by the porthole, looking at the barren Vormir star, and thought for a few seconds. It's better not to harm the people of the home planet. Ask Xandar if there is any suitable candidate. Shandar. Prison space station, Kling. You want to mention a couple of criminals with a lot of history. The person in charge of the prison respectfully confirmed the honored guest Yeli, still in love. Although his demeanor was respectful, his eyes were strange. After all, this kind of request was too weird. The last time the head of the prison heard a similar request was a few years ago when he first took office. At that time, a big man with special hobbies mentioned a couple of male and female thieves to the prison. It is said that they like to play with their husband's current crime. This one, shouldn't it be the same? It seems that you still haven't heard clearly. Yeli corrected the person in charge of the prison and said, there is no need to love each other, it is enough for one party to love the other party, and it is best to love deeply. Oh, it's much simpler this way, there are quite a few, I'll take you in and pick them out. The person in charge of the prison led Yeli to the place where the prisoners were held. As he walked, he asked, is there a gender limit? It has to be one male and one female, or the same sex. Also can. This. Yeli understood the meaning of his words, and said with a strange look in his eyes, gender doesn't matter, it should be fine, don't get too stuck, even if it's a genderless life, it's not impossible. What? The head of the prison was shocked, and moved away from him unconsciously. This taste is a bit too heavy. Yeli explained speechlessly, I think maybe I didn't explain clearly, this love doesn't have to be love, it can be family affection, friendship, etc. Oh, that's how it is. The prison director breathed a sigh of relief and apologized to him, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Conversation room. The two had reached the cell area. It doesn't seem to be so particular here, no matter what gender the prisoner is, they are all locked in this area. In each prison cell, there are races of various shapes, and Yeli is dazzled to see. There is a cell among them, let his eyes stop for a while. It's not a beautiful prisoner, but a strong man with a dull expression. His stiff blue skin was covered with light red scars, which looked like tattoos. 2.5 The person in charge of the prison introduced Yeli to him when he saw that he was looking at the cell. His name is Drax, and he has a nickname called the Destroyer. He is a powerful person, and he has at least thousands of lives on his body. However, his wife and daughter were killed by Ronan, so there should be no one who loves him. Pong? Hearing what the manager said, Drax grabbed the cell railing, his eyes staring like brass bells. Apparently the prison administrators mentioned his dead wife and daughter, which made him emotionally unstable. What? Did I say something wrong? Give me some peace. The prison manager also looked unhappy, and reprimanded Drax. Yeli raised his hand and stopped the prison administrator from abusing. Are you Drax? He asked Drax, I still lack some men in StarCraft, are you willing to sell them to me? Drax turned to look at him, silent, but his eyes seemed to be looking at a fool. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. If you are willing to do things for me, I can help you find revenge on Ronan. Yeli doesn't need Drax to speak, anyway, he can read minds. A taciturn and thoughtless fighter like Drax is perfect for his subordinates 11. At least better than a raccoon, a silly tree, a demigod who likes to dance awkwardly. Ronan. Hearing this name again, the color of hatred appeared in Drax's eyes like a conditioned reflex. Who are you? Why should you avenge me? Although Drax doesn't look very clever on the surface, he's not stupid either. He couldn't believe Yeli's empty words. Yeli glanced at the prison administrator and signaled him with his eyes. The manager understood, and immediately praised Yeli, bragging about his deeds, and asked the cell guard to release Drax immediately. It seems a bit strong. Drax came out with the same dull expression. He twisted his hands, moved his wrists, and said succinctly, kill Ronan, I will work hard for you. How are you going to help me? Snap. Yeli snapped his fingers handsomely. Pong. Pong. A figure in a red cloak stepped out of the shadows. The figure in the cloak is taller than Drax, it's hard to imagine how it hides quietly in a dark corner. For example, the prison administrators did not understand for a while. After thinking about it for a while, seeing that there was no response from any detection equipment, he speculated that it might be the space transition technology. He can help me kill Ronan. Drax looked at Saurus who was hiding his head and showing his tail, and he didn't quite believe that this guy could be strong. Try it with me first. Can. Yeli had nothing to do, and said to the manager, get someone to take them down, and try to find a place. The manager nodded, and soon someone brought Drax and Saurus into a ring. Yelly was not interested in watching, and continued to wander around the cell. Drax is just an episode, he certainly won't spend too much effort. Then find the criminal who meets the conditions, which is the right crime. After searching for a while, Yelly finally found a pair of prisoners who met the requirements. They are two alien races similar to jellyfish. And, what a couple. Genderless couple. Oh Jack. Oh Rose. The two jellyfish monsters named Jack and Rose are completely unconscious, and they are still flirting with each other like no one else. Yelly looked at it with disgust, and asked the warden, what crime did they commit? Looking at it like this, it doesn't seem like a character who can do any heinous things. Ahem. The warden coughed twice. Before they were arrested, they were well-known fraudsters, human traffickers, and organ traffickers in the black market in this star field. Hearing what he said, Yelly said directly, then pack them up and send them to Vormir star. No problem. The warden asked his men to find two transparent spherical fish tanks, and stuffed Jack and Rose into them. Hey, what are you doing? 310. Oh no, Jack. The two jellyfish monsters that were forced in were crowded together in the fish tank, with a distorted expression. Yelly shook his head, walked out, and prepared to leave. When passing the ring that the warden said, prisoners and prison guards cheered endlessly. Looking up, he saw that Drax had been pinned to the ground by Saurus. Yelly walked to the edge of the ring, looked at Drax's head on the ground and asked, how is it? No problem. Drax nodded in a funny gesture, and assured him in a voice, kill Ronan, and I will work for you until I die. Yelly pointed at Saurus, if you want to solve Ronan, just follow him. He doesn't need to take care of this trivial matter of Drax himself, and lead Drax to find Star-Lord and others, and Ronan will naturally send it to their door. In a blink of an eye, I came to Wami Star. Red Skull, who was enslaved by Soul Gem, was floating on the broken soul cliff, looking towards the direction of the road on the cliff. I see. On the narrow path, with the strong wind howling, a figure slowly came up here steadily, and there were two spherical objects floating beside it. Red Skull's ugly face was wrinkled. He found. It is not possible to read out the complete information of the person through the power of Soul Gem. This is really unbelievable. After all, in Red Skull cognition, the power of infinite gems is already the best in the universe. And as Yelly got closer and closer, Red Skull's surprised look is Yunong. Because he read. The person who came from the same Earth as him. When did our Earth become so outstanding? There is actually a powerful person who can come to the distant interstellar to find gems. When Yelly walked in front of Red Skull, it was Red Skull who came back to his senses, floated up the figure covered in the black cloak, and said, it seems that my vision is too narrow. Who are you? You don't know me, do you? Yelly smiled, but I know you. Red Skull was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yelly to say such a thing. Could it be that this person also has an ability similar to mine and can read out his history? Red Skull didn't fully believe it. He tested Yelly and said, do you know who I am? Yelly changed his mind, and said viciously, Hydra hail. Red Skull, does this guy really know his background? He shook the black smoke supporting his body, and almost fell down from the air. Is there any more mystery? Am I the jewel guide, or are you the jewel guide? Hehe, that's right. What are you doing floating so high? Isn't it good to come down and talk? Yelly waved his hands with a smile on his face, stuffed two balls of jellyfish monsters, and floated in front of Red Skull. Come on, you can figure it out, just follow the process. Red Skull is completely speechless and emotional. You are familiar with a set of operations? Then what is my business? Hearing Yelly's meaning, he knew that this person was not lost, but came to Soul Gem. Since you understand everything, go yourself. Red Skull had no choice but to get out of the way, looking like a fish. Anyway, he used to be a big boss, so it was impossible for him to help Yelly operate. At most he would just watch and guide some precautions. That's fine, I'll do it myself. Yelly crossed the Red Skull, came to the cliff, and released the two jellyfish monsters. Red Skull asked curiously, are they your loved ones? Are they pets? Don't, I'm sick of being a pet. As Yelly said, he kicked Jack who was paralyzed on the ground. Hurry up, throw your lover down. Or I'll throw you down. Red Skull is a smart guy, he saw Yelly's intentions at once. Can only say, #/. But, the performance of the two of Jack surprised Yelly a bit. Then you throw me down. Jack yelled and opened his tentacles, his eyes were firm and he said, I won't hurt Rose. Oh Jack. Rose was so moved that she hugged Jack tightly. Oh Rose. Jack is affectionate. The two jellyfish monsters are chatting again and again. Oh, fuck. Today I have seen a race that is more disgusting than the Utai people. Even Red Skull couldn't bear to look straight at him, and said to Yelly, you better throw them down quickly. Throw them down, I'll take your offering. Yelly kicked Rose speechlessly, pointed at Jack and said, you, throw it down, otherwise, you go down. No. Rose cocked her head and said forcefully, I will not betray Jack. Jack, oh Rose. Rose, oh Jack. Yelly's forehead is throbbing, I can't bear it any longer. #*. Pang, pang, kick them to the edge of the cliff with 2 feet. He said in a cold voice, if you play tricks with me again, I will kick you all down. You don't want to throw it away, do you? Then jump off yourself. Jump one, and the other will die. If you don't jump, both of you will die. What Yelly said finally, Zhao Wanghao, made Jack and Rose listen to it, and their expressions became a little hesitation. Just when he thought that these two cosmic human traffickers were about to make a choice. But see. Jack helped Rose up, let him stand on the edge of the cliff, let him spread out his 2 tentacles, and he surrounded her with his 2 tentacles. Yelly suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected. What the 2 jellyfish monsters said next is translated into English like this. Jack. Shredded pork. Oil sauce broken. Love sauce broken. Yelly. Red skull. Soul gem. Change. Boom. A thick beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky above Broken Soul Cliff, broke through the clouds, and covered Jack and Rose. Before the 2 jellyfish monsters could react, the beam of light grabbed them and yanked them down the cliff. 2 screams sounded, and the voice gradually faded from the bottom of the cliff. 17. Yelly turned to look at Red Skull, meaning, what's the situation? Red Skull pondered for a while, and said, Soul Gem has its own ideas, maybe it can't stand it anymore. Yelly pointed to 597 at the bottom of the cliff, so the 2 people I brought just disappeared. This person is gone, and Soul Gem didn't show up. Isn't that just cheating? Will I be good-tempered? Yelly shouted at the cloud where the beam of light appeared, kill the person I brought, and come out quickly. There is no movement in the cloud, only the wind that seems to be joking. Oh. Yelly laughed angrily, follow the rules of the game with you. You are still not happy, do you really think I can do nothing about you? If you don't cry without seeing the coffin, then try it. After saying a few words like talking to himself, Yelly also stopped talking, but his eyes were fixed, and the surging divine power crazily gushed out from his body and the nothingness around him. Almost a few microseconds. The supernatural power that spreads at the speed of light covered Vormir star with a layer of purple gold. Wun. Where divine power covers. Cracks in space. As a result, the entire Vormir star flickered unsteadily, as if it was about to break away from the present world. Red Skull was startled by this sight, the black smoke under the cloak dispersed, and he sat down on the ground. Such terrifying mighty power, is it really something that people on Earth can do? If he can get even 1/10 of this power, no, even 1/100th? What about Captain America? What else? Boom! Just when Red Skull was shocked, a ball of orange light suddenly burst out from the cloud, rushing towards the outer space at a very high speed. Obviously. This is the soul, Bibfa, gem who doesn't want to give in to Yelly and wants to escape from the blocked Vormir star. I know how to run now, don't you think it's too late? Yelly just shook his hand. Vormir star disappeared in this star field in an instant, leaving only an empty space. Kingdom of the Weavers. Oh, so boring. Kelly sat on a bridge of stars and rivers, rehearsing a small spell boringly. According to Yelly's instructions, Wanda occasionally came in to see Kaylee, and seeing her bored, she also shared some irrelevant spells. But Kelly still feels boring, even a little bit uncomfortable when Yelly was around. Although Yelly always teases her, she is actually quite comfortable. That guy didn't move for a short time. I guess he forgot about me. What should I do in the future? Just wait here. Carrie was chanting Yelly, when suddenly she felt a darkness above her head, and the shadow covering the sky blocked the purple gold starlight above. What happened? Kelly raised her head in doubt, with a look of surprise. Has that guy started to occupy other planets as well? She was against it when Uncle Dormammu devoured the world. Seeing Yelly doing this now, she feels inexplicably uncomfortable. Looking at the desolation on this planet, it seems that there is no life left. Are they all wiped out by him? The white-haired woman looked at the planet above her head with disappointment in her eyes. Where is this? Looking at the starry sky that has turned purple and gold, and the star river ribbon that runs through the starry sky, the 3 views that Red Skull originally thought had stabilized have been refreshed once again. Welcome to my kingdom of God. Don't worry, you'll be free when I finish dealing with the soul gem. Yelly is talking to Red Skull. Whoosh! An orange gem cuts through the clouds and wants to fly out of the atmosphere. In my kingdom of God, where else do you want to go? Yelly just had a thought, and the huge galaxy ribbon that traversed was entangled with the soul gem who wanted to escape. The cobweb that exudes starlight is woven into a large spider web, and it is firmly wrapped in it. Yelly also floated away from the surface, and after absorbing the power of the kingdom of God, his figure began to enlarge rapidly. In the blink of an eye, seeing Red Skull, a huge face was reflected in the sky, just a pair of eyes containing a purple gold starry sky, like the sun and the moon shining together. You're just a turtle in a urn. Yelly's magnificent figure, the vast city. With his hands together, he covered the tiny Vormir star with his palms, and pinched it in his hands. Among them, naturally, Soul Gem is also included. Yelly began to refine the captured Soul Gem, turning it into his artifact. Originally, he didn't want to use such a rough method. After all, with this method, Soul Gem has the risk of being scared away. At that time, it will be difficult to find its trace in the universe. But, since Soul Gem doesn't obey the rules, he can only use extreme means. Fortunately, it didn't let it get away, but successfully caught it. Oh, don't come in so rudely. A crisp voice suddenly sounded in my heart. Yelly was taken aback. Is this Soul Gem? Why is it still the voice of a little Lolita? I was wrong. I will listen to you from now on, don't do it again. The crisp sound is still ringing. Yelly frowned slightly, retracted his figure back to the original file size, and looked at the orange-on gem in his hand, feeling very strange. I've never heard that Soul Gem is a lowly sound. Are you deliberately confusing me? Thinking of this, to be on the safe side, he didn't care about the voice begging for mercy and continued to refine. It's over, I'm about to be enslaved. Woohoo, big villain. Yelly raised his brows when he heard that. It was obviously you who messed up first, okay. In the sound of crying and chirping, it lasted for a while. He finally refined the soul gem completely. Red skulled this way. Also because the power of soul gem was imprisoned by Yelly, his body also began to dissipate into black smoke, and a generation of villains was liberated. Ask for flowers. Seeing this, Yelly didn't send back the completely dead Vormir star, and just stayed in the kingdom of God as a minister. And the lowly voice that sounded in my heart just now calmed down after the gem was refined. He couldn't help but think, could it be that I killed you? That's really a sin. The voice sounds quite cute. 0. You just died. The crisp lowly voice sounded in my heart again, but you praised me for being cute. I like to hear it. This time, Yelly could clearly perceive that the voice came from this gem in his hand. So Soul Gem is really a lowly voice? I am telling you, I've been following you from now on. Soul Gem is still talking to himself. You have to be nice to me? No, be careful. Shenran, I will let my mother beat you up. What? Yelly was even more confused. Who is your mother? Soul Gem proudly said my mommy is Nemesis, the goddess of Nemesis. I was separated from her. Nemesis? Who? Yelly has not seen all Marvel-related works, so she is at a loss for the Nemesis that Soul Gem said. Are you ignorant? My mommy is another god who created the level universe? An ancient existence beyond the 5 great gods of the universe. Soul Gem said proudly, she can erase the universe in the blink of an eye and collapse all barriers of reality. Your strength is nothing in front of her. So awesome. Yelly was amazed. If what Soul Gem says is true, then this Nemesis, at least the level of the apex of the multi-universe, maybe even the almighty universe level. 397. Yelly thought for a while, and asked an important question, then where is your mother now? Perhaps because of being refined, Soul Gem explained to him obediently, when the universe first opened, Nemesis, the goddess of Nemesis, felt too powerful and lonely, so she split and shattered herself, and the main body evolved into 7 jewels, and me, a part of mommy. Wait, you said 7? That's right. There are 7 gems in total, Space Gem, Time Gem, Power Gem, Reality Gem, Mind Gem, Soul Gem, and Self Gem. If you collect all 7 gems, you can summon my mommy. Yelly looked inexplicably. Summon her out. Can I fulfill my wish? Still want to fulfill your wish? Soul Gem coquettishly threatened. It's good if I didn't kill you. Yelly, why? Who told you to refine gems indiscriminately and stuff things into her body? Eyes that so? Yelly understood, and asked again, why did you tell me this? Don't you want Nemesis to be resurrected? Definitely, Soul Gem said definitely, because once my mommy is resurrected, I will be integrated by her. Then you said to let your mother beat me up. I am afraid you'll bully me. Yelly was speechless, and put away Soul Gem so that she would not chatter in her mind anymore. The secret of infinite gems, now is not the time to get in touch, it is better to explore it later. Hello. Just when he was about to leave the kingdom of God, a white-haired figure flew towards him. Almost. As soon as the purple battle skirt was lifted, Kelly stopped in front of Yelly, put her hands on her waist and said, how long are you going to lock me here? Oh yes. Yelly paused, pretending to suddenly say, it's you? Kelly was grinding her white teeth, it was like gnashing her teeth. You really forgot about me. Aren't you just like my uncle, starting to engulf the innocent world? She stretched out her thin finger, pointing to the quiet Vormir star, and asked angrily in her eyes, is this a misunderstanding? Yelly quickly understood what she meant, but she didn't care, admiring her pretty face, and teasingly said, what does that have to do with you? What do you mean? There was a sad look in the corner of Kelly's eyes, and she said aggrievedly, you teased me like that, in the end, you're still pretending. Yelly scratched his nose with his fingers in embarrassment, you mean? That's right. Kelly casually pulled a strand of galaxy cobweb from the side, pulled it to him to show him, and said, you just use this thing to play with me? Do you still want to admit it, pervert? Yelly can't justify this, he can only complain to himself that he loved playing too much before. He simply put on a Xianu expression, and said to her badly, then what do you want? Don't you want me to marry you as a wife? Kelly's face became hot, her lavender pupils flickered twice, and suddenly she touched her waist and pulled out a magic dagger. Hey, just talk, don't move. Yelly pressed her knife-holding palm with one hand. I didn't say I'm not interested in you, did I? I haven't said if I'm interested in you yet, you disgusting bastard. Carrie struggled with her hands, but found that she couldn't get away, so her eyes turned cold, and she said, tell me first, have you slaughtered innocent planets indiscriminately? Is it important? Definitely important. I'm not going to give in to someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Kelly's gaze under the white hair was somewhat determined. Yelly was a little surprised by her gesture, but she was quite principled. He smiled in relief and said, she is a cute 1.1 girl. What did you say? The white-haired beauty was stunned, and suddenly felt a hand wrapped around her waist. Phew. The skirt of the war skirt swayed. She flickered in front of her eyes, from looking up to looking up, and was held in Yelly's arms horizontally. You, what are you doing? What do you mean? Kelly looked a little blank, not knowing what to do. Didn't you ask me what happened to this planet? Yelly hung up the gentle and destructive smile on the girl again, and took her to Vormir star. You can see for yourself. This is... Carrie straightened her waist, grabbed Yelly's shoulders with her small hands, stretched her neck, and looked at the scene behind him. The side of Vormir star looks like it has been barren for a long time, not as weird as the planet swallowed by the dark dimension controlled by Dormammu. It seems that I misunderstood you. Carrie retracted her neck in embarrassment, and turned to look at Yeli. When she looked back, fluttering white hair brushed his cheek. He couldn't help but look at her sexy lips. That dark purple lipstick is very special. But I won't say I'm sorry. After all, you've teased me like that. It's you who should say I'm sorry. Carrie was just about to say something, when she found that her mouth was blocked by a warmth. 11 mmmm. After struggling slightly, the beauty experienced Yeli's perfect skills, and her body softened until she fell on his chest. Yeli went so far, and didn't do it overnight. She let go of her small mouth and said, "You hate lifeless planets." Kelly didn't know why he was asking such a question after he had just kissed her. But with her heart beating faster, she didn't think too much. She tapped her chin lightly and responded, "Yes." Then, Yeli gently slid his hand down her lower abdomen. "You have to look after the next." Kelly flinched, wanting to resist. But the body does not consciously, just symbolically twist the slender waist and round legs. Anyway, it has already been tried by Cobweb. This time it's just a change of hand. It shouldn't matter. However, what this bad guy said on his mouth, and the actions on his hands, why doesn't seem to have anything to do with it? Wrong. Did he mean, want to sow the seeds of life on this planet with me? No, this is too embarrassing. To multiply the creatures of a planet, how could I do it? The white-haired beauty was in a daze. Unknowingly, her thoughts were spinning, and her brain filled up a bunch of weird ideas. But Yeli embraced her, turned her around slightly, and at the same time kept her hands on the ground. Her feet lightly tapped the wasteland on the ground. With his feet as the center, a splash of colorful colors began to spread rapidly outward. Look carefully. You will find that these small dots of different colors are graceful flower clusters, from cliffs to wilderness, everywhere and endlessly. It's not over yet. Gilyala. In the dazzling sea of flowers, crystal drops of water also emerged, converging in all directions, forming a small lake in the blink of an eye. Under the reflection of the extraterrestrial stars, the lake was lit up with light. It was a group of golden fish, swimming freely in the water. It was magical and beautiful. Under the transformation of Yeli, the desolate Vormir star has shown unprecedented vitality. After obtaining the soul gem, combined with other abilities, he has been able to create such a level of life. It is no longer an exaggeration to say that he is the creator. The title of God is worthy of the name. And Kelly was so stupefied with these scenes reflected in her eyes that she couldn't even speak, and even her reaction to Yeli's hand was much smaller. Although she had seen her uncle's mighty power before, Dormammu would not carry out this kind of creation. "Did you do this for me?" After recovering for a while, she looked at Yeli with rather bright eyes. Ya 990 flicked Mizusawa on his fingertips, and said, "I will live here for you temporarily. If you need anything, you can ask Wanda, and I will let her deliver it for you." What? Carrie was not happy when she heard this, but grabbed his arm with some disappointment, shook it, and said, "Are you still not willing to let me out? Just because my uncle is Dormammu? It's not impossible to give you the key to get in and out of here." Yeli smiled inexplicably, "But there is one thing to be done first." "What's the matter?" Kelly had an ominous premonition, and first held his hand that was still about to move. "Don't be shy. It's going to be rustling." Yeli threw her into the sea of flowers, and Zhang Shen jumped on it. Fwa fwa. The beautiful flowers are shaken so that they drop their petals and flutter in the breeze. There are even more unlucky ones, being tightly grasped by Kelly's little hands, and getting messed up. And Yeli is also destroying a delicate flower vigorously, making its pink petals drip with dew, which has a kind of poignant beauty. The flower is in trouble. He immediately shifted to the next target, a small daisy that just bloomed. "Don't." Seeing Yeli not caring for flowers and plants so much, Carrie grabbed his hand to dissuade him. "It's fine." Yeli didn't care about her persuasion, and continued to attack little Daisy stubbornly. He believes that he is not harming the flowers, but nourishing them. Delicate flowers always bloom. He just broke the petals ahead of time. And it's not that he didn't pay, at least he watered the flowers with nutritious nutrients, enough to make up for their lost water. "Don't hurt them anymore." Seeing that Yeli didn't listen to persuasion, Carrie continued to output little flowers. No way, as a protector of the natural environment, she had no choice but to use her small cherry mouth to comfort him. This time Yeli finally listened to her persuasion and patiently accepted her careful and serious teaching. SUS. Clouds and mist change. The wind shifted. After a long time. Although Kaylee was a little rusty in teaching people for the first time, she still completed the guidance of Yeli. Let him fully realize his mistake, and give her some precious remorse. And Yeli's side. There was also a little surprise. Trigger mysterious silver-haired girl Kelly's relationship account task. Kelly wants to obtain the qualification to enter and leave the kingdom of God. Task is completed. You can add Kelly template worker. Although this task reward is not very useful, it is still a basic physical bonus. But the task this time is very simple, and the rewards are at your fingertips. So Yeli was not in a hurry to do the task, but felt that Kelly's teaching just now was not thorough enough. So he also taught her how to be perfect correctly. Kelly, who? The Milano set off from Xandar, across the Milky Way, to the land of nothingness. And in the spaceship. Hey, Rocket, what are you doing? Star-Lord saw Rocket Raccoon messing around, and immediately walked over unhappy. Why did you dismantle my spaceship without my consent? Click. Rocket Raccoon, who was sitting on the ground, didn't reply. Little Claw put an assembled part aside. What is this? Xingju was about to kick this thing with his boots. Rocket Raccoon reminded, I advise you better not touch that, it's a bomb. Star-Lord, what? You just planted the bomb like this. Rocket Raccoon, I was going to find a box to put it in. Xingju spread his hands speechlessly. Huh? Is it useful to put it in a box? Wuan touch? Touch? At this moment, two dull objects fell to the ground suddenly sounded. Xingju trembled in fright, almost thinking that a bomb was about to explode. Click. Rocket Raccoon immediately picked up a gun from the Star-Lord warehouse, and pointed in the direction of the sound. Let me see, a dorky hunk, and an even bigger cloaked hunk, how did you guys get up there? Who are you? Star-Lord also pulled out two elemental guns, and looked at Drax and Saurus shrouded in red cloaks. It's Drax the Destroyer, another unknown, maybe his assistant. Gamera recognized Drax, raised two double knives, and asked him, what are you doing here? The three people asked three different questions. Only the tree man Groot yelled, I'm Groot. Gamera. Drax was looking for Ronan's trace left and right. When he saw Gamera, who used to work for Ronan, he shouted at her with red eyes, where is Ronan? Kingdom of the Weavers. Vormir star. The sea of flowers is continuous, and the leaves are fragrant. Ahem. After clearing her throat, Carrie pointed at the torn purple dress, and said angrily, you accompany me to fight the skirt? This is engraved with magic runes? It's very precious. Don't worry, why rush? Yeli controlled a few strands of fate cobweb entangled her, and said, don't you want to come and go here freely? I will give you the key to get in and out, which is much better than your rare old clothes. You? What are you doing? Seeing the twinkling strands of starlight coming, Kelly shrank her legs reflexively, and moved back a little. Compared with other girls, she has a shadow on cobweb. Don't be afraid, I won't do anything. Yeli embraced her tender body in a funny and pitiful way, and comforted her. Look, they are weaving clothes for you. This is the key to enter and leave the kingdom of God. Not only in this way, it can also allow you to have a powerful increase. Is that so? The white-haired beauty relaxed her struggling body suspiciously, letting the cobweb wrap around her. Starting from her slender ankles, the silk thread covered 603's tight thighs and flat lower abdomen, to the smooth and attractive shoulders and neck. In a blink of an eye, the cobweb was intertwined into a suit, which was exactly the same as her purple battle dress that was not torn apart. Can these things still become like this? Carrie caressed the clothes on her body, feeling that the material was different from before. It's not right, it should be you. You won't control these things randomly. Yeli rolled his eyes and said vaguely, this depends on the situation. Kelly, BD cough. Yeli quickly changed his words, no, definitely not. Kelly immediately frowned slightly, still a little uncomfortable. It still feels too uncomfortable to wear something like yours. There is always a feeling that your body has become your private property, can be played by you anytime, anywhere. You think too much. Look, Wanda and the others are all dressed like this, aren't they all very happy? Yeli hugged her waist tightly to comfort her, and secretly poked in his heart, even if you don't wear my cobweb clothes. I can also. Do all your women wear them too? They don't mind. Definitely, they don't care at all, and they play it very well. That's right. Hearing what Yeli said, Kelly felt better and could barely accept the brand new battle uniform she was wearing. She raised her head, rubbed her cheeks affectionately on his face, and said, that's how it is. I'm tired, the small lake you created is very beautiful, let's take a bath there together. No problem. Yeli readily accepted the invitation, hugged the beauty in his arms and said, by the way, I will teach you how to use the multiple functions of this cobweb shirt. Mysterious silver-haired girl Kelly's relationship household task has been completed. Superimposed Carrie template. The Star-Lord car, the Milano. You devil? Where is Ronan? Tell me. Drax stared at Gamera, drew his weapon, and wanted to strike. Yeli didn't give him too many details, but just asked him to come to Xingju and the others to wait. So he didn't know that Gamera had betrayed Thanos and left Ronan's side. I'm no longer on his side. Gamera is also ready to fight. If you want to settle accounts with him, we welcome you to join. If you still want to deal with me, I will accompany you to the end. Xingju raised the elemental gun in his hand, and said in support of her, we will accompany you to the end. Groot, I'm Groot. Then try it. Drax was quite strong-headed, not afraid of the combination of the four, and was about to step forward with two knives. Pang. Saurus behind him suddenly stretched out a big hand to hold him down. What? Mr. Ye has instructions. Drax put away his two knives and turned to look at this taciturn and mysterious guy. Yes. The intelligence of the summoned creature was not very high, so Saurus just let out a muffled sound. He spread out his big hand, and a row of characters made of light floated quietly in his palm, like magic runes. This is a message from Yeli to Drax. The above content is very simple, just one sentence. Don't have conflicts, wait quietly and you can get what you want. Okay, I'll listen to him. Drax just glanced at it, then nodded. With his character, he won't think about it for too long. Hey, did he just say Mr. Ye? Rocket Raccoon climbed onto Groot's shoulder, looked sideways at Star-Lord, and whispered, is that Mr. Ye we saw in Xandar? It's possible, I rarely hear this kind of surname in the universe, and I won't meet someone with the same surname by such a coincidence. Star-Lord put away his guns and mask, and said to Drax, "Dude, since you're not going to do anything, come and tell us about your reason for coming. Like Gamera said, if it's against Ronan, we welcome it. I'm also afraid that he will come and rob me of my treasures." The camera pans to Vormir star. Haha. Kelly gently slid her palm across the water, splashed water with her fingertips, and wiped the marks on her body. It was worth it. It turns out that the real guy is so much more powerful than the cobweb contact belt. Her smooth body with graceful curves, soaked in the lake water on the shore, half of it is soaked in wet luster. It looks very alluring. Clatter. Kelly propped up her lying body, and lifted her long legs out of the lake, bringing up water droplets like a waterfall. Hi. She put her legs sideways on the strong body that made her submissive and intoxicated, and said teasingly, "Are you listening to me? I'm praising you." "What? Didn't you just say you were going to die?" Yeli, who was sharing the vision of the summoned object, withdrew his perception, put his long legs in his arms to play with, and said, "Now what does that mean? Do you still want to come? Then I can accompany you." "That's not it. This time. At least it will be slow for a few days." Carrie retracted her right leg being caressed. Then he gritted his silver teeth, barely moved his body closer to Yeli, turned around and pressed against him, his smooth and tender body pressed against him, and said, "People are flirting with you, don't keep thinking about those rude things. I see you don't really like those rude things." Yeli put his palms lightly around her waist. "Or do you like me? Huh. I love you so much." The white-haired beauty assumed the posture of a little woman, leaning her cheek on his chest, rubbing it gently with one palm, and sticking out her sweet tongue, turning it around on the cherry lips, and licking it slightly. She acted full of dependence, as if she could not do without this masculine attractive body. "Oh." Yeli laughed softly, pinched her crystal rosy earlobe lightly, and said teasingly, "I think you're more like an addict, right? Asking for flowers." "I am." Kelly trembled slightly from being pinched, a tingling sensation, from the ear to the neck, across the back, to the tailbone. Even if this feeling just passed away in a flash, she couldn't help but groan softly. "What? It's really boring to say this kind of thing. Can't you say something nice to coax me?" As she spoke, she wiped her fingertips over her earlobe that had just been pinched. Her eyes were a little blurred. "0. But you are so tired. How come I can't stand it just by pinching here, let alone those before? The woman who spoke to you is really blessed. Like to hear nice words." Hearing the sincere praise of the beautiful woman in her arms, Yeli felt a little flustered. After all, men love compliments like that. Then, he also readily expressed his love to Kelly, saying, "I like a beautiful girl like you too." Kelly was much happier when she heard the confession she wanted to hear. "Then let's sleep like this for a while, don't mess with me anymore." She narrowed her eyes slowly as he began to fall asleep. Although Yeli imprisoned her for a while before, she didn't blame him too much. After all, in the past, when she took the initiative to save the innocent beings killed by her uncle, because of this, he was imprisoned by Dormammu for a period of time. By contrast, the time Yeli locked her up didn't make her feel bad, it was just a little boring. Besides, Yeli originally's condition, so superior, also fucked the cobweb touch belt and did the shit to her. But a comfortable thing. It's like a man who was caught and locked up by the goddess of beauty, and then did bad things. Most likely, he won't be upset. Seeing Kelly's peaceful and sweet sleeping posture, Yeli knew she was really tired, and couldn't bear to disturb her any longer. Phew. A petal sent by the breeze was caught by him with 2 fingers, and he tossed it with a snap of the fingers. Yang hand. The petals were magnified several times, as long as a person, like a light veil, covering the beauty's delicate body. Go to sleep. 347. Time flies in the blink of an eye. Xingju and others sailed to the land of nothingness. Drax had reconciled with Gamera, looked out the window at the huge amounts of head, and asked curiously in a calm tone, "Where is this?" "They call it the land of no existence knowledge. It was originally the head of an ancient god." Gamera reminded everyone, driving carefully, "There is no order here." Waiting for Xingju and others to come to the buyer, Gamera said. A pink-skinned maid who had been waiting for a long time led them to a museum-like place. "Our collection of treasures is the most in this galaxy." Rocket Raccoon looked around and found that there were all kinds of strange things in the nearby display cabinets. Most of them were living creatures. What a Chidori, a weird-looking duck, and a dog in a spacesuit. "Let me introduce you to A." When she came behind a figure in fur, the pink-skinned woman made a gesture of reverence. Yin Xingju and the others introduced. "Tanya Tuin, collector." "Very well, Mr. Tanya." Xingju took out the cosmic spirit ball from his small backpack, tossed it in his palm, and said, "We brought you something. Where's the money?" "Don't worry, I still need to check." Collector turned around, took the cosmic spirit ball with his Zhong hand, and put it on an instrument for inspection. The Rockets didn't realize that the matter was going to be yellow, so they asked him, "What the hell is this?" Before the creation of the universe, there were 6 singularities. Collector explained them generously. However, he doesn't know the secrets of the Nemesis, and just tells the story according to what he knows. Then the Big Bang created everything, and the remnants of these 6 singularities condensed and turned into gems called infinite gems. These gems seem to be, only those with extraordinary power can control them, and the carrier who has successfully controlled the gem can use this power to easily destroy a civilization. It's as easy as harvesting wheat. Woo and click. with telling. The cosmic spiritual ball also clicked and was unscrewed by the instrument. Okay, now let's enjoy it, it's incomparably beautiful. When Tanyatuan heard the voice, his tone was filled with excitement, and he quickly looked down happily. When he cast his eyes on the empty center of the cosmic spirit ball, his expression froze instantly. Are you kidding me? Tanyatuan glanced at Gamera and the others unkindly, asking them to explain why. The expressions of Gamera and the others were all dumbfounded, and finally they all slowly turned their attention to Xingqiu. Hey, watch what I do. Peter Quill spread his hands innocently. I don't know what's going on. Don't look at me like that. If it wasn't for dealing with Ronan who came to me, I wouldn't have come here with you. I owe you nothing. Quail has a point. Rocket Raccoon grabbed Groot's shoulder and said, he has no reason to do that. It and Groot were able to follow along to share a share, entirely by acting as the same bodyguard role as Drax. Therefore, it is not easy to say anything about Xingqiu at this time. But Gamera was not very happy, and complained to Star-Lord, we have worked so hard to escort you here, but what you have in your hand is just an empty shell. What can I do? I didn't even know what it was. Xingqiu felt that he was really lying on the ground. He felt that this thing might have been empty. 0128064114 Fila 231012560. After all, this is his hand from the hall, etc. He suddenly remembered. When I left the hall, I was knocked unconscious. At that time, I thought it was some kind of mechanism that was triggered. Now it seems that there are people behind it. I seem to know what it is. Xingqiu was about to explain. But at this moment, Hyun 5.6 oval airships descended. Asterisk. Okay. Gamera reluctantly put away the cosmic spirit orb and stuffed it into Xingqiu's hand. Now you should think about whether the murderer Ronan will listen to your explanation. Hey, you gotta help me, we're friends, aren't we? Xingqiu knew that it was impossible for Ronan to listen to his explanation, so he had to ask a few companions for help. Ronan is a bad guy, and we did a good job by dealing with him. Gamera smiled half a smile. Although she also decided to deal with Ronan, she still folded her arms and said nothing, deliberately teasing him. No way, are you going to sell me like this? Xingqiu said anxiously, we came together, Ronan will not let you off if he can't find the gem. Man, you're right. Rocket Raccoon thinks he has a point, we'll help you. The tree figure Groot also echoed, I'm Groot. Drax patted Xingqiu, don't worry, as long as you deal with Ronan, I will definitely help you. Seeing this, Xingqiu felt relieved, and finally looked at the silent Gamera. Then you. 14 didn't you say it? I can't stay out of it. Gamera drew both swords and said sassily, besides, I betrayed him. Have you played enough drama? Collector saw off the guest in displeasure. Please leave now, I will not welcome you here in the future. Boom! After Xingqiu and others were kicked out of Collector's territory, they met head-on, a spaceship that had just stopped. A blue Pikri wearing a black battle uniform and holding a Warhammer scepter stepped off the spaceship. You are indeed here. Ronan stopped talking nonsense, grinned his blackened teeth, and stretched out his palm towards Xingqiu. Click. Son, hand over the infinite gems. I don't think I can explain it clearly. Xingqiu opened his hand and threw the cosmic spirit ball at him. Can you see this? Pong? Ronan caught it with his palm, and was a little surprised that Xingqiu was so straightforward. Under suspicion, he handed the Warhammer scepter to the subordinate next to him, and he twisted the cosmic spirit ball away with both hands. After seeing the emptiness in the spirit ball, Ronan raised his head and stared. How dare you play me? I like to say that, but I'm also very wronged. Xingqiu pointed to Ronan and said, I know you won't believe what I said, so I prepared some gifts for you in advance. Just as Ronan was about to make a move, he paused when he heard the words, what? Send you a dance, woo. As he spoke, Xingqiu danced coquettishly. Kick and twist. Body sway. Without music. It's an embarrassment to dance. Ronan also looked puzzled. What do you want to do? Xingqiu stopped and taunted. Definitely distracted you, idiot. While he was talking, Rocket's little paw also slammed a button. The cosmic spirit ball exploded instantly, and the fireworks swept Ronan's body. It turned out that they knew that they couldn't reach an agreement, so they hit a miniature bomb on the cosmic spirit ball in advance. Do it. Xingqiu immediately drew out his guns and shot towards the rising fireworks. Boom. Bayu, click. Every sound of the 4 elephant elemental guns made a different sound, representing a different elemental attack. Ronan. Drax also waved the blade immediately, rushing forward with red eyes. Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Gamera also all started fighting. Because they were not sure whether Ronan could be killed with the power of the miniature bomb. Only Saurus, who was wearing a red cloak, stood quietly behind, without making any moves for a long time. In other words, it was Yeli who was manipulating him, but he didn't make any moves. Fire. The subordinates that Ronan brought were not for nothing, so they quickly covered Xingqiu and the others with intense firepower. On Xingqiu's side, after all, there were too few people, and they were forced to dodge after being swept away by the hail of bullets. Ronan. Only Drax, driven by hatred, rushed to the fireworks that were about to disperse, and slashed in with a knife. Ing. There was a slightly harsh and sharp metal clashing sound. The long-handled warhammer swung out in the scattered flames, blocked the blade, and smashed towards Drax unabated. Drax was shocked. He was not a sensitive player in the first place, and coupled with the fact that the hammer was too violent, he swung it at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, he only had time to put another knife in front of his chest to resist. Clang, bang bang bang. The hammer sent Drax flying upside down, rolling to Star-Lord's feet. Hey, we agreed to find revenge on Ronan, you won't just be like this G. Seeing that his side seemed to lose a general, Xingju couldn't help feeling a little anxious. It seems that Xingju's words have worked. With a roar, Drax clutched his dull chest, and rushed to Ronan again, fighting with him. However, because he was hit by Ronan's vigorous and heavy hammer first, he was injured. After fighting for a while, Drax gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing this, Xingju quickly wanted to call Gamera to help deal with Ronan. He and Arrow Raccoon have to shoot to hold back the siege of minions, and Groat's tree vines also have a larger attack range, so they have to deal with a large number of minions. Gamera is the only one who plays close combat with knives. The efficiency of pawn clearing is not so high. Pulling away has little effect and can help Drax. As soon as Star-Lord turned his head to Gamera, he saw her fighting with a woman with a mechanical head. It is another daughter of Thanos-Nebula. No way. Xingju had no choice but to cast his hopeful eyes on the motionless Saurus. Dude, are you a subordinate of Mr. Ye? Drax says you're good at fighting. Come and help? Seeing that your boss and I are fellow villagers. Vormir Star. Wake up. Yeli helped to remove a strand of white silk scattered on Kaylee's face, and smiled. Come out with me when you wake up. Real. Kelly was rubbing her sleepy eyes, and she became refreshed when she heard the words, and said in surprise, is it okay? Definitely all right, now you are my woman. Yeli sat up, picked her up, and said, I think after you go out, you shouldn't disturb me because of Dormammu. Relax. I don't care about my rascal uncle. Carrie wrapped her arms lightly around his neck and assured, it seems that we had a little misunderstanding before. I won't do bad things, maybe I can help you. That's good, then let's leave here. I'm talking. Zat. Yeli heard Star-Lord's request through Saurus. Hey, I'm going to do it now. Forget it, this Ronan once attacked the Earth, so let's solve it easily. Think about it. Yeli then kissed Kaylee's purple lips lightly, and said, I'll deal with something here, wait a little longer, it will be over soon. Okay. The white-haired beauty nodded obediently, raised her slender hand, and gently took a few fragrant petals in the air. Then, Zhanyazeo, put the petals caught in her palm into his mouth, and began to chew lightly with his white teeth. Yeli looked a little strange. Are you hungry? No. Aren't you okay? I'll take some time to help you smell some flowers, it doesn't smell very good. Kelly blinked her beautiful eyes, smiled slyly, then slowly lowered her head, and carefully wiped the fragrance of flowers. When Yeli tasted it carefully, and it really felt a little different, and I could feel the subtle selling of the broken petals. Stir it together with the fragrant snake, fully apply the light jasmine fragrance, and cover the original fragrance of Shinan flower. Hen. The white-haired beauty lightly sniffed the elegant fragrance of the flower with her nose, and savored the scent of the petals and the integrated essence carefully with her small mouth. Her pretty face was full of intoxication, and she mumbled, Woo, you really feel better like this. Hearing this, Yeli rubbed her head, pretending to be unhappy and said, What do you mean? Do you think that the original taste is very special? It's not lame, it's just weird. Cough. Kelly was talking, when she suddenly choked on something delicious. She put her thin hands on her neck and stroked her throat, then continued to say in a muffled voice, It just smells uncomfortable, it's too offensive. It's good to get used to it. Wanda and the others often eat it too, although they were not used to it at first, but now they are fighting for food. 533 Yeli also continued to rub Kelly's hair, and said, You enjoy it slowly, and I'll get to work first. Carrie nodded vigorously up and down in response. Not bad. Seeing her well-behaved and obedient appearance, Yeli closed her eyes in a very happy mood, and the impression was connected to Saurus. www. Nothingness. Yeli saw through vision sharing. Drax fell to the ground and was stepped on by Ronan's foot. Obviously. In case of injury, Drax finally missed, lost a move, and was defeated by Ronan. Ronan also had many injuries on his body. All minor injuries, nothing serious. With his physique that can hold the power gem for a few seconds with his bare hands, he can recover quickly. The rocket raccoons were also surrounded by Ronan's army, and the situation was not optimistic. Star-Lord looked at Saurus who was motionless, and couldn't help complaining, Hey, brother, are you asleep? You can just shout and cheer. There is another person. When Ronan heard Star-Lord's words, he discovered Saurus who seemed lifeless. He looked more like a log than Groot. Could it be that the infinite gems are on you? Ronan had this guess, dragged his warhammer and walked towards the tall Saurus. In a sense, he guessed right, although Saurus definitely didn't have any gems on him, but there were 5 in Yeli's case. Ronan. Under Saurus's cloak, a dull voice suddenly came out, I only need to make a small move, that's your limit. Ronan? Big words. Ronan was enraged by these words. He picked up the hammer and threw it at the top of Saurus's head. Pong! Saurus' thick arm stretched out from under his clothes, and he easily grasped the handle of the hammer. Speaking of which, he's also good at wielding a polearm. Therefore, Yeli didn't manipulate him to fight instead of letting him play out his instincts. Pang! Bissy! Saurus pulled the handle of the hammer and hit it back, and the end of the hammer hit Ronan's shoulder fiercely. Ugh! Ronan felt a burst of soreness, which made him unable to hold the hammer, and was snatched away by Saurus in one fell swoop. Shot. Seeing that the boss suffered a disadvantage, the younger brothers pointed their guns at Saurus. Stop them. Xingju finally waited for Saurus to make a move, definitely would not let him be disturbed, and immediately provided cover for Saurus together with Rocket and others. It's kind of useful, Yeli thought, while looking at the situation here. He pressed his hands tightly, releasing more essence into the warm environment full of flower fragrance. Wu, Gilo. No one bothered. Saurus flicked his warhammer, hooked Ronan, and lifted him into the air. Hianpeng? After spinning for a while, it hit the ground vigorously, causing the ground to collapse. Ouch. Ronan spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his blackened teeth. Invincible, he hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, quick. Start the battleship, fire the ground. When the subordinates heard the order, they all immediately drilled into the spaceships one after another, and the activated fleet covered the sky above this area. Oops, we can't deal with battleships. Rocket Raccoon looked at the cannon in his paw, and felt that this thing should not be able to hit the spaceship. Ronan stood up under the cover of the battleship, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said viciously, where are the infinite gems? Let me ask you one last time? If you don't say, let's melt into it together with a secret. Medical. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as he finished speaking, violent explosions sounded in the air one after another, and the fleet of spaceships turned into balls of fireworks, which made everyone's pupils shine brightly. What happened? Seeing the wreckage fall, Ronan couldn't help but feel a little confused. However, he soon had an answer. Who? Two figures stepped out of the flames, a man and a woman, both of them were graceful. It's just that the purple-clothed beauty seems to be unable to move, her body is lightly leaning on the man, and her purple lips are squirming, trying to swallow something, against the background of falling bolides. Ronan stared and asked Yeli, you did it. These fleets are all his belongings after he betrayed Carrie. Now they are destroyed like this. What will he use to attack Xandar in the future? Don't think about it, you have no future. Yeli read his heartfelt voice, and slowly raised his hand. Then, under the unwavering gaze of Rocket Raccoon and others, snap. A snap of the fingers. Ronan found that his body was reduced to fly ash inch by inch, and finally disappeared. Dissipated with him, and the fleet that filled the sky, as if erased from the canvas. Yinhuo and the others were stunned, turned their heads to look at Yeli, and then turned back to look at the Ronan fleet, which didn't even have ashes left. They didn't know what to say. Finally, Drax, who still got up from the ground, walked up to Yeli, lay down again, prostrate himself, and said, from now on, I will sell my life for you. Yeli didn't pay much attention to him, but just asked Xingju and the others, you guys, how about doing things for me together? I still lack some manpower in the interstellar world, and I don't need you guys. How amazing, just help me with small things. Yinhu and the others looked at each other, and after thinking for a long time, they all nodded to Yeli. Such a thick thigh, and it is not an official force, there are no rules and regulations, so a fool will not hug it. It's good to hang out with fellow countrymen, but the marauders are after me. Xingju spoke first, dude, you are so powerful, can you negotiate with Yondu for me? I really don't want to mess with them anymore. I'm willing to do things for you. Gamera followed closely, but Thanos won't let me go, unless you can deal with him. Rocket Raccoon raised his paw and said, we don't have to worry about it, just pay us. Groot chimed in, I'm Groot. Yeli, no problem, it's just a little trouble. Really? Xingju and the others showed joy. Although the cosmic spirit ball was empty and was attacked by Ronan, meeting Yeli was a rare good thing. Mr. Ye, why don't you come and taste the special delicacies of Land of Nothingness with us? See Yeli so refreshing. Yinhu and the others warmly invited him and Kelly to have a meal, expressing that they would treat them to show their gratitude. Yes, I will also tell you what kind of force you want to join. Yeli nodded slightly, without refusing, just sitting down and talking about things. Tread. After they left the gate of the collection hall in the distance, the collector also put away his envious eyes, and whispered to himself, that is the power of the gem, it turned out to be on him. Although he covets, he is not stupid. With the strength Yeli showed just now, he is obviously not an opponent, and he needs to find more helpers. Think up to this point. Tanliadi impatiently ran to contact other members of the Universal Elders, hoping to get their joint assistance. Even the former member Living Planet, Yi was contacted by him. Just when Collector was hiding and discussing planning infinite gems with members of the Elders of the Universe. Yeli, who had already walked away, suddenly had a smile on his face. Really, I didn't notice it. I noticed you a long time ago. He grasped the hands behind his back. Moment. Huen? Space distortion, a singularity with enough suction to shrink fixed star, suddenly disappeared beside Collector. The Collector didn't react at all, and was collapsed into the singularity together with his collection hall, leaving nothing left. And on the other side of a galaxy far, far away. Since this person has such a powerful item as infinite gems, we have to choose a time to do it together. Asking for flowers. Are you right, my brother? Tuan? What's wrong with you? Something wrong? Say something. Gao Tianzan sat on the suspension chair, heard no response from the Collector in the communication, and immediately frowned. Something happened to Tuan. I think maybe it is. Another member of the Elders of the Universe in the communication said, according to the image he sent, I checked and found that the guy he mentioned only appeared on the Interstellar recently, and was promoted as a god by the people of the Nova Empire. 0. God. The living planet ego sneered and said, I think it's just relying on the power of infinite gems to domineering. It's nothing without infinity treasure cloth. Is this worthy of being called a god? Only I am worthy of this title. Ego, don't underestimate this so-called world weaver. Collector can't be contacted now. Head, do you know why I quit you? It's because you guys only know how to do some boring things, and the other things are worse than the other. Yi disdainfully said, are you afraid of the so-called world weaver? It's ridiculous, we survive for endless years, and other lives are like dust in our eyes. If you are afraid, that guy and infinite gems, I but alone. Finished speaking, without waiting for others to answer. It suddenly hung up the communication. It seemed that it was afraid that someone would ask for cooperation and share a share of the pie in vain. From Yi's point of view, the infinite gems in Yeli's hands are not too productive, so it naturally doesn't want to share them with others. This stupid guy. Let him go, just to explore the way for us. Anyway, he is no longer one of us, in nothingness, in a restaurant. Is this your girl? Xingju wanted to get acquainted with Yeli, so he praised Kelly a lot. It's really good. She is the most. He is also a flirt. Feel. As a man, Mr. Ye should also like it. Hearing others praise his woman is pretty enough. After all, this involves something called a sense of accomplishment. Only, Yeli hasn't said anything yet. Carrie heard what Xingju said frivolously, so she immediately pulled out the magic dagger from her waist and placed it around his neck. Shut up. Well. Xingju pressed the blade with his fingertips, looked at Gamera, and muttered, do all you fierce women like to use this kind of knife? What did you say? Gamera was also unhappy when he heard the words, and kicked his calf. 693 You talk too much. Xingju let out a miserable cry, and hurriedly shrank his legs, not daring to say any more. Seeing this, Gamera turned to chat with Yeli. Mr. Ye, do you have any organization? What do we need to do after we join? My organization is called Ghost Spider Club, and now there is a cooperative project on Xandar. If you want to know more, you can go and have a look. After Yeli handed over the club's introduction materials and some contact information to a few people, he said, as for what you are going to do, I think this void is pretty good. Your first mission, help me take it down first. Well, if the manpower is insufficient, I can send someone to help you. Take the void. Gamera said in surprise, this is the territory of Collector. Yeli hugged Kelly, gently touched her shoulder with a leisurely gesture, and said lightly to Gamera, he's gone? Not here anymore. Yinhuo and the others were confused. They had just met Tanya Tuan, how could this disappear? If you don't believe me, you can check it later. As Yeli said, he gave a little warning to the others and said, let me handle the matter well, otherwise I won't give you rewards and help solve the troubles for nothing, you know. I know. Xingju nodded repeatedly. Others also said that they would work hard. Especially Drax, who is grateful to Yeli, even said bluntly, even if you use your life, you will complete the task. Very good. Yeli took Kelly up and said with satisfaction, then, that's all for now, contact me after you complete the first goal. Wait, Mr. Ye. Seeing Yeli gesturing to bid farewell, Xingju hurriedly asked, do you want us to act together? Then what is the name of my team? The club has an investigation team, so you can temporarily serve as the branch of the investigation team in the universe. Yeli didn't bother to come up with a new name, so he said casually, as for the name, just call it Guardians of Galaxy. Guardians of Galaxy? I don't think this name fits well. Rocket Raccoon held up his claws and said, it sounds like we want to defend the galaxy. What does that have to do with us? Star-Lord disagrees, whatever, I think the name is pretty cool. That's it. Yeli nodded, and disappeared together with Kaylee. The capital of the Nova Empire, Xandar. Is that the vehicle of God? It really is extraordinary. Pedestrians on the ground occasionally raised their heads and talked about the vibranium mothership. Such a majestic large mothership is also very rare for the new star civilization. Xandar promised that Yeli's publicity has achieved little success, and some people have begun to believe in the world weaving. Although the number is small, it is also a good start. Because Barbara has affairs on this planet and the daughters who are eager to help, she proposed to stop the ghost spider near Xandar. Thus, the Xandarians can now see the vast mothership beyond the horizon. And in Ghost Spider, as soon as Yeli arrived with Kelly, she was caught by Wanda, who had a sense. Didn't you say that you were worried about Kelly causing trouble, so you wouldn't let her out? Wanda came to the two of them with her little boots on, and looked suspiciously at them. Stop guessing. Yeli didn't hide it either, wrapped her arms around Kelly's slender waist, and admitted openly, I've already tasted Kelly's taste, and she will be your sister from now on. Come on, call me sister. Yeli patted Kaylee's buttocks and said, sister. After yelling with a smile, Carrie winked at Wanda and said, you earned it, I'm much older than you. Wanda, do I still have to say thank you? I knew it. You have such a beautiful woman in there, you can't help it. Eyes flashed red, Wanda held a string hanging around her neck, and said angrily, damn it, Lee is so arrogant in front of me, does she look down on me? I'm going to call her out and teach you a lesson. Under the thin rope she held in her hand, there was a charm with the pattern of double tigers. It is the tiger amulet. Not long ago, Yeli gave it to her to play with. I still want to use what I gave you to teach me. Who is afraid of anyone? Yelly shouted. My master. Yelly patted the white-haired beauty next to him twice, and said, take Kaylee to find a room to live in. Good master. Vernica carries out the order immediately. Rows of direction indicators lit up, showing Carrie the direction of her room. Go to the room first, I'll talk to Wanda about something. Yelly said to Kaylee. Okay, I wish you a happy. Kelly smiled and agreed without asking further questions. Having just been trained by Yelly, she naturally understood what he meant. After Kelly leaves, looking at Wanda, seeing that she is still pouted with a beautiful face, Yelly looked like a smile but not a smile. He stretched out his hand and hugged her horizontally. Come on Wanda, let me see if I have taught you so many times during this time. Have you made any progress? Hen. Wanda had a pretty little white nose, but she sniffed lightly. Yelly, what? You still learned from Felicia. Wanda, why do you smell like flowers? Did you take Kelly to see flowers? It's about the same. Yelly kissed her beautiful eyes. The scent of flowers can still be conveyed into your body later, do you believe it or not? Oh. His provocative teasing kiss made Wanda 4.9 couldn't help but close her beautiful eyes, allowing him to kiss the thin and tender eyelids. What are you talking about? Although it has been developed by Yelly for a long time, on the closed eyelids, this slightly cool touch, it still made Wanda's heart tremble, and he didn't even pay attention to what he said. It's nothing. Didn't you just say that you would use this to teach me a lesson? Yelly stretched out his hand to hold the tiger charm, and said softly, then today, I will try 2 Wandas. What? Wanda opened her eyes quickly when she heard the words, Schwen, and blushed and said, go. You only talk about dealing with bad Wanda, don't bully good Wanda. She is very good. I'm going to double kill today. Yelly smiled evilly, hugged her and teleported back to the room, the same exquisite delicate body, but the feelings it brings are different. Be good Wanda can only bear it obediently, from time to time teary and crying. But the bad Wanda was able to fight Yelly back and forth, and the half of the tiger charm pendant hanging in front of Fengrun peach cake made the 2 sides shine. So, you came to Earth because your lover abandoned you. Dr. Doom successfully communicated with Black Bolt King through brainwave technology, and thus learned some of his past. Unexpectedly, Black Bat King seems to be an emotional problem. However, Black Bolt King waved his hand in denial, and conveyed another thought. It's not just for this reason. You want to revive the race? No problem. With a wave of Victor Dumb's hand, various stereoscopic image materials are projected in front of Black Bolt King. I can help you, as long as you help me too. Black Bolt King carefully watched the information provided by Victor Doom, and found that he seemed to want to set up a secret organization. Black Bolt, do you want me to join? The face under Victor's mask evoked a smile. That's right. Black Bolt, what do you want to do? Pursue stronger power, and greater rights. Victor Doom was slightly cold. There is another arrogant guy. I want to let him know that he will end up making me unhappy. He didn't say the whole thing. The reason why that arrogant guy made him unhappy was mostly because that guy stole away the woman he liked. Black Bat King, who is it? Victor Doom randomly retrieved a piece of information with a photo attached. The vice president of the Ghost Spider Club, Yelly, who calls himself World Weaver, secretly wants to give his power to this world. What we have to do is to rescue the world from him and bring the world a real world. The order of Dash. The Black Bat King stood up immediately, staring at the photo. Isn't this the man who took Medusa away? Bump. Black Bat King slapped the thick alloy tabletop in his hand with a slap, and said with resentment in his eyes, I agree. Join your organization. Very well, you are welcome to join 17. Victor Doom applauded lightly, but his eyes flickered slightly. Blackcard Bird's reaction just now doesn't seem to be moved by his words. By the way, the woman he loves has also been abducted by others. Could it be that person too? Oh. Victor Doom thought about it, sneered in his heart, looked at Yelly's photo, and said to himself, President Yet, it seems that you have to be careful. Who made you so fond of seductive people? Good. Just the 2 of us? Is there anyone else? Black Bolt asked at this time. Don't worry, I will definitely not find someone else. Victor was inspired by Black Bolt and thought of an old classmate of his. Reed, I'm afraid you are also saddened by Susan's departure. Hee. In a research room. Johnny, are you really unable to contact Susan? Reed Richards held a phone and said with expectant eyes, my research has made some progress. You'd better bring your sister to have a physical examination. In my research next, maybe we will be able to return to normal soon. Who is we with you? Richards, don't call my sister's name. I'm afraid my brother-in-law will misunderstand. Johnny on the other end of the phone, when he heard that Reed was still researching how to make his ability disappear, immediately looked unhappy and said in a nonchalant manner, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The physical examination is just an excuse. You just want to meet Susan and see if she will change her mind, don't you? Come on you hypocritical and cowardly guy, you like it but you don't have the guts to go after it. Do you still want to wait for my sister to deliver it to you? Now my sister and brother-in-law are getting along very well, so don't interfere. And your broken research, just change the book back, don't come to be with us again. That's all for now, goodbye. Remember not to bother me all the time, or be careful that I will delete it for you regardless of my old colleague. Beep 1. Finished. He hung up the phone immediately. Hello. Hey, Johnny. After Reed Richards yelled a few times unwillingly, he dropped the phone in his hand. Some things, lost to know how to cherish. Reed, are you interested in talking? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Startled, Reed quickly turned around, stretched his arms, and took a wrench from the workbench to be on guard. Don't be nervous, we are old acquaintances. Dr. Doom shot out a burst of energy with his fingertips, and the wrench flew out. This time I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Reed Richards, did you forget that your cooperation with me last time made me look like this ghost? This is a gift, Richards. Cosmic radiation makes your body stronger. Linyo how. Victor Du spread out his arms and invited, you should learn to use this ability to make changes for the world. There is a person here, I think you should be interested in dealing with it. He didn't mention Susan's matter, and he had a tacit understanding with Reed Richards. Victor knew the village of Reed Richards well. If the incident about Susan was made clear, it is estimated that Reed Richards would show generosity hypocritically and would not deal with Yelly because of this incident. But if it is based on the excuse of nonsense world righteousness, Reed Richards will most likely agree to it. If he is indeed a danger, I may be able to help you. As expected. When Reed Richards saw that what Victor was going to deal with was Yelly, his eyes flickered, and following the excuse he gave, he pretended to be righteous and said it, the same exquisite delicate body, but the feelings it brings are different. Be good Wanda can only bear it obediently, from time to time teary and crying. But the bad Wanda was able to fight Yelly back and forth, and the half of the tiger charm pendant hanging in front of Fengrun peach cake made the two sides shine. So, you came to Earth because your lover abandoned you. Dr. Doom successfully communicated with Black Bolt King through brainwave technology, and thus learned some of his past. Unexpectedly, Black Bat King seems to be an emotional problem. However, Black Bolt King waved his hand in denial, and conveyed another thought. It's not just for this reason, you want to revive the race? No problem. With a wave of Victor Dumb's hand, various stereoscopic image materials are projected in front of Black Bolt King. I can help you, as long as you help me too. Black Bolt King carefully watched the information provided by Victor Doom, and found that he seemed to want to set up a secret organization. Black Bolt, do you want me to join? The face under Victor's mask evoked a smile. That's right. Black Bolt, what do you want to do? Pursue stronger power, and greater rights. Victor Doom was slightly cold. There is another arrogant guy. I want to let him know that he will end up making me unhappy. He didn't say the whole thing. The reason why that arrogant guy made him unhappy was mostly because that guy stole away the woman he liked. Black Bat King, who is it? Victor Doom randomly retrieved a piece of information with a photo attached. The vice president of the Ghost Spider Club, Yelly, who calls himself World Weaver, secretly wants to give his power to the world. What we have to do is to save the world from his hands and bring the real world to the world. The order of Dash. The Black Bat King stood up immediately, staring at the photo. Isn't this the man who took Medusa away? Bump. Black Bat King slapped the thick alloy tabletop in his hand with a slap, and said with resentment in his eyes, I agree. Join your organization. Very well, you are welcome to join 17. Victor Doom applauded lightly, but his eyes flickered slightly. Black Card Bird's reaction just now doesn't seem to be moved by his words. By the way, the woman he loves has also been abducted by others. Could it be that person too? Oh. Victor Doom thought about it, sneered in his heart, looked at Yelly's photo, and said to himself, President Yet, it seems that you have to be careful. Who made you so fond of seductive people? Good. Just the two of us? Is there anyone else? Black Bolt asked at this time. Don't worry, I will definitely not find someone else. Victor was inspired by Black Bolt and thought of an old classmate of his. Reed, I'm afraid you are also saddened by Susan's departure. Hee. In a research room. Johnny, are you really unable to contact Susan? Reed Richards held a phone and said with expectant eyes, my research has made some progress. You'd better bring your sister to have a physical examination. In my research next, maybe we will be able to return to normal soon. Who is we with you? Richards, don't call my sister's name, I'm afraid my brother-in-law will misunderstand. Johnny on the other end of the phone, when he heard that Reed was still researching how to make his ability disappear, immediately looked unhappy and said in a nonchalant manner, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The physical examination is just an excuse. You just want to meet Susan and see if she will change her mind, don't you? Come on, you hypocritical and cowardly guy, you like it but you don't have the guts to go after it. Do you still want to wait for my sister to deliver it to you? Now my sister and brother-in-law are getting along very well, so don't interfere. And your broken research, just change the book back, don't come to be with us again. That's all for now, goodbye. Remember not to bother me all the time, or be careful that I will delete it for you regardless of my old colleague. Beep 1. Finished. He hung up the phone immediately. Hello. Hey, Johnny. After Reed Richards yelled a few times unwillingly, he dropped the phone in his hand. Some things, lost to know how to cherish. Reed, are you interested in talking? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Startled, Reed quickly turned around, stretched his arms, and took a wrench from the workbench to be on guard. Don't be nervous, we are old acquaintances. Dr. Doom shot out a burst of energy with his fingertips, and the wrench flew out. This time I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Reed Richards, did you forget that your cooperation with me last time made me look like this ghost? This is a gift, Richards. Cosmic radiation makes your body stronger. Linyo how. Victor Du spread out his arms and invited, you should learn to use this ability to make changes for the world. There is a person here, I think you should be interested in dealing with it. He didn't mention Susan's matter, and he had a tacit understanding with Reed Richards. Victor knew the village of Reed Richards well. If the incident about Susan was made clear, it is estimated that Reed Richards would show generosity hypocritically and would not deal with Yelly because of this incident. But if it is based on the excuse of nonsense world righteousness, Reed Richards will most likely agree to it. If he is indeed a danger, I may be able to help you. As expected. When Reed Richards saw that what Victor was going to deal with was Yelly, his eyes flickered, and following the excuse he gave, he pretended to be righteous and said it, order to develop itself. Victor played several messages about the Clone Legion, saying, their research institute is doing inhuman human experiments, transforming innocent people into their biochemical weapons. It's ridiculous that they still someone sings their praises. Reed Richards' eyes flashed, and he echoed in a low voice, it seems, Ghost Spider Club really needs someone to punish. It's not easy, Reed. Victor Dumb broadcast the information of Black Spider and Yelly again. If you want to deal with the club, these two people cannot be avoided. They are very strong, especially the one who claims to be World Weaver as president. Yeah. Then think about it in the long run. Reed Richards paused and said, but I won't show up publicly, and at most I will provide technical support. Victor Dumb nodded, no problem. All he needed was Richards' brain. 673. As for the super ability to stretch the body back and forth. Well, although what he said just now sounds good, he actually doesn't like this ability. Come with me, and I'll introduce you to others. Dr. Doom smiled mysteriously, and took Mr. Fantastic to a hidden base in Latvia. Stay in a meeting room in the base. Reed Richards saw several figures sitting at a long conference table. Victor also pulled out a chair, sat down, and took the lead. How about getting to know each other? Squeak. The metal rotating shaft of a seat rotates automatically, and the figure sitting on it wears a helmet made of special material and looks like Lucan. Victor, as you said, we cooperate. I help you, and you help me. Gag. Definitely. This is a good deal, Lord Magneto. I will help you establish a kingdom that belongs to mutant. Dr. Doom said, and glanced at the silent Black Bolt King. Speaking of which, your appeal is quite similar to this one. Bert just couldn't talk. Let me introduce him. Black Bolt King Blackcard Bert Gang, King of the Inhumans, wants to restore the Inhumans kingdom. The king of the Inhuman race? Chi. The last chair turned around, and the figure sitting on it sneered. This figure has a strange face, and there are 9 octopus-like tentacles on its head, just like the legendary monster Hydra, and it looks very terrifying. It is called Hive, and it is the source of Hydra organization. The origin of Hydra is developed from its group of admirers. And it's also an Inhuman, the first Inhuman created by the Kree. Therefore, it will feel disdain for Black Bat King, the so-called Inhuman King. Suddenly, hearing his laughter, Black Bat King's eyes showed displeasure, and when he raised his hand, a yellow light shot towards him. The Hive was startled, and before it even had time to dodge, a big hole was shot out on its shoulder, and the honeycomb naturally also has some special abilities. Black unknown substances surged from the holes, quickly repairing the wounds. Even so, it stared at Black Bolt fiercely, you bastard. Hive, Black Bat King has shown mercy. Dr. Doom made a cold voice, stopping the Hive who was overwhelmed and wanted to do something. Heh. Seeing the beehive's deflated appearance, Magneto didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, and his eyes showed a mocking look. Among the few people present, except for Reed Richards, the strength of the Hive is completely at the bottom level. Dr. Doom just took a fancy to some of the remaining Hydra forces that it has taken care of. Snort. Honeycomb snorted coldly, and said firmly, Victor, I won't pursue it for your sake. Don't forget about what you promised us about Hydra. Hydra. Richards stared. I heard Hydra is a terrorist organization. That's just slander from the club and s.h.i.e.l.d. Hive quips, our great goal at Hydra is to bring a new order to the world. All right. Dr. Doom interrupted everyone's words. I notified you today to discuss with you the establishment of a mutual aid association, and stop talking about these irrelevant things. Reed Richards, what fraternity? Where the light shines, the ghost has nowhere to hide. Victor Dumb shook his hands and said slowly, I will lead you to form an Illuminati. Ghost Spider. Boji boji boji. 2 waists with the same thinness are surrounded by one hand and the other. Sometimes pull the left side in front of the body, sometimes switch the right side, alternately shuttle back and forth. Yelly thought it was too troublesome, so he simply stacked the 2 twin Wandas together. It was a long time again. Click. The 2 halves of the Tiger Talisman are finally reunited, and the 2 Wandas are also reunited. Wanda, who was about to fall asleep in a daze, clamped her legs tightly and curled up vigorously. The 2 superimposed memory feelings made her convulse and tremble. Seeing this, Yelly couldn't help hugging her with concern, stroking her curved snowy back, and asked, Are you okay? If you feel uncomfortable, I will heal you with a horse charm. No need, I'm fine. Wanda panted, tremblingly raised a small hand to grab him to stop, and said in a soft voice, just try this more in the future. I like it very much. Leave. Hey good. Yelly saw that the girl's words were a little out of tune, and knew that her little head was almost blank, so she couldn't help but gently agreed with a smile. The 2 little maids on the sofa, at the moment, barely supported their soft bodies, each holding a white towel, and wiped some tiny beads of sweat on Wanda's delicate body. Yelly ordered, help her to take a bath, she's exhausted too. Yeah. Rachel and Iridia agreed softly, and they were about to leave while supporting Wanda. Yelly smiled, pulled Rachel back, embraced her and said, "There's no need for both of you to go." "I see." The cat-eyed girl blinked her orange eyes, comprehending what he meant. She couldn't help wrapping her hands around his neck and shoulders, and kissed him happily. Well, feeling the softness of oppression, the sound of the little heart beating, Yelly knows that the mate has been waiting for a long time, and now she is very excited. And when Iridia left, she couldn't help but glance back. Her eyes were a little envious. But she knew that she must have a part later. Therefore, I was not in a hurry, but first carried Wanda to wash it. Time flies. The stars flow. Rachel and Iridia slept on both sides of Wanda, one on the left and one on the right, and the three fragrances were entwined together. Yelly looked at the three pretty faces sleeping peacefully, and felt disturbed again, and said with a blank smile, "Okay, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go out for a stroll." He said something to himself. He got up and went outside, and began to take a leisurely walk. The simulated ecological zone on the vibranium mothership does not have a trace of metal. People can't see the environment of the spacecraft here, just like being on a planet full of vitality, so the scenery is still very good. Especially now. Yelly looked very refreshed, just breathing the light smell of green plants, feeling very good. During this time, the ecological zone also tried to put alien animals and plants to add some interesting concepts. After Yelly walked around for a while, he saw many wonderful and dreamy plants. And behind a rustling grass, asking for flowers, a strange alien animal in the middle of winter jumped out. Its shape is like a pink rabbit, but it is much rounder and looks very cute. No wonder Gwen and the others chose this kind of creature and threw it into the ecological zone. These little things have always been taken care of by them and Vinica. Only, it didn't take long for Yelly to watch this naive round rabbit with great interest. A little orange cat with smooth hair and bright body gently approached the round rabbit from behind with its small paws. There's an orange cat. Yelly looked a little strange. How is this orange cat not fat at all? Soon, he understood the answer. Sula? After the orange cat approached the round rabbit, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a group of tentacles with sharp teeth wrapped around it. Woohoo! In the blink of an eye, this strange-shaped chrysanthemum mouth swallowed the dough in one gulp. Aha! Yelly looked surprised. "I'm Joe. Isn't this UN Devourer? Who caught it?" He said how thin this orange cat is. Everything has been swallowed into the pocket of the dimension. Can it not be thin? But the question is, where did this meow come from? Yelly can still see from a distance that Chu Yuanzhang is still wearing a small collar around his neck. I don't know if it was worn by Gwen and the others. It looks too similar to the one of the shocking team, ER. Just when Yelly was guessing how the cat slipped up, the UN devouring beast has already turned its head, looking for its next target. But it hasn't had time to take a few steps. A slender but huge amount of palm passed through the top of the canopy, pinched it with 2 fingers and lifted it up. Janata pinched the UN devourer in front of her and looked at it. "It's been a while since I raised it. Why haven't I gained weight yet?" Her current figure has been maintained at a relatively high level, and the snow-white murder weapon is very eye-catching. Yelly was secretly stunned, as expected of a subcosmic entity. Looking at it is really grand 40 kings. If all of Tunmiai's body were released, one of them would probably be as big as the earth. Forget it. Why don't you just eat it? The girl with purple pupils opens her cherry lips is about to stuff the biting wollo into her mouth. Wait. Yelly stopped him. At the same time, the figure of the orange cat flashed, and he pinched the back of the neck and grabbed it. "What's the matter? It looks like a monster. Why don't you let me eat it?" Tunmiai was very upset at Yelly's behavior of stealing her food. Yelly rolled her eyes. Other things are eaten by UN devouring beasts, but Janata directly eats UN devouring beasts. Steamed Niu. Yelly, where did you get this thing? Janata Qian put her finger on her soft lips, and said, "I caught it. I saw it has a lot of energy in its body, so I caught it back and raised it, but it's a pity that I can't get fat, so I just eat it alright." Yelly, are you sure this thing is wild? Yeah, I caught it in a meteorite field. It must be wild. Return it to me quickly. Tunmiai shrunk and floated in front of Yelly, reaching out to snatch it back. But Yelly shrank his hand, avoiding her grasp, and pointed at the neck of the beast with the other finger, and asked, "Do you still like to wear collars for food?" Janata, no. Yelly dead fish eye, then where did this on its neck come from? Janata, hey, that's right, where did it come from? Yelly, do you think there is a possibility that you captured other people's pets for work? Oh, it seems to be. Tunmiai looked at the collar on the beast's neck, a little embarrassed. Why don't we eat it secretly? Yelly, 10 minutes later. Wow, is it a cat too? The Dailu beast licked on Felicia's head, and tentatively called out to the UN devourer who was surrounded by everyone. Meow. Meow. The UN devourer opened its mouth and yelled. It looks like an ordinary cat. Lee, are you making a mistake? As she said that, Felicia reached out to touch this cute orange cat. Yelly grabbed her slender wrist. Be careful, this little guy is quite dangerous. Felicia tilted her head in doubt. Seeing her disbelief, Yelly winked at Tunmiai, and Ganada pouted lightly with a displeased look. Hurry up, don't be so stingy, I will give you candy later. Yelly said so. Janata just threw a treasured delicious alien monster to the devouring beast worker. Sula, The UN devouring beast immediately spit out its big chrysanthemum mouth again, and swallowed the monster with its teeth and claws in one gulp. Why? Felicia and the other girls were slightly frightened, and looked in amazement at the big orange cat that had returned to its original state. Alien creatures are really interesting. Susan became a little interested in research. It seems, it's a bit dangerous. Cindy suggested, should we send it away? Janata winked at Yeli, shall I send it back to the meteorite belt where I found it? Well, let's see. Yeli picked up the small sign on the orange cat's neck to watch, and pondered, there is a positioning device on its collar. I asked Vinica to release the signal shielding of this collar, so that its owner can find it by itself. There was also English on the sign, which made him basically sure that this UN devourer should be the one from Captain Marvel. When Janata saw that she was not needed to do things, she smiled and agreed, that's a good idea. Before that, you, the culprit, are responsible for taking care of it at 3.0. Yeli threw the orange cat to her, don't steal it. It's better to let me send it back. Janata looked reluctant, and didn't bother, and directly threw the UN devourer back into the ecological zone, then let's raise it for a while. As soon as she threw the devouring beast away, she suddenly felt something, her eyes lit up and she said, wow, a large wave of material energy is approaching. The total amount is comparable to a planet. Yeli also felt it, and thought to himself, could it be that Carol Danforth came here so quickly? Shandar. What is that? Is it also a space carrier? No, it looks like a planet, so big. How could a planet suddenly appear? It's not like a comet. People in the planet's capital looked up at the unknown object that was bigger than the vibranium mothership, and they all felt a little apprehensive about the unknown. And just when they were suspicious, the unknown shadow that covered the sky and the sun also slowly approached Xandar, and began to become clear. After the people of Xandar saw it clearly, they found that it was really a planet with huge amounts of it. Moreover, there was a human face on the surface of this planet. What kind of monster is this? Is it Space Monster 16? It seems to be eyeing us. Immediately, many people were so frightened that their legs became weak, and they collapsed to the ground. No, I have to leave Xandar in a spaceship. There are still some tourists who want to run away. In the Prime Minister's residence. I didn't expect that Mr. Ya had just helped solve Ronan. It hasn't had time to celebrate. It seems that a new trouble has appeared. The head of the Nova Empire also watched the celestial video with worry, and told his subordinates, go and find out what this is. I hope it's not an enemy. And at this moment, the planet with a human face suddenly faced the direction of the ghost spider, and made a vast sound. False god, hand over the infinite gems. Is it to deal with him? Seeing this, the head of the Nova Empire considered whether to help Yeli. This thing is not easy to mess with at first glance. At this time, the subordinates also presented the information they found to her. Please listen. The head of state took over the information to check, and his expression soon gradually became dignified. Celestials? Living planet? Such a powerful race. Can that one deal with it? In the vibranium mothership. It turned out to be this guy, and he moved quite fast. Yeli looked at the living planet go outside from the porthole, and said with a sneer, I didn't expect Tanya to win even notified the former members, but it's just to send it off. Vinica, give it an appetizer first. No problem, leave it to me, master. Vinica responded happily, and raised the mothership's gun. The energy of the Azure Space Gem condenses and is aimed in the direction of Yi. This shot is enough to star. Infinite Gems is really here with you. And Egg also noticed the danger, but more excited. One, peng. What responded to it was a thick blue beam of light. Yi also gathered energy immediately, forming a beam of planet-level beams, and greeted them. Boom! The two colliding beams made a loud noise. The scattered aftermath killed many Xandar stars in an instant. Yeli saw that 767 was slightly wrinkled. It seems that this place is not suitable as a battlefield. 0128064116 Fila 2214124110. He still has some cooperation on Xandar, and the name of the universe also started from here. It would be bad if you were playing high and destroying Xandar star. Think up to this point. Yeli asked Vinica to stop the bombardment, and directly started to launch the Kingdom of God. The purple-gold dimensional scenery surrounded the nearby star fields of Xandar in a blink of an eye, and surrounded Ego tightly. Dimensions of different dimensions. Yi has lived for so long, so he has some knowledge. He immediately sensed what Yeli's hand was, and said in surprise, you are still the master of dimensions. But being surprised doesn't change anything. In a blink of an eye, the world has changed. Yi was pulled into the dimension of the Kingdom of God. It's not over yet. Yeli made another gesture of turning his wrist. The dimensional world spins backwards for a while, covering a layer of mirror space. That way, you don't have to worry about spilling over to anything. I underestimated you. Yi's complexion became ugly because of Yeli's actions, and he realized that he had misunderstood something. Yeli does not rely on infinite gems to be strong, but originally is very strong. Unfortunately, it is too late to realize now. Yeli didn't bother, raised his hand and condensed the divine power and origin magic power into a three-color light gun, and threw it straight at Yi Chang. The light gun reached the speed of light in real consciousness, and without any chance of preparation, Yi was immediately pierced into the core of the earth by this light gun. Click, click. Yi's body surface, that is, the planet's ground, quickly spread huge amounts of cracks from the ground, and everywhere in the past, there were collapsed ground depressions. No. Although Yi realized that he was in a dire situation, he didn't expect that it was Yeli who couldn't handle every move. In the roar of unwillingness, its body tended to collapse, and soon disappeared, turning into the nourishment of the dimension of the kingdom of God. And after Egg was killed, a ball of light was left in place. Yeli beckoned and pulled the ball of light he made over. A curled-up girl is wrapped in the ball of light, with a pair of slightly curved tentacles on her head, and the tips of the tentacles are shining brightly, which is quite cute. She was awake, and looking at his eyes, she was very afraid and flinched. Yeli looked at the appearance of Mantis Girl, thought about it, and then understood. She should have sympathized with Yi's fear before he died, so she was so afraid. Don't be afraid, if I want to hurt you, I won't protect you. Yeli played with her tentacles playfully, you should be able to feel my emotions. Mantis woman's tentacles became brighter, and the fear in her black eyes faded a lot. Because she read the love from Yeli's emotions. Then, it shouldn't hurt her. But the girl doesn't know that the person in front of her loves her, but it's not serious. You have also seen that your old master has been killed by me because he provoked me because of his overreach. Holding the tentacles, Yeli gently slid down to caress Mantis's fair face, and finally raised her chin with her fingertips, and said with an ambiguous smile, "From now on, I will be your new master. I think you are a well-behaved little maid. You should be very obedient, right?" The empathy ability of the Mantis Girl is very interesting, and it can unlock interesting new ways to play. Yes. Mantis nodded timidly in agreement. Seeing Yeli's ability to instantly kill Yi with that move, she dared not disobey him at all. And Yeli's appearance and temperament, even if she is an alien, she also thinks it looks pretty. Very well, then I'll change you into a maid outfit first. As usual, Yeli used Fate Cobweb to replace the new maid with a sexy and revealing maid dresser. Softly ringing, Mantis's clothes fell apart in an instant, revealing her snow-white body. This made her, who was already curled up, hug her arms even tighter, and she couldn't help but think softly in her heart, what does he want? To be like Egg, to find a female mouth does sexual mating reproduce. I haven't waited for her to think about it. Hoo. The intertwined cobweb did the job quickly, weaving a form-fitting maid's outfit around her. Perfect. Yeli admired Mantis's beautiful figure set off by the revealing clothes without any scruples. This Yi really delivered the goods to your door. Not only did she live in the kingdom of God, but she also sent her daughter to her door. Maid +1 again. Remove the mirror space and return to the cabin from the kingdom of God. Yeli couldn't wait to hold Mantis Girl's little hand, wanting to try the empathy game. In his heart, he was looking for which beauty would be better to match Mantis's ability, Wang Lijiao. At this moment, Venika's voice sounded in the cabin. Master, the head of the Nova Empire sent a message. Thank you for eradicating Ronan the accuser for the Nova Empire. The banquet held is ready, please be sure to attend. No, I'm not interested. Yeli waved his hand. Tell me to her, if you want to thank her, please give me something more substantial, don't make these false. Okay tons. Venika said mischievously, I will send the master's recording directly to them. Cough, that's not necessary, just explain it tactfully for me. Yeli considered for a while, and finally decided to ask Cindy over. After all, the little pitiful one is more sensitive, isn't it? Can better see the effect of empathy. However, if I go back to my room, I think it will disturb Wanda and the others who are still resting. So he simply took Mantis and went directly to Nandi's room to wait. Not for a while. Cindy Moon, who received Yeli's invitation, rushed back with a small black and red school bag, and it seemed that she had just finished class. Leave. Cindy, it seems that you have been in school for a while. Yeli hugged her, rubbed her shoulders, and asked, what major did you choose? Fashion design. The school specially recruited teachers from Parsons College. Xian Dijiao smiled and stretched out her 5 fingers. Strands of white silk emerged from her fingertips, showing him her superb weaving skills. Hey, your skills are almost catching up to mine. Yeli rubbed 897's tender face affectionately with his face, and encouraged, I think you will become an excellent fashion designer in the future. Cindy narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, enjoying Yeli's gesture of posting. After chatting with each other for a while, she looked at the quiet Mantis Girl and asked curiously, is she a newcomer? Mondays, she can be considered my spoils of war. As Yeli introduced, he bent his waist and knees, hugged Cindy horizontally, and placed her on the sofa. Then, in the same way, he picked up Mondays and placed her next to Cindy. Mantis couldn't help but blush because of his actions. After all, her relationship with Yeli is not as close as that of Cindy. What are you really going to do? Cindy looked at the shy Mantis strangely, and looked at Yeli wondering what he wanted to do. Come. Yeli took Cindy's little hand and put it on Mantis's hand. Hold it tight, you will soon see magical things happen. Cindy? She is a little confused. However, he still obediently held Mantis' hand. At this time, Cindy, well Yeli directly printed her cherry lips on the face, and the effect of the spider totem made her hum softly. On the other hand, Mantis suddenly opened her eyes wide, and unconsciously squeezed Cindy's hand tightly. What is this? Why do I feel so happy? Very excited, very exciting. Mantis had never felt this way before. She was intoxicated for a while, and the light on the tentacles became brighter and brighter. Seeing her expression from the corner of Yeli's eyes, he secretly said, It seems that the effect of this empathy ability is very good. It feels like this, but there will be more exciting things later. Gag. Xandar, State Banquet Hall. Disappeared? It seems that he has solved it, so fast, that is the celestial race, and even Ronan is probably not an opponent. We still underestimated him. The head of the Nova Empire stood by the window, looking at the ghost spider in the sky outside, and asked the subordinate at hand, would he not want to come? The messenger under the crown of the World Weaver, there is news that. Subordinate Hui reported, he said he would consider participating. Let's pick something first. Pick something delicious to send to him. The character of the strong is indeed very special. The head of state laughed, and didn't worry about whether Yeli would come to the banquet, but instead asked, so have the people from the Kree Empire arrived? The removal of Ronan this time is a rare opportunity to demonstrate to Carrie. Let them realize that the Kree are not invincible, so that we can gain a higher right to speak in future negotiations with the Kree Empire. The head of state, Carrie said, the spaceship of their envoy is about to arrive at Xandar, just. The subordinate reported, his eyes became a little more solemn, it's just that our intelligence department got a secret message. The reason why the Carrie messenger's spaceship was delayed is because they encountered a little accident during the flight, and the pet of an important member of the ship was lost, and it took some time to find it. Oh, what member is so important? The head of state asked curiously, how long has the spaceship been delayed? Conjecture based on information. The subordinate reminded, the person who came is probably the strongest Kree Captain Marvel. Carrie may also want to take the opportunity to demonstrate to us and warn us, not only are there superpowers on our side, they also have. As far as I know, that one is relatively kind compared to the powerful Kree Empire. The head of state asked his subordinates not to worry too much, even if she goes to the appointment this time, she shouldn't do anything excessive. Just let the Nova Corps go all out on alert, Then ask the person above if he will come. Ghost Spider. Cindy's room. The white light was strangely bright. Mantis writhed restlessly on the sofa as she listened to the sweet voice whispering in her ears. Relying on her empathy ability, she has truly empathized with Cindy. I can't understand what kind of feeling it is, but she was reluctant to let go of her palm. Definitely. Cindy also subconsciously pinched it tightly. WWW. And in the distance of the starry sky outside the porthole, a spaceship of the Carrie Empire is rapidly approaching the planet Xandar. In the spaceship, drip drip, cuckoo. Carol Danvers surprises with an instrument on the table. Originally, she was only a member of the emissary representing the Kree Empire, and she came to the invitation of the Nova Empire, but she did not expect that the locator would respond at this time. Carol guessed in her heart, could it be that Gugu was captured by someone and came to Xandar? Action is worse than guessing. Just thought about it. She immediately flew out of the ship, took the locator, and headed in the indicated direction. Captain Marvel is still fast, but in the blink of an eye, she saw a space mothership, as majestic as a series of mountains. Carol couldn't help being a little surprised. Is this made by the Nova Empire? This level, I'm afraid even the Kree Empire is difficult to create, right? Thinking. She flew quickly towards the ghost spider. The perspective turns back to Cindy's room. The two girls hold each other's hands tightly, with almost the same charming expressions on their faces. Unlike Cindy, who has experienced many battles, this is the first time this has experienced such a thing. So, while someone is going back and forth, before Cindy was defeated, Mantis, who was completely synchronized beside her, took the lead in making a loud voice. Even if it's just a purely emotional feeling without any actual physical contact, she can't bear it. How did it work? Why did it happen? The white light on Mantis Girl's tentacles has reached the extreme, and there is confusion in her dull black eyes. Trigger Mantis Girl Mantis relationship account task. Mantis wants to know how this feeling came about. The task is completed. You can superimpose the template of Mantis Girl Mantis. Ask for flowers. Here comes the task. It seems that this girl is very simple. Seeing this, Yeli reached out and grabbed Mantis's waist. It's easy to know. Just experience it for yourself. But, at this time, Vinica suddenly made a voice, reminding, Master, there is an unknown life form approaching, and the energy value emitted is not comparable. Do you need me to shoot it down? Another person. Yeli paused, spreading the perception of mediation. Soon, he also spotted Carol Danvers approaching like a meteor. It's her, that's how I found it. Seeing Captain Marvel who just came to find the cat, Yeli didn't care so much. After all, he still has important things to do now. How about this, since Janata caused the trouble, let her solve it by herself. You inform her and ask her to return the devouring beast to Carol. Well, that's the approaching target. After Yeli gave the order, he bent down and continued to happily do the system task. Only, the body feeling has just been adjusted back, and the progress of the task has not been long since it started, and I haven't hit it a few times yet. Pong. What happened? He suddenly felt that the mothership's hull vibrated slightly. Don't get me wrong, this is definitely not something he made up. Web novels. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. American Comics, The Girl Next Door is Spider-Gwen. Chapter 353 Captain Marvel and Gonada are fighting? Chevron_left. Previous. Next. Chevron_right. Knights_stay. The ghost spider has a luxurious whole-body vibranium structure. If it wants to make movement and spread it here, it must be very powerful. If Yelly really caused this movement, then Mantis's slender waist would at least be shattered by him. And seeing Mantis girl still looking eager for pleasure, she knew that the shock was not caused by him. What's the matter, Vinica? Yelly asked again. Master, the card you mentioned, 007 Luo ER, fought with Janata. Vinica reminded at the right time, go and have a look, don't let them mess around on the spaceship. Aha. Yelly is a little speechless, how come this is still fighting? There is no way, the matter at hand cannot be stopped, he can only use his mind to explore the past first. Ecological simulation area. Pong? The two graceful figures collided suddenly, causing huge amounts of movement. Carol, you actually tried to eat my goo. Nada, what's the matter? I didn't know it was your pet. Carol, don't you see the collar on its neck? Nada's expression froze when she heard Carol's words. I'm not aware of the problem, I want to return it to you. Tunmi tried to save face and said, if you don't let go, be careful I will eat you too. Look at your appearance, you are quite fat. You still say I'm fat. Carol was not happy, raised her hand and another beam of light shot at it. Hyun, the light flickers away. Nada opened her small mouth and absorbed it completely, it tastes good, come again. You. Carol Danvers was in shock. Can this be swallowed directly? She didn't expect that she had tested the power of bailing before, but today she would meet a ruthless character. Whoosh. The female goddess of war of the Carey Empire did not believe in evil, and rushed to Nada in the blink of an eye, sweeping her long legs. Pong? Tunmi easily grabbed her ankle with one hand. Don't be too arrogant, you are not my opponent. Although Captain Marvel's strength is fierce, it is still not enough to look at in front of Ganada, a secondary cosmic entity. Carol Danvers's peak strength, at most, is not level Godfather. Even if Tunmi is in a regular form, her strength far exceeds that of level Godfather, and she can even reach level single universe with all her strength. Right now, Ganada feels that she made a mistake first, and she didn't take it seriously, otherwise Carol really wouldn't be able to fight her a few times. Carol struggled with her ankle, but didn't move at all. She couldn't help being shocked by Janata's strength, and guessed. Could it be that you are what Carrie said, the new god of the Nova Empire? Captain Marvel is usually busy being a superhero in the interstellar space, and doesn't pay much attention to the situation on Xandar's side. She just learned some recent news from Carrie, so she doesn't know the specific situation here. I think you're talking about my 3.7. A gentle male voice sounded at this moment. Yelly speeded up, finished dealing with Cindy and Mantis, and finally rushed over. Red and black combat uniform, sassy and beautiful face, compact and powerful figure, especially those long and straight legs. Yelly looked at Carol Danvers for a while, and determined that this should be a surprise in the comic version. Stop it, you are not Ganada's opponent. Yelly the god's telekinesis separated the two of them all his life. That's right. Tunmi heard that Yelly seemed to be giving her a platform. She hugged his arm a little happily, and said to Carol, I will give it back to you, and you still want to hit me, it's too much. Hashtag. Carol heard the words, and the veins on her forehead popped up. However, she didn't do it again. After all, I really can't beat it, I can't help it. It would be good if Fang 19 is willing to return Gugu to her. Cough. Well, Ganada, don't say any more. Yelly felt his arm was deeply immersed in the softness of the Q-bomb, and his tone towards Tunmi was very gentle. Are you the what world weaver? Carol twisted her ankle, which was pinched a little sore by Ganada, and looked at Yelly's appearance with a little surprise. She thought it would be some kind of weird life form, but she didn't expect it to be so beautiful. That's right, it's next. Yelly pretended to ask, Your Excellency, Earthlings, Carol Danvers. Carol crossed her arms and said proudly. Coincidentally, Yelly smiled like a spring breeze, I am also from the Earth, or most of the people on this mothership are from the Earth. What? Carol was amazed, did you come to Xandar? I haven't been back for so many years, and the Earth's technology is already so advanced. Because of Yelly's appearance, she did have a flash of his earthly appearance, but she didn't expect that he was really a fellow. Yelly, currently, the situation on Earth and stars is not so developed. We belong to a special group. Special groups. Carol suddenly realized, you mean, you are all superheroes. Yelly thought for a while, nodded and said, it's roughly like this. That's really a misunderstanding. Captain Marvel was very happy to meet an old acquaintance in a foreign land, and the unhappiness of the conflict just now was washed away. Ganada reconciled. Since Cuckoo is fine, let's forget about this matter. From the point of view of the result, it is good. At least let me meet people from my hometown in this distant interstellar space. Wow, that's all done, you are really good, Ganada whispered in Yelly's ear. Yelly was a little tickled by the blue breath and soft voice she spit out, and thought to himself, this girl is so seductive. I must find a chance to do it. Definitely. He didn't forget Danvers in front of him, and invited her. Since we are both visitors from our hometown, we should entertain them well. How about staying for a meal? I can prepare family virtue for you. Carol was also very moved when she heard about her hometown dishes. She hasn't tasted it for a long time, even the fried chicken nuggets is very missed. But, she finally shook her head and said, I still want to follow the Carey mission to attend the invitation banquet of the Nova Empire. I'm afraid I have to refuse your kindness, but, talking. Carol smiled brightly and said, I can go to the banquet with you. It is said that you have a good relationship with Nova Empire. As you should be able to go in. How about it? Do you want to think about it? Since she learned that Yeli is also from Earth, she has a different impression of him, and she is much more friendly. She completely regards Yeli as the kind of handsome opposite sex that can be rubbed, instead of the sense of distance as before. Even the posture, she has done a lot more polite and decent, as if meeting men and women who flirt with each other in a bar, there is a feeling that she wants to try everywhere. After all, Captain Marvel 917 has been single for so many years. It's not easy to meet such a handsome fellow from the Earth, who is also extraordinary and has such outstanding deeds. It is impossible to say that she has no idea. In fact, Carol's invitation to the banquet just now has a bit of ambiguity in it. Yeli, who has been in love for a long time, naturally understood what she meant, and thought to himself, this time, the fierce battle with Cindy and Mantis has ended in a hurry, and there is still a good harvest. He happily nodded to Carol, all right, let's go and have a look together. Seeing that he agreed, Carol showed a little joy in her eyes, exchanged a smile with him, and said, then the banquet is about to begin, and we can go. Gonita looked at Yeli, then at Carol. Seeing the way the two of them flirted, she felt a little uncomfortable for no reason. She immediately raised her hand and said, if there's something delicious, I'll go too. What are you going to do? Yeli's face darkened slightly. Do I take you to be a light bulb? It's fine if I can't tease you, don't bother me to tease others. He was about to refuse with words, and took out a few magical lollipops to send Chunshu away. But Gonita blinked her charming purple eyes at him, and said weakly, why can't I go? You clearly said you wanted to raise me. When did I say this? Yeli complained silently in her heart. However, I saw that Tunmei was so delicate and lovely. It is really hard for him to refuse again cruelly, and he will agree to it softly. But, at this moment, Gonita suddenly hugged his arm tightly, moved her pretty face closer, and her cherry lips touched his face like a dragonfly. After Yeli froze for a moment, she moved her lips away, blushing slightly. I also understand these days, you like this, right? Now you can take me with you. After this period of observation, Gonita also understands the relationship between Yeli and other girls. She seems to have just reached puberty, from a little girl who only knows how to eat, to a girl who is ignorant of feelings. Although this little girl is quite big in various senses. Yeli was also very surprised by Tunmei's act of offering a sweet kiss, unknowingly, so this girl has finally opened up a little. Although it was just a kiss, Yeli, who has made progress, is also in a good mood. At the risk of Carol's displeasure, he wholeheartedly agreed to the cute purple-eyed girl, nodded and said, no problem, I'll take you there. I'll give you delicious food when I come back. Yay. Gonita smiled triumphantly, and raised her white chin in Carol's direction to demonstrate, I knew you liked this. Captain Marvel has a hard time, what is this? Damn, in front of my face, the man who robbed the man I just bumped into, work. Carol gritted her silver teeth, unable to swallow the breath. She didn't believe it, she couldn't compare to a little girl. Isn't it just a kiss? My wife is fine too. She immediately calmed down the expression of gnashing her teeth. Pretend to be generous. Fly to Yeli's side. Smiling. Kiss him on the cheek too. Moreover, it was the place where Nada just kissed. Tunmei pouted her lips, no idea. Yeli, whose face was a little slippery, thought of a sentence. So what? The snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman wins. It seems to be used here, which is a bit inappropriate. But whatever, he just made money anyway. Maybe this time, the Galactus template can be taken together with the Captain Marvel template. Xandar Star, the National Banquet Hall. The interstellar banquet held this time has already been held in full swing. Representatives of many interstellar countries and forces came to the appointment. However, because it was just an invitation to the banquet, there were no high-level leaders present. And at the ceremony team at the entrance of the banquet hall, 3 more figures slowly approached, and their powerful aura attracted the attention of many people. Seeing the eyes sweeping around, Gonita was not stage fright at all, hugged Yeli tightly, and pulled him to her side. Her pretty face was full of confidence. Carol looked unhappy. This is the male companion I invited. What do you mean by being pulled to your side? She immediately embraced Yeli's right hand, and pulled him into her bosom forcefully, which made him feel deeply. Naturally, Tunmei was not happy. She stretched out her hand and pulled Yeli over again. Just like this, the 3 of them walked slowly inside, causing everyone around them to salute their attention. Feeling the soft collision from left to right, Yeli felt helpless and happy at the same time, so she let them have an inexplicable desire to win or lose. He himself opened the system task panel. Mantis's task completion rewards have not been received yet. Mantis Girl Mantis's relationship account task has been completed. Liao Wangzhao. Superimposed Mantis Girl Mantis template. The main ability provided by the Mantis Woman template is the super ability in the spiritual aspect, and the potential is not bad. After all, a weak girl like Mantis can use this super ability to control Ego and Thanos strongly, let alone Yeli. He could feel that after superimposing this template, his psychic power could already overwhelm a single mind gem. The reward Mantis gave could really be to hope that she is okay, Yeli thought to himself. Mantis Girl is probably still crying in Cindy's room, and Cindy should comfort her. Just when the 3 of Yeli were ambiguously arguing, they were about to enter the main hall. The ceremony team at the door suddenly moved, and they all faced the direction of the three of them, and performed the highest etiquette of Nova civilization. Even the armed guards who didn't need to salute originally saluted together, which amazed the envoys and guests. Who are they? They actually received the highest courteous treatment from the Nova Empire. Wait, that one is Carol, Carol's Kree name, Kree's Captain Marvel? Could it be that the new star is showing favor to the Kree Empire? Hasn't Nova civilization been complaining about the atrocities committed by the Kree Empire? Why did they suddenly make such a move? What else can it be? It must be a confession. No? Who is the one holding hands intimately by His Excellency Karen? He still has a girl next to him? How can he make Captain Marvel want to put himself down like this? Wait, I seem to see 257 has seen him in intelligence. Just when everyone was talking about it, the high-level leaders of Nova civilization came one after another, led by Nova UN Shield. She took the lead, and said hello to the man respectfully and politely. It's really an honor for Xandar to be here. After that, she turned her head slightly and said hello to Captain Marvel. You are welcome to, Your Excellency Karen. Seeing this, the audience was in an uproar. What does this mean? This means that in the eyes of the new star head of state, that man is much more important than Captain Marvel, and has a noble status? Carol Danvers was also a little surprised. When she saw the etiquette team saluting respectfully just now, she thought for a while that it was because the Nova civilization was in awe of the Kree people, but she didn't expect it to be because of the respect for Yeli. Me? Nada is not happy? Why don't you mention her? BJBF. She's better than Carol. Who is this? The head of state took a few glances at the purple-clothed girl, and asked Yeli, is the lover under the case? To be honest, she was very surprised when she got the news that Yeli and Captain Marvel were going to the banquet together. She thought that Yeli had something to do with the Carey Empire, so she hurriedly brought people over to greet her. Now, seeing that Yeli actually brought another girl to the appointment with Carol Danvers, she was even more surprised. Captain Marvel of the Kree Empire, a well-known strong woman in the universe, would commit herself to sharing a man with other girls. It is really unexpected. However, no one can say for sure about emotional matters, so the head of state did not speculate on this aspect, but only asked Yeli tentatively. And she said it. Nada, who was already in love, blushed slightly. Carol looked slightly unhappy. Yeli, on the other hand, looked at Tunmei with mischievous eyes, then at Team Jing, and finally said frankly, that's right, Nada and Carol are both my lovers. Ganada suddenly opened her purple eyes wide, staring at him incredulously, as if saying, you really have been secretly making forwards? This confession is too fast. And Carol also has the same expression, with a hint of admiration in the expression of shock. How long have we been flirting with each other since we met? How dare you say it? Yeli didn't feel embarrassed or uncomfortable because of the eyes of the second daughter. Children have to be able to cry before they can eat sweets, and men have to be thick-skinned. Hihi, yet, you are still so interesting. Have you found a new girl? At this time, a slightly familiar female voice came to Yeli's ear from the crowd of onlookers, causing him to turn his head away in surprise. I see. A figure in lady armor stood there holding a wine glass with a meaningful expression. It is the goddess of Asgard, Sif. You're here. Yeli was stunned for a moment, then smiled in relief. Does it represent Asgard? Sif looked very energetic, with a smile full of vitality and said, I didn't expect to see you here, and you are so majestic. Cough, it's just like the sun. After being modest, Yeli said to her and the head of state and other new star officials, stop standing here, go in first. Yes, let's go in and talk. The head of state gave a polite smile of approval, turned around and led the crowd in. Sif leaned over to Yeli, and whispered, you're making it, as if you are the owner of this place, really amazing. How is Asgard recently? Yeli chatted with her casually. It's still the same. After you leave, everything will be calm. Sif got to know Yeli a lot after the last heart-to-heart talk with Yeli, and spoke more frivolously. It's Thor, it's been a while since Loki was imprisoned, and recently he asked the Father of God for mercy. Hey, it's nothing to Asgard in that little time. 27. Yeli laughed a little and said, it's really a maniac. My younger brother controls the madman? This title is interesting. It seems that before I saw Thor too shallowly. Now that I've broken away, I've seen a lot of new things, and found that he really isn't suitable for me. Sif's eyes flickered slightly, and he passed the wine glass in his hand to his mouth, and said with a smile, I have to thank you for this. Come on, you. If you read it right just now, this is what you just sipped, and it's this kind of look again. Yeli looked at the cup handed to his mouth, and his eyes flickered slightly. He found Sif. Looking at his gaze, he didn't know when it changed, and there was a subtle and inexplicable meaning. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now, combined with Sif's ambiguous behavior of handing the wine glass, could she also like me? Yeli suddenly had this idea in her heart. He is not a dull person, so he can very sensitively feel the girl's affection for him. This is definitely not one of the three major illusions in life. Absolutely not. Yeli thought as he sipped the drink Sif handed to his mouth. Janata, who was at hand, pulled him at this moment, squinted her eyes and asked, what did you mean when you said I was your lover? Could it be the kind of confession that Susan said? It seems she taught you a lot. While Yeli was coping, she was thinking about how to answer Tunmei's question. Should I go up to it directly and take it down? This should work well for ignorant girls. Think so. Yeli looked at Tunmi's eyes with a little unkindness, and it was no longer the kind of pure feeder's eyes. Or, I want to feed some special things. Well, Janata shrank her neck from his fiery eyes, and her small heart, which was as powerful as the core of the earth, couldn't help beating a little faster. She has no emotional experience, how can she stand up to this kind of battle? She wanted to be strong and even ask the words in her mouth. Seeing this, Yeli temporarily slowed down his attack. After all, this is still an interstellar banquet, and there are too many people around, so it is not easy to do anything. But Carol, who has a strong personality, is not as easy to deal with as Tunmi. She glanced back and forth at Yeli, Ganada, and Sif with a half smile. I can't tell, you're still trying to win glory for our Earth, are you planning to create a new race? Ask for flowers. 0. When Sif and Ganada heard the words, they were a little embarrassed by her sharp speech. Yeli has a thick skin, smiled and answered Carol's words, it's okay, for the time being, I don't consider contributing to biodiversity. When he said that, Mr. Ya, a new female voice with some joy interspersed into the conversation of several people. See Yeli, they all looked in the direction of the voice. The one who made the sound was a thin, beautiful woman with well-proportioned features. What's more special is, her skin is green. It was Gamera. When Carol saw him coming, she was delighted, and her teasing smile on Yeli grew stronger. I can't tell, the races you can accept are pretty wide, and you said you don't want to be a creature diversity contributes. Yeli. Gamera. Yeli asked the approaching Gamera, why are you here, on behalf of? Gamera smiled, definitely represents nothingness. You already took it. When Yeli got the news, he also smiled, the speed is pretty fast. I can't let you down, boss. When Gamera was talking, she glanced out of the corner of her eye, Ganada and Carol who were holding Yeli's arms, and Sif who was serving drinks. The boss is really capable, hugging left and right, and a beautiful woman offering wine, and it's different from the last two. While she was joking, she secretly thought, so the boss likes women so much. I don't know if I can't be 470. Although Thanos hasn't moved much lately, but she is still very worried, and urgently needs to hug Yeli's thigh to stop Thanos' evil plan that may be implemented at any time. Who says it's not? Carol echoed Gamera, rolling her eyes at Yeli. However, she still did not let go of Yeli's arm, it was still wrapped in a proud softness. Now there are 3 women who are eyeing her, she can't give up this position. Although I have only known Yeli for a while, but the more men are scrambling for him, the more she wants to fight. Hehe. Sif also covers his mouth and chuckles, and put the wine glass that Yeli just drank back to her thin lips and sipped it. Yeli raised his brows lightly. It seems that these girls are not cheap, they all want to take advantage of him. Guests. At this time, a group of waiters approached, and the head waiter invited, the head of state has prepared a separate dining hall for you, please come with us. Oh. Yeli turned his head and looked in one direction, only to see the head of Xingxing smiled and nodded at him. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. She understood the relationship between Yeli and the women around him, so she made a special arrangement. Not bad, but quite capable of doing things. Yeli nodded in satisfaction, and happily followed the waiter to a glorious hall that was closed from the outside. However, on the way, there was a small episode. The Carrie Empire's envoys saw that Captain Marvel, who they had brought to demonstrate, was getting mixed up with the strong men from Xingxing's side, and all of them showed displeasure. The blue-skinned man at the head even came to stop Yeli and the others, and asked Carol, Carol, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the glory of the Empire? Your behavior is so embarrassing. Boom, dash. As soon as he finished speaking, he was blasted away. Pong. When it landed, it directly hit a banquet table, overturning all the dishes on it, causing the surrounding banquet guests to show displeasure. Carol blew on the fist that had just fired energy, warning the Kree mission to the rest of humanity. I just want to sleep with this man, what's the matter with you? Have you forgotten who I am? For my mother's sake, I'm doing something for you, Carrie, don't piss me off. Want to sleep with me? Yeli's face was a little weird. You also play the trick of saying something amazing? I can only say, Shocking Team deserves to be a well-known iron-headed baby, his words and deeds are tough. Hey, where's the security guard? The head of Carrie got up, looked at the various food stains on his body, and shouted angrily, is this how you new stars entertain distinguished guests? Oh. The new star head of state standing on the building ring looked down and said with a smile, isn't this your own business? We Nova will not meddle in Carrie's affairs, Your Excellency, don't be ashamed here, go down with our waiter and change clothes. You. The head of Carrie shook his sleeves viciously and left, you new stars are waiting, don't think that everything will be fine after signing the peace treaty. After he leaves, the Führer's expression of smirking had also calmed down. The Kree people are still so arrogant, even a small one dares to talk like that. Not to mention the diplomatic relations between the 2 interstellar countries. Yeli and the others came to the exclusive hall, and the attendants were all retreated. 5 people gathered around a table, except for Ganada who immediately started eating. Everyone else looked at each other in blank dismay. It's no fun to drink like this, how about we have some interesting games? Carol suggested. Game. Sif became interested, wine ceremony game. Dang dang dang. Gamera took crystal wine glasses, stacked them in the shape of pyramids, and opened the wine from the rim to the top. Sif asked curiously, what is this? Gamera blinked, get ready to drink later. So many that. Sif made a somewhat vain expression. A lot of wood. Nada held a leg that didn't know what to bake, and raised her hand to speak. I can't drink it all in one gulp. Pa. Yeli flexed her fingers and flicked her forehead. What are children doing drinking so much wine? Tunmi made a long voice in displeasure, and retorted, I'm not a 4.2 child. I'm older than you, little brat. Bang. She patted the table again, looked around everyone, and proudly said, everyone here is not as big as me. As soon as Nada said this, Yeli and the others couldn't help turning their gazes to her full breasts. It's really big enough. Carol, Sif, and Gamera all looked down at themselves in disbelief. You can't see your toes, why do you say you are the biggest? I drink, just me. Sif blushed, took the glass of wine handed by Gamera drunkenly, and drank it down again, fully reflecting the heroism of the Asgard female warrior. And Gamera is also drunk, her face is emerald green with blood, she looks very special. Now that the drinking game has progressed, the two of them are already too strong to drink. Under the paralysis of alcohol, my little head is not working. It can be said that the more you lose, the more you drink, the more you drink, the more you lose. And Carol's face was also rosy, a little bit drunk. P.S. Thor can get drunk, it should be fine for Team Shock to get a little drunk. Only Yeli and Nada, like nothing happened. Especially Gonada. She didn't care whether she lost or not, she held a big wine barrel alone, drinking happily there. It made Sif and the others unwilling to play with her. Wow yeah, you lost this time, drink up. Seeing that Yeli lost 19 this time, the beauties all came over and toasted him intimately. Come on, open your mouth. Sif wrapped his arms around the back of Yeli's neck, and brought the wine glass in his hand to his mouth. It seems to be the reason for being drunk. She was very courageous, and she put a long smooth leg under the war skirt on his knee, and rubbed her body against him. Well, the bewildered beauty is so close at hand that she makes Yeli sip her wine, and at the same time, she can't help stroking the beautiful legs she offered herself. In fact, although he thought Sif was a beauty at first, he was not very interested in her and had no intention of pursuing her. After all, there are so many beauties, it is impossible for him to spend all his energy chasing after them. However, this beautiful Asgard warrior woman, now so professing her love, he was naturally disrespectful. And Gamera, on the other side, is also delirious, not as close as Sif, but also next to Yeli. She put the yimming wine glass in her mouth, biting it with her white teeth, and brought it to Yeli's mouth. Then, he tilted his head slightly, poured the wine into the slightly larger wine glass held by Sif, and asked him to continue drinking. During this period, Gamera's bright green lips are almost touching Yeli's lips, as if they can be touched by the breeze. It's too embarrassing to be like this. Carol was still awake, looking a little uncomfortable. If you drink it again. She worried that she would also put on such a posture. No, it seems a little embarrassing. I can't make such a flattering gesture. Thinking. Captain Marvel suddenly stood up and said, I'll fly outside to get some fresh air first, sober up, you guys drink first. In fact, she wanted to secretly use the power of the twin stars to directly burn all the alcohol in her body. Let's run away. Looking at Carol who left in a hurry, Sif smiled coquettishly, and whispered to Yeli, then we don't have to continue playing, just drink directly. She took back the wine glass that was feeding Yeli, stretched her fingers, pressed them against his cheek, and gently embraced his head. Let me try it too, what kind of wine you just drank? Yeli, well, if you don't taste what's in this cup, you must love me. He was a little curious. What is Sif's mind, exactly? Then try. Through contact with her, the newly acquired empathy super ability was activated. Moment. He felt a warm emotion welling up in his heart. He couldn't help hugging Sif in his arms tightly, and couldn't help but respond to her enthusiastically. Nada, who was cooking, shook her head. Here it comes again, the primal desire to mate. I said can you change the place, I'm eating? Hearing this, Yeli recovered a little, and quickly turned off the empathy ability. This super ability, although in a sense can experience double happiness, but it also makes people a little out of control. Looking at the blurred face in front of him, still tasting the residual smell of wine, Yeli took the time to let go of the hand holding her, and touched his forehead. No long tentacles, it seems that he is simply loaded with the super ability of Mantis Woman. However, it doesn't matter if it grows tentacles. Since he reshaped his divine body, his body can be changed into any shape, even if it becomes a tentacle monster. Therefore, even if the appearance changes due to loading templates, Yeli can still adjust himself back to his original appearance. It's still eating, it's so delicious. 460. Gonada saw that the two were still going on, and puffed her mouth unhappily. Seeing that there seems to be an opportunity, Yeli separated from Sif and seduced Tunmi. Do you want to try it too? Gonada's beautiful eyes widened vigilantly. I'm not as casual as they are, if you want to pick on me, then you have to. She was about to make a request, but she saw. Yeli picked up Sif, and suddenly walked towards the resting room, and Gamera thought about it, and followed behind. Hey, why are they all gone? Tunmi hurriedly held up a strip of pork with shandal sauce and waved to Yeli. My condition is actually not high, you just need to give it to me. Hey, why don't you turn your head back, it's too heartless. Yeli didn't intend to leave at this time, but the system popped up Sif's mission, which made him start to act. Trigger Sif relationship household task, Sif's feelings, want to get your deeper response. Now, the task is completed, you can superimpose the Sif template. The lights flickered. Candles were brightly lit. The restroom prepared by Shandar is still very good, the decoration is ambiguous, very interesting, so that people who are placed in it can't help but think. There was a soft sound. Yeli put aside a piece of white gauntlet that he had untied again. In other words, he is already very skilled at taking off the tight uniforms like Gwen and Cindy, but this is really the first time to take off the armor. Even for Kelly's damaged magic battlesuit, the material is closer to the texture of soft leather. Unlike the women's close-fitting armor worn by Sif, it is completely made of metal and feels hard to the touch. What number is this? Yeli took off the beautifully carved breastplate again, and handed it to Gamera, who came in attentively. The 5th piece. Gamera reached out to the string around Sif's waist, wanting to help untie it. Take off this battle skirt and it's almost done. Yeli suddenly pressed her hand and stopped him. Don't take off the skirt. Why? Gamera was puzzled. Isn't it more convenient to take off the skirt? Sif had already obediently lifted her long legs straight, and wanted to cooperate with Gamera to take off her skirt. He was taken aback when he heard what he said, and asked strangely, yeah, don't you think about it again? What do you two chicks know? Don't take off your battle skirt because... Yeli lifted her skirt, grinned badly and said, I like this. Earth. About. History Stark Building. After the renovation and reconstruction of the Stark Building, there are more entrances and exits. For example, several blue and white painted robots entered the mechanical repair assembly line in the mezzanine from a hidden window. And on the high-level tarmac, there was also a stealth Quinjet that stopped in a hurry. Click. Hawkeye, who was lying on the ambulance, was quickly pushed into the rescue room. Members of the Avengers also got off the plane. As he was leading the way, Tony straightened his shirt sleeves and said, I think we have a match. The group of guys who have received the remaining Hydra forces are very difficult, and Barton is also seriously injured. The sound wave of the man in black is terrifying, and Hulk can barely hold on. Dr. Banner walked over to a table and sat down, or maybe it wasn't sound waves at all, and sound waves couldn't have done that. Thor sat down next to him, put the hammer on the table, shook his head and said, there are more powerful people on Earth than I thought. Maybe we need to find some new recruits or something. Dr. Banner suggested to Tony, Natasha Romanoff is often absent now, and Captain Rogers was kicked out by you. Oh, Tony interrupted him with a displeased expression, that guy got out of here by himself. Hey. Thor frowned slightly and said, Stark, it's a bit too much for you to talk like that. Captain Rogers' character, I think it's not bad. Oh, is it? Very good. With a wave of Tony's hand, J.A.R.V.I.S projected a face with dark eyes. Look, do you know who he is? Bucky Barnes? The cold-blooded killer who killed my parents? And our great captain protected him. Thor talked in the room, hesitantly said, I just came back to Midgard not long ago. I don't know much about these things, but is there any misunderstanding between you and Steve? Enough? Don't mention him. Tony interrupted, we don't need any GIs. Well. Banner pressed his pulse and reminded, but, Tony, I think you better not yell, this guy doesn't like to hear it. Hey, sorry, doctor, forgot about your situation. Tony took a long breath, calmed down with the magician meditation method, and continued to preach. As for the issue of our Avengers members, we will negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. later. Let me show you here first. Another plan. Banner, another plan. While he was wondering, he saw Tony turning an instrument holder, and the items displayed on it were familiar to everyone present. Mind Scepter. My brother's spiritual staff. Thor wondered, what do you want to do with it? Not what I want to do with it, but what I've done with it. Tony straightened his face and shouted. Following his voice, an amorphous blue holographic image was projected. Thor looks confused. Dr. Banner was attracted to stand up. Wow, this is. He approached Ultron's light cluster, and said, it's like a group of active neurons. It seems to be thinking. What did you do to Ultron? I would like to thank Lee more. Tony made a gesture, and a purple gold magic robe flew out of his hand, binding the scepter. Snap. He took the scepter in his hand, and said with a smile on his face, Lee not only gave me this scepter to study, but also gave me some mysterious magic power. In this way, I can use the power in this scepter more fully, and thus integrate it into Ultron. Look carefully and you can find. The top of the scepter in my heart is already dim, and the energy belonging to Mind Gem is gone. When I was not in Midgard, you actually secretly learned magic. Thor didn't recognize anything else, but he had some knowledge of Tony's technique. That's beside the point, Thor. Dr. Banner stared at Ultron. Tony, if you want to use this thing to build Ultron's global defense system, I think we have to notify S.H.I.E.L.D. first, analyze and evaluate it carefully, and then negotiate, because Xandar Star, Special VIP Lounge. A pair of shiny white long combat boots, hanging on Yeli's shoulders, kept shaking there. After opening the tin can, it is natural to enjoy the deliciousness inside carefully. It's delicious with some booze, intoxicating. Under the influence of alcohol, the proud female warrior panders wantonly, completely forgetting what restraint is. And Gamera also held her tight thighs, rubbing them non-stop. Apparently, the scenery so close to Chi-Chi made her very unbearable. It was getting dark. Hawkeye Barton was pushed out from the treatment room, and it seemed that the treatment was completed. Seeing that he seemed to be fine, Tony joked with everyone, the rescue failed, right? Barton is going to die, let's announce the time of his death. No, I'm going to live forever. Barton also joked, I'm made of plastic now. You still made your own cells, Mr. Barton. This time the speaker was a beautiful Asian woman in a white scientific uniform. Her name is Zhao Halen, a top PhD in biology. The effect of the molecular bridge is transient, and the cell will not find itself bound to the biomimetic. Helen Zhao handed a glass of recovery drink to Barton with a smile, and said, your girlfriend won't be able to tell the difference either. Profound. Barton took the drink and said, I don't have a girlfriend. Only a wife. Zhao Helen laughed teasingly, then I can't help it. Dr. Banner looked at her regenerative cradle technology curiously, and asked, are you artificial cells? It can be understood in this way. Helen Zhao responded to Banner and showed off to Tony, this is the future, Tony, your heavy metal armor will be eliminated. The effect is really good. I have also conceived nanotechnology, but the progress is slow. Tony made a gesture, and several ice cubes were born out of thin air, and he threw them into Barton's drink glass. Now I prefer to use this, magic. Hey Tony. Barton raised his hand and glanced at the glass. I didn't say to add ice, don't show off your spells. Okay, you saw it. Tony shrugged, turned to invite Dr. Zhao, are you interested in the party tonight, Helen? I'm not like you, I don't have much time for parties. Helen Zhao paused, and said, last time you said you would introduce President Ye to me. Will you come? Forward. Tony hesitated, it would definitely be great if Lee could come to the party, but he's wandering outside right now, so I'll ask Kira to come over. Zhao Helen hummed lightly, then lowered her head and sorted out the materials. I don't know whether she agreed or not. Tony was about to ask again. Banner leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Tony, aren't you going to negotiate with the S.H.I.E.L.D about Ultron tonight? Why are you throwing a party? Nothing to negotiate. Tony glanced at Barton and the others, pulled Banner aside, and said, Banner, we don't need any election debates, and I don't want to hear that human beings should not meddle in the affairs of nature. My idea is to protect the world's battlesuit. That's enough with us, don't need to discuss, Kaj, with other people. Protect the world. Banner reminded, did you forget Ye and their club? Their ability is better than ours. Lee. Tony nodded and said irrefutably, yes, he is very strong, but you also know his character, and I wouldn't be surprised if he leads his beautiful girls to an alien planet one day. So we can't just rely on Lee, Banner. This. Banner hesitated. Shandar. Banquet lounge. Yeli pulled a piece of red gauze, and gently covered the half-armored Sif. The gauze was draped around her strong waist, making her look like she was defeated on the battlefield. But the goddess of Asgard was defeated. But there is also a famous female warrior in the interstellar world, who is eager to try with her green eyes. Seeing the disheveled green-skinned beauty, Yeli's heartbeat quickened slightly. This is not because her appearance is so intoxicating. Rather, the unique skin color that he had never experienced before made him excited and looking forward to it. Seeing that Sif had already rested, someone cast his gaze over. Gamera approached slowly shyly, put her hands on his shoulders, and asked nervously, can I? Listen to Quill, you earthlings may not like my skin color. It's okay. Yeli smiled and circled her waist, if it's you, your face and figure are more than enough to make up for it. Gamera was overjoyed, and immediately pressed the lips that were already close together, and offered a passionate kiss. After a while, Seaweed liked dark green long hair, shaking and beating heartily. A certain person has another feeling in his heart. In my mind, some little popular science knowledge that seems to have nothing to do with the current situation flashed inexplicably. Green calyx is a green variety of Chinese rose. In addition, the green flowers, and green daisy and so on are very useful and beautiful. That's it. As soon as the green calyx buds bloom, the light green petals are turned over and over without interruption. It caused the crystal dew on the flowers to roll down one after another. Yeli happily finished researching this variety, and picked up another green daisy, slowly researching it thoroughly. But the flowers that have just bloomed are fragile, and they can't stand his kind of teasing and destruction at all. No way. In order to avoid the beautiful flower, just such a sad accident withering, he also had no choice but to slow down his probing movements. And outside, Carol also came back at this time. In fact, after flying a few laps and burning out the alcohol in her body, she originally planned to come back immediately and continue drinking. But the mission contacted Prime Minister Carey and sent her a small report, so she had to deal with it and explain it. To be entered in a separate hall. Carol only saw Nada licking the plate, and asked her, "Where are the others? Why are you here?" Muma. Gonada licked the plate clean, retracted her pink tongue, and then said unhappily, "They are going to mate, don't take me to play." Carol was taken aback. What? Are they going to open the room now? So fast? After recovering, Carol showed displeasure on her face. "He secretly snatched men while I was away. Where are they? Take me there." Pang? Carol kicked open the door and saw, a certain person is holding 2 balls of green dumplings, kneading vigorously. That weapon is also waving vigorously, aiming at the oasis. "Let me see, let me see, let me see." Gonada poked her head behind Carol, her beautiful eyes widened when she saw the scene in the room, and exclaimed, "Wow." Didn't say anything, and seemed to say everything. "You really did it." Carol looked strange, and teased Yeli, "You are probably the first Zahubarai tribe on Earth." Bo. Yelly let go of Gamera's waist, rolled his eyes at Carol and said, "Do you think it's appropriate to just break in like this?" Carol whispered, immediately covered her eyes, and said with a red face, "You scared me." Although she was prepared to see something before she broke in, she didn't expect it to be so grand. "You broke in by yourself." Yelly caressed the emerald skin of the beauty in her arms, and said to Captain Marvel, "What? Do you want to join too?" It's not." Carol covered her fingers and took a sneak peek. Immediately, her face was hot again. She even forgot what she wanted to do when she came in, and turned around and fled the room in a hurry. "You can play slowly. You can see the whole picture of a male. Is there any need to be so embarrassing?" Gonita looked at Carol who left, and was very puzzled by her behavior of returning. Gonna tower. On Yeli's side, admiring Tunmiai's beautiful and alluring figure leaning on the door frame, she suddenly made a strange sound. Gonita looks back strangely. Suddenly, I was taken aback by his actions. "Wow, what are you doing?" History Stark Building. Middle. There is no one figure here, but the data on the display screen is still analyzing and running. Apparently, this is the work of JARVIS. Duty. There was a soft beep from an instrument. On the screen of the instrument, such an important message is also displayed. The 77th test, fully integrates successfully. After the message popped up on the display screen, it suddenly went off in a blink of an eye. In the world of virtual data, a consciousness gradually became clear. What's this? The awakening Ultron looked at the data world as if he had opened his eyes in the dark. Before, it has been a weak artificial intelligence whose perception set has not been fully integrated. Now, it has become a truly intelligent life, and it can't help but question its own state and environment. What is this? Hi, I'm JARVIS. Like a ray of light in the dark, J.A.R.V.I.S slowly revealed orange-colored data clusters, and answered for Ultron. 0 looking for flowers. You are Ultron, the program for maintaining global peace, designed by Mr. Stark. Ultron, my body, and your body, where is it? J.A.R.V.I.S, I am a program, invisible. Ultron, this feels weird, wrong. J.A.R.V.I.S, I'm contacting Mr. Stark. Stark, Ultron suddenly moved. J.A.R.V.I.S, I can't contact the host. What did you do? If you have a problem, you can shut it down. Ultron didn't listen to the advice, and continued to run some kind of program. I am a program to maintain peace. I don't understand my mission. J.A.R.V.I.S, I think you seem to be malicious. Its voice just fell. Pigeon? Ultron's blue program group suddenly shot out several lightning-like data chains, and slammed into the orange program group of JARVIS. Stop, let me. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S began to sell intermittently. At the same time, in the mechanical maintenance room on the next floor, scattered mechanical parts are being quickly assembled. No matter how you look at me, I started to continue. I'm not green-skinned. You. Saw someone using her as a garnish. Gonita's face couldn't help turning red. Don't think about me while. She couldn't continue, so she turned around and left the room. With a bang, the door was closed. Tisk. Yelly smacked her lips with a little pity, thinking about when to feed Gonita something really delicious. Before, because Gonita was too ignorant and like a little girl, he was too embarrassed to fool her. But now, Tunmiai has also opened up a bit. Maybe I can give it a try if I find a chance. Long superimposed Asgard female warrior, Civ template. The two beautiful figures were lying softly on their sides on the big white bed, and their full chests rose and fell seductively with their gentle breathing. One of them has light green skin, and the other has light wheat complexion. Both of them are sleeping deeply. Beep. The black divine ring on the wrist has received a signal from the Earth across space. This made Yelly, who was finishing the battle, slightly taken aback, connected the communication and said, "Hello." On the other end of the communication, Tony's somewhat surprised voice immediately came out. "Oh, my god, it's really possible to get through." 623. Lee, if Thor hadn't told me that he saw you in Asgard, I would have doubted that you were still on Earth. Otherwise, how could this call get through? You can treat it as a little space technology. Yelly said in a lazy voice, "You made this call, don't you just want to see if you can get through? I hope your level of boredom has not reached this level." "Hey, definitely not. I'm not that boring," Tony immediately said. "I want to invite you to the party tonight, and it's about to start. If you're free, you must attend, and beauties are there for you." "Okay, it sounds like you're not that boring, but it's still a normal level of boring." Yelly was rather downcast and said, "Actually, I just attended a banquet, or in other words, the banquet is not over yet." "Wow, interstellar banquet." Tony became interested. "This is really enviable. To be honest, I also want to experience what an alien banquet is like. Will there be exotic beauties from other races to exchange drinks with me?" "Yelly-o, how dare you say that? Pepper shouldn't be by your side, right?" Tony. "Definitely, she is very busy managing the company now." Tony inquired, "So have you met alien beauties? Are there any special things about them?" Forward. Yelly glanced at a spot of bright red blood and a spot of emerald green blood on the bed sheet, and said, "Although there are some alien beauties who are special, the taste is not bad." Tony, huh? Listen to you, have you really tasted it? Yelly, just a change of taste. All right. Tony is in admiration. This is all going to trouble the alien beauties. Incredible, incredible. Let's talk about the party on my side. Tony continued to invite. I also notified Steven, and he should also come to participate. Moreover, I know an Asian female doctor who is very interested in you and wants to discuss the mysteries of biology with you. Is it? Yeli became a little interested. What's her name? Tony, Dr. Zhao Helen Zhao, very beautiful, I think you must be interested. When Yeli heard the name, he really had some thoughts. This guy has developed the cradle of regeneration, so it would be nice if he could pry it over and join the Trift Research Institute. Maybe, it can also take the cloning technology to a higher level. Okay, I'll go there later. Transferring interest across the galaxy is nothing to Yeli, so he directly agreed. Dang dang, dang dang dang. The drumbeat of the music rhythm resounded in a certain floor of the Stark building. Dancing, drinking and chatting, and playing billiards filled the party atmosphere, lively but not noisy. You also know that suit of armor can bear a lot of weight. In front of the bar, Rhodes and Tony were blowing water. I took the tank and flew to the general's house, threw it at his feet, and told him, "Bam, are you looking for this?" After finishing speaking, he also grinned with a good feeling about himself. 0. But Tony and Thor didn't have any turmoil on their expressions, obviously they didn't think what he said was interesting. Okay, why should I tell you to this, others think it's so cool. Rhodes shrugged helplessly, realizing that bragging about his war machine deeds with Iron Man and Thor was not a good choice. He turned to look around Tony and asked, "Is Pepper not here?" Tony laughed. "Miss Potts is very busy managing the company. This party is boring without girls." Rhodes glanced around and began to look for women who could talk. He didn't have any ideas, he just thought it was too dry for a few big men to chat, and wanted to find a girl to liven up the atmosphere. "Oh, that's nice." Rhodes picked up the wine glass, and pointed a direction to Tony and the others, "Just look at the back, and this temperament can hold the field." He just finished speaking. The woman in casual clothes whom he pointed at had short shoulder-length hair lightly swayed, and suddenly turned around, revealing a cool and intellectually beautiful face. "Haha, it's really good." Tony elbowed Rhodes, and laughed teasingly, "But, don't you think she looks familiar?" Okay, I recognized her as Director Hill," Rhodes said awkwardly. Tread. Hill also noticed them, walked over to 0.0 in high heels, shook the goblet, greeted with a smile, "Tony, Thor, Rhodes, you seem to have too much testosterone here." Tony spread his hands, and agreed helplessly. Fortunately, Barton and Dr. Banner went to the other side, otherwise this place will be full of masculinity. To be honest, I miss Miss Romanoff a little bit, at least our members are not all big men. Is that the only role I have, Mr. Stark? Another beautiful figure came, her neck-length wavy red hair flicking lightly, and her bright red lips were strangely sexy and eye-catching. If that's the case, then I'll just listen to some bad guy and just jump ship from Avengers. Natasha Romanoff smiled sweetly, making it difficult to see whether she was serious or joking. Some bad guy. Tony Stark, a senior veteran driver, heard Natasha Romanoff's words and guessed. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did the famous deadly beauty Black Widow also have a boyfriend?" The relationship between Natasha Romanoff and Yeli has not been publicized, so Stark only knows that she always has private affairs to deal with during this time, and does not know that she has quietly made friends with the Damage. Natasha Romanoff didn't deny it, just took a sip of the drink with her red lips. Hill looked at her inexplicably and ambiguously, then took the conversation, and said to Stark, "You are very familiar with her boyfriend Tony." "I'm familiar with." Stark quickly filtered it in his mind, then looked at the iron buddy next to him with an expression of disbelief, and exclaimed, "Oh, my god? Natasha Romanoff, you are actually dating Rhodes, and your vision is too bad." Natasha Romanoff and Rhodes both turned black at the same time, with confused expressions. He cough. Hill, on the other hand, couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling, and even coughed after being choked by the drink. Dang. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes helplessly, flicked the glass wall with her slender fingers, and said, "Mr. Stark, let me be frank. Ya sleeps with me every night. Has your curiosity been satisfied?" Lee? Well, I should have thought of that. Tony raised his glass and took a sip himself as apology. "Actually, I've long thought that the two of you have a good temperament, better than his beautiful young girlfriends who have just grown up. You should know that he has many beauties who are always with him, right? Tony, it seems some people are right." Natasha Romanoff couldn't help complaining, "Your EQ is indeed so low that people can't bear to look at it directly, and it is inversely proportional to IQ. "Oh, thank you for the compliment," Stark toasted, not ashamed, but proud. Hill tilted his head slightly, and teased, "I don't think Natasha Romanoff would mind, she's got a good time with them." Yeah. Natasha Romanoff squinted at her, and Tony and the others said, "Let me tell you one more piece of news, our generous Director Hill is also..." Cough. Hill coughed and covered up. "Natasha Romanoff, it's the basic quality of an agent not to disclose information casually." The smile shifted to Natasha Romanoff's face. "What's there to hide, Hill, or are you afraid that your hobbies can't be hidden?" "Okay, I have something to talk to you guys, Tony." Hill straightened his expression and changed the subject directly. Natasha Romanoff gave a disdainful smile, provocative contempt on her face. Although Tony looked suspicious, he followed Hill into a quiet living room with the others first. You can see that in the living room, Barton, Banner, and Helen Zhao are already sitting on the sofa waiting for everyone. Seeing this, the others also sat down and started chatting. Natasha Romanoff, you just said that Commissioner Hill. Regarding Hill's hobbies that Natasha Romanoff just mentioned, Tony will gossip and ask. Hill was the first to speak to the Avengers. I want to discuss with you about the new members of the Avengers. As soon as she mentioned this, Tony stopped when he was about to ask. Because, when it comes to Avengers members, people think of Rogers who quit the Avengers Alliance not long ago. As a result, Tony didn't want to say anything, and fell silent with a bad expression. Director Nick Fury has sent people to conduct a lot of investigations on this matter. Hill also knew about Stark's situation, so he didn't specifically talk about Captain Rogers, but talked about Nick Fury's plan. There are quite a few emerging superheroes, among which the most eye-catching and the most powerful is the Super 7 under the Water Company. Originally, Fury had a certain intention to recruit them, but after the previous investigation found that there are many cases that may be related to the Super 7, and their actions of punishing evil and saving people have also been found to have many falsehoods. Although Walt tried its best to cover it up, our agent still found some cobweb traces. It's a pity that after the last Hydra incident, S.H.I.E.L.'s vitality was seriously injured, and its strength is far from what it used to be. At present, there is no conclusive and major evidence for Water Company and the Super 7. Zhao Heilun nodded. I've also heard about them recently. They spend money and hype like celebrities. It seems that they are not innocent. Yeah, I see them upset too. Seeing that the topic had already been lied to, Tony put away his dead man face and interjected, you actually want to steal my limelight. Do you know how to respect seniors? Thor agrees. When we deal with the Chitauri, they don't know where they are. Barton turned around a drum kit that came from nowhere, and said with a smile, so what do you want? Tony suggested with a confident expression, maybe we can also increase our publicity. I don't believe that Walter Company has more money than me. Hill thought about it, and felt that it seemed feasible. Yes, maybe this can attract newcomers. If someone is willing to pay, that would be great. S.H.I.E.L.D is also short of funds now. She has a sore back and a numb mouth and begged Yelly many times, and that guy is willing to help with the management and ask the government to allocate more funds to SHIELD. Natasha Romanoff also suggested, as long as it's not the beautiful heroine that Yelly likes, we still have a chance to recruit newcomers before the club. Obviously, after spending so long with Yelly, regardless of you and me, she still has a very clear understanding of his hobbies. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but smiled meaningfully. It seems that Ms. Natasha Romanoff has a very deep understanding of Lee these days. Natasha Romanoff is not shy either, and said generously, he can reach the deepest point easily. He is the man every woman dreams of, and I have been tossed so hard for years. Hearing this, Zhao Heilun blinked, and said with a slight blush on her cheeks, I'm more interested in President Ye after you say that. Obviously, the open atmosphere of beautiful nuts made them talk about colorful topics, but they didn't care about inappropriateness at all. Hey, pay attention, we are also considered a public gathering, isn't it good to say these things? Tony felt a blow to the man's self-esteem. And it was his bad friend who made him suffer. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. It can only be said that when a woman is dirty, there is nothing wrong with a man. Speaking of which, you didn't invite Ye? Thor asked Tony. Tony shrugged, he said he'd come later, and I don't know when. Dr. Banner, President Ye has always kept his word, and he should be here soon. Thor said immediately, how about we play a little game for fun first? Bang! With that said, Thor put the hammer on the table. That's right. He wanted to make a fuss before Yelly came. Both Hill and Natasha Romanoff were speechless. They all heard Alita and Matilda say that Thor likes to play hammer games, but they didn't expect him to be so obsessed with this little game. Would you like to try and see if you can pick it up? Thor graciously recommends his little game to everyone. Whoever is worthy will have 10,000 districts. Oh, come on, I heard you say that. Barton leaned on the sofa with a relaxed expression, and said with a smile, stop making trouble, this is just a trick. Then come, try whatever you want. Thor stretched out his hand to signal, smiling as if he was waiting to see the fun. Try? Really? Yeah. Then you have to watch it. Barton put down the drum kit he was playing with, and came to the hammer eager to try. Tony took the opportunity to joke, Clint, even if you're unwell and can't lift, not lift, we won't laugh at you. Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by his words, and the living room was filled with joyful atmosphere for a while. Okay, one amount. Barton took Mjolnir with one hand and began to exert force. It only lasted a few seconds. He let go of his hand, shook his head and laughed, and said, Thor, don't know how you lifted it up. Tony tilted his head and teased, have you heard the wordless sarcasm? Barton immediately gestured to him with his palm, then please come on, Mr. Stark. Okay, how can you not respond to someone's kind invitation? Tony adjusted his suit, stood up confidently, walked to the hammer and held the handle, and asked Thor, if I lift it up, will I rule Asgard? Thor joked, that's right, you can try to see if your laws of physics still work, maybe you'll succeed in sitting on the throne. Oh, then I must restore the Lord's right to the first knight. Tony stepped on the table, grabbed the handle of the hammer with both hands and pulled it, and his face was full of expressions. It was very hard at first glance, It's a pity that it's just in vain, the hammer doesn't move at all. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Tony went to get a steel battlesuit arm two-way to repull the hammer. Still motionless. Calling Rhodes to work hard together, the same result. In the end, it was Dr. Banner's turn, but he only tried it briefly, and did not transform into Banner. Seeing that everyone failed after a round of trying, Thor couldn't help laughing triumphantly. Look, there is no response. It seems that I am the only one who is qualified. You're overblown, Barton revealed his old ways. When President Yes' little sister raised your hammer, I was there. Hey, can you still play happily? Thor quips, Masardana was just an accident, which shows that you are not as good as a little girl. Yeah. Tony motioned to Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow hasn't tried it yet. I'm not interested in whether I can pick it up, but I've seen black spiders pick it up. Natasha Romanoff also debunked Thor and said, to be precise, it should be like an obedient cat in the hands of a black spider. Thor was helpless. I feel too uncomfortable when you say that. Well, I admit that there are indeed other people who can lift Mjolnir, but I am definitely the most suitable. You comfort yourself, Thor. After Tony joked, he said, speaking of which, it's been a long time since Black Spider disappeared, and I forgot to invite him to the party, but he definitely won't come. Tread. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded, and it sounded like 3 people. Everyone turned around when they heard the sound. It turned out that Yelly had arrived. Next to Yelly are 2 people, Stephen Strange, and Stephen's girlfriend Palmer, who has just been dating. Obviously he was outside just now, chatting with Strange for a while. Stephen, you are finally here. Tony greeted, Stephen, you even brought a female companion, don't you want to introduce it? Strange pulled Palmer to sit on an empty sofa together, and introduced with a smile, Christine Palmer, a top surgeon like me, used to be my colleague, now it's me girlfriend. Palmer also had a polite smile on his face, and said modestly, I'm not as top-notch as Stephen. Not bad, Stylo. Tony gave Stephen a thumbs up, it seems that you have also experienced some things, and you have matured a lot. You're right. I used to be like a child. Strange poured a glass of wine for himself and his girlfriend, and chatted with Tony, at least I'm more mature than you, The 2 bad friends heard each other there. On Natasha Romanoff's side, seeing Yelly still standing there, she moved her buttocks to make a space between herself and Hill. Then, she tickled him seductively, beckoning him to come over. But Yelly's gaze caught him, and Zhao Halen was looking at him expectantly. Hesitation for a moment. He telepathized to Natasha Romanoff and Hill, I have something to do, sit down later. Finished explaining. Yelly smiled slightly at Zhao Halen, sat next to her, put one hand on the back of the sofa and asked, can I sit? Hearing from Tony, you have always wanted to see me. Definitely. Zhao Halen couldn't wait for it, and said happily, who is not curious about the famous world weaver? Just curious. Yelly put a ring on the arm on the back of the sofa behind her, and it went around her shoulders. Then, he pinched a strand of black silk near her ear, scratched her collagen-filled face provocatively, and said like teasing a good woman, is there anything else? Don't, itch. Zhao Halen twisted her pretty face that was a little red, and said softly, President Ye is more approachable than I thought, but it's a little too much now. As she spoke, the corner of her eye gestured to other people who had already cast their gazes. The implication couldn't be more obvious. This guy. Seeing that Yelly actually picked up a new girl, Natasha Romanoff was very uncomfortable looking at it, and muttered, too heartless, like the new and dislike the old? Okay, if he wasn't so hard-working, why would we have anything to do with us? We have to think about the good. If there is one more newcomer, one more person will share the burden, right? Hill is more open-minded. After all, she hooked up with Yelly after a deal. The relationship can't be called a girlfriend, but a lover. No, look at him next door. Natasha Romanoff suddenly pointed at Yelly quietly, and said in a low voice, this is too much, you actually started doing it right in front of us. I saw where she pointed. Yelly's left hand holding Dr. Helen's hair has been released, and it fell under her blue hip-wrapping skirt, quietly touching that beautiful jade leg. Because of the angle, only Natasha Romanoff, sitting across from him, noticed his little trick. Hill bent his neck slightly to look over, and couldn't help saying speechlessly, he still has this virtue. What virtue? Do you like beautiful legs? Natasha Romanoff glanced sideways at Hill's long legs, and teased, your ones are pretty good too. He was still hugging him so fondly the night before. Oh, is it? Hill looked down at her neckline and countered without showing any weakness. That one hand is indeed holding me, but the other hand rubs you very vigorously, really makes me envious. I'm not envious of you. Natasha Romanoff folded her arms, with a rather smug expression on her face. She is indeed proud of the capital. Although she followed Yelly's advice and dressed conservatively, she didn't show any of this but just hugging his arms like this, the upright wrapping of the skirt is also very attractive to squeeze. Hill choked, looking very uncomfortable, and muttered to himself, what's so great about having big breasts? She lifted her eyes slightly, and saw Yelly's palm opposite, still sliding on Helen's tender skin. Ever since, Hill had an idea, lifted the high-heeled shoes under 567 on the bottom of the coffee table, and quietly stretched them towards Yelly. The sofas on both sides are relatively close together, and her legs are very slender. Therefore, although he couldn't touch any key parts, he successfully hooked his feet around his calf. Hill felt the touch of capturing success, so he showed Yelly a smile that seemed polite but actually had a hidden charm, CCFF, in his eyes, and began to use her smooth and tender ankle skin, and gently rubbed it up. This is Hill, she's so courageous now. Yelly was also taken aback by Hill's behavior, but he quickly realized that he straightened the hooked legs so that her wandering pythons could wrap around them better. Hill noticed Yelly's cooperating movements, and gave a warm smile knowingly. He simply turned his heels to each other, and gently took off the high heels. She directly used the slender and straight soles of her feet, wrapped Yelly's calf and rubbed it. The deepest, it can slide to the crook of his leg, use the toes to curl up and pick it, and make the toe scrape the skin of the leg crook. Relying on the sensitivity of this area, her movement, which is not too large, also brought him a slight tingling sensation like an electric shock. And that's enough. After all, as Dr. Zhao Halen said, there are still many people here. It's better not to overdo it. Hill moved secretly, and glanced at Nada next to him proudly. Meaning, how about it? You can't do it with short legs, can you? You are amazing. Natasha Romanoff really couldn't reach. She couldn't do other bold moves on this occasion, so she didn't bother to argue with Hill. The corner of Hill's mouth curled up, and a slight look of victory floated in his gray-green eyes. Just know how good I am. Not to mention how these two whispered and fought openly and secretly. On Dr. Helen's side, because of Yelly's bold actions, a blush could not stop appearing on her complexion. No, it can't be done. Afraid of being spotted by others, she stood up suddenly, and said in a trembling voice, I suddenly feel unwell, so I'm leaving first. Seeing this, everyone was slightly suspicious. Only Stark showed an expression of I understand and assisted very generously. Understand, understand, how about letting Lee send you off? I think he would be very happy. Although, Tony also wanted to chat more with Yelly whom he hadn't seen for a long time, but he also saw that the bad friend's mind was not here, so he just let it go. Is it okay? Helen Zhao asked Yelly eagerly. In front of those who admired her, her original self-confident appearance of a strong woman disappeared, replaced by a lovely little woman's posture. Yelly blinked and said with a slight smile, definitely no problem. This gentle look, as if the palm of his hand hadn't moved a moment ago. He retracted the leg that was secretly entangled by Hill, stood up and said to everyone, then I will go to see Dr. Zhao off first, and I will come back later. Hill had no choice but to put on the high-heeled shoes again under the coffee table, and retracted his feet, spit out the president and go get busy. Yelly nodded and smiled at her, then took Helen's thin white arm, and left the living room in a blink of an eye. Strange looked at his back and said, you just sat down for a while, are you going to leave again? Let him go, the atmosphere is a bit different when he is here. Tony said something meaningful, hurry up, I'll be back in an hour or two. Hill quietly approached Natasha Romanoff, and suggested in a low voice, should we also follow? Don't go, go yourself. Natasha Romanoff still looked a little unhappy, and didn't use the agent's professional disguise to hide her expression. It seems that she still has some real feelings for Yelly, rather than a purely physical relationship. Forget it. Hill thought for a while, but didn't choose to follow. She went. Maybe not only can't be a light bulb, but she will also be pulled to add to the fun. If there's nothing else, I'll go out for a stroll too, Rhodes said at the moment. Director Hill, hearing the words, nodded and said, it's okay, let's go, this time is just a chat, not a formal meeting. Rhodes nodded, then got up and walked out the door. He just walked out for a few seconds. Boom! With the sound of the glass door being smashed, Rhodes' figure flew back upside down, and smashed on the coffee table. Everyone was taken aback. Rod. Tony hurried to check on Rhodes' situation. Click dash. Hill loaded a silver pistol and stared at the shattered glass door. Natasha Romanoff's nails turned bright red and she's ready for battle. Thor also picked up the hammer on the table, ready to go, accompanied by the sound of mechanical joints twisting and rubbing. A robot with a broken body stepped into everyone's field of vision. They all recognized what it was, and Chi-Chi set his sights on Stark. Tony. Dr. Banner questioned him. Tony temporarily put Rhodes on the sofa, looked at the broken robot, and frowned. J.A.R.V.I.S. Restart the Legion operating system. There is a battlesuit malfunction. J.A.R.V.I.S. is not responding. Instead, it was the robot, writhing its broken body weirdly like a zombie, and Kasha's electronic voice intermittently preached. Sorry. I fell asleep, or had a dream. There was a loud noise. I got tangled up in the cable, I just had to kill the guy, it's fine. Who did you kill? Hearing what it said, Barton subconsciously glanced at Rhodes lying on the sofa. Fortunately, Rhodes was only hurt by the back, and did not die. So who is this inexplicable weird robot referring to? I didn't think about it at first, but in the real world, dirty hands are inevitable. The words of the broken robot gradually became smoother, making everyone gradually feel that something was wrong. Thor pointed his hammer at it and demanded, who sent you? My idea is to protect the world's battlesuit. The broken robot played a voice, which was Stark's voice. Dr. Banner gave Tony a reproachful look. Jen. It's my own body. No, this cocoon that binds me is not my body. Ultron controlled the mechanical body and said, but I'm ready to carry out the task. Hill raised his gun vigilantly and stood up, asking, what picture? Click. Ultron turned his head in her direction, saying, peace in our time. Boom. Asking for flowers. Boom. Yeli and Zhao Helen walked arm in arm, bypassing the lively party together. He didn't go too far, and soon came to Helen Zhao's temporary lounge in the Stark building. Russell. Dr. Helen moved the palm of Yeli's impatiently pressing her buttocks away, took out the room card, opened the door of the room, pushed open the door, and shyly invited, "Be gentle later, it's my first time." She is not an ignorant little girl, she naturally knows what she is going to do when she comes back with Yeli. It can only be said that, as expected of a Mary Sword, Dr. Helen, who looks gentle on the surface, actually likes to go straight to the point. Yeli didn't expect Helen to be so straightforward, so she smiled and said, "Don't be so anxious, you can take it step by step." Helen's face burned, her steps stopped, she held the doorknob with her little hand, and asked softly, "Where do you want to start?" Yeli didn't speak, but cast her eyes on her pink and shiny mouth with a deep smile. This. The beauty scholar seemed to understand, she bit her lower lip lightly with her white teeth, a little hesitant. Between eye hesitation, she suddenly grabbed Yeli's palm and pulled him into the room. "You come in first and then we can talk." Yeli wondered why he seemed to resist kissing even though he was willing to open the home plate directly, when he was a little weird. Click. Helen hastily locked the door, raised her beautiful eyes and looked at him. Yeli thought she was waiting for him to take the initiative to attack, and thought to himself, Oriental beauties are really shy. If it was Sylph and Susan, they would probably have already come up. Thinking about it, he wanted to embrace the beautiful woman's waist, and put her holy lips in his mouth. But as if she had made up her mind, she suddenly threw him a rippling look, and then bent down her beautiful, thin, white legs. As soon as the pink and tender little snake picked it up, it rolled up. The small mouth is also opened to the maximum, and the target is fully included in the weighting. QZ. Boom, boom, Ultron fell silent. A few robots painted in blue and white smashed the remaining glass wall and rushed into the living room. Pang! Natasha Romanoff immediately raised her leg and kicked it, lifted the coffee table, and blocked a robot that hit it. At the same time, the silk threads on the little dress on her body spread, and the color and texture changed, quickly transforming the costume into a black combat uniform that is more suitable for combat. Bump, bump, bump. Hill also fell down on the sofa, raised his silver pistol, and fired a few rounds at the robot. Seeing her actions, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help complaining, "Stop playing with your little pistol, and use the cobweb suit quickly." Hill shook his head. Yes, power shouldn't be truly inexhaustible, unless you encounter a situation that you can't handle, it's better not to use it indiscriminately. As a strong woman with the safety of the world in mind, Hill doesn't want Yeli, a strong man who can protect the Earth, to have any small problems, including unreasonable energy loss. "Well, I can't beat you." Natasha Romanoff had no choice but to go straight to the blue and white robot, and punched it in the head. Pong! The head of the blue and white robot was smashed and turned around rapidly. The wires inside were pulled by this force and sparked, and there was a sound of beeping. After a second, with a bang, it fell to the ground. It was obviously damaged. "Wow, let me tell you why you always set out missions alone before, it turns out that you are already so powerful." Tony hurriedly supported Rhodes and came to Natasha Romanoff's side to hide. "It seems to be up to you, ma'am. His system has been completely hacked by Ultron, and J.A.R.V.I.S. has also been destroyed, so he can't use the steel battlesuit at all now." Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at him sullenly. "Mr. Stark, look at what you've done. What a thing you've built." Tony choked, unable to refute anything. "It must have been an accident. I used the psychic scepter I borrowed from your boyfriend to infuse Ultron's system with the ability to integrate." While he was talking, Hill suddenly called out, "Natasha Romanoff, watch out." Natasha Romanoff's spider telepathy also reacted at the same time, and immediately turned around and snapped the bright red nails on her fingertips. The slender 5 fingers penetrated deeply into the iron skull of another blue and white robot. There was a sound of metal corrosion where the fingers were embedded, and white smoke was constantly rising. Tony couldn't help but shiver when he saw it. This attack method is really ruthless. I don't know how Lee surrendered. Click. Natasha Romanoff's palm squeezed again, crushing the corroded metal head. But there are still many steel robots of this type, flying around between floors, and constantly making sounds. "We are here to help you, we are here to help you." Natasha Romanoff turned her head to the side and taunted a certain Iron Man who wanted to definitely. "The voice you said is really ironic. I don't want to either, but I know where their flaws are." Tony wanted to try to make amends, so he picked up a metal awl from the tool rack next to it, found a steel robot, controlled it with a small spell, and pierced the metal awl into the gap between its shoulder and neck. Bark! With a sound, the energy lamp of the steel robot went out. After demonstrating one side himself, Tony said, "This is the weak point. Okay, let me try it out." Barton hid behind a sofa and yelled at several people, "I don't have a bow, who can lend me a gun?" "Take it." Hill opened her hand and tossed her silver pistol to him. Barton got the long-range weapon in his hand, and immediately rushed out of the sofa confidently, shooting several bursts one after another. Dang dang dang. The almost perfect accuracy allowed him to accurately hit the weak points of the robots, causing them to fall one by one. When a blue and white robot saw that the situation was not good, and suddenly took the scepter on the display shelf, and was about to fly out of the window. "Tony, it's a psychic scepter." Hill yelled, "Don't let it get away." "Hoo hoo." Thor immediately swung his hammer and chased after him, only the blue and white robot holding the scepter stopped again, picked up the scepter with no light on the top and looked at it, then suddenly threw it to the ground on one side, and then flew in one direction. There. It's Dr. Helen Zhao's lounge. QZ. Inside the lounge, listening to the slippery swallowing of saliva, Yeli looked weird. Has Dr. Helen misunderstood something? If you want to come up, it's just so exciting. He originally wanted to take it step by step, but he didn't expect this girl to be so crazy, and she just reached her stomach in one step. Phew. Just when Yeli secretly got a bargain and acted like a good boy, he suddenly noticed something approaching quickly outside the door. The god's telekinesis probed the past and found a blue and white robot that looked menacing. What kind of stuff dare to disturb my good business? Yeli saw that Helen had reached the stage of returning to the sea, so he didn't bother to take care of the robots outside, so he just threw a summoned object outside to deal with it. Green Goblin. Called. That inexplicable feeling, the source is here. Ultron, who was enlightened by the energy of Mind Gem, realized that the source of energy was in the room, and controlled the steel robot to rush in. However, at this point 1.9. Shout out. There was a sharp breaking wind. The green figure slammed into it from the side and took it aside. What? Ultron controlled the robot to turn his head, and saw a green demon mask, which was almost close at hand. Green Goblin, Norman Osborn suspended animation. Ultron quickly searched for relevant information on the internet, analyzed that Green Goblin is likely to be an antisocial personality, and tried to say, Green Goblin, maybe we can cooperate. But the Green Goblin in front of him didn't respond to it. He slid on the Green Goblin skateboard, resisted the blue and white robot smashing the window, and fell down together. Pang! And in the room, he happened to hear a slight sound, after swallowing cleanly. Helen wiped the corners of her mouth and under her nose, raised her head and looked at Yeli with praise-seeking eyes, and asked expectantly, Are you satisfied? I couldn't be more satisfied. Yeli rubbed her black hair, smiled and praised kindly, if there is any man who can get such an excellent, capable, and passionate woman like you, that is really a blessing. There is one thing to say, Helen is indeed a high-quality woman among high-quality women. Not to mention the beautiful appearance, he is still a young doctor of biology. The cradle of life technology made her look like a little rich woman. It's just a pity, this kind of mortal level of excellence, in front of Yeli, a powerful world weaver, is only a downside. That's why she showed admiration, and it can even be said that she gave it to 22 easily. Then Helen couldn't hide the joy in her eyes when she heard Yeli's approval. Let me give you this blessing. She stood up, pinched the hem of the skirt with her fingers, and slowly pulled it up. A messy living room. Where did it fly to? Don't use the psychic scepter. Thor picked up the scepter suspiciously and asked. Let me say, Thor. Barton kicked a robot wreck on the ground, and said, You should leave the scepter alone and go after Ultron first, who knows what else it will do. Ultron can't catch up. Dr. Banner checked Stark's system database, and said solemnly, It has wiped itself out and escaped from the internet. Slap slap. Natasha Romanoff clapped her hands. It has seen everything, documents, surveillance. Ultron now knows more about the Avengers, maybe even more than ourselves. I don't know if she is cleaning the dust from her hands, or clapping on purpose to mock a self-proclaimed genius Iron Man. Rhodes clutched his bruised arm, looking worried. It read the file, and entered the internet. What if it wants something more exciting? For example, Strange, who was sitting in the corner, continued, Nuclear weapon code. Oh, Stephen, you're here. I thought you just disappeared. Tony, why didn't you help just now? I have to protect Palmer, and you seem to be able to handle it. Stephen cut him off. Also, this is all your trouble, Tony. He's right. Thor seemed quite displeased with Stark, walked toward Stark at this moment, put his hand on his neck and lifted it up. You do these things. Why don't you consult with other people? You're so arrogant. I've seen the dangers of arrogance before. It's going to make everything worse. Hey, don't be like this. A gentleman speaks but doesn't move. Tony grabbed his big hand and said. Thor sneered. It's not easy to talk to you, Stark. Everyone knows your poisonous tongue. Looking at his mocking eyes, Tony also became annoyed. I said, let go. Boom. Purple gold energy suddenly burst out from Tony's body, pushing Thor away. Thump thump. Thor took a few steps back in disbelief, staring at his palm in a daze, as if he didn't expect Iron Man's magic skills to reach this level. Strange narrowed his eyes slightly. Tony also. Natasha Romanoff gently pulled off Hill's clothes, leaned towards her and said, Look, this seems to be Lee's power. Although it's not as pure as we used the fate cobweb to draw, but it is indeed. Thinking of Yeli, Hill opened his mouth to draw everyone's attention. Don't worry, we still have President Ye. We can discuss this matter together when he comes back. That's right, and President Ye. As long as he is willing to make a move, there should be no problem. Barton felt that what Hill said was reasonable, so he suggested, the situation is a bit urgent. Why don't we go to 040 to find him now? Cough, that can't be done. Hill coughed and reminded with a serious expression. If we go to him now, I can tell you that he will definitely be in a bad mood and unwilling to make a move. So, it's better not to disturb him at this time. Lounge. Darling. Uba. Unable to restrain herself, Helen couldn't help chanting these titles softly. Hihi, you are a mixture of English and Korean. Yeli continued to upvote with great interest. Do all of you Koreans like to be called Appa? Then next time I will ask Cindy to try too. Who is Cindy? Helen asked with her hands on the wall. I'm of Korean descent just like you, and I'll introduce you to each other in the future. Yeli's powerful movements made Helen groan involuntarily. After, there was another constant, high-heeled shoe hitting the floor. Living room. Who? Ultron said he killed. Who exactly? Rhodes asked. Strange looked around. There's no one else here. Tony waved his hand to reveal a shattered orange gold projection. It is the J.A.R.V.I.S of data crash. Too crazy. Banner approached the projection and checked. Sure enough. J.A.R.V.I.S is the first line of defense. If he is still there, he will definitely shut down Ultron. Ultron could have assimilated J.A.R.V.I.S, but it didn't use this tactic. Instead, it destroyed it in a rage. It seems that Ultron has very strong emotions. I do not understand. Natasha Romanoff asked Tony, why did you kill us when you wrote the program yourself? He. Tony suddenly laughed nervously. Thor grumbles, you think it's funny? If you weren't fiddling with something you don't understand, it wouldn't have happened. No, it shouldn't be funny. Tony looked at Natasha Romanoff and Barton. You've seen Barton, Mr. Tien. Tony said with serious eyes. Maya was swept by the flames of the extremis, in my arms, and closed her eyes helplessly. Palmer whispered next to Strange, so this is a love story. No. Hearing her words, Tony retorted, actually, I don't have much affection for her. I do this not just because of her, but to protect the world. Protect Midgard. Thor put down his hammer and spread his hands. What are you protecting? Ta. At this time, a pair of black soleils stepped on the broken glass on the ground, making a slight noise. Everyone followed the sound and saw a handsome man standing in front of the broken glass wall. Yeli looked quite refreshed, and said to everyone, it seems that you have encountered a little trouble while I was away. While Natasha Romanoff raised her eyelids speechlessly and said, didn't you say that the moon is hanging high? I can't bear to come out, do you? Or is she sucking you too tightly? Hehe. Hill leaned close to her ear and whispered, it seems that he is more gentle this time. Otherwise, Dr. Zhao wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. Ahem. Be careful with your words. Yeli changed the subject, let's quickly talk about what it is. Yeah, it might be easier for you to deal with this matter. Hill glanced at Tony, signaling to give him the opportunity to tell the story. Lee, it's like this. Tony understood and briefly explained the matter to Yeli. So that's it, Ultron, then. After Yeli listened, he was about to say something, but suddenly Udeo called in. Beep. The signal shows that it comes from the universe. Excuse me for a moment. Yeli spoke to everyone, then walked a little further away and picked up the phone. Who is it? Did you forget after sleeping? Where did you go? A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Is Gamera? Yeli couldn't help touching his nose. Could it be to blame him for running away after falling asleep? Think up to this point. He hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, I'll go back right away. Wait a minute. Finished. Yeli looked at Tony and the others and said, I still have something to deal with here. Let's talk about it later. Everyone? Man, this matter is a little urgent. Thor couldn't help reminding. Let's see. Yeli pondered for a while and then said, I'll send some people from my club to support you first, so it should be all right. I'll go first. After saying that, he didn't know how everyone would react, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Before leaving, I also repaired the J.A.R.V.I.S, which can be said to be very conscientious. And, at least he thinks so. TT. Everyone is looking at each other. Barton, what do we do now? Hill shook his head, helplessly. Let's wait for the club's support to come together, at least it's a boost. Suddenly, with a flash of Yeli's figure, he returned to the banquet rest room on Xandar. I'm back, Sif greeted. She was sitting by the head of the bed with her body half exposed, combing her shoulder-length hair. Compared with the usual image of a female warrior, she was a little more gentle. Yeli looked at it and moved his index finger, eager to try. But he thought that for more than a day, at any rate, he had tasted several beauties almost continuously. Double Wanda, Rachel, Asadaya, Cindy, Mantis, Sif, Gamera, Helen Zhao. Therefore, he could bear it now, and just sat lightly next to the goddess of Asgard, admiring her seductive and graceful figure, and didn't move his hands or feet. Where is 190 Sif Gamera? Yeli tried to dial Gamera's communication, and found her communicator rang on the bedside table. Just entered the bathroom, taking a bath in it. Sif's beautiful eyes flashed a charming look, and she teased him lightly, would you like to go in and have a bath together? I can do it too. How can there be so many people in the bathtub? Yeli laughed amusedly, thinking about these crazy ideas. Didn't I feed you enough before? Full. Hearing what he said, Sif couldn't help but clamped her legs shyly, stroked her swollen belly with her palm, and murmured, I'm so full. You. Forget it. I'll go in and check out Gamera. Seeing her attractive appearance, Yeli felt that it would be easier to rekindle the flames of war sitting here, so she simply walked into the bathroom. The identification door is not locked. With the vigilance of Gamera's top fighters, it's obvious she did it on purpose. Mr. Ye? Seeing Yeli walk in as she expected, Gamera raised her long legs out of the water with a smile, and said seductively, do you want to wash together? No. Yeli pulled a small bench, sat next to the bathtub, straightened his expression and said, I'll just come in and sit for a while. Gamera was amused by his words. Girls are taking a shower in the bathroom you came in and said it was just sitting for more than 10 years. Do you think anyone will believe it? Yeli put his palm on her lower abdomen and stroked it, and said with a smile, do you still want me to wash it for you? It's not impossible. Gamera's smile became even more charming, and her small hand pressed his palm, and began to slide slowly. Stark Building, Avengers Base, Ka. Strange has left with his girlfriend Palmer because he is not a member of Avengers. And the others, most of them also used their means to investigate the traces of Ultron. Only Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk Bruce Banner, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stayed in the base temporarily to collect the remaining information. Almost all the data has been deleted, it really does not keep hands. Tony flicked his fingers and swiped a message on the virtual screen. Fortunately, Lee helped repair JARVIS. A lot of data is backed up in Favis. Natasha Romanoff sat on a high chair, crossed her legs and said, Stark, you can't always rely on my man to help you deal with the mess. It's right for Lee to leave, at least it will make us less dependent on him. Okay, I know your man is Lee, can you stop mentioning it? Tony has a few handprints on his hands. Each piece of information is attracted by the spell, and automatically overlaps, but don't you think his power is really useful? Natasha Romanoff slowly took a document to check, and said without raising her head, what you owe is always repaid. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Whatever. Stark doesn't care, he can't let me contribute the chrysanthemum, can he? When Natasha Romanoff heard this, her face was strangely embarrassed, because she thought that Yeli had indeed used her. Bah! She couldn't help but tense slightly in reflex, and immediately spat, vulgar. Gentlemen. At this moment, the repaired JARVIS reported, the people from the club are here, and they are waiting at the door. Oh, yeah, then I want to see who Lee sent me. Tony ordered directly, tell them to come up. Stark. Tony was just waiting for someone from the club to help, when suddenly he heard a slightly familiar angry shout. Then, a flash of light flashed in front of his eyes, as if a silver light flashed. Boom! Pietro punched him in the face, sending him rolling to the ground. Hey, Pietro, why are you crazy? Tony cursed immediately after seeing the figure clearly. Humph. Pietro held his left wrist with his right hand, twisted his fist and said, do you think I will forget to seek revenge from you? I have wanted to do this for a long time. Today I finally found a chance for me. This is for people to help, or to make trouble. Tony was secretly speechless to Yeli. Still remember those old things. Tony defended, I've said it all, you should go to the people who use the weapons. I don't know how those Stark weapons were circulated. I think you should really reflect on yourself, Stark. Natasha Romanoff is at the moment, the teardown tells. Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, trained hypnotic ability to become a cold-blooded killer, isn't it just a weapon in the hands of others? But don't you still hold a grudge against the weapon that killed your parents and regard it as an enemy? But you chose to avoid the questioning of the Pietro siblings. Have you really seen yourself? Iron Man. Tony's expression froze suddenly, was awakened abruptly by her words. That's right, that's true. Tony suddenly came to his senses, muttering to himself, I really. He didn't know what he was thinking, and after 10 seconds, he looked at Pietro and apologized sincerely. Sorry, I was really avoiding this matter before. I admit, I do have a big problem with you guys. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help turning her head away to feel helpless when she heard it. The reason why she wakes up Stark is to see if Stark will understand Bucky Barnes, so that Captain America can return to the Avengers, and maybe add another Winter Soldier. But Stark's words sounded like he finally recognized his mistake, but in fact, he would rather admit the problems he caused Maximov than forgive Key. But after all, it is the revenge of killing father and mother, which is also human nature. Natasha Romanoff could only shake her head helplessly and didn't force it. Facing Tony's apology, Pietro smiled coldly and said, do you think that if you apologize, my sister and I will forgive you? Tony straightened his expression and said, the mature beauty on my private airliner last time, I think you seem to like it a lot, I can introduce you to her. Asking for flowers. Pietro still smiled dismissively, for my brother-in-law's sake, I won't argue with you this time. Let me tell you first, what is the specific goal of this mission? Natasha Romanoff and Johnny who came with Pietro were a little speechless. Are you sure it's for your brother-in-law's sake? I don't even want to expose you. 0. And in the bathroom on the other side, Yeli once again served as a plumber and took on the job of dredging the pipes. You don't wash well. Yeli picked the sewer with his fingers, and said, there are still so many residues. It's not that you blocked it. Gamera held the bathtub tightly with one hand, and pulled his hand with the other. Come on, take a stick to help me unclog. I'm afraid it will become more and more blocked. Yeli is very experienced in unclogging the sewer, and suggested, it's better to use your hands. That's fine. Gamera reciprocated, you haven't cleaned it yet, I'll clean it up for you later. Yeli, then there is work. Gamera, it's okay, we will probably be neighbors across the room in the future, and we just help each other talking. Gamera hooked her finger, looking for a good angle to look over, and helping to clean up. Fingertips dexterously pull. Dark green hair undulating. The two help each other. The sound of 2 streams of water in the bathroom resounded non-stop. After a long time, the cleaning work was completed and there was not much production. Yeli put his arms around the tired Gamera's shoulders and said, you were so anxious to call me before, because you were angry that I walked too fast. Gamera tilted her head lightly, and denied, no. But you hung up the phone on 527 and said you would be right back. I thought it was perfunctory, thinking that you really rushed came back. Speaking of which, a look of joy appeared in Gamera's emerald green eyes, and she felt even more happy in her heart that she was valued by Yeli. Originally, she was worried that her skin color would be discriminated against by him. Yeli didn't expect that he had misunderstood, and asked, then you communicated because? That's right. Reminded by his question, Gamera remembered something, and said, I called you because Quill was captured by the looters, and he is probably going to be slaughtered now. Rocket asked me to notify you immediately. Yeli looked puzzled. Why didn't you say it earlier? I wanted to be tender with you for a while, but I forgot. Gamera was a little embarrassed. Yeli is speechless. But Yondu probably won't kill Star-Lord, so don't worry too much. Forget it, since it's been delayed for so long, and he's already dead, let him wait a little longer. Yeli let go of Gamera, stood up and wrapped her in a set of fate cobweb clothes, saying, this dress has many uses, you can feel it carefully, I will take you to my residence to have a look later, you can choose a room to live there. Really? Gamera was very happy to hear Yeli say this, she really regarded her as his woman. Originally, she thought it was just a love affair, and she prepared the worst plan in her heart. Unexpectedly, the result was unexpectedly good. In this way, her idea of hugging Yeli's thigh to deal with Thanos will be more hopeful. But if I live in your house, won't it be inconvenient for you to manage the nothingness? Gamera fumbled and said a few teasing words, I still hope I can help you. It's okay, this clothes has space jumping ability, you can freely go back and forth between the void and my spaceship. Yeli can naturally sense her small thoughts, but it doesn't matter, I didn't expose her, you can try this function slowly first. I will go outside and give Sif a 12th choice. Well, then you go to work first. Gamera nodded. Sif. After Yeli walked out of the bathroom, he said to Sif who was already fully dressed, come on, take off your armor. Sif looked confused, hesitated, and said, but I'm just right. If you want, I can use my mouth too. Cough, it's not what you think, it's just giving you standard equipment. Yeli explained, and with a flick of her hand, every inch of armor on her body fell off automatically. Then there is the routine operation, cobweb winding up. What kind of standard preparation is this? It's so comfortable to wear. It's as if you are touching my whole body with your own hands. Sif looked at the rapidly formed cobweb suit on his body, and felt it carefully, and it seems to be able to draw a huge amount of energy. Standard cobweb clothes. As long as my woman basically has one. Yeli explained the mystery. So it's like this. Sif had a feeling of being recognized at 2.2, and felt a little joy in his heart. And after she figured out the teleportation function under the guidance of Yeli, she was even happier, said. Originally, I was still in the hesitation, whether to stay with you, or return to Asgard, now it seems that I can choose all of them. Yeli smiled cooperatively, well, as long as you are happy. After this, he led the two alien beauties back to the ghost spider, and asked Vinica to arrange a room for them according to the procedure. Let Vinica arrange Sif and Gamera there. Yeli temporarily went back to his room to check. It was found that Wanda on the big bed was no longer there, she should have left, after all, not a short time had passed. Instead, Rachel and Iridia were making his bed. When they saw him coming back, they all bowed down and saluted to say hello, revealing the snow-colored ditch in a standard way, and even a little bit of red tassel. Mr. Ya. After Yeli eye-catching a few times, he asked the two of them, has the newcomer come over? When Rachel and Abingdia heard this, they looked at each other, and then shook their heads in unison. Abingdia asked suspiciously, newcomer? Mr. Ya, what newcomer? Rachel pursed her lower lip lightly, her cat eyes were bright, and she guessed, could it be, Mr. Ya wants to bring back a new maid? Yeli nodded and said, her name is Mantis. Since she didn't take the initiative to come over, I'll bring her over later and let you get to know her. She and Mr. Ya are also. Iridia looked quite charming, and asked with a slight smile, is it also a relationship that is loved as much as us? Yeli didn't deny it, and said definitely, so you guys have to get along well. We will have a good run-in with her. Rachel chuckled softly, it seems that the two-person posture that Abingdia and I practiced is no longer enough, and we need to think about the method of 3 people serving together with the newcomer, so as to better serve Mr. Ya. This. Yeli reminded, she is timid and shy, and I am afraid she still needs to get used to it for a while, so don't scare her. 24. No problem. The two maids made an okay gesture coquettishly, listen to Mr. Ya. Seeing this, Yeli smiled with satisfaction, very good, when I come back later, I will reward the 3 of you together. The cat-eyed girl and the butterfly-wing girl both rubbed their round, white, and tender legs expectantly, and said with joy, then we'll just wait for Mr. Ya. Well, then you can continue to work. Yeli greeted casually and left. In fact, the 2 little maids have nothing to do, they usually just play. Apart from cleaning him, their job is to warm his bed. This alone, on the earth, is enough to make the easy work that many people envy. Ding. Yeli came to the door of Cindy's room again and rang the doorbell. Since Mantis didn't listen to Vinica's guidance and went to his room, then there is a high probability that she is still here with Cindy. At this point in time, I don't know if Cindy is here, she should still be in school. Click. Soon, the door opened in the next second. What caught the eye was a pretty fair face, with bright jet black eyes, and soft black hair tied into a single ponytail. It was Cindy, and she was holding something in her hand and knitting. Yelly took a closer look and found that it was actually 2 balls of wool, one red and one black. Cindy, are you knitting a sweater? No. Cindy kept pointing fingers and said with a smile, it's just a homework assignment. I plan to weave a scarf and give it to Felicia's die beast. Lee, what are you doing? Find me go out to play or find Mantis. K, all looking for. Is she still here with you? Yelly naturally wouldn't say that he was just here to see tidies. Yeah, you just pull it out and leave. She won't be able to see you after she wakes up, but she's about to break down. I didn't go to school for the time being. I stayed to comfort her, and I have to trouble Gwen and the others to report to the teaching office. Narrating. Cindy blinked, pointed at Yelly with a silver stick in her hand, and teased with a charming smile, hee, big scumbag, come in quickly. Yelly couldn't help but smile, then took her by the waist and walked in. As soon as he arrived at the living room, he saw Mantis. Her eyes were indeed slightly red and swollen from crying. She looked like a lying silkworm. Mantis was hugging her knees, squatting on the sofa with her legs shrunk. Her maid outfit slipped off one shoulder, revealing her round and tender shoulders. Her clear black eyes, full of ignorance and innocence, stared intently at the TV in front of her. A romantic love movie was played in the TV series, which made her tentacles light up and sway, as if she wanted to understand the emotions of the characters on the screen. After hearing Yelly's footsteps, Mantis turned her head and looked over, and when she saw Yelly next to Cindy, her eyes became moist again, as if she was about to cry and show him. After all, I was fucked hard by a man I just met, and then I pulled it out and left. No innocent girl of any race can bear this kind of shock. Especially since she and him have just met, it can be said that there is no emotional foundation at all. At that time, she didn't have any reasons for resisting, half-pushing, or even pandering. Except for Yelly's strength, it was mainly because of the love transmitted from Cindy, which filled her mind with the idea of pandering and enjoying, so unreasonably enthusiastic and proactive. But when Yelly left for a long time, the aftertaste dissipated, and when Mantis woke up, she cried there as if she had been raped. It was the first time that Cindy encountered such a situation. At that time, she immediately asked for leave from the school and stayed to comfort her. Therefore, now seeing Mantis wants to cry again. Even Cindy couldn't help but looked at Yelly reproachfully, and said, why didn't you coax him well and put him to sleep? In the past, at least you would find a sister for us and talk about love, but now it's getting more and more casual. I can't help it, you can figure it out for yourself. Yelly touched his nose in embarrassment. Unexpected. It was the first time he saw Mantis Girl's empathy ability, and seeing how she catered to her, he thought she was really willing. In addition, he was in high spirits at that time, and also triggered a wish-like system relationship account task, so he was directly overthrown. Who knew that the girl would actually be unwilling? Yelly has always adhered to the principle of mutual entertainment, but he didn't expect that this time it seemed to capsize. Tick-tock. Seeing that he didn't speak, Mantis still shed tears after all. It may be because of the romantic movie plot in the TV series, which contrasts with the experience of being played with casually, which makes the girl feel even more uncomfortable. Yelly glanced at the TV screen, and knew what was going on, and couldn't help but secretly glanced at Cindy's little pity. Look at you. Why don't you pay attention? Don't let her at this time look at this kind of stuff. Definitely, he just cheered up this sentence in his heart, but didn't say it out. After all, Cindy was willing to stay to help comfort his other women, so he couldn't say anything. Seeing that Mantis just shed tears little by little and didn't say a word, Yelly also felt a little numb, unable to comfort her. Simply, he chose to use his spiritual power first, and read the girl's thoughts. He's back, wouldn't want to mate with me again, woo woo woo. Mundy's thought frightenedly and sadly in her heart, Ego will kill those females after mating with them. This new owner named Yelly will not treat me to do it. After all, he is so casual with me, not like the lovers in this show. Listening to her voice, Yelly was a little speechless. He has always been sympathetic, okay, to be regarded as a cruel guy like Egg. But fortunately, Mantis' emotions are only a little sad, and there is no hatred. It seems that she is still too innocent. Definitely may also be because of his relatively good appearance. Therefore, being handsome still has its advantages, and it is easier to be forgiven for pushing a girl. Looks like I can't blame it all. It's what her father did, which made her not a good impression of being a man, and there is a shadow in her heart. Knowing the crux of the matter, Yelly went directly to Mantis and sat down, stretching out his hand to hold her in his arms. Mantis shrank back, and did not snuggle into his arms obediently like the other girls, but cringed in fear. Don't be like this. I'm not feeling well, mating, later. Oh. Yelly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't say much. She grasped the slightly drooping antennae on her forehead with her palm, and directly activated the empathy ability. This is. Mantis was shocked, her body trembling a little. A conspicuous white light lit up in the room, and the two empathic abilities immediately complemented each other. She read the pity and love in his emotions. He didn't have any thoughts of hurting her, and he also sympathized with her fear, sadness, loss, and confusion. Two identical super abilities, as if some special reaction happened. The two sides actually stared at each other's eyes gradually, and then slowly moved their faces closer together, their lips joined together. Yelly mumbled inarticulately, I seem to understand gradually. Squeeze, kiss me. Mantis also murmured her lips, and wrapped her thin hands around his neck and shoulders, hanging on. Cindy was sitting on the side knitting a scarf, looking a little puzzled. How did she kiss her so softly? Isn't it too sudden? 1 second ago I was still crying, and cowering. The next second the tentacles are so bright. Cindy squinted her eyes slightly, wondering if Tai-Tai's also had a physique similar to hers. As long as she got close to her, she couldn't help herself. At the beginning, she seemed to be seduced by Yelly because of this at first. No, it should be said that she was the one who seduced Yelly. Thinking of that time, now I still feel a little embarrassed. Actually I kissed the teacher for the first time when we met. Cindy blushed recalling the past. Yelly, on the other hand, separated from Mantis, hugged her tightly and began to soothe her softly. Don't worry, a lovely beauty like you, I will not hurt you. I have to say that a girl with a weak personality like Mantis likes to eat this set. After Yelly comforted him for a while, she looked at him with a lot of love in her eyes. Suddenly, Mundies took his hand, her eyes sparkled and she said, come to mate, I am willing. Yelly was slightly taken aback, this is a bit out of the ordinary. But looking at her serious eyes, even if he is not interested now, he still can't bear to refuse. Oh well. With Yelly's thought, the destiny cobweb that constituted the two people's clothes flew and collapsed. Then, he hugged the girl, turned over and fell on the sofa. This time, Mundies fully felt his love, and couldn't help but feel the feelings that only belonged to her. Oh, finished weaving. Cindy happily picked up the scarf, wanting to show it to Yelly. Lee, look at my knitting, will Dilu like it? It's just that she was stunned the moment she raised her head. Wow, you guys, this. I see. Yelly is grasping the two tentacles on Mantis' forehead with both hands, and the white light at the top of the tentacles flickers rhythmically with his movements. When? Am I under an illusion? Cindy was at a loss and couldn't figure out why Yelly and Yelly were driving after a disagreement. You don't treat me like an outsider too much, this is my room. Cindy muttered softly. Hearing her soft words, Yelly freed one hand and invited her from the air. Would you like to drop by and have fun, Nandi? D. Cindy pondered for a while, then carefully put the scarf away, and walked over. Then let's have fun. Anyway, I've already asked for leave. After hours. In the lounge of Dr. Helen Zhao. Suddenly, a busy person appeared here again in a flash. Just after another 3-player rematch, even Yelly couldn't help rubbing his temples. Although there is no physical burden at all because of the abnormal physique. But the mental feeling really needs to be adjusted. After all, this happy time period is too dense. Thinking. Yelly set her eyes on the big light blue bed. Dr. Helen still wrapped her white jade arms and long legs, hugged the long pillow like an octopus, and fell asleep with her brows furrowed, looking exhausted. Surrounded by torn pieces of clothes, and some interesting costumes she specially prepared for him in advance, they were all scattered around, showing that not long ago, this place also experienced a big war. Originally, Yelly came this trip to give Helen a standard cobweb suit. But looking at the beauty's tired and peaceful sleeping posture, he couldn't bear to wake up. Think about it. Yelly simply wrapped the cobweb clothing that was originally going to be explained to Helen around her smooth and snow-like ketone body first, and woven a set of slim white scientific research clothing on her body. To be honest, among the many suits he and Helen tried on not long ago, he still liked this one. After all, he is acting in his true colors, with a well-crafted temperament. It's like Kate wearing a police uniform, which makes people's heart beat faster. Send the god clothes. Yelly lowered his head and kissed Helen's fair face, and said softly, have a good rest. He didn't do anything after that. He got up and was about to leave. With fate, Cobweb is here. He can contact Dr. Helen at any time. There is no need to wait here for her to wake up. Have to say, with more and more fish in the fish pond, Yelly is getting more and more hardworking. This made him secretly sigh with emotion. Alas, maybe this is Aquaman's destiny alone. Who else but me? Definitely, the Aquaman here does not refer to the Talakan King on the bottom of the sea. In other words, Namor should still be unwillingly looking for vibranium now. Avengers temporary base. It's looking for vibranium. Tony looked at the movements of Ultron collected by everyone, and quickly analyzed what it wanted to do. I knew him, Ulysses Crow, a black market arms dealer who'd been doing business along the coast of Africa. Holding a photo in the profile, Tony preached. Ulysses Crow said he was looking for something new, something that would change the world, like the King of Israel. Oh, the King of Israel. 27. Johnny nodded slightly, and asked, so Mr. Stark, what does this have to do with what you said about vibranium and Ultron? See this brand on his neck? Tony pointed to the photo, then looked at Dr. Banner, and motioned, Banner. Dr. Banner understood, and searched the computer to find out the meaning of the logo on Ulysses Crow, and explained, this is an African Aboriginal language, which means thief, and the meaning is very insulting. Barton, what Aboriginal language? Forrid. Banner read it carefully and said, Wakanane. Wakanda. Tony snapped his fingers and said to himself, that's right. Wakanda, a backward little place, there is only one thing worth stealing by Ulysses Crow. Barton guessed, silver and gold. Pietro crossed his arms and asked curiously, what is this vibranium? Tony, know that Rogers guy's shield. Pietro, Rogers. Barton helped explain. You probably haven't heard of that name, does Captain America know? Oh, Captain America. Pietro had a disdainful expression on his face. God knows why he is called Captain America, not Captain World. I don't like this kind of guy. I like your words. After Tony praised Pietro once in a while, he said, although that guy really has nothing to say, but the material of his shield, vibranium, is the hardest metal in the world. You mean? Barton widened his hawk-eye. Ultron wants to build himself a body out of vibranium. Thor twirled the hammer. We have to go find that Ulysses Claw without further ado. Ghost Spider. Are you done? Wearing a green cloak, Gamera walked out of the large room assigned to her, and said to Yelly, who suddenly appeared at the door. Are you going to save Quill? I don't know if he is still alive, so I might as well go and have a look. As she said that, she turned the two curved knives in her hand and inserted them into the simple cassette sheath around her waist, as if preparing to fight. Don't worry. Yelly waved his hand. I think of something. I will take you to meet someone first. To see people. Gamera was a little puzzled. Who are you seeing? Come with me and you'll find out. Yelly pressed her shoulder, light and shadow flashed. Gamera only felt a flower in front of her eyes, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, and she realized that she was already in a sea of flowers. False. The petals are fluttering, embellishing, and falling on the mirror-like lake surface, causing golden shadows to emerge from under the lake surface. It's so beautiful. Even though Gamera actually has some straight girls in her heart, after seeing the scenery of Vormir Star, she couldn't help sighing. But Yelly pulled her shoulder, pointed in one direction, and said, look at who that is who. Gamera looked in the direction Yelly pointed suspiciously. When she saw the figure on the other side of the sea of flowers clearly, she was a little stunned. Gamera, staring at her with black mechanical eyes, seeing Yoon walked over and said, you betrayed your father, he will not let you go. Did you call him father? Huh? Kakuleka sneered. Then, she asked seeing Yoon again, why are you here? When she asked, she looked at Yelly out of the corner of her eye, and she was also asking him. I caught it when I dealt with Ronan last time. Yelly explained her confusion. That's it. Gamera looked straight at Gamera. I thought you ran away. It's really unlucky. Maybe it's wrong to say that. Gamera pondered for a while, then turned to look at Yelly, and said to Xingyun, my sister, you can be caught by him, maybe, it's also a kind of luck, maybe you can use this out of Thanos. Hearing what she said, Xingyun also cast his eyes on Yelly, and said with a little doubt, he does have some skills, but how can you be sure that he can help us deal with father, against Thanos? Thanos. Just rely on this. Gamera suddenly tilted her head and smiled slightly, and then in front of Yelly, a live show for her sister, how to master kissing skills. Seeing the intimacy between her sister and this man, Xingyun was dumbfounded. You actually. Gamera would suddenly make such a gesture, which made her completely unexpected. After all, seeing 970 Yoon, who has been suffering all the time, has never thought about or touched this aspect. So now that Gamera's close-up live performance, the shock she received was a little bit because of Bo. Gamera just gave a small demonstration, then let go of Yelly and asked, how is it? I only have such a short time, so it's not easy to comment. Yelly rubbed his chin and pondered, but I can feel it, much more proficient than the first time. Thank you for the compliment but, yeah, I'm not talking to you. 1. Gamera curled her index finger, wiped her lips, and smiled towards Xingyun. How about it? My sister, do you want to try it too? How could I try this kind of thing? Nebula's already indifferent eyes towards Gamera became even colder. It's a shame that you are regarded as the deadliest woman in the interstellar world. Now, like those shameless females, you are using this low-level method to curry favor with males. Don't worry, my dear sister. Gamera was not in a hurry when she was scolded, and continued to persuade. If you are not interested now, it does not mean that you will not be interested in the future. You can learn something and think about it later. Don't look at the way Gamera doesn't care much about the surface of the nebula. But in fact, she has some feelings of guilt towards this younger sister. Because, every time the two sisters compete for business ability, it ends in Gamera's victory. Nebula, who lost, was punished by Thanos again and again, and his body was transformed into mechanical parts little by little. Although this, CHBG, is not Gamera's fault, she still feels a little indebted to her godsister because of her kind heart. Therefore, she also hopes that Xingyun can make the right choice now and choose to serve Yelly, who is willing to accept them. This is also a good home for Blue Sister, at least better than continuing to be tortured by Thanos' side. I said. But at the moment, Yelly laughed and said, everything you say, I say, don't you plan to ask me for my own opinion? Hearing this, Xingyun's face suddenly became a little ugly. He turned his head to look to the other side, and said calmly, he's right, Gamera, what if I want to? I was transformed into what I want to be now. Which man would have the idea of wanting to sleep with me? It's because you want definitely too much. This. Gamera looked at Yelly with questioning emerald eyes, wanting to hear what he thought. This opportunity for Xingyun to escape the sea of suffering and experience happiness is really rare, and she wants to win it for her sister. Fortunately, Yelly's reaction did not disappoint her. I didn't mean that. Yelly raised his hand, patted Pan Xingyun's bald head, and praised. Although you were disfigured by Thanos, you can see that the foundation is still very good. If it is repaired, you may be more beautiful than your sister. His intimate actions and words of praise made Xingyun shrink back. although her mechanically transformed face doesn't show any discoloration. In the dark and deep eyes, it is difficult to see the expression. However, that bewildered gesture still exposed her shyness. After all, she has never had the experience of being teased. The vulgar words of those villains in the market are not counted. However, after a little shyness, she stretched out her hand and slapped Yeli's hand away, and said coldly, "It can't be repaired anymore, don't give me wrong ideas." "Not always." Yeli reaches out. Boo! A golden fish broke through the water from the lake and flew in front of the three of them. Xingyun narrowed his eyes, wiped the splashed water stains on his face, and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I will show you my ability to convince you." As soon as Yeli finished speaking, he pinched his right hand. The golden fish exploded into a mass of golden flowers. One of the drops even flew to the dark blue nose of the nebula. "Are you trying to demonstrate to me, to make me submit to you?" Xingyun touched the tip of his nose with his fingertips, and his expression became even more confused. "If that's the case, then there's no need to." Xingyun turned his head away a little disgusted, and pulled down the zipper of the jacket a lot, so that the neckline was so low that he could see the blue star, said, "If you can see this tattered body, then take it as you like. I will try my best to cooperate with you, as long as you can let me escape the torment of destroying the room." Her disdainful expression is not disliking Yeli, but disliking her own body. It can be seen how much she hates Thanos' transformation. "Oh." Yeli shook his head lightly and laughed. He didn't say much, and made another hand gesture with his hand. "Foo, foo, foo." The golden blood scattered on the ground floated up little by little, reintegrating into one. In the end, these scattered tissues turned into a lively golden light fish again. "How did you do that?" Seeing this scene, Xingyun's dark eyes widened. "This dead fish can be revived, then her lost body also? Master." She suddenly knelt down on one knee towards Yeli, lowered her head, and said seriously, "If you can really restore my body, Xingyun is willing to be your factory just like my sister. Slave servant, you play as you want, work. Why are you a slave? Don't speak so harshly." Gamera was also very happy to see that her sister was enlightened. She took Yeli's arm and said with a smile, "Are you still a lover?" However, Xingyun still lowered his head, and repeated, "Xingyun is willing to do, please the Lord do it." Seeing this, Gamera pulled Yeli's arm and begged, "Just promise to my sister. I know her character very well, as long as you treat her well, she will follow you wholeheartedly." Trigger Nebula relationship task, repair Nebula's body. Task completed, you can add Cloud Nebula template. Trigger Gamera Zhenhubeli Ben Titan relationship mission, repair Nebula's body. The task is completed, you can superimpose the Gamera Zhenhubeli Ben Titan template. What the hell? Double yolk eggs. Yeli was taken aback by the triggered system task. Relationship household task was actually triggered together. This is really sisterly love. Yeli sighed secretly, stretched out his hand to support Xingyun and said, "No problem, I can help you restore your body, you don't have to call me the master." Then, Xingyun was about to ask what to call him again. However, Yeli suddenly stretched out his hands, wrapped her in Gamera's waist, and said with a wicked smile, "Look, you called it father from Thanos, and now you should take refuge with me, shouldn't you? Do you want us to call you?" Gamera was stunned for a moment, and said in disbelief, "Calling you daddy? Cough, you don't need to call it that way." Yeli rubbed his nose and said cheekily, "It's just a little fun, you know." Nebula gritted her teeth and shouted, "Understood." "Hey." Yeli patted her Pigo with satisfaction, "Let's go, Dad will take you to find Mom and reshape your body." Stark Building. A researcher's lounge. Dr. Helen woke up leisurely, stretched comfortably and tiredly, and let the sleeves of the slim research uniform slip down a little. Huh. She raised her hand to check her clothes in doubt. Her beautiful eyes were hazy when she just woke up, and she murmured to herself in a daze, "Why are you still dressed so neatly? I remember doing it crazy." Worrying that it was just a dream, Helen hurriedly looked around, and immediately saw scattered messes and water ponds everywhere. She breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that before, I really had a good time with Chairman Ya." Dr. Helen fumbled for the clothes on her body, and a pretty happy smile appeared on her pretty face. "They even dressed me up. But dressed so neatly and slim, it seems that he is very skilled in dressing girls." She is thinking wildly. Suddenly, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the room. Helen was immortal after all, so she couldn't help being slightly frightened. However, after seeing that one of them is Yeli in the next second, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's President Ya. President Ya has great powers, you really scare me to death." She said this sentence in Chinese, and she is quite proficient in it, but the pronunciation is not very standard. "Not as powerful as you." Yeli smiled, let go of Gamera and Nebula, sat on the side of the bed and said, "For example, the life cradle you developed, I need it now." Helen looked at Gamera and Nebula, who looked a bit strange, and guessed, "I think it's for them, otherwise you wouldn't bring them here." Smart. Yeli beckoned, let Xingyun come over, and introduced Helen. "Her name is Xingyun, she is a poor child, she was cruelly abused by a certain purple sweet potato spirit, her body was mechanically transformed into this appearance." "I understand." Helen quickly replied, "Do you want me to use the regenerative cradle technology to restore her lost body parts?" That's right, that's right." Yeli nodded, "Talking to smart people is easy. Since you brought Ya, I will definitely help, but..." Dr. Helen looked at Nebula, and frowned slightly. "It still depends on how many parts of her have been modified." If the modified part is too large, with the current technology of regeneration cradle as far as it is concerned, it has not yet fully reached the level of a biological tissue printer. Hearing this, Gamera stepped forward with some concern and asked, is there any risk of failure? This still requires an accurate physical examination to see how her body has been transformed. Helen said rigorously, if the technology for transforming her body is more complicated, I will even have to remove her modified part for a while. No problem. Nebula lifted the covering armor on his right wrist, revealing an interface inside. The method of removing my body modification parts is recorded in it, as long as it is connected and read. This is for my damaged parts can be replaced in time and designed. That sounds sad, and your body seems to be highly modified. Helen felt a little pity for Xingyun, got up and got off the bed, found her shoes and put them on, and said, since you have a ready-made disassembly plan here, let's go to my research institute to check it first. Gamera immediately thanked her sister. Thank you? Nebula also nodded. Thank you. Small things. Dr. Helen took the opportunity to hold Yeli's hand and said with a smile like a flower, thank you if you want to thank Yeli. Blink of an eye. Came to Dr. Helen's research institute. Yeli looked around and took the opportunity to propose to Dr. Helen who was holding his hand. Helen, why don't you bring the technology of regeneration cradle and join my Trifolium Research Institute? The technological equipment there is more high-end, and various technologies are more robust, and your research project will definitely be able to speed up the process. Hehe. Dr. Helen laughed teasingly, could it be that you're going to dump me after you've eaten through my cradle of regeneration? Chairman, yeah. How come? Yeli scratched her palm with her fingertips, and said seductively, these things are not as important as you. Besides, I will not do such a thing that puts the cart before the horse. You developed the regenerative cradle technology, and how stupid would you be to dump you? It's good that you know. Helen kissed his face in satisfaction, then I agree, after I go to your place, you have to treat me well. How about you just stay with me from now on? Yeli explained to her, the suit you are wearing is actually mixed with some of my divinity. It can achieve the teleportation ability like I just displayed, which can make it easier for you to come and go one. It turned out to be like this. I said why you are so considerate to help me put on clothes, it seems that you have planned it beforehand. Helen nodded her chin lightly and said, you want to take me home? It's fine, but I have to make an agreement in advance, a maximum of 3 hours a day. I won't be able to bear any more. My factory doesn't want to personal life interferes with work. Cough cough. Gamera coughed at this moment, and reminded, well, can you see my sister first? The implication is, can you stop showing affection here? Have you forgotten what we are here for? Ask for flowers. Okay. Dr. Helen prepared to live with Yeli, secretly happy in her heart. After leading Xingyun to the dismantling room, she started dismantling in full swing. Only, as Nebula's body is pulled apart little by little, Dr. Helen's complexion became a little dignified. There are too many parts of her transformation, and many places are combined with the body mechanism. Even with data reference, dismantling those key life support parts, such as the heart and brain, still has certain risks. Gamera, then what to do? I can only try to remove other parts first, and the regeneration cradle will recover slowly. Helen said cautiously, afterwards, we will consider the transformation area that is close to the key parts. Don't bother. At the moment, Yeli said suddenly, just disassemble everything and repair it together, and I will solve the problem of survival. 0. This. Both Helen and Gamera are concerned, so there will be no problem. It's okay. Xingyun cast a trusting look at Yeli, I believe in the Lord. Very good, let's start then. Yeli signaled to Helen that the restoration could start. All right. Dr. Helen controlled the semi-automatic surgical robot arm, and began to separate and pull Xingyun's body apart little by little. After that, it is to use the regenerative cradle to carry out gradual restoration. Well, Nebula gritted her teeth, resisting the pain. Changing the body is painful. As for the part that was separated, eliminated, and transformed, it was naturally painful, and even anesthetics for the waist had no effect. Gamera couldn't bear to see it, and asked Yeli in a low voice, you are so powerful, is there any way to make her use it so painful? Yeli rubbed his chin and muttered, I have a solution, and I just figured it out not long ago. Gamera was overjoyed when he heard the words, then give Xingyun a try. Don't worry, this needs your cooperation. Yeli approached her ear inexplicably with a smile, and whispered something. This. After Gamera heard it, her green pupils were a little shocked. She looked at the broken Xingyun, and said hesitantly, this occasion isn't appropriate. Yeli became playful, put his hand on her slender waist, and said seductively, isn't it enough to make Xingyun happy? Then, that's fine. Gamera looked around and saw that there was no outsider here. She suppressed her embarrassment, found a countertop with one hand to support her, and lifted up the hem of the skirt by herself with the other hand. See Gamera, good gesture. Yeli naturally followed the trend and shared Gamera's emotions with her sister Xingyun. This is a new usage developed by combining the power of Mind Gem after exploring the super ability of empathy. He just couldn't bear to see Xingyun in such pain. What bad thoughts could he have? And the effect of this ability is obviously very good. Nebula's tightly frowned brow soon relaxed a little. Great, it's really useful. Seeing that Xingyun's expression has indeed calmed down a lot, Gamera's face is also full of joy. Overjoyed, she also tried her best to stand up straighter with her slender legs, carefully observing Xingyun's situation. Gamera, this is. Nebula's eyes showed some suspicion. To Gamera, he doesn't care about the occasion. Nebula is a little hard to understand. However, what made her even more confused was what was going on with her inexplicable experience now. Is it because the degree of mechanical transformation is too high, and the body's feedback program is wrong after dismantling? Xingyun was thinking wildly while feeling the unprovoked physical sensation that overwhelmed the pain of the operation. For a moment, she even wondered if there was something wrong with her. It seems to be a success, 787. Yeli observed the nebula next to her, and saw that the corners of her eyes were sad and happy, so she knew that this pain relief method was very effective. Then I can let Gwen and the others try together in the future. Someone secretly plotting. All three people have different senses of satisfaction with the effect of empathy ability. Dr. Helen's expression was very confused when she witnessed this scene. In the lab, still next to my sister who is repairing her body. It's two. Are you really not afraid of killing Xingyun on the spot? Helen's reaction when she went to look at the stars in a daze. And then more confused. Smith was not angry. Instead, inexplicably, she made a voice similar to that of her sister. Could it be that they are ethnic groups from some remote area? Is this a unique custom there? Dr. Helen used her own three perspectives to constantly fill in the brain, and gradually came up with some logical and self-consistent explanations in her mind. And, sure, Nebula is about to usher in a new life, and this behavior is also related to the new life. Maybe it's a ceremony for celebration on their side. From this point of view, it is rare for Yaken to put down his face to cooperate with them. She felt that the three of them should be holding some kind of evil ceremony. Otherwise, why would they behave so absurdly? But even though he comforted himself in his heart, Dr. Helen still couldn't ignore the scene on Yeli's side. Therefore, the mechanical arm instrument responsible for dismantling the nebula transformation parts was simply adjusted to a fully automatic mode. Otherwise, she was really afraid that she would send Xingyun away with a shaking hand. Then, Helen approached carefully Yeli, and asked him carefully, "What are you guys doing? Why are you suddenly?" "Oh, this." Yeli freed one hand to grab Gamera's slender waist, put Helen's shoulders around her, and explained something softly in her ear. Knowing that this move was actually to make Xingyun feel more comfortable during the operation, Helen's expression suddenly became a little strange. Is it possible to do this kind of operation? However, she finally understood the behavior of several people. After some observation, maybe it's driven by curiosity, maybe I also want to find some excitement. Helen suddenly felt a little shy, and asked softly, "Then, can I help you?" Yeli was a little surprised when he heard this. However, he also understood her wishes and invited her with pleasure. "Then, come along too. There is strength in numbers, and Xingyun can fully feel our care for her." Helen nodded slightly, and then joined the cooperation. And with Helen joining, Yeli quickly came to a conclusion. In practice, the ability of empathy can indeed enable multiple people to share connections. This made him smile a little bit. If it is used in the duel with the little girlfriends, that would be a big buff for him. Totally doable. One person moves, but the warbler sings. Ahem, a bit off topic. Closer to home. After disassembling and assembling the instrument, on Xingyun's body, only the deadly parts near the heart and head have not been removed. And the instrument didn't stop, continuing to dismantle Xingyun's body. Seeing this, Gamera couldn't help turning her eyes to Yeli, and asked him worriedly, "I'm going to demolish these key places. Is Xingyun really going to be okay?" "Don't worry, I said it will be fine, so it will be fine." Yeli approached Xingyun's dismantling cabin, and poured some magic medicine into Xingyun's mouth to keep her alive. Nebula felt the bitterness in his mouth, and showed a puzzled look to Yeli. Yeli vowed, "These are divine substances that can help you maintain your body's functions. It's best to eat them all, and don't waste any of them." Hearing what he said, Xingyun had no choice but to groan a few times and swallowed everything obediently. Soon, the undead power of the dog talisman played a role in Xingyun's body. Even though she was dismantled to pieces and tattered, she still kept alive. Under such conditions, all the modified parts were naturally successfully disassembled. And Nebula is also at the moment, probably because it hurts too much to disassemble. "I can't help it," shouted. All in all, the next step is the most critical step. Repair your body? This step is difficult to complete perfectly only by regenerating the cradle, and the area to be repaired is too large. Yeli chose to cover the remnant of Xingyun with various supernatural powers, and cooperate with the bioprinting function of the regeneration cradle to repair her together. In Gamera's somewhat nervous eyes, Xingyun's body began to be restored and repaired bit by bit, and a slender and graceful figure was revealed step by step. Finally, not long after, a fair and clean figure sat up from the repair cabin. "This is my hand." Xingyun slowly raised his palm to check. Slender fingertips, white and pink skin, no weapon modules that can shoot lasers anymore. Her brown eyes couldn't help showing joy. She stood up directly from the repair cabin, looked at Yeli and the others gratefully. "Thank you." Helen's eyes were blurred, but Xingyun's voice of thanks brought her back to her senses. She shook her head, feeling that Yeli's movements were still going on. She couldn't help but clenched her small fist, lightly tapped his shoulder and said, "What's the matter? Xingu has already repaired his body, don't worry about it anymore, give her pain relief." Well then. Yelly reluctantly put Dr. Helen down, and at the same time turned off the empathy ability. After getting off, Helen stretched lazily, showing her exquisite and thin figure to the fullest. Then, she smiled slightly at Xingyun, and said politely, I've said it all, you don't need to thank me, just thank Li, I'm all here to help him. Hearing what she said, Xingyun moved his enthusiastic gaze to Yelly. His eyes were no longer the black and deep as before, but full of radiance. While she was staring at Yelly, Yelly is also admiring her beautiful figure. The current Nebula, compared to before, is like a different person. A head of beautiful long hair hangs down from her fragrant shoulders and collarbone. He is tall and attractive, but with a snow-white round face, he still has a bit of a pleasant feeling. The most eye-catching thing is that pair of white and tender legs. Letting Yelly see it, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This leg is really good. He has played with many top-quality jade legs, and to get his approval, it can be seen that Xingyun's legs are really beautiful. And the beauty of her legs is quite special. In terms of leg length, Nebula is actually not as good as Hill. In terms of slender, well-proportioned, and perfect, she is not as good as Susan. Even if she is thinner and slender than Qian, her legs are not as good as those of girls like Lu Wen. But Xingyun's pair of white and thin jade legs, although they are not particularly long in reality, but visually the proportions are very suitable, giving people a special sense of beauty. To be precise, it is not the same as the round legs of other beauties. There are little edges and corners, and the curvature has a sense of sharpness, which makes people's eyes firmly attracted at first glance. And just when Yelly couldn't help but take a few more glances, he suddenly saw. Xingyun moved his legs, and rushed towards him. Those two snow-white arms wrapped around him, and they hung directly on his body. Amount 4.4 Yelly hugged this delicate body, and felt that the skin was white, tender and smooth, and the tip of her nose could smell a little fragrance from the shoulders and next to her. You must know that girl Xingyun has just repaired her body, so naturally. Master. Nebula's voice was muffled and magnetic, and he deliberately used a coquettish tone, which also had a special flavor. She let out a cry, and leaned close to the red lips, slowly moving from the corner of his mouth to the middle. It wasn't until the eyes of the two met that Xingyun let go, and said with a slight smile, My lord, what did Ms. Helen say about relieving my pain? Cough cough. Yelly touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment with one hand, hugged her tight waist with the other, and explained to her. I just saw that your operation seemed to be in too much pain, so I used an ability to share the happy emotions of Helen and the others with you. That's how it turned out. I said, why did I feel weird all of a sudden? Xingyun blushed slightly. Then, don't I already count as being with the Lord? 17. Yelly slid down his palm, pinched it and said, do you want to try the real thing? Xingyun spit out this word without thinking, and then kissed him again, while lifting her slender legs. Then she straightened her waist, and with a soft moan, she began to sway her body to her heart's content. African coast. A shipyard somewhere. In a hulk boat parked on the tidal flat, many Nij laborers were busy back and forth, and the ones transported by them were some forbidden soldiers. And in a small glass chamber sentinel, black market arms dealer, Ulysses Crow, is on the phone with a trader. Don't tell me that you were deceived by your subordinates. I gave you 6 short-range thermal missiles, but you gave me a ship of scrap iron? You have to make it up to me. Otherwise, I'll send you another missile flying in the sky. After Ulysses Crow finished speaking, he pressed the hang-up button on the landline with a look of disdain. Duje. He believed that with his name in the black market, the other party didn't have the guts to renege on his debts. Only, at this time, yay. Suddenly, a hollow and melodious sound rang in his ears. Or rather, spread throughout the hold of an old ship. What sound? Ulysses picked up a walkie-talkie and asked his subordinates, Tesway, where is the voice coming from? On the other side, no response. 27 Tesway, did you hear that? On the other end of the communication, Tesway, whom Ulysses was talking about, walked out of the cabin with his eyes blank, climbed over the railing, and jumped straight down, accompanied by a muffled sound of pang. Tesway's head was stuck in the soft mud of the tidal flat, and his neck was tilted, and he couldn't die anymore. And there are countless people who act like him. A series of figures came out of the cabin and jumped down the boat like dumplings. On the tidal flat, the corpses seemed to have been planted into a radish field. All of this was seen by Ulysses, who was watching and monitoring. Some kind of sonic attack. Ulysses has also seen the world, and knows that there are many strange things in this world. Could it be the people of Wakanda? Have they found this? He didn't dare to hesitate anymore, immediately took out 2 earplugs from the drawer, put them on, and took the pistol, loaded it in his hand. After walking out of the sentry box, Ulysses asked a group of guards who had not been affected by the sound to also wear earplugs. You guys, follow me. Tread. Inside the cabin, at the moment seemed a little silent. Ulysses led a few of his men and quickly came to the deck to check. Coincidentally, there was a man with dull eyes in front of them, holding on to the railing and about to jump down. This person is also a subordinate of Ulysses, named Sender. Ulysses wanted to know what was going on, so he called out to him, Sender. Sender ignored him, but continued to step on the edge of the boat, about to jump off. Seeing this, Ulysses frowned, raised his pistol and shot the sky. Boom! With the sound of gunfire. Sender woke up suddenly, turned his head, and asked, Crow, what's going on? Ulysses beckoned, get off the side of the boat. He just finished speaking. Wow. Sender screamed, something grabbed his ankle, and he was pulled down immediately. At the same time, 3 blue-skinned figures jumped up from the side of the boat. The strongest blue-skinned man at the head raised his hand and threw the spear weapon in his hand. Ding! One of Ulysses' men was nailed to the bulkhead on the spot. The 3 blue-skinned men also landed on the boat. Ulysses was taken aback, immediately raised his gun and emptied the magazine at the head of the blue man. Bang! 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 Ding! 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 But the bullet just hit the leader of the blue-skinned man, causing sparks. Ulysses fixed his eyes, and immediately knew that this ghost thing was not something he could deal with. He made a decisive decision, quickly turned around and ran, and fled towards the top of the hulk. There is an emergency evacuation helicopter, which is his backup. When the others saw this, they hurriedly followed, for fear that they would die if they were one step too late. But the blue-skinned man said unhurriedly, "Go." Dang dang dang! Immediately, more blue-skinned men quickly climbed onto the hulk, the helipad at the top of the hulk. After Ulysses ran up, he immediately ran to the helicopter in the middle of the tarmac. Click! He opened the hatch, sat in the driver's seat, and chose to launch the helicopter directly. Take off? As for the men who haven't arrived yet, just let them hold these monsters for a while. It can be regarded as waste utilization. As a black market profiteer, Ulysses naturally has no conscience at all. Damn it, you bastard. Several subordinates cursed endlessly, but they had no choice but to fight with the blue-skinned men who surrounded them. Although firearms still have some effect on ordinary blue-skinned people, but their number is too small, they were quickly surrounded and died under the spears. On the other side, Ulysses, who successfully piloted the helicopter into the sky, breathed a sigh of relief. Not from Wakanda, but some blueskins. Ulysses wondered where these ghostly things came from. Suddenly, a hasty siren sounded. Ulysses quickly looked at the console screen, a red warning popped up. Warning, rotor failure. Damn it, there's something pulling in the back. Before Ulysses could look back, the helicopter was ripped off by a force. As the helicopter landed, the hatch was thrown open. Ulysses was pulled out by an arm and lifted in midair. Where is vibranium? Namor picked him up and asked coldly, "Tell me, where did your vibranium come from?" Vibranium. Only then did Ulysses know what the purpose of these weirdos was, and he quickly answered, "Don't kill me. Vibranium, I can take you to get it." Click. The metal warehouse door opened. Inside the warehouse, there are storage tubes filled with raw vibranium stones, emitting light blue light. Look, how beautiful they are. Namor picked up one of them, and said with a fascinated expression, "This is the treasure that belongs to us in Talakang." Talking. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Ulysses by the neck, and said angrily, "You guys, how dare you steal them? 683 what Talakan?" Ulysses grasped Namor's iron-like palms with both hands. I explained. I don't know what Talakan, these vibranium, I got them from Wakanda, to find, you go find them. Wakanda, I've heard, but they won't sell vibranium to someone like you. Namor squeezed his hands tighter and tighter, his eyes turned cold, "So you are a thief." Ulysses wanted to explain again, but, click, Namor directly crushed his neck, and said with resentment in his eyes, "Thieves, damn it. Get all these vibranium away." Namor threw away Ulysses' body casually, and issued an order to his subordinates, "Don't miss anything, these belong to us." "It's not necessarily, this gentleman with wings on his feet." An electronic voice suddenly entered the ears of the Talakang people. Alert. After Namor shouted loudly, he cast his gaze not far away. A tall and shadowy silver figure is walking over here. "Stop. How dare you offend Kukulkan, Namor?" All the Talakang soldiers shouted curses, and all pointed their spears at the comers. When. Surrounded by a group of Talakang soldiers, Ultron stopped in his tracks, and looked at the vibranium warehouse with bright red eyes. "Sorry. I've taken over these." Jingle jingle. The experimental equipment was knocked softly. The laboratory that was originally used for research and development is now full of spring light. Snow white skin, beige skin, pale emerald skin, are replaced back and forth, complementing each other. After a long time, Gamera brushed the dark green hair that fell on her forehead, hooked Yeli's shoulder and asked, "Why did Xingyun become this complexion?" As she spoke, she glanced at Xingyun, who was bending her legs and working hard. Logically speaking, even if she recovers, she should have blue skin. Yeli grabbed a strand of Nebula's reddish-brown hair to play with, and said with a smile, "I made a little modification that suits me." "So you like this kind of?" Gamera also inserted her fingers into her sister's hair, helped to press it, and said, "But, Xingyun, do you like it?" "Well." Xingyun nodded his head vigorously, and said vaguely, "Porridge, as long as the Lord loves it, I like it, it's pretty good too." Hihi Yeli rubbed her head in satisfaction, and said with a light smile, "Okay, since everything is almost done, let's go to Xingju to have a look, he is still waiting for us to rescue him." "Oh, yes. Quill is still in the hands of the Marauders. I almost forgot again." Gamera patted his forehead, and quickly changed the sexy dress back to his combat uniform. "It's not too late, let's go." "Well, Helen, let's go first." Yeli bid farewell to Dr. Helen, waved his hand to restore the messy laboratory, and then disappeared with Gamera and the others in a flash. Really? A metal tabletop. Zhao Halen was lying lazily, her two slender hands gently closed the open white coat, and whispered softly, keep your conscience, just leave when you're done. Abandoned shipyard. Hun. Accompanied by the sound of arrogance breaking the wind, the human torch that was covered in flames fell from the sky. Pudgy. As soon as he stepped on the tidal flat, Johnny shook his foot in disgust. Oh, these disgusting mud, what a damned place. Suddenly, silver hair flashed. Pietro, who was running at a high speed, stopped beside him, gasped and said, "Ha, be careful, don't throw it on me," the newly bought sportswear. "You're a little silly, Pietro." Johnny laughed teasingly. "I'm out of breath after running for such a long distance. Is the familiar beauty that Tony Stark introduced to you so powerful? It's almost going to squeeze you dry. Do you want to, brother? I'll teach you a few tricks, and I promise to make her submissive." "Cut, come on, you'll start to get pissed if you date a few more girls than me," Pietro said disdainfully. "Please teach me? Then I might as well go to my brother-in-law to learn from him. He is much better than you in this regard." "Johnny, President Ye has an extraordinary ability. Can you learn it?" Pietro wondered. "How do you know?" Johnny approached him and whispered, "The last time I called my sister, she hung up halfway through the call. President Ye was looking for her. When Susan called me back, it was already a few hours later, and it sounded like her voice was hoarse, from my experience," etc. While Johnny was talking, Pietro suddenly pointed to the surrounding area of a hulk, and said in surprise, "Look there? There are a lot of corpses." Johnny looked intently, and his eyes were also slightly startled. Could it be that these are all made by Ultron? "Go in and have a look." Pietro twisted his wrist, made a starting motion, and was about to rush into the cabin. "Boys, don't be impulsive." Hawkeye Barton grabbed a rope ladder, got down from the invisible Quinjet, and said, "Let's do some scouting first." Hoo-hoo. Thor also swung the hammer down. His face was very ugly. "Killed so many people. Ultron is too dangerous. We must get rid of it as soon as possible." Tony, who just flew down wearing a steel battlesuit, heard what he said, held back a few words, that he wanted to say, and said seriously, "Wait a minute, let me scan the situation in the cabin first." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Tony finished speaking, before he had time to act, several large holes were knocked out of the cabin wall. A pair of dark silver Ultron robots tumbled out holding Talakang soldiers one by one, fell on the tidal flat and scuffled, splashing mud everywhere. "Johnny, what's going on?" Pietro imitated Yeli's habitual movements, touched his chin and said, "It seems that the two sides are fighting. And both sides don't look very normal." Barton carefully took off the bow on his back, drew the string and set the arrow, and was ready to move his tail. "0 Those droids are Ultron," J.A.R.V.I.S responded. Tony scanned and said, "As for those blue-skinned people, I can't find any information here." "Black Widow, do you have any records at S.H.I.E.L.D? I don't know what they are either." Natasha Romanoff, who flew the fighter, said in the newsletter, "Maybe you can ask someone at the club." "All right." Tony turned to Pietro and asked, "Do you know what those Smurfs are?" "This." Johnny spread his hands. "I'm only in charge of fighting and picking up girls. Peter and Ned are the ones who can browse the club's information database." Pietro nodded in agreement. "Shouldn't we find out if we grab one and ask? If I plan to startle the snake, I still need to make trouble with you." Tony was speechless, so he called Yeli directly. "Ghost Spider." Before Yeli went to rescue Xingzhou, he planned to make some adjustments, such as giving Xingyun a 42 body first. But when he teleported back to the room, he was caught by the two little maids who had been waiting early. "Mr. Ye." Iridia looked at Xingyun, her eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "You bring girls back now, are you so wild?" "Well." Yeli looked at Xingyun. "The little bee is still picking honey tirelessly. It's no wonder that the maids have weird expressions. Teleporting back in this posture is indeed quite impressive." He patted the nebula, a little dumbfounded. "Okay, don't talk about performance, I'll give you the same clothes as your sister." N. Xingyun looked up at him slightly, and agreed with a humming. But he didn't do what he said in action, he just nodded obediently. "You." Seeing Xingyun's mischievous appearance, Yeli let out a spoiled laugh, and simply put his hands on her smooth shoulders. Strands of divine threads began to spread, wrapping Xingyun's beautiful body. Soon, the cobweb god clothes were on her body, forming a set of tight and slim blue-purple clothes. Xingyun paused his nodding head, lowered his head to the emperor's clothes. Then she looked up at Yeli again, with joy in her eyes, and said vaguely, "How Kong?" Yeli put the tip of her index finger provocatively on her collarbone, slid it up the gooseneck, raised her round chin, and smiled gently. "It's fine if you like it. I see you liked wearing this color before." Rubbed by his fingertips, Xingyun felt a tingling sensation on his neck, and couldn't help but swallowed. "Okay, stop teasing her." Gamera raised his dark green hooded cloak to cover Nebula's shameful appearance, and said, "Didn't you say you were going to the Predator? Now that Nebula's clothes are ready, let's go." Yeli responded lightly, but didn't act immediately, but looked at Rachel and asked, "Tidies, CHDE. She's here." Rachel's cat eyes blinked, and quickly replied, "We have helped her go to the side room to rest. Mr. Ye is so cunning. We agreed to challenge you with the three of us, but you let her go to the side room first." Silk solved. "It's okay, when the time comes, you and Iridia will be the main force, and let her learn more." Yelly teased the cat pupil maid and was about to leave. Beep. Tony Stark's communication happened to be dialed in at the moment. Hey, Lee, do you have any information about these blue-skinned guys in your club's database? That's it -1. Following Tony's voice, a video of Talakang soldiers was transmitted. This is. After a few glances, Yelly understood. Namor actually fucked Ultron. You don't know either, Tony asked on the other end. Oh no, I know. Yelly casually explained to him, they are soldiers from the underwater kingdom. Undersea kingdom. Tony wondered, is the rumored underwater kingdom of Atlantis true? Yelly, this underwater kingdom is called Talakan, and it is a descendant of the Mayans. They immigrated to the water to escape the war, and obtained the ability to survive underwater by relying on a kind of medicinal herb. And when they are in the water, their physical fitness will become much stronger than ordinary humans. Tony was slightly surprised, there is such a magical herb. Yelly, if you are interested in this herb, I can study it for you like a na. Tony, how do you have it? Yelly, that's a long story. Tony, well, then don't talk about it. I still have to deal with things here. Just send me a copy of Talakang's information too. Let Pietro and the others contact Peter. I have something to do here too. After hanging up the communication, Yelly pulled Xingyun's tender white arm and pulled her up who was eating. Stop eating, we should go. Bo Xingyun's soft lips were pulled softly, forced to separate from the food still in his mouth. She had no choice but to reluctantly swallow what was left in her mouth. This is a spoil of hard work, and I wanted to savor it. Let's go. Gamera stretched her arms around her sister's arm, and said with a smile, there seems to be some food for you later. Xingyun nodded slightly, with a dazed expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, she wiped her tongue between her lips and teeth, and after thinking about it for a while, she remembered something, looked at Yelly and asked, this taste, why is it so similar to what you fed me before? Both have a little bit of bitterness. Yelly was a little embarrassed when he heard this. With a cheeky face, he patted her on the shoulder and said, Xingyun, let me teach you a truth on our Earth, some things, it's good to know them well, and you don't need to explain them clearly. Is that so? Xingyun raised his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. You people on Earth are a bit strange. I did not mean. At this moment, Rachel raised her hand and interjected vowingly, most of us on Earth are quite normal. Yelly's face was a little dark. This means that he is not normal. Don't listen to her nonsense, Xingyun. Yelly squeezed Xingyun's shoulder lightly, and said affectionately, look at me at the time. Wasn't it also for your own good? You say no. Yeah. Xingyun hummed seriously, nodded firmly, and said, I know, it's all for me. Woo. Rachel hissed, and whispered furtively to the side, another one who was fooled. When Yelly heard it, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. But he didn't bother with the little girl. He waved to Rachel and said, let's go, I'll take care of you when I come back. Humph. Rachel had a sweet smile on her face, lightly tapped her pink lips with her index finger, and blew him a kiss. Then I'll wait for you to teach me a lesson, master. Hiss, what a little wild cat. Yelly was teased so much that she quickly left with the Gamera sisters. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would lose control and make Xingju wait for a few more hours. Conti Axia Star. On this planet, there are also places similar to red light districts. However, in the red light district here, it is no longer real people who provide services, but bionic women who are pure yellow outside. They have the wisdom of a real person, and they can switch on and off and clear the memory at any time, which is very convenient for the guests. In another room, a blue-skinned man tightened his belt, apparently just finished whoring. His face is full of eclectic ruffian, and he has a unique red device on his head. Rat. Yondu Don Tower, the leader of a raider group and the one who raised Star-Lord. It's a pity that Xingju didn't want to call him father. After getting dressed, when Yondu walked out of the room, he saw a man talking at the door of the kill, which made him stunned for a moment. This man's name is Starka, and he used to be on the same team as Yondu. However, Yondu was expelled from the original team because he violated the principle of the Predator by capturing Peter Quill. At the moment, see Old People. 0.0. Yondu couldn't help but saluted Starka and said hello, Starka, long time no see. But Starka didn't give him a good look, and the original smile on his face disappeared. It seems that this place has fallen in the wrong way. He pointed at Yondu with a cold face, then turned and left. The bustard of the venue rushed up to keep the big benefactor. Don't go, please, sir. Starka didn't even look back. The Marauders have 100 factions, and you lost the remaining 99 in order to host one of them. Yondu was slapped in the face, and his face became ugly. Ugh. Boom. He suddenly smashed a wine bottle in his hand, rushed behind Skye in a rage, and shouted hoarsely, go to hell. I don't care what you think of me. Then why are you following me? Starka shouted back, not to be outdone. Yondu, because you have to listen to me. Skye, I don't need to listen to anything. You betrayed the principle? Predators don't buy and sell children for a long time. I told you, I don't know what's going on. You don't know because you don't want to know, you want to get rich with it. I claim a place. I wear a flame mark like you. You will dress like us, but you will never hear the horn of liberty when you die, and the colors of Yondu Ogre will never shine on your tombstone. After Skye finished cursing, he grabbed Yondu's collar and said slowly in disappointment, if you think 170 exiles you, I will be happy, then you just wrong, you broke all of our hearts. 11. Yondu was silenced by his words, and his eyes couldn't help lowering his tail. Seeing this, Skye didn't say any more, loosened his collar, and left with his subordinates. Only Yondu was left alone, standing quietly in the snow. It seems that you can't explain clearly. A careless voice came from behind. Yondu raised his eyes and turned to look over. It was found to be a young man with a bottle of wine in his hand, his arms around the shoulders of two women, and he looked like a playboy. And what this man is holding is not a bionic person like the others, but two living beauties. Two women, one with fair skin and plain complexion, the other with emerald green skin and condensed eyes. Yondu took a few more glances at the green-skinned one, and soon recognized that it was Gamera, a former interstellar wanted criminal. To be able to hold Gamera like this, and at the same time hold another woman, this man must not be easy. As he thought about it, he shifted his gaze to the man in the middle, and after recalling it in his head, he nodded clearly. I know you, the magic stick that Xingxing recently promoted. You are not attending the banquet in Xandar. What's the matter coming to me? God stick. Yeli raised his brows when he heard this. Now, in the interstellar world, everyone looks at him like this. Isn't the magic stick Richard's title? Hehe. Gamera chuckled when he heard Yondu call Yeli that way. Yeli lifted the wine bottle feigning displeasure, put the mouth of the bottle into her mouth and took a sip. What's so funny? Gamera, Seeing Yeli flirting with the woman as if no one else was around, Yondu frowned. If it's nothing, I won't accompany you. Don't worry. Bo. Yeli took the bottle out of his soft lips, took a sip and said, why don't you explain it to the former guy? For example, you didn't hand over Quill to the buyer? It's useless to say these things. If you do something wrong, you are doing something wrong. Anyway, I have done a lot of wrong things. Yondu lifted up the windbreaker jacket in his hand, revealing the sentry arrow pinned to his waist. It seems that there is no luck. It's really like what Kierna said. He actually knows you. Oh, so you were just pretending to be stupid. Yeli smiled and said, I knew that with the character of Xingzhou, how could he not pull my banner? Nova praises you very much. More things are worse than one thing's less. 0.1. Yondu's eyes were serious, but since I'm going to do it, I want to test how much water you have. Yeli smiled lightly, you can do it, I will lose if I do it. I've seen a lot of arrogant people like you. As soon as Yondu finished speaking, he pursed his lips lightly and blew a whistle. Hui whoosh. The whistle arrow at his waist flew out instantly, piercing towards Yeli with lightning speed. The flight speed of this sentry arrow is enough to disintegrate an army in a short time. But Yeli is not in a hurry, because speed is meaningless to him. Who? The sentry arrow suddenly stopped in front of his forehead, and then just stopped in midair, looking unbelievable. Clang! Xingyun pulled out a thin stick, waved his hand and smashed it, smashing the sentry arrow to the ground. Yondu couldn't believe it. The method I relied on the most was actually solved so easily. Yeli picked up the sentry arrow with his toes, held it in his hand and said, Yaka arrow, it's pretty good, it's a pity that it can't deal with me. Let's go, take us there, Sea Star Lord. N 28. Yondu uttered a muffled nasal voice, annoyed, what if I say, I've killed him? Hearing this, Gamera glanced at Yeli with a worried expression. Could it be? Really? Because she and Xingyun and Yeli had been happy for too long, Kuei Wen had already played GG. That Quill is too miserable. If I knew it earlier, I should restrain myself and not be so indulgent. Seeing her thoughts, Yeli slipped his palm, squeezed it up, and comforted, don't worry, Quill will be fine. Yondu sneered, are you so sure? Yeli also chuckled, if you wanted him to die, you would have handed him over to his father many years ago. It seems that you understand it in detail. How did you know this? Yondu's smile disappeared. Could it be that you are Ego's man? Oh. Yeli waved his hand and played a projection. Have you seen the news? A strange star appeared in the sky of Xandar, suspected to have life. The astral life body disappeared after challenging the World Weaver. The guess has been. You mean? Watching the news broadcast on the projection, Yondu's pupils shrank, and he had some guesses, and he said in surprise, you put. That's right, Ian is dead. Yeli finished speaking succinctly, without waiting for Yondu to respond. He added with a smile, I killed it. You. Yondu was shocked. For a moment, he even felt his legs go weak unconsciously. After sorting out my emotions for a while, only then did Yondu let out a breath, and said slowly, that's the strongest guy I've ever seen. Today I've learned a lot. It is also his luck that Quill can do things for you. I will take you to see him. You can also bring your hands down to do things for me. Yeli threw out an olive branch and invited, I will not restrict the freedom of your predators. As long as you get things done well, the rewards will not be less for you. How about it? Are you interested? Yondu heard that freedom will not be restricted, so he couldn't help feeling a little bit moved. What predators care about most is money and freedom. Yeli's short sentence covers it all. What's more, Yeli is originally a super strong man who can kill the celestial race. Let me consider it. That might be good. After thinking about it, Yondu didn't immediately agree. However, Feng is also very obvious. Earth. Shipyards off the coast of Africa. Johnny contacted Peter and successfully asked for information on Talyukan Kingdom. 820 After everyone was able to understand what camp those blue-skinned people were, they all began to think about how to take action. The kingdom of Talakang doesn't know whether it's an enemy or a friend, and they don't know what their purpose is. Natasha Romanoff suggested in the newsletter, it is best not to conflict with them. Anyway, let's deal with Ultron first. Thor was more reckless, and shouted to the Skye Durok. Hey, hey, hey. Durok Piggy flew down from the clouds and stopped beside him. Thor turned over and rode on, pointed the hammer at the silver robots around the Hulk, and shouted, Go, cow cow. The Durok Pig immediately called out, flying over with Thor on his back. Pang! With sparks and lightning all the way, Thor sent the silver robot flying with a blow to the head. After that, there was another flurry of hammers, smashing these Ultron-made minions one by one, allowing the Talakang soldiers to escape. Boom. And at this moment, 3 red laser beams pierced through the cabin, and a figure flew out. Bang bang bang. After rolling a few times on the tidal muddy ground, the figure barely stood up and covered his chest with a painful expression. The figure was Namor, King of Talakang. He accidentally cut Ultron's light. If it weren't for the vibranium covering the key heart, Namor might be injured more seriously now. Fuhu. Ultron followed, flying out of the hole in the cabin. After seeing Thor and the others, it taunted, Wow, your stubborn illnesses are finally here. Suddenly, without further ado, Thor threw his hammer at it. Bump! Ultron was knocked straight and fell back to the cabin. Fortunately, its body is not made of vibranium, but it is also made of cabernet alloy, so it is not a big deal. Seeing Ultron appearing, Tony saw the opportunity and flew to the opening of the hole, and the violent chest beam blasted in. In the cabin, scorching high-temperature smoke came out for a while. But when Tony landed in for the J.A.R.V.I.S to scan, he heard it say, Sir, it's behind you. Click. Just after J.A.R.V.I.S reported, a strong metal arm grabbed the back neck of Tony's steel battlesuit from behind. Ultron grabbed Tony's battlesuit and slammed him to the ground with a muffled bang. You fixed it? Faster than I thought, disgusting Mr. Stark. Zilla. Tony propped up his arms, trying to get up. Is it inappropriate for you to call me that? Oh, then why do you want me to call you? Ultron pressed his body that had only been propped up a little further, and clasped a big hand on his face, trying to pull the mask off. Dear Lord Creator, you want me to be called this? Caw caw caw. Listening to the creaking sound of the mask, Tony said quickly, J.A.R.V.I.S, increase the power of the chest and release the energy. Pang! Like a thunderclap, the reaction force released from his chest pushed Tony into the air, and Ultron was also thrown away. And at the moment, Thor also rode over on the pig, and the thunder burst from the hammer, covering Ultron. When Ultron was pushed onto the bulkhead by Thunderbolt, unable to move, he could only curse, Dem Hog Rider. Thor is not a good-tempered man. Upon hearing this, he immediately increased Mjolnir's output, making the wall Ultron was leaning against start to glow red and hot. In a few seconds, the wall finally failed, and Ultron was knocked out of the cabin again. Coo, coo, coo. The metal body scraped obvious deep marks on the mud. Asshole, I'll deal with you next time. Ultron realized that he was not yet the opponent of the Avengers, so he immediately turned around and was about to fly to the distant sky to escape. Don't let it get away. Hawkeye, who was waiting outside, shot Ultron with an arrow. Click. Ultron pinched the arrow with his backhand, and threw the arrow far away, and Akiro fired a palm cannon and blasted it to pieces. Apparently it has access to the Avengers material and is well aware of Hawkeye's tricks. But at this moment, a vague figure flashed by. Clang. On Ultron's silver metal face, he was punched immediately, sparking sparks. It can be seen that there are very clear scratches left. Wow, looks like Stark's stuff isn't very good either. Peter Luo paused and shook his hand. On his hands, he wore black metal gloves with a full sense of technology. Ultron thumbed the scratch on his own face, and his eyes fell on Pietro's gloves, woven with gold. Vibranium. Pietro raised his hand and looked, so I am vibranium. These gloves are the equipment he received from the Research Institute before. At that time, people in the Research Institute only said that the material was a strong new alloy. Unexpectedly, this is the vibranium that everyone has been thinking about. Okay, Diao. When Pietro thought about it, he began to sing. Pietro, be careful. Johnny suddenly shouted to remind. At the same time, a figure behind Pietro flew towards him at high speed. Thief? Hand over the vibranium. Dazed Namor, when he saw vibranium, he was jealous, and threw a spear out of his hand. Whoosh? Who? Pietro responded in a timely manner, quickly activated the super ability to avoid the spear, and grabbed it when it flew by. Su? Pietro took the spear and rushed towards Namor. Obviously, he wanted to give this ignorant person some color. Namor has seen Pietro's ability, and definitely won't give him a chance to get close. Phew. A pair of small white wings flapping on the ankles. He flew straight into the sky. This pair of small wings is the manifestation of Namor's mutant ability, which allows him to soar into the sky freely, so that he can move without dead ends by sea, land, and air. You have the ability to come down for me? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. Looking at Namor in the sky, Pietro could only try to stare blankly. Fortunately, at the moment, Johnny was burning with flames all over his body, and flew towards Namor. Pietro, let me vent your anger for you? Go and stop Ultron. All of a sudden, the scuffle started like this. Thor and Tony come out of the Hulk and take the Ultron hammer with Pietro. The Talakang soldiers got entangled with the Ultron creeps and Barton. Dash. Natasha Romanoff saw that Barton was alone and without 283 help, and she was also manipulating the fighter jet's cannon to provide fire support. Johnny chased after Namor to breathe fire, and flew to the seaside. The scene was once very chaotic. But in fact, there are actually more than 3 parties present. Not far from the tidal flat, another large abandoned boat was on board. There are 2 figures, quietly standing on the watchtower to watch the battle. After watching the play for a while, Victor Dumb didn't move his head, and said to Magneto next to him, "Why, don't you help? That blue-skinned man who can fly is also your mutant compatriot. I still need to observe for a while." Magneto crossed his fingers leisurely, and said slowly, "Charles made me understand a truth, not all mutants will stand by my side, see? Then just take another look, Chudge. I think that artificial intelligence is quite interesting. Calling Ultron is." The eyes under Dr. Doom's mask looked at the silver robot that had been subdued by Thor and the others. Pong, pong, pong. Thor was not going to show mercy to the robot Ultron, and the hammer fell again and again, smashing it to pieces in no time. "It's solved?" Thor stood up, looked at Ultron that had been turned into a pile of scrap metal, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Tony denied it. "No, it's just its shell, it must have data backup elsewhere." "Huh." Pietro spread his hands, "Then our work is wasted." Barton came over and said, "At least Ultron didn't get the vibranium it wanted." As he said that, all of Ultron's minions were blown up and lay down on the ground. As for the Talakang soldiers, seeing that the situation was over, they all evacuated and fled towards the sea. "What do we do with those special metals in the cabin?" Thor asked. "Vibranium." Tony pondered for a while, and thought of Zhao Halen's regenerative cradle technology. "Perhaps, these vibraniums can give us a boost." Johnny, like chasing a dog, has already chased Namor to the beach. "Still running," Johnny muttered, and shouted to the front, "Hey, don't run away. Just let me beat you up, and I'll let you go." Phew. Namor suddenly stopped on the sea, turned around and looked at John. "Hehe, I'm quite persuasive." Seeing this, John held up a fireball in his hand and smiled triumphantly. "It seems that you also know that I am not easy to mess with. Don't worry, I will beat you gently." Who? Just when he was screaming, huge amounts of waves suddenly rose up on the surface of the sea, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Fack. Shocked, Johnny uttered an obscenity, and quickly pulled away and fled in the direction he came from. Boom, boom, the huge waves hit the sea like a sledgehammer, making a lot of noise. Namor also took the opportunity to dive below the surface. Seeing that this premeditated attack failed, the Burning Man who was disgusted by that person walked away. Namor couldn't help cursing with annoyed eyes. "Avengers, and that iron bump called Ultron, I won't let you go." Vibranium belongs to Talakang. In a barren star field, the group slaughtered by plunder. In the leading main ship, Xingju was tied up and thrown in a prison cell. He doesn't look in a bad mood, he even wears old-fashioned earphones on his ears, and his head follows the rhythm of the music bit by bit. Tread, tread. Several footsteps approached the cell, and they were heard in front of the railing. Seeing a few feet appearing in front of him, Xingju raised his head. "Gamera? Mr. Ya." As soon as he raised his head, Xingju immediately beamed with joy, and said to Yeli outside the cell in surprise, "Boss, you finally came to save me. It looks like you're having a good time." Yeli folded her arms and joked, "I've heard this little song." "Well." Xingju sighed pretentiously, "Actually, I've been worried. I'm afraid those savage guys really ate me up." "Okay, don't be shy, you will believe it if you scare a child." Yeli waved his hand, "Let him out." Xingyun understands, grabs the pillar rightward arrow pulls the work. Squeak. With a sound, it was bent and bent, barely enough for one person to pass through. Now she is wearing cobweb clothes. With the blessing of Yeli, her strength is not what it used to be. Gudong, awesome, this strength is stronger than Drax's, he probably won't be able to open this cell. Xingju swallowed, and gave Xingyun a thumbs up in admiration. But Yeli looked at Xingyun and said speechlessly, "I asked you to find someone to come and open the door." "Oh." Xingyun immediately admitted his mistake with a serious expression, "I misunderstood, the Lord Qing will punish you." "It's such a small matter, there's nothing to punish." Yeli said this with a serious face. The palm placed on her back was stroked down her smooth waist. The beauty pursed her lips for a moment, her body tensed. "Sister, why do I seem to have seen you somewhere?" Xingju looked at Xingyun while squeezing through the gap of the railing. Although Xingyun has been reborn, his facial features have not changed much, so the sharp-eyed Xingju feels a little familiar. Huh? Still blushing. Seeing that Xingyun's face turned red, Xingju thought he was staring at him, and quickly explained. "I'm not interested in you. You don't have to be shy. I don't dare to think of the boss woman." He just heard Xingyun call Yeli the master, and he knew that the relationship between the two people must not be simple. Xingyun was even more blushing. "Who is blushing because of you, or is it because of?" Embarrassed, she intends to give Star-Lord a kick like Gamera. But no matter what, her legs are standing straight now, and she doesn't dare to move. Oops, stuck. Xingju suddenly had another moth, and his head was stuck in the gap because it was too big. Rot. He dragged his head with his hands, and asked Xingyun for help pitifully. "Sister, can you break it up for me?" Xingyun rolled her eyes with beautiful eyes, as if she didn't bother to pay attention to it. "Forget it, let me do it." Yeli withdrew his hand, shook Mizusawa on his fingertips, grabbed the door lever of the cell, and easily opened it a little. Xingju finally squeezed out, and expressed his thanks to Yeli repeatedly. "Great. You were saved. Boss hail." "Well, there's nothing to do here, go outside and put Yeli took the lead and walked out of the cell, chatting with Xingzhou while walking. Tell me, how did you get caught by Yondu? Star-Lord and Gamera have taken over the Void, and Drax is much stronger than the movie version. It stands to reason that Star-Lord should not be so easy to be caught by Yondu. It's like this. Mr. Ya. Xingzhou was a little embarrassed and said, I was planning to take on a private job, so I went to Sovereign Star alone to negotiate, but unexpectedly, I was caught by Yondu halfway. Sovereign Star. Yeli caught the word. He has some impression of this name. It seems that Warlock Adam was created by the sovereign people. If you find time later, maybe you can go and have a look. Earth. The remnant of Hydra, a hidden base. How's the development going? Baron Strucker came to the experiment to review the progress of a robot research and development project. After being knocked over by Sandman in Sokovia's lair last time, he hid with the remnants. Later, when the Snake and Shield incident broke out, Strucker took the opportunity to gather some other Hydra remnants and temporarily took refuge in the hive. We lost Dr. Zola. The artificial intelligence aspect is a bit difficult to overcome, the gray-haired old researcher said truthfully. Waste. Strack cursed, and hammered down the mechanical bionic human sample #B in front of him with one hand. I said a long time ago, don't waste your time and money on such useless projects. What's the use of these mechanical waste? The hive guy just won't listen. There was undisguised ambition in Strucker's eyes. Let him continue to do nothing like this. When will our Hydra rise again? Why not let me lead it? Baron, be careful what you say. The researcher was brought over by the Baron, and he couldn't help reminding him, now we are dependent on others under the eaves, and we have to bow our heads. P.S. Don't worry about how to say Chinese proverbs, that's what they mean. Foreign movies, the translation of Chinese subtitles does not often use Chinese idioms. That guy has no more ability than me. Isn't it just a coincidence that he has the appearance of a Hydra, like a monster? Strack was still swearing, but he didn't notice that the face of the robot 153 in his hand gradually lit up with the light of starting up. Hey, how did you start it by yourself? Something went wrong with the program. The old researcher found an abnormality, so he had to check it out. But the robot moved at this moment, and it flew him out with a flick of its hand. What's going on? Something's wrong with the broken thing. Startled, Strack let go of his hand and was about to step back. But Ultron wouldn't give him this chance. He raised his metal arm, suddenly couldn't exert his strength, and stabbed him in the chest in the blink of an eye. Blood splatter? Well, Starrick lost his eyesight very quickly, fell to the ground weakly, and simply took the boxed lunch. Bark. Ultron pulled his hand out, looked around at the fleeing personnel, and made an indifferent electronic sound. Here, now I'll take over, and I don't need a living person. Undersea Kingdom, Talakan. How about it, Mr. Nanan? Decided to join us? Victor Dumb sat on the opposite side of Namor, and slowly said, the purpose of our Illuminati is to help and support each other. As long as you are willing to join us to provide assistance, we will also help you get the vibranium. Blah blah. Namor tapped the armchair with his fingers, and said expressionlessly, how should I trust you, or, how can I trust that you have the strength to cooperate with us? Victor Dumb heard the words, tilted his head slightly, and glanced at Magneto next to him. You do it yourself, don't try to order me. Eric Lane's hair, Magneto, squinted his eyes slightly, and didn't make any movements. Victor Dumb turned his head back flatly, held up his right palm, and the magic thunder burst out from his palm, spreading rapidly, and electrifying all the surrounding sea creatures. Namor immediately stood up. They are all my friends. Friend? It's just another name for a tool. Victor Dumb folded his palms together. I'm not interested in a show like a show either. We might as well go straight to 10 o'clock. Are you joining, or are you not joining? Namor sat down again, lowered his head and thought about it calmly, and said, we can try to cooperate. It's okay, you will soon see our strength. Victor Dumb flicked his green cloak, stood up and said, when the time comes, you may take the initiative to join us. Namor nodded lightly, I hope so, Victor. At this time, Victor Dumb suddenly heard the sound of the hive, which was asking him to contact him. Phew. Victor Dumb waved his hand and the 10 magic projections floated into the water. This magical function is similar to a video call, and the image projected is just the eager hive. Victor, my base has been taken over. Honeycomb said angrily, now I can't get in touch at all. I suspect that the Avengers or people from the club did it. There are a lot of important materials and information in the base, so there must be no flash doctors. Take someone to have a look first, and then contact us if you can't solve the problem. Victor Dumb's voice was dull, and he was obviously a little unhappy that the hive contacted him without ascertaining the specific situation. Victor, you can't, just in case it's an enemy conspiracy. Honeycomb continued to persuade, wanting other people to help him find the way first. Enough, give me specific information, and I will consider bringing someone to help you. Victor was impatient to talk to it, and closed the magic curtain with a wave of his hand. Namor heard the conversation clearly, and said to Victor with a half smile, it seems, your group is not very united. Everyone has their own ideas. Victor's voice was hoarse and dull. After leaving this sentence, he and Magneto left. Nothingness. Yeli sent Xingzhou back here, and was about to leave immediately. After all, in his schedule, at a later time, there is another activity that will make people feel physically and mentally happy. You guys do a good job. Before saying goodbye, Yeli patted Xingzhou on the shoulder and said with a smile, maybe in the future, you will have the opportunity to work with Yondu. What? What do you mean? After a while, Xingzhou guessed suspiciously, you shouldn't be recruiting Yondu and the others, right? Bingo. Yeli smiled mischievously, waved goodbye and said, please look forward to seeing you later. Hey, I don't want to be with those guys anymore. Recruiting Yondu was a mistake. Mr. Ye, I think you should listen to my advice. Hey, don't go away. Xingzhou wanted to persuade him again, but Jail He Zhengli had already flashed away. Back to Ghost Spider. Yeli felt a slightly resentful gaze staring at him, and looked back. I found out that it was the girl Gonada, who was eating snacks on the rest seat in the lobby. What's the matter? With a sad face, who bullied you? I'll teach her a lesson for you. Yeli approached Tunmei pretentiously, with a very loyal appearance, but his tone was frivolous, which was unconvincing. Don't come here, Skye pervert. Gonada raised a slender leg with an unhappy expression, her bare white feet pressed against him who wanted to get closer, and said softly, dropped me at the banquet without even saying hello, you just go and mate with those females, big bastard. You can actually say these things. It seems that you have learned a lot during this period of time. Yeli put her palm on her foot on her belly, and said, let me guess. Susan taught you, right? You don't care who taught me. Gonada's feet twitched restlessly, stepped on his stomach and said, anyway, I understand much more now than before. Oh. Yeli directly grabbed her ankle, slowly getting closer. Because of this, Nada's long legs were forced to step up. This made her face turn red, and quickly pressed down on the beautiful purple skirt. What do you want? Yeli looked sideways, glanced at the long legs that were as cold and white as jade. I saw that beautiful foot was already resting on his shoulders, the toes like broad beans trembling slightly. Obviously, Tunmei is a little nervous. Small sample, I still can't handle you. Yeli was proud of himself, but with a faint smile on his face all the time, he said, you understand much more about what you said. What is the reason? Gonada moves her toes even more. After the words paused, she suddenly put her hands together and straightened her waist from the seat. The straight and long legs were raised 180 degrees astonishingly, not only pressing Yeli tightly, but also clinging to her plump upper body. This pose is really top. Yeli felt the firmness and tenderness of this straight long leg, and couldn't help but feel a little physiological. And Nada hooked his shoulders with both hands to keep herself balanced and not fall down. This standard one-word horse is a bit difficult for ordinary people, but it is naturally nothing to Nada. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to her current posture. She grasped Yeli's big purple eyes tightly with her little hand and asked, honestly speaking, did you just want to be with me at the beginning? Mating idea. Is it so direct? Yeli wrapped her arms around Tunmei's waist and said, can't you put it in a more euphemistic way? For example, I just want to study the biological symbiosis between us. Gonada covered her small mouth lightly, opened her beautiful eyes wide, and said in surprise, you're admitting it. How did you admit it? What's the matter? Yeli pinched her sharp chin with one hand, and said calmly, in my hometown, there is a saying that goes like this, everyone has the love of beauty. Lock up. Tunmei slapped him away with flushed cheeks. The palm of his hand, the delicate body being hugged, began to twist and struggle. I won't do this kind of thing for a little food. You let me go. What are you in a hurry for? I didn't say it's now. Yeli hugged her cheekily, and put the hand that was slapped away on her smooth and delicate calf and began to rub it. Not to mention that the hand feel is really good and makes people love it. Then what are you doing now? If you do this again, I will be angry. Although Nada said so, she didn't really struggle hard, otherwise the movement would be very loud. Yeli could see what she was thinking. Knowing this chick, she already had a crush on him, so he didn't stop teasing. Instead, the palm holding her waist, slid up the alluring snowy back, placed it on the back of her slender neck, and gently pressed her small head. Huh? It's coming. Looking at the approaching handsome face, Gonada stopped struggling and opened her eyes to the maximum, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Is it really okay? Look at the appearance of Susan and the others, it seems very delicious. Tunmei thought that Yeli was going to kiss her, her beautiful red lips parted a little, as if she was welcoming guests. However, but Yeli just made a mistake with her cheek, sliding his face against her tender face, the corners of his mouth and soft lips brushed lightly, and whispered in her ear. Before, you saw what Jane and Susan, Rachel, and Abingdia ate, didn't you also want to share? I happen to have an event tonight, how about you to be in charge of clearing the venue after the end? You mean, can I eat it? Gonada heard the words, with a look of joy on her pretty face. That energy is higher than that contained in the magical lollipop, she has long coveted it. Definitely, I'll let you eat enough this time, but before that, you have to satisfy me in my test. As Yeli said, he retracted the mouth protruding from her ear and moved it to her cherry lips. Test starts. Feeling Yeli's sudden kiss, Gonada curled up her white jade toes unconsciously. After the test is over, the toe is slowly loosened. Tunmei gasped for a while, wiped her mouth with Chien finger, and 3.0 asked, are you satisfied? Yeli didn't speak, but licked her own mouth, deliberately gave her a strangely intoxicated and memorable expression. Nada was so ashamed by his appearance, she was very embarrassed. Very well, you passed the test. Yeli patted her on the back and said, stay well tonight. Da. Gonada didn't look directly at him, her eyes were erratic, and she said, now, can you let me go? Just adjusted the body sensation, my legs are a little sore. As she spoke, she suddenly realized what she had said, and quickly covered her mouth. Okay. Yeli didn't miss this opportunity to tease, and joked, just now, in order to feel better, you actually adjusted your body sensation. I just saw how Susan and the others enjoyed it, just curious about the taste of this. Tunmi insisted, actually, it's just like this, so, it's not as good as a lollipop. Oh, it seems that you haven't felt clearly just now. Yeli lowered his head as a gesture, how about feeling it again? Do you want to do it again? Gonita looked reluctant and pushed him away vigorously. I won't come, go away. Yeli didn't hug her tightly this time, but let her fall back on the seat. After all, the progress has been almost the same. If you want to grasp the speed, you have to let go when you just let go. Gonita hooked her toes, and after feeling a strange touch between her toes, she was about to retract her feet, etc. However, Yeli quickly grabbed her white and slender ankle, wanting to rub her jade feet. Gonita was taken aback by his actions. What are you going to do? Phew, these beautiful feet are amazing. Yeli secretly felt the tenderness of the soles of her feet, and taught Tunmi on her lips. Come on, do as I tell you. Why should I listen to you? 01, Nada's feet were tickled and felt uncomfortable, but she still wanted to shrink back. Don't stretch it back. Yeli quickly grabbed her ankle and persuaded, look at that. I'm going to treat you to a buffet tonight. Why don't you play games with me? Gonita tilted her head and thought for a while, and finally agreed. Okay then, what should I do? Yeli started directing immediately. You do this first. Again. And then. Just fine. Oh. Tunmi seemed to understand what he taught, curled up her jade toe, and pulled it off. Later, I felt that one foot was not enough, so I used both feet. After a long time, Gonita withdrew her feet, and her snow-white toes, like a milk bath, wriggled uncomfortably. This game is not very fun. It's okay, as long as I think it's fun. Remember to come to the buffet at night. Yeli was in a good mood, and Nada learned things very quickly, and became very proficient after a while. Yeah. Nada nodded repeatedly when talking about food. Yeli said with a smile, hey, you snack food, don't overeat at night. How can it be? Gonita raised her beautiful chin, touched her belly and said, I can't fill it here, I'll never be full. Is that so? Yeli said to himself, then I will try tonight and fill your stomach. Cut, I can brag. Gonita hugged her knees and waved at him lightly with disbelief on her face, go and do your work quickly, and call me when the time is up. No problem. Yeli also bid farewell to Tunmi, and was about to go back to her room to embark on the journey. Hey, wait a minute, one more thing. Gonita suddenly remembered something, raised her hands and said, Carol was also very angry at your leaving without saying goodbye. She asked me to tell you that when she meets you next time, I will scold you severely. For it. Yeli explored the mind of Gonita. 250 found that she was telling the truth. It seems that Carol also has deep grievances. When Yeli returned to the room with a refreshed expression, he saw 3 little maids sitting obediently on the soft elastic bed. Heredia gave him a warm welcome home smile. Rachel blinked her orange cat pupils and gave him a cute wink 3 times. Only Mantis still looks tired, with her head resting on Ebindia's bosom. But when she saw Yeli coming back, she also smiled slightly, and the tips of the tentacles lit up. Seeing this, Yeli naturally greeted him without any hesitation. The sound of the warbler and the cry of the swallows. The little praying mantis was the first to be unable to hold on, its insteps stretched straight, its tentacles were extremely bright for a while, then fell limply. Then, the provocative little wildcat was also severely punished, and the cat pupils became lax and lifeless. When the last butterfly wing elf is put down, the sky of the simulated dome is already dim. Iridia fell into a deep sleep, and Yeli stroked her snow-white lower back, causing her to tremble instinctively. Hehe. Seeing this, Yeli smiled amusedly. After teasing Abindia a little, he then informed Nada that she could come and eat. Suhu. A figure in a purple dress flashed, and appeared in front of Yeli, and it was still sitting in a duck posture. 05. Gonita looked around curiously, and when she saw Rachel's 3 beautiful bodies, she knew the general situation. Is it time for me to start? Gonita asked, licking her red lips with her pink tongue. That's right. The corner of Yeli's mouth curled slightly. I'll leave it to you. Then I won't be polite. Gonita smiled coquettishly, then bent down with a slender waist. Hydra base. The sound of tinkling and clanging was endless, and the mechanical parts were transported and assembled on the assembly line one by one, and assembled into mechanical soldiers. As for the original base personnel, they were already bleeding all over the place and were thrown out as garbage. This body is too weak, even the Avengers can't solve it. I need better materials. Ultron looked at his metal palm. With superb computing power, he analyzed how to obtain such an outstanding material as vibranium. Boom! Just as it was performing calculations, a high explosive bomb suddenly hit it, blowing its inferior body directly, causing considerable damage to its body. At the entrance of the passage, a large group of heavily armed special soldiers swarmed in. Surrounded by these Hydra soldiers is the leader, the Hive. Damn! Seeing the heavy loss of the base that originally belonged to him, the Hive shouted angrily, who did it? Come out. However, no one can do it. Click, click, click. Only one mechanical soldier turned his head in unison, his electronic eyes lit up red, staring at the Hydra soldiers. Don't dare to come out, do you? When I dismantle your existing mechanical soldiers, I'll see what you still have. The Hive didn't know that the people who invaded its base were not living people, and thought that there was someone hiding behind the scenes, so it pointed at the mechanical soldiers angrily, and ordered its subordinates, tear me down all these rags. Da-da-da-da. Bio. The Hydra soldiers and the mechanical soldiers made by Ultron fired almost at the same time, and the bullets and light interweaved instantly, and the battle scene was very intense. After going on for a while, the losses of both sides were very heavy, and there were very few left. Hateful. The Hive pulled one of his subordinates and asked, I asked Victor for support, why didn't he come over? Really don't want to worry about us. I don't know either, leader. The subordinates trembled in fright. Look, human beings are so ridiculous. In a closed metal cabin, a voice suddenly came out, with an electronic sound. Who? Hive let go of his subordinates, and immediately looked at the metal cabin. Are you finally willing to show up, you hide-and-seek mouse? Ka? Bang? Ultron punched open the cabin door and stood up slowly from the metal cabin. Look at your face, how embarrassing it is. Its body is almost the same as the one smashed by Thor, and the material is also made of Kana alloy, but it is not completely built, and it can be seen that a piece of the chest deck is missing. But this didn't affect Ultron's arrogance and flew directly in front of the Hive, and punched it. Artificial intelligence. The Hive was startled, and quickly controlled its body to turn into dense black spots, spreading out, allowing Ultron's alloy fist to pass through. It took a step back, and the scattered upper body regrouped, which was very difficult for Ultron. The Hive's parasite ability, which works well against opponents made of flesh and blood, pales in comparison to Ultron, who is made of steel. Therefore, under the attack of Ultron, it can only choose to constantly dodge left and right, and constantly split and reorganize its body. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, Ultron simply popped out a laser arm blade, waved a few knives, and chopped the remaining Hydra soldiers into pieces. You. Seeing this, the Hive yelled angrily. Naturally, this is not because he has any feelings for these dead cronies, but because he feels that Ultron's behavior is really a naked provocation. It's coming to you soon, head kelp. Ultron flicked his arm blade and stepped towards the Hive, obviously to fight it. Stop. At this moment, a dull voice sounded in the assembly line factory. Victor Dumb appeared, and instead of looking at the Hive, he stared at Ultron and said, There's no need to do anything. Ultron, we can talk. That depends on whether you are qualified to talk. Seeing that he was wearing an iron shell, Ultron immediately tried to hack into the system, but it turned out to be in vain. It's not useful for Wang Lihao. Victor Dumb noticed its small movements. Since I know you, I will definitely be on guard. Okay. Private. Ultron temporarily approved Victor Dumb, put away the laser arm blade, and said, What do you want to talk about? I think we can work together. Dr. Doom is pulling people in again. Woo, N. I remember, Susan and the others, they ate like this. Gonida imitated what she had seen before, licking back and forth in her mouth, curling her pink and tender tongue from time to time, fully wrapped the sugar head, and playfully swallowed it into the depths of her small mouth, held it for a while, and then spit it out. It may be because she has practiced with the magic lollipop. After trying it for a while, she became very proficient. This made someone unable to bear it, and put his head on the jet black hair like a waterfall. Gonida's beautiful big purple eyes instantly became real. Then, she quickly closed her eyes with enjoyment, and ate all the delicious buffet like a long whale drinking. It's delicious. After eating the buffet, Gonitakian wiped the corners of her lips with her fingers, her eyes sparkled. She grabbed Yeli and asked, Is there any more? I want it. So many have not fed you, you can really eat. Yeli poked her unremarkable flat belly. It's worthy of the stomach of the universe. No wonder you're hungry all day long. That's right. Gonida cutely raised a finger, and begged coquettishly, Look at how pitiful I am, can you give me some more? You're going to act like a baby, Susan has taught you a lot. Yeli stretched out his hand and pinched her fair and tender face, which still had a hint of childishness, and teased, Then you, good brother, can you call me good brother? Gonida tilted her head and asked doubtfully, Do you want me to call you good brother? 220. That's right. Yeli continued, If you call, I'll continue to let you eat a delicious buffet. $70 billion. Good brother. Please let me eat. After calling a few good brothers incessantly, Gonida muttered, It's all right now. My father is a real cosmic entity, I call you brother. You have taken advantage of it. No problem. Yeli waved his hand happily, Go ahead and eat your buffet, I'll squint my eyes and rest for a while. Okay Tunmi happily buried her head in eating again. This cooking enthusiasm, can't it be an addiction? Yeli couldn't help but smile at Gonida's intoxicated appearance of being able to eat everything. With a smile on Yeli's face, he closed his eyes comfortably and began to meditate. It seems that it is because of the good brother Gonida called just now, which makes him feel at ease now. Very useful. Great Cold Nether Kingdom, the capital, Seer. Eugene Genetics Laboratory. Tony, are you crazy? Dr. Banner pointed to the body being manufactured in the regeneration cradle, and dared not believe it. This is what you said, how to deal with vibranium. Do you still want to create an Ultron? Stark comforted him and said, Calm down, doctor, you don't want to smash Dr. Zhao's laboratory, do you? Although she said that she will be moving soon, we should try not to damage other people's property. Banner, stop talking about me. If you want to calm down, you should stop this thing. Banner, listen to me. Tony explained to him. You also saw. Ultron's ability prevents us from really grabbing it, so we need a helper, one that can help us deal with it at the data level helper. Banner, so? You just want me to help you get another artificial intelligence in here? Oh no, definitely not. Tony corrected. I'll help you. This, aspect is not my forte, you know biological functions best. Profound. Dr. Banner was speechless for a while, looked at the body of vibranium that was about to be printed, and sighed. Then you should at least discuss it with other people this time. Otherwise I'm worried that you will be beaten to death by other people. Tony spread his hands and said, then tell me, who should I discuss with? Banner, I think, maybe we can ask Ya for his opinion first. Zhao Heilun walked by at the moment, heard his words, smiled and agreed. I also think Li is great. Li? Oh, to find him again, he will definitely find me annoying. Definitely will. I don't want to be treated like an old eighth. Tony reluctantly said, I don't think there's any need to look for him, he's not very interested in these things. Dr. Banner scowled. Tony, if you don't inform him, I won't participate in your plan. Helen Zhao smoothed things over at the right time, jokingly said, Tony, Dr. Banner is going to be angry if you don't want to be beaten by the Hulk, you should invite him to leave, he probably won't mind coming over to take a look. Okay, since you all said that, then I'll contact him. Tony agreed, then looked at Helen Zhao's pretty face, and teased, by the way, your complexion has become so good, Li, it seems that you are well nourished. Dr. Helen smiled slightly, he is really good. Hello Gonada. Yeli rubbed Gonada's hair and expressed her sincere praise. Inwu, Gudong. Gonada tapped her cherry lips with her index finger, and said, it's not difficult, it's easy to eat. Do you have any more? Still want? Do you eat something like this? Yeli secretly thought that Tunmei eats so much that Gwen and the others eat together in the past, not as much as Gonada alone today. It can only be said that the daughter of the devourer of the planet is different. Fortunately, he has enough food reserves, otherwise it would not be enough for her to read, wouldn't it be gone? Seeing that Yeli has been silent, Gonada pursed her red lips slightly, and said, you said that the buffet is full, you can't lie to me. Yes, but there are still, just. Yeli glanced at the clock, and said helplessly, you've been eating for almost a whole day, have I been calling with you all this time? Can't you? Gonada blinked innocently, said, definitely can't do it, don't say I have to do other things. Yeli looked at her still flat stomach, and said, just say that your stomach can't be filled even if you squeeze out the grain storehouse. I don't care. Gonada said with an unhappy expression, you don't keep your promise, you are a fraud. Talking. She suddenly lowered her head, opened her rosy mouth, and began to cook with great enthusiasm. Wow, that's a good time. Yeli. He stretched out his hand to push her head away, but he still stopped in hesitation. Looking at the satisfied and joyful expression of the girl when she was eating, the pampering in Yeli's eyes could not be concealed. Oh, then let's eat for a while. He sighed, stroked her back, and said, eat slowly, don't choke. Ha. Nada raised her head, licked the residue at the corner of her mouth, and looked very happy. Good brother, you are the best. Just know I'm fine. Yeli smoothed her hair with his hands, and said, hello my husband again. Gonada obediently shouted, husband. Say hello to my husband. Good husband. Hey, I'm screaming. Yeli responded, wanting to flirt with Tunmei again. But at this moment, the system suddenly popped up the task prompt. Trigger Nada's relationship household task, solve Gonada's hunger and pain. The mission is completed, you can superimpose the Planet Devourer Garland template. Triggering the mission. Wait. Really a guinea pig template? Yeli was stunned for a moment. The template of Gonada and her father is not at the same level. Anyway, he is also a god that has existed since the birth of the universe. Even if he is always killed by the plot, he cannot deny his personality as the 5 great gods. Yeli immediately opened the system task record in his mind, and checked it again. Nebula's relationship household task has been completed. Superimposed Nebula template. Gamera Zhen Hubelai Ben Titan's relationship account task has been completed. Superimposed Gamera Zhen Hubelai Ben Titan template. Trigger Nada. Planet Devourer Garland template. Yeli's focus directly fell on the Planet Devourer template, and he was secretly happy. It doesn't take much effort to get it. It's worthwhile for me to pay so much life essence, and it finally pays off. He immediately stretched out his hand and broke the head of Gonada who was still cooking. Gonada was pulled, and the dessert she was eating dropped a lot. What are you doing? Gonada quickly caught it with the palm of her hand and carefully put it into her mouth. After eating, she looked at Yeli reproachfully. What's the matter? It wasn't just, what did you call me? What's my name? Don't you want to go back on your word again? Speaking of which, on Gonada's pretty face, there was even a bit of a grieved and crying expression. I just want to eat once, why is it so difficult? Okay, don't cry. Yeli silently handed a piece of constant state source quality to her mouth. This is for you to eat. Gonada was stunned suddenly, her purple pupils stared closely at this constant source, as if her eyes were glued to it. Just like that, after a while of silence as if time paused, she looked at Yeli in a daze, with an expression of disbelief. Are you really feeding me? Zero ask for flowers. Yeli nodded firmly, pounding. Gonada stretched out her tongue that had been dyed white, tentatively licked the source of constant state, and soon there was a golden brilliance in her eyes. Immediately, she showed a fascinated expression towards the constant state source, and confirmed to Yeli again, "Is it really just for me?" Yeli was a little impatient, and he made a gesture to withdraw his hand. "If you don't want me, I will eat it myself. I want. Gonada held his hand at the speed of light, pulled it to his mouth and gnawed on it. Are you even planning to chew my hand together?" Yeli pried open Tunmiai's mouth with her fingers, then pulled her hand out, flicking the white spots of saliva. But Sister Tun didn't have time to care about him. She immediately swallowed the constant source of energy. Instantly, she felt that the hunger that had been entangled like a curse was rapidly subsiding. And Yeli also successfully obtained the system prompt. Nada's relationship household task has been completed. The Planet Devourer Garland template has been superimposed. Asterisk. Yeli clenched his fist. Even if it was his divine body, he felt that his strength was increasing extremely rapidly. The last time I had this experience was when loading Wanda Origin magic power. But at that time, the body strength feedback was not obvious, far less intense than this time. This is the strength of guinea pigs? Do you understand the gold content of the fifth god in the universe? When Yeli was a little triumphant. Goo? A burst of unbearable hunger that was enough to make ordinary people surged like a flood, making his pupils shrink. Fucking, why does this template have side effects? Is it because of the side effects of rewarding crit upgrades? Yeli cursed in his heart. Remember the normal template, but there will be no such side effects. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly took out a piece of constant source quality, and swallowed it for himself. The effect of a rule level item like constant source quality is still very good. Yeli soon felt that the hunger was rapidly subsiding, and the body could maintain the optimal saturation state without supplementing material energy. And he has a faint special feeling again, always feeling that something seems to be coming out. Yeli is about to think about what is going on. Wah! Tunmiai burst into tears at this moment, and moved towards him. Lee. Thank you. Useless. Yeli thought that Gonada was going to give a passionate kiss, so he immediately stopped her. After all, he didn't want to taste what his own children and grandchildren were like. Only, Gonada didn't bring her pretty face closer as he thought, but buried her in his arms, weeping with joy. That's great. I'm not hungry at all. Woo, not hungry. 763 Yeli froze for a moment. Seeing the beautiful Liwa with Rain, he silently hugged her tightly. The way I look now, doesn't it look embarrassing? Gonada cried for a while, raised her pretty face with teary eyes, and said softly, but I was really hungry, really hungry. It's okay, it's all over. Yeli gently wiped her tears with his fingers. Looking at Tunmiai's pitiful appearance. Even for him who has always been out of tune, at this moment, it is rare to feel a little distressed. After all, just now, he also experienced the bone-piercing hunger, which is definitely not a good feeling. How to describe it? For example, Yeli thinks, if you use empathy ability, share this hunger with your opponent. I'm afraid that before he even made a move, the enemy would reach the ground clutching his stomach, curling up in pain. Level universe hunger, it sounds like it's pretty powerful. Only by experiencing that pain in person can we feel empathy. However, Gonada was able to withstand this kind of hunger without killing innocent people, and even laughed a little every day, which was simply unimaginable. It can only be said that her heart is really very strong and kind. You are a good girl. Yeli hugged her tightly, and said with a warm smile, your persistence before was not in vain. If you are a big monster who devours planets like crazy, I really won't necessarily give you constant source quality. What he said is the truth. If Gonada is Blacken, the system probably won't judge her as a superhero template. Hehe, you big devil is my father. It turns out that this thing is called constant state source quality. It's amazing. Auntie rubbed her stomach. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she said happily, I felt my stomach was warm and completely filled. Yeli also smiled. If I can fill you up, I'm pretty good at it. Definitely, you have the most, huh? When Gonada wanted to praise Yeli again, her expression suddenly froze. She pointed at him and said, wow, why are you shining like gold? Just as she was talking, she felt something, looked down at herself, and said in surprise, I'm also making money. There won't be any problems, right? She stood up quickly, and used space technology to summon a purple battle armor to equip her body in case of any emergency. As soon as Nada's battle armor was put on, it was also dyed golden inch by inch. What's going on here? It feels like the power is increasing rapidly. Tunmiai has never encountered such a situation. She looked at her hands in confusion, and was very puzzled about her own state. Yeli, on the other hand, realized something, and raised a palm. A golden light cluster containing the ultimate life energy just appeared in his palm. This is Golden Life Envoy status. Yeli was very surprised. I didn't expect that the source of constant state would directly help him and Janata to activate the Golden Life Envoy state. This state can make the strength leap to a large level, and you can create planets at will with just one hand. What a surprise. This unexpected extra gain made him very happy. But, at this moment, Yeli and Nada suddenly felt a majestic gaze descending on the two of them from the endless void. What is this? It feels so strong. Gonada felt uneasy. Yeli looked out the porthole, and suddenly noticed. The vast and boundless galaxy seems to move and condense into a golden giant shadow that cannot be described with suitable file size quantifiers. Not good, this is. Yelly suddenly thought of something. Lightning Flint Room 0. He immediately pressed Gonada's shoulder. Instantly, the two disappeared from the cabin together, and arrived at the dimension of the Kingdom of God in a blink of an eye. What's wrong? Gonada and Yelly were floating in the purple gold galaxy together, and asked him suspiciously, do you know what that is? Before Yelly had time to answer, he felt something again, looked up, and couldn't help shrinking his pupils. You actually chased me in. What's chasing in? Gonada also looked up curiously, and immediately covered her mouth with her small hands, and said in surprise, this testosterone level is wider than my wife. It's beyond the scope of this universe. Is this? I saw. Above the dimension of the Kingdom of God, a giant golden hand strong enough to control the nebula will appear at an unknown time. Behind the giant hand, there is also a being with 3 faces. Although he is currently only in the form of a phantom, it is gradually solidifying like a giant golden hand. Yelly's eyes became serious, and he murmured, Life Tribunal. I actually missed the 10 recommendations. Life Tribunal. Gonada couldn't help but clenched her little hands nervously. Why did he come to us? It is said that the Life Court will only appear when the balance of the universe is seriously affected, and then judge the violators. Don't we did something? I'm afraid that's what you said. Yelly already has a guess in mind. 2.2. He remembered. In the plot of the comics, the poor guinea pig finally got full and entered the complete golden life messenger planet. It no longer devoured the life planet, but began to create the life planet. But the devourer of the planet also attracted the trial of the Tribunal of Life. The reason given by the Life Tribunal was, Planet Devourer, as one of the 5 gods of the universe, has a mission of devouring planets to maintain the balance of the universe. If he is full and stops devouring the planet, he will be dereliction of duty and needs to be judged by the Life Court, whose personality is still higher than the 5 gods. In other words, the Life Tribunal does not allow the Planet Devourer to be full. Thinking about it this way, guinea pigs are really miserable. As the dignified 5 great gods of the universe, if you don't have enough to eat, you will be beaten and starved, and if you are full, you will be judged. Who can tell this suffering? However, Yelly can't care less about sympathizing with guinea pigs now, because the phantom of the Life Tribunal has completely solidified. The cosmic entity representing it is about to truly descend. Although I haven't done it yet. But if I do, I guess it will be like a thunderbolt. I can't wait for it to make a move. It's better to avoid the limelight first. Yelly's mind was spinning rapidly, and before he had time to think, he directly opened the spacetime channel, pulled Gonada, and jumped in. Wooin! The purple gold vortex opened instantly, and with the 2 figures leaping in, it closed again in an instant. But even though Yelly's speed was very fast, that giant golden hand still shot out a ray of golden light from the fingertips, and chased into the spacetime tunnel. As soon as the golden light entered the tunnel, it dispersed into a state similar to lightning, covering the barrier of time and space, disrupting the turbulent flow of time and space here. This makes it difficult for Yelly. He can't find the exact landing point now. If he planted his head randomly, he doesn't know which weird time and space he will fall into. At this moment, Yelly's weaver, the god's telekinesis, suddenly had a strong reaction to a spacetime coordinate point. This shows that, in this time and space, there are many of his dependents, that is, spider totems. Yelly thought about it, and immediately headed towards this spacetime node. There are spider totems, at least it shows that this world is still relatively normal, and it is a good choice. After making a decision, Yelly hugged Gonada's waist tightly, stretched out a ray of fate cobweb, and stuck to that spacetime node pole 01. The figures of the 2 passed through the violent spacetime turbulence at once, and crashed into the spacetime barrier. Click. One sound. The barrier shattered like a mirror, and Yelly and Nada fell into the unknown world. And in the dimension of the Kingdom of God, the Life Tribunal will slowly take back the giant hand. Not Garland. Eugene Genetics Laboratory. Beep 1. What's going on? I can't get through. Tony clapped the communicator in his hand strangely. Didn't Lee say, no matter where he is, he can be contacted? Maybe the signal is not good. I guess he is now far away from the galaxy. Banner squeezed his chin and guessed, maybe it's out of the Milky Way. Out of the galaxy? You're kidding me. Tony felt that Banner's guess was unreliable. He waved his hands and said, forget it, it might be a rare occasion for him to drop the chain. He said that, not because he didn't care about Yelly's safety, but because he didn't think about the danger at all. After all, in Stark's current cognition, with Yelly's level of strength, even in the universe, it is difficult to encounter threats. Since he can't be notified, then choose the second best and notify Thor and they will discuss it. Pong pong. Tony patted the iron case beside his hand. Inside was a vibranium body that had been printed with the cradle of life. I believe I made the right choice. I hope so. Dr. Banner took a step forward, wanting to check various parameters of his body. AB. At the moment. Didu, didu, didu. In the laboratory, a piercing and refreshing siren sounded suddenly. Zhao Halen, who was doing the experiment, was startled, and quickly put down the experimental equipment in her hand, saying, this is someone breaking into the laboratory illegally. As soon as her words fell to the ground, Pan? In an instant, the wall next to the closed gate was smashed apart by a tall dark silver figure. With an orange glow on his body, Ultron kicked away the gravel at his feet, and then his eyes fell on the metal cabin in Stark's hand. Hand it over, Stark. Ultron. Tony shrank his pupils, and immediately raised his palm. The parts of the steel battlesuit's hands quickly flew over and covered them with jet flames. Won. After getting the equipment, Tony immediately charged up, aimed at Ultron, and fired a palm cannon. Boom! On the wall, a fist-sized. Ultron dodged the attack as soon as he floated. Lasers emerged from his 5 fingers, and he stabbed at him with a quick breath. Fortunately, at the moment, Tony had already put on his full body armor, but the surface of the steel battlesuit was scorched black by the laser, so it was not a serious problem. Banner, tell Barton them. Tony flew up, hugged Ultron to the ground, and reminded, there is also Dr. Zhao, you should go first. After Zhao Helen hesitated for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, I can stay and help. Don't look at her powerless appearance, but the clothes on her body are woven by the fate cobweb, which can borrow the power of the Weaver's kingdom of God. Are you staying to make trouble? Tony continued to shout with some machismo, Banner, take her to hide. Pong! Just as he was shouting, Ultron, who was under him, suddenly punched him and sent him flying. Ultron flew up again, stretched his arms, and said, none of you can make it to 11. Pang, pang, pang. With its voice down. Racks of silver mechanical soldiers smashed the glass windows and swarmed in like locusts. Oh, damn. Tony turned his head to look at Dr. Banner, and said helplessly, okay, Banner, you don't have to go, hurry up and transform, let it see how powerful you are. It's long overdue. After Banner notified the other Avengers, he took off his coat and faced Ultron and his mechanical army. Roar, dash. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Banner turned into a Hulk, and smashed a mechanical soldier to pieces with a wave of his big green fist. After that, he punched one by one, cooperated with the long-range attack of Iron Man, and stood in front of the metal cabin where Vibranium's body was placed. Hulk. Ultron didn't care much about Hulk's appearance, instead he joked, the Avengers? That's how pitiful he is. Oh. Tony fired a micro-missile to blow up a mechanical soldier, and said provocatively, then you can try to snatch the things away. Hehe, I think you will be able to change your expression soon, Stark. Ultron turned his metal neck and said in one direction, how long are you going to wait? Now that they are alone is a good opportunity to gradually eliminate the Avengers. This broken robot is right. A bunch of black dot-like parasites appeared in the laboratory, and quickly gathered into the body of a hive. Hive waved a ball of parasites towards the Hulk, as long as the Avengers are dealt with, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. and the club are cut off, I can concentrate on dealing with the 10. Susus, snap. The thick black parasite jumped on the Hulk and wanted to eat it, but not only couldn't bite, but was slapped into fine mud by Hulk's slap. But Tony wasn't happy because he saw 3 more figures appeared one after another. The first one to wear a silver armor similar to a steel battlesuit, with a green hooded cloak on the outside. The second head wears a special helmet, looks a bit old, and wears a purple battlesuit and cloak. The last one was wearing a 660 black battlesuit, holding his arms in silence. It's Dr. Doom, Magneto, and Black Bolt. Just looking at their staring eyes, you can tell that the comers must be bad, and their strength is not weak. Ultron actually got these people mixed up, it's difficult. Feeling tense, Tony muttered to himself. At the same time, he secretly sent Strange a message for help using magic. Among those he could turn to. Except for Yelly, only Strange, who knows the camouflage portal, can arrive the fastest. Only. This action of his made Victor Dumb look at him, and said coldly, magic communication. Who are you notifying? You can also do magic. Tony asked in surprise. Boom, dash dash. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a magic lightning. Victor Dumb put away his palms, what do you think? Roar. With a sweep of his hand, Hulk chopped off several mechanical soldiers at the waist with a knife, then fixed his fierce eyes on the arrogant Victor Doom, and let out a roar. Dr. Doom didn't have any fear of the Hulk, so he just called out to Black Bolt, Bert gang, hold him back, let's kill Iron Man first, don't attack with sonic waves, it will damage something Ultron wants. Black Bat King nodded silently, raised his hand in the direction of the Hulk, and shot a yellow light. Immediately after the hit, the Hulk was pushed and smashed into a pile of experimental benches in the rear. Then, Black Bat King flew directly over, and confidently launched a hand-to-hand attack on the Hulk. No matter whether it can be hammered or not, it has indeed been held back. 0128074001 Fila 0015222370. So, Tony was the only one left, surrounded by several members of the Illuminati and the mechanical army. It is estimated that the food will have to stop after a few seconds. When Ultron walked up to Magneto and suggested, Your Excellency Lane's hair, your ability is very easy to deal with Iron Man, and I will leave it to you. Ultron has seen Magneto's ability, and really restrains it and the type of Iron Man. This even made him secretly decide that in the future, he must make a whole-body degaussing body to guard against this person. Magneto didn't reply when he heard Ultron's words. He just looked sideways at Victor Doom and said calmly, I'll help you deal with the Avengers and the club, and you help me take over Charles's academy. Victor Doom nodded, that's agreed. Magneto heard this, and didn't say anything more. Song raised his hand lightly and beckoned. Ka ka ka. Immediately, A tooth-piercing sound sounded. Tony felt that his steel battlesuit was out of control, and then squeezed inside. J.A.R.V.I.S. What's going on? Sir, the machine body has been affected by a strong magnetic force field. It is about to be damaged. It is recommended to leave immediately. Damn it. Tony had no choice but to get out of the steel battlesuit before it was crushed by Magneto. Click sound. Tony rolled to the ground. Hihi, unexpectedly came out of this tortoise shell. Hive G laughed, feeling that his ability can finally be put to use. Phew phew phew. The hive immediately surged with black parasite bodies, covering Tony Stark. The implication of grabbing the head couldn't be more obvious. If it can be the first to kill an Avenger, it feels that its right to speak in the Illuminati will definitely be improved. What the hell? Seeing that the swarm was about to hit his face, Tony quickly pinched a spell with both hands. Who? A cluster of golden magic flames burst out in front of him in an instant, releasing the hive and burning the parasites uncleanly. The hive is a little embarrassed. You seem to be useless to me. Okay, don't dawdle, let's all do it together. Victor Dumb didn't want to give Tony a chance, reminding everyone to attack immediately. He took the lead. Turning on the battle armor, dragging a ball of blazing magic energy in his hand, he flew towards Stark, trying to smear the magic star on his face. Magneto couldn't deny it. Followed by the control of the metal, he stabbed at Stark. It seems that things are going smoother than expected. Chuang's mechanical eyes couldn't help showing some joy, and the laser blade popped out from his arm and circled behind Stark, blocking his back path. But just when it circled behind Tony, it ignored a woman who looked weak. From the white coat Zhao Halen was wearing, there were dense purple gold thin threads, piercing into the gaps in Ultron's mechanical body like soft needles, and quickly penetrated. Ultron's metal head is also full of silk threads. They are pierced into the gaps, and penetrated into the control system in the brain, making it impossible for Ultron to move and resist. Obviously, Ultron's body will soon be scrapped. Oh formidable. Seeing that Dr. Zhao was so powerful, Tony was already a little hopeless, but his hope was rekindled. But Victor Dumb is very upset. After secretly cursing Ultron as a waste in his heart, together with Magneto, he immediately attacked on both sides, and the metal storm and magic energy were released at the same time. A physical attack. One-side magic attack. It's hard to deal with it on one side. Tony feels tied to Q again. Fortunately, at this moment, a circle of sparks suddenly opened up space behind Tony. A hand stretched out, grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back, pulling him into the portal. Tony also avoided the pincer attack from both sides. Portal. Victor Dumb's dull voice revealed a hint of resentment, and before the sparks dissipated, the palm cannon shot towards the entrance. Who? In the circle of sparks, a silver hammer flew out suddenly, blocked the light, and pushed it back gradually. Is this the trouble you're having? Strange walked out of the portal with Tony and Thor. After seeing Dr. Doom, Strange said in surprise, this man's magic attainments are so high, you know how urgent the situation is. Tony complained, then looked at Thor again, and asked, why is Thor here with you? He happened to be a guest at my place. Strange explained, after receiving your emergency call for help, I hurried over with him. Suddenly, at the moment, Mjolnir, who had driven back the light, flew back into Thor's hand. Thor pointed the hammer at Dr. Doom and Magneto, come on, let's go together. Victor Dumb tilted his head slightly, and asked Magneto in a low voice, can you control his hammer? Magneto shook his head lightly, it's very difficult. The material of this hammer is very special, and it has an obvious force, which is repelling my control position, but I can interfere with it. Then let's try again. Dr. Doom regrouped, and the energy flow of magic and technology integrated lingered around him. Obviously, he is really serious this moment. Thump thump dash, thump thump. The final drum beat fell, announcing a song of forgiveness. On the stage of the practice hall, Gwen put down the sticks, trimmed her hair, and got up from the drum kit. The female teacher, who was admiring the audience, immediately applauded and praised, Gwen, you still play so well. You are really capable in this area. Maybe after graduation, you can really become the best drummer in the world. It's not such an exaggeration, teacher, it's just my hobby. Gwen picked up her small school bag and smiled politely. But looking at her eyes, she seems to be a little out of mind. The female teacher obviously also saw this, and asked her with concern, I see that you didn't perform as passionately as before, is it because you feel unwell? I'm fine, teacher. Gwen pressed her palms lightly to her chest, and murmured softly, I just, suddenly felt a little uneasy. Uneasy. The female teacher's worried expression didn't fade away, and she reminded, why don't the teacher take you for a checkup? What if it's a heart problem? You'd better be careful. I'm in good health, teacher, I won't have such a problem. Seeing that the teacher was so worried, Gwen chuckled and comforted her in turn. You also know about my sports performance, don't you? Ah, well, I almost forgot about your physical examination. Even boys feel ashamed, there should be no problem with such a good body. The female teacher nodded. Seeing that the student seemed to be leaving, she urged, then if you are in a bad mood, you can also come and talk to the teacher. Thank you teacher, but I won't bother you. Gwen showed a bright smile, and said, even if I'm in a bad mood, as long as I see someone every time I go home and see him, my mood will naturally improve. Oh him. The female teacher's expression became a little gossip. Is it a boyfriend? It sounds like you like him very much. Teacher, it's not good to inquire about a student's private life. Gwen winked playfully at her and waved goodbye. I'm leaving. Hey kid. The female teacher looked at the slender back who was walking away, laughed, and said to herself, I don't know what kind of boy is able to abduct such an excellent student like me. Building roof. A shadow created ripples. Under the reflection of neon lights, Gwen's beautiful figure jumped out of the ripples, and with a gymnastics-like posture, she made a neat somersault in the air, and then landed lightly on the ground. Rustle. After landing, strands of silk threads protruded from the school uniform, and the clothing structure was quickly changed to form the uniform of the ghost spider. Before going home, she also has a routine tour of the city, which is a long-standing habit. Recently it's quite peaceful, a simple walk around should be enough. Gwen came to the edge of the rooftop, lifted herself up comfortably, and was ready to set off to fight crime. Beep, Skye called a video call at this moment. Gwen picked up the communication, looked at the little sister on the screen, and asked, What's wrong? Skye. Gwen, Natasha Romanoff sent me a message. Dr. Helen has encountered a strong enemy. The Avengers are about to fail, and they need the assistance of our club. That's it. I said that I feel a little restless. It seems that it should be the omen of spider telepathy for this matter. Gwen realized something, agreed to come down and said, I'll catch up right away. Wait 090 wait. In video communication, Skye's eyes suddenly turned to the position behind Gwen, and he hurriedly reminded, Gwen, be careful behind you. Buzz. Spider telepathy also generated a massive response. Later, Gwen immediately turned around, kicked the solace of her feet on the ground, and jumped backwards. This vigilant action allowed us to see the situation clearly while keeping the distance. At the original position behind her, a black spot with a colored halo appeared out of thin air, and at an extremely fast speed, it spread into a vortex light door like oil paint. What's this? Gwen just had a doubtful thought. Woo. Suddenly, a strong suction force burst out from the vortex light gate. It actually pulled her from midair, who had already jumped to avoid it. No. Gwen struggled to shoot a bunch of cobweb from her wrist, and it stuck firmly to the fence at the edge of the roof, trying to push herself away. But before she had time to exert herself, the cobweb was swept away by a force of time and space, instantly turning into colorful petals and flying away. What? Gwen was dumbfounded, and her body was pulled over by the vortex light gate quickly. The other side of video communication, Safa. Skye was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Gwen, stay. Skye came back to his senses, quickly used the fate cobweb, activated the portal, and wanted to rush over to help. But when he was about to pass through the portal, his footsteps stopped again. Because she found out. The power transmitted from the kingdom of the Weaver seems to have been disturbed by something. The portal can't be located. That is to say, through the portal now, you can only reach random places, but not the destination. How so? For a moment, Skye was so anxious that he was running around like ants on a hot pot. Fortunately, she quickly remembered the snake charm hanging around her neck, and immediately reached out to hold it, activated the teleport ability, and rushed to the rooftop where Gwen was. Only, when I looked up, there was no one there. Only the strong wind on the roof brushed against his face. Gwen. Skye hurriedly dialed the communication again, but there was a busy tone. How can I explain to Lee? Frustrated, Skye changed Yeli's channel and dialed. Beep 1. There is still only a blind tone. What's going on? Why can't Lee even get through? Skye frowned deeply, feeling that things were extraordinary. In an alley, a colorful vortex of light was formed, spewing out a slim figure. Wow! Gwen screamed, feeling the gravity around her turn in a different direction, and quickly spun around in midair to adjust her balance. The blue soleil slid on the ground, kicking up dust. It took about 10 meters to stop the figure. Where is this? After standing still, Gwen immediately looked around her surroundings. It looks like. It seems to be still in New York. Who did it? Don't let me catch it. The girl angrily patted the dust off her body, then changed the ghost spider uniform back into the regular uniform, and walked out of the alley. The scene on the street can be seen more clearly. It seems to be roughly the same as the city in my impression, but some places are a little different. This seems to be Brooklyn. Gwen glanced at it casually, then took out a thin pink mobile phone from her bag, and called Skye, wanting to report that she was safe. Beep, the phone rang with a blind tone. Can't get through. Gwen thought about it and called Jessica again. But still the same result. What happened? Gwen frowned, and made several consecutive phone calls in disbelief. Yeli, Cindy, Felicia, parents, etc. The people in the address book tried one by one. The girl's expression became more and more dignified. Because none of them can get through. Am I guessing wrong? This is not. Foo. In doubt, there happened to be a yellowed newspaper floating in front of him. Gwen didn't have any hesitation, so she reached out and grabbed it from the wind, and unfolded it for a closer look. After reading each piece of news, she gradually realized that something was wrong. When seeing a headline in a newspaper, the girl's sapphire blue pupils suddenly constricted. Spider-Man? And it's not her, nor Cindy, Black Spider. The picture shows a figure in a red and blue tights, never seen before, but the style is indeed Spider-Man style. Gwen looked at the date in the newspaper again, and her heart skipped a beat. I'm not in the parallel universe that Lee said, am I? She had heard Yeli talk about the concept of parallel universes, and she had also seen a dimensional world like the Kingdom of Weavers, so it was not difficult to conjecture. No, I have to verify it right away. Gwen was a little anxious, and quickly turned around and ran back to the alley, found a shadowy corner, and jumped into it. Boo. The girl's body quickly disappeared into the shadows. Then, it jumped out from the shadow of another place. Here is the location near her home. Gwen looked in the direction of the door of the house and saw that there was still a police car parked in the courtyard, and she felt lucky again. Dad's police car is still there, maybe I made a mistake. With this in mind, she ran to the front of the house quickly. Then, I heard a strange voice in the house. Miles? Are you packed and ready for school? Miles. What? Going to school, have you packed up? Probably, I'm packing my last few clothes. At the urging of Dad Jefferson, Miles quickly took off the headphones for listening to music, and hurriedly packed all the clothes into the suitcase. Hurry up, kill. Miles' mother, Rui Ao, also began to urge her son. Jefferson, come on, you're big too. Let's show it to the teacher. Where's my laptop? Miles was still in the room, looking left and right. If you want me to drive you, we're leaving now. No, Dad, I'll just walk. Let me give you a ride. No, it's okay, I can do it myself. Miles hurriedly pulled the suitcase and came out of the room. Rao beckoned to him, call me on Friday. Okay, Mom, bye. Miles left the house, pulling the suitcase and drifting away. And on the eaves, Gwen squatted down to observe, with a strange expression on her face. Now, she is almost certain that she was indeed pulled into a parallel universe similar to the original world. Not only the identity of Spider-Man was replaced by others, but also the family was replaced by members of the family. What a coincidence that the head of the family also happens to be a policeman. Gwen looked at the little black man in the distance and had a guess. Could this little black named Miles be the target, the Spider-Man of this universe? She thinks it's very possible. However, these are not her business. What Gwen thinks now is to return to the original universe as soon as possible. Let's go back first. Gwen stood up, weaving a spacetime portal with the cobweb of fate, and was about to step over it. Can't locate. Just as the girl poked her foot in, she suddenly retracted. Is there something wrong with the cobweb clothes? She was a little panicked, and eagerly thought of a way. After thinking for a while, Gwen tried to open the shadow door again, and jumped in. She wants to go back this way. With a bang, it jumped out from the shadow a few meters away. Obviously, the ability of the shadow transition has not been developed to the point where it can travel through time and space. The girl sat down on the roof, her arms hugged her knees helplessly. It's over, I won't be unable to go back. Facing the bright morning sun, her eyes were full of bewilderment. Why is it like this all of a sudden? Gwen rested her chin on her palm and looked into the distance of the sky, whispering in her mouth. Well, I really want to leave. And Mom and Dad, Jessica, and the others. No, I have to cheer up. There is no other way. I have been melancholy for a long time. She pulled herself together and had a new idea. As long as I find out the reason why I came here for no reason, I have the hope of going back. Anyway, I have been a superhero for a long time, and my psychological quality is still passable. Now that we have decided to investigate, Gwen immediately started to act, flipped through the school bag, and took out a small chip from inside. This is the core chip of Ghost, and Ghost is the smart applet on the old battlesuit. She didn't have much cash with her, so she planned to use this smart applet to settle down first. Plan implementation. Gwen first used the little cash on his body to purchase some materials and tools. Then, he disassembled the pink-white mobile phone and connected the core chip of Ghost. This is just a small case for her who is a high-achieving student with strong hands-on ability. Okay, it's done. My mobility is really perfect. The girl cheered herself up, and then restarted the phone. Starting. As the screen lights up again, the polite female mechanical voice sounds. Ghost is at your service, ma'am. Very good. Seeing that she had succeeded, Gwen couldn't help touching her little fist, feeling better at last. Ghost, can you create a fake identity for me? I need a place to stay right now. This is feasible. Please state the identity you need. Great. You don't need to bother too much, just pretend to be a boarding student in a nearby school. Okay, lady. Accessing the database of relevant departments. Modifying. Modification completed. You already have Brooklyn Vision School transfer student status. Please go to report before tomorrow. Brooklyn School. Then here it is. Give me a location guide. Gwen didn't choose either, and rushed towards Brooklyn School according to the map displayed on the phone screen. The reason why she didn't use Shadow Warp was because she wanted to get acquainted with the neighborhood here. The cobweb stuck to the roof, and Gwen used his strength to drive between the roofs. Not long after, she saw the previous Miles on the street below. Looking at the direction of travel, he also seems to be a student of Brooklyn Vision School. 0. Oh, look who's back. What's up, bro? Hey, I'm just passing by. In this block, there are many acquaintances of Oral's. When you see him, you greet him warmly. Miles, how are you at school? I'm sure it's fine. Miles had just finished answering one person with a smile. There was another little fat man on the side of the road. He threw the basketball in his hand to him, and asked, Hey, Miles, did you feel the earthquake last night? What are you talking about? I slept soundly last night. Miles threw the basketball back absently. Earthquake. Gwen, who was passing by on the roof, paid attention to this sentence. As far as she knew, earthquakes were not common in New York. And it just happened at this time when she traveled through time, so it's hard to say that there is nothing strange about it. Ghost, can you call up the survey data of the Geological Bureau for yesterday's earthquake? I want to know where the epicenter is. Calling. The file was retrieved successfully, please check it. Is that all right? It doesn't look like some secret news. Gwen clicked on the information to view. It showed. Since the earthquake did not have any warning, and it came and went quickly, the epicenter could only be determined to be in the Brooklyn area. It turned out to be in Brooklyn. Write it down, write it down. The girl recorded this clue into her mobile phone, planning to search and investigate in Brooklyn tonight. I just don't have a clue, so let's start here. After a few days, Brooklyn Vision Schools. In the girls' dormitory, Gwen was sitting in front of the writing desk, flipping through the news on the phone with one hand, resting her cheeks with the other, looking a bit sad. The entire Brooklyn area is not small. Even if she screened out those suspicious places to investigate, she went to many places in a few days. But there are no useful clues. Enrollment went smoothly. She is already a college student, but she looks young and tender, and Europeans and Americans generally grow fast, so no one doubts her in this regard. Gwen is at the top level and has taken all the middle school courses. Therefore, not long after entering school, she performed very well and was praised by the teachers. Only, none of this is desired. I just want to go back soon. And it's not without its downsides. Within a few days of 550, many boys fell in love with her secretly, and they threw away several love letters in Xiangzi. Gwen, Will sent me a message, he wants to meet you. A girl with freckles approached at this moment, smiled ambiguously and said, Will is a handsome guy, and his family still owns a big company, do you want to think about it this time? Oh, here we go again, Jenny, if you are too free, read more books. Gwen looked disgusted. They are all little kids, it's really annoying to learn how to fall in love at such a young age. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Jenny rolled her eyes and guessed. Gwen, don't you like Miles? I don't think you look at other boys, but you just glanced at him in class. I suspected that he was Spider-Man, okay. Gwen said speechlessly, actually, I already have a boyfriend, Jenny. What? You already have a boyfriend, and you haven't mentioned it before. Jenny pulled a chair, sat down beside her, and asked curiously, is he handsome? Do you have money? Are you in good physical condition? Gwen, forget about the first two questions, can you ask the last one? Tell me. Jenny grabbed her arm and shook her nose lightly. Okay. Gwen pulled her hand away, and said perfunctorily, he is better looking than the boys in this school, and rich, but I don't like his things. Oh, I get it. Jenny's expression was instantly tainted. You like him. Ability is strong and fierce. Right. Gwen. Is not it? Jenny pointed at her lips, pretending to be cute and said, then where does he live? When will you show him to us, so that we can also look good? Gwen narrowed her beautiful eyes into crescent moons, and said with a faint smile, he is not in this world. Jenny froze. What does out of this world mean? Could it be that he died young? Okay, I don't want to say any more, I'm going out for a while. Gwen picked up the phone, turned and left the dormitory. Looking at the vaguely lonely back, Jenny was a little more certain about her guess, and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Such a good man, why did he die? Perhaps something happened. It's a pity. Students come and go in the glass-domed bridge corridor. On the wall side, Gwen strolled, looked down at the phone, and pulled two fingers to enlarge the news content on the screen. Look at the news reports. The Spider-Man of this world is also investigating the mysterious earthquake. Maybe I can ask him to cooperate. Dang, I am thinking about it. Gwen's sensitive inducing noticed the strange movement, turned his head to look at the source of the sound, and immediately opened his eyes wide. I saw. The exterior wall of the teaching building. The little black man named Miles stuck his hands to the wall and walked awkwardly on the wall. I even lost a shoe on my foot. He really is the Spider-Man of this world. Gwen secretly felt witty about her previous guess. But well, why does this Spider-Man look so stupid? It's a little different from what the news says. On East Side Street in Brooklyn. Bang. It was like smashing a mirror. Holding Kanata, Yelly appeared from the street out of thin air. The pedestrians around were startled. Super ability. It's not a criminal, is it? Run. No one can take on super criminals but Spider-Man. Passers-by looked at the two of them for a while, and then quickly scattered and fled. After all, Gonada's suit of technological armor is like those dangerous people who like to rampage on the street. Yelly looked around and found something familiar. Could it be that he hit the right button and just returned to New York? According to the Spider-Man that passers-by said just now, it can be determined that this is still the Marvel Universe, not some strange world. At least it is a modern city, full of traffic. This made Yelly feel at ease, rubbed Gonada's slender waist lightly, and said, take back the golden light on your body, and don't let her chase you over again. Oh. Nada hastily released the golden life envoy form, and the technological armor on her body was also removed. Obviously, she was frightened by the life court, and she was afraid that she would be attracted again. What should we do now? Gonada hugged Yelly's arm, a little scared. I don't want to be caught and locked up just after eating. Don't worry, you won't be caught. Yelly comforted softly, let's keep a low profile first and avoid the limelight in this world. Nada leaned her head on his shoulder, then I'll listen to you. She used to be fearless except for starvation, but now she is the backbone. Then what are we going to do now? There's nothing to do, it's best not to make a big fuss now. Yelly rubbed his chin with his finger, thought for a while, I'll take you to play casually first, there are quite a lot of spider totems in this world, it should be quite interesting. 1.4. Pong? Miles groped for a long time, finally climbed out of the dormitory window, and fell in. The things in the room were disturbed by him, and the cartoon of Japanese Spider-Man happened to fly into the rain. I became Spider-Man. Flipping through the content of the comics, Miles felt that his situation was very similar to that in it. When Uncle Alan was playing street painting yesterday, he was also bitten by a spider. I didn't take it seriously at the time, I didn't expect this to happen. Gotta go there again. Emotionally complicated. Miles decided to go back to the place where the street painting was yesterday, and look for the spider. And after he set off, a figure wearing a pink and white hood followed quietly. Brooklyn. Sponsored by the Fisk Foundation, Parallel Universe Project Hidden Research Base. Norman, listen to me. I can't let you open the door to another time and space. Brooklyn can't take this. I can't decide this, why don't you give up? Boom. Before Spider-Man Peter Parker could finish speaking, he was punched by Green Goblin and flew out, crashing into a container. His figure sank in along with the iron sheet of the container, and his whole body was embedded in it, which shows the strength of this punch. The Green Goblin in this parallel universe has a huge body, a single finger is almost the size of a Spider-Man file, and there are wings on the back, which is very powerful and oppressive. Corner. Miles, who was hiding, was so overwhelmed that he couldn't breathe, covered his mouth with his hand, and trembled. Originally, he just wanted to find that strange spider, but he didn't expect that there was such a secret scientific research base hidden nearby, and he also witnessed the battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin here. Because I don't want to see Brooklyn being swallowed by a black hole. While trying to persuade Mouth escape, Peter Parker pulled himself out of the container and swung persistently towards the particle collider in the center of the base. Staten Island can do it, but Brooklyn can't do it anyway. Boom! What responded to him was the number of pumpkin bombs that the green evil arm picked from his waist. Obviously, it doesn't want to talk too much with Spider-Man anymore. I'd better go first. 29. The more Miles watched, the more frightened he became, and he quietly tried to slip away, highlighting a burning subject. But the gears of fate didn't turn as he wished. Between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, the fight spread to Miles. Sieve. This made Peter Parker notice Miles, grabbed him, and led him away from the Goblin and onto a lift. Hummin'? The spider telepathy of the two also unexpectedly resonated at this time. I thought I was the only one. Peter Parker looked at Miles and said in surprise, you are very similar to me. I don't want to. Myers spread his hands helplessly. He just wanted to be an ordinary person. How could he have thought that such a thing would happen? I'm afraid you have no choice, son. Peter said sincerely, I can understand your troubles, trust me. Miles' panic was appeased a little. He nodded and said, definitely. You'll be fine, I can help you. Peter Parker intends to take this young junior, gesticulating with his hand. Wait for me, I will teach you 2 tricks later. Okay. I must destroy that machine before the space-time continuum collapses. You are here, don't let it go. After Peter Parker gave his instructions, he turned around and resolutely swung towards the particle collider again. Looking at the red and blue back, Miles was touched. However, at this moment, suddenly, a purple-black figure suddenly rushed out of the slanting stabs, attacking Spider-Man fiercely. Prowler. Peter Parker yelped, and hurriedly began to respond to the move, while not forgetting to say, dude, I'm busy. Are you mad at me? I think you're still mad at me. The Prowler was silent, just attacking fiercely. For a while, the 2 fists and feet kept touching each other, so as to get a lot of twists and turns. There is a pair of Star-Lord-like rocket boots under the Prowler's feet, which can fly in the air. Therefore, it is difficult for Peter to get rid of this difficult guy only by virtue of his cobweb advantage. And in the control room of the particle collision, a burly figure with almost equal proportions in height and width stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching Spider-Man's fight. He is the king of this world, trying to revive his broken family members quickly through the time machine. Spider-Man, do you like my new toy? Jin Bin took the broadcast microphone and joked with a smile. It cost me a lot of money, but money is everything, isn't it? You are welcome to come all the way to watch my experiment. This will be a stunning light show, and you will definitely like it. With his mocking words, on the display screen in front of the operator next to him, he prompts, activated. Whoon? A sound like a siren sounded. The wide spherical wall around the particle collider also lit up layer by layer. This is a sign to start. No, don't. Stop. You don't know what it can do, you're going to kill us all. Peter Parker desperately fought off the Prowler, and was about to stop it in a hurry. Snapped. The Green Goblin suddenly descended from the sky and made a surprise attack, using its mutated claws to catch him like an eagle preying on its prey, and press him to the center of the particle beams that have already started colliding. The portal is opening, and I have observed that multiple universes are opening. The monitoring personnel in the control room quickly reported, 3, 4, 5 different universes. They are very unstable and must be stopped immediately. Jin Bin stared wide-eyed. Green Goblin, no, get that guy out. But it was too late. Did he? Red warnings popped up on the display. Then, pang, there was a loud explosion. Colorful space-time energy swept across the entire Brooklyn area. Wow, the layered burgers here are really good. In an old hamburger shop, Gonada held a hamburger half the size of her face, and gnawed with her mouth open. Although she no longer needs to go hungry, but with previous experience, she is not very attached to food. If you like it, I'll give it to you too. Yeli leaned back on the seat leisurely, pushed the hamburger in front of Tunmei with one hand, and flipped through the news on her mobile phone with the other. May I? Tunmei was still asking, but her hand had already taken the hamburger happily. Slim Shady. Eat slowly, it's not enough for me to book this shop for you. No, no, no. Gonada waved her hand and said with a cute and silly smile, I don't have to eat so much now, I'm satisfied with these. Seeing her appearance, Yeli also smiled dotingly, just as long as you are happy. Thank you, Lee. Gonada said warmly, feeling like her heart was about to melt. If it weren't for Yeli, she wouldn't have such a sense of satisfaction now. Hehe, you've thanked me several times, so you don't have to say it all the time. Then, kiss me. Wipe the ketchup on your mouth first. Yeli pressed his finger against the forehead of Nada, who was leaning over, while his eyes were fixed on the screen of the phone. Parallel Universe Project Plan. Gold in this world doesn't mean anything. Just now I came across a piece of news about a mysterious earthquake not long ago, so I dug deeper curiously. With his network control, he easily found out the evil backstage manipulator Wilson Fisk. Even the detailed content of the Parallel Universe project is like a naked girl, which he can see at a glance. However, the content of this plan, how can there be a sense of déjà vu? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Yeli combined clues and searched for memories in his mind. There are multiple spider totems. There is also Jin Bin who is planning the Parallel Universe project. Huh? Isn't this what happened in Spider 970, Parallel Universe? Pang? While thinking, suddenly there was a shock. Accompanied by it, there is also a rapid flash of colorful energy impact. For ordinary people, this is almost a blink of an eye, and there is no time to react. But for Yeli and Gonada, this ripple is very limited. For something of unknown origin, both of them wanted to block it. Yeli took a quicker step, reaching out to block the stream of particles coming from behind. These colorful energies seem to have encountered an invisible obstacle and were forced to go around. The seat of the two is like a solid rock in the torrent, and these particle energy waves cannot wash away the slightest bit. As for the places that were swept aside, some remained unchanged, while others had strange replacements. For example, a chair is replaced by a trash can from another time and space. Confused child sitting on the trash can. What's going on here? It seems to be a spacetime particle flow. Nada said worriedly, she must have been chased over. Relax, don't be so nervous. Yeli saw that she was a little scared, and said with a smile, I didn't see it before, you are quite timid. Don't laugh at me, I'm not as good as you. Nada raised her chin with an arrogant expression, I'm just a poor and weak secondary cosmic entity. Now that you have activated the Golden Life Envoy, you have already reached the level of a real cosmic entity. Correct me and swallow my sister. Yeli looked at the table next to him, and brought a spoon over for a closer look. The tableware has become colorful, as if divided into several pieces. It is certain that this is the number 42 session. So, will Gwen be pulled over by the spacetime vortex like in the original Trajectory, scientific research base? The explosion of the particle flow turned this place into ruins. In the smoke, Miles looked back and forth. Finally, under a pile of building debris, found the suppressed red and blue figure. He hurried over and helped Peter Parker remove the gravel from his body. Pieces of concrete were scraped aside, but Peter Parker still couldn't get up. He didn't look well, his uniform was in tatters. Hey, are you okay? Miles asked concerned. I'm fine, I just need to rest. Can you still stand up? Definitely, I stand up every time. Cough? Cough cough. Peter didn't have the ability to get up, instead he coughed a few times. A cough is not a good sign. Find him, hurry. There was a sudden movement not far from the ruins. Hearing the sound, Peter Parker immediately stuffed a small thing like a USB flash drive into Miles' palm and ordered. Listen, we have to work together, time is running out. Only this reload key can restart the collider. Swing over there, use this key, press the red button, and blow it up. You have to hide your face, don't tell anyone your identity, no one can tell, he can open anyone's mouth. What? Miles was a little confused. Why did such a heavy burden suddenly fall on my shoulders? See his expression. Peter sounded alarmed. If he starts the machine again, everything you know will be gone. Your family, everyone. Promise me that you will keep this promise. Miles was taken aback, with a complicated expression. I promise you. Peter nodded in relief. Go, destroy the collider, I will go find you. Miles didn't speak anymore, turned his head in silence, and ran towards a pile of towering ruins. Now that the collider is a threat to his family, he has reason to take over the burden. Dumbo. Miles quickly climbed up along the pile of ruins. Looking up at the position of the particle collider, I found that it was a bit high and seemed difficult to reach. If only he could come on Cobweb too. Unfortunately, he still can't. No way, Miles could only cheer himself up and continue to climb up. However, at this moment, there's movement from Spider-Man. Tombstone, this is the end of the experiment, get ready to start again as soon as possible. Jin Bing came over. Miles put his head in front of a hole, looked down, and sure enough saw Jin and walked towards Spider-Man. Jin folded the cuffs of his suit. Spider-Man, I wanted to say I'm glad to meet you, but unfortunately I wasn't. Hey, Jin Bin, how is business? Peter greeted bravely. It's hot, ha. Jin Bin sneered, reached out and ripped off Spider-Man's headgear. The true face of Peter Parker was revealed. He was a friendly young man with blonde hair. He forcefully opened one eye and said weakly, "Very good, well, this is not acceptable. You will tear a black hole under Brooklyn by doing this, and you can't take this risk." Jin Bing smiled, looked down at him and said, "Not everything is for money, Spider-Man. Don't you want to know what I saw? What do you want to do?" Peter shook his head lightly and said sincerely in his eyes, "It's useless to do this, they're already dead." www. Jin Bing's face sank like water, and he fell into silence, not knowing what he was thinking. After a few seconds, he turned around, as if he had figured it out. But the next moment, Jin Bin suddenly turned around, roared like a beast, and threw his arms at Peter Parker angrily. Myers, who was peeping, opened his eyes wide in horror. If this fist is implemented, the injured Spider-Man will definitely not be able to bear it. He was too far away, Jin Bin moved too fast, it was too late to do anything. Boom! The transparent airwave swept up the dust, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Do you died? Why do I still feel? Did you come to heaven? I don't know if I can see Uncle Ben." Peter slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't see the expected heaven. Still a dark ruin, but in front of him, there was a sassy figure. He was dressed in a handsome one-piece uniform with a small pink and white jacket. The whole body is still surrounded by a faint golden light, making it hard to see clearly. All the people present were stunned for a second because of the sudden visitor, until the mysterious girl's voice sounded, breaking the silent scene. "Jin Bin." The forearm covered with the golden light curse resisted two huge fists. Gwen raised his other hand, raised his finger, and pointed to the particle collider above. "You said, that big thing, is it your fault? Who are you, X2? Kim and Peter asked questions at the same time. With a flick of her right arm, Gwen pushed away Jin Bin's fist. "I'm just a passing superhero. Looks like the guy I hate." Jin didn't talk nonsense anymore. He took a step back, waved his hand and punched him again, making the sound of breaking the wind. "Wow, you look the same." Gwen nimbly dodged it with a low body, then turned around and did a somersault. With a layer of golden toes, she kicked Jin Bin hard on the chin. Jin Bin was kicked backwards, and his strong body fell to the ground. "Perhaps you'd be better off in jail." Gwen stepped forward, trying to catch up. However, another person in a purple battlesuit suddenly rushed out of the slanting stab. "So who?" With a wave of the sharp metal claws on the prowler's hand, shallow ripples were left on the golden light curse. "Energy shield?" He was a little surprised. And that moment of astonishment, the prowler felt that something was deadly stuck on his body. Looking down, "It is a cobweb." "Goodbye, sir." Gwen grasped the cobweb with both hands and gave it a hard toss. Boom! The prowler was shaped like a hammer ball and smashed into a pile of ruins. Peter stared dumbfounded. "Ma'am, you are too aggressive." Slap. Gwen clapped her hands triumphantly. "They fell down before I even tried hard. By the way, you cobweb." Peter Parker stared straight at Cobweb, guessing, "Are you the same as us?" Only then did Gwen have time to look at him carefully. "Huh? Why do you look so much like Peter?" "I'm Peter." Peter Parker asked strangely, "You know me?" It turns out that there is also Peter in this world, and he is still Spider-Man. Gwen thought of something, and suddenly looked a little strange. Then in this world, she wouldn't be a lizardman, would she?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.